You crossed into the abyss world, becoming a fragile little skeleton. All kinds of undead creatures are staring at you with hunger in their eyes, but you are not afraid. Instead, you become even more excited. This is because you have awakened the looting system. As long as you defeat a target, you can randomly obtain a loot entry from them, which can be fused and upgraded to make yourself stronger and stronger. However, just as you prepare to slaughter in the abyss world and finally sit on the skull throne, a magic circle suddenly appears above your head. The next second, you find yourself in a strange world. After looking around in confusion, you finally realize that you have formed a contract with a crying, tear-streaked, beautiful young girl in front of you. Well, if I'm bound, then I'm bound. Why cry? Do I really look that bad? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, the end of the skeleton ball. Just 5 minutes ago, the school flower, Lin Shiyun, awakened her hidden profession, contract summoner. But as everyone knows, summoners are gold-devouring beasts, and the summoning scrolls are not something a commoner like her can afford. Therefore, she could only hope for the contract summoning brought by her hidden profession. As long as she used her hidden talent, she could summon a beast from the abyss without using any scrolls, successfully establishing a permanent contract with it. And because of her high spiritual attributes, there was a high chance that she would summon a very powerful and exceptionally promising beast. This was her only chance to reverse her fate. At this moment, Lin Shiyun nervously activated her hidden talent and immediately felt her spiritual power being drained like an unstoppable tide. A massive summoning circle instantly appeared with her at the center. The summoning array's energy soon reached its peak. 2 meters away from Lin Shiyun, a pitch-black summoning gate appeared out of nowhere. Within it, a massive shadow was forming quickly. The shadow solidified rapidly and finally materialized into a physical form. However, to everyone's shock, what emerged was a dumbfounded skeleton soldier. What? It's actually the worst undead unit, the skeleton soldier. Wasn't it supposed to be a contract summon? Just this? If it's really this thing, my friend, the necromancer can summon one all day. As expected, what kind of person, what kind of fate? Everyone thought Lin Shiyun would soar to the heavens, but it turned out to be a drag. At this moment, various discussions, mocking, and sighs filled the air. Lin Shiyun stared in disbelief at the foolish-looking skeleton soldier in front of her. She had used her one-time contract talent, and yet she had only summoned a skeleton soldier. What about Grandma? What about my sister's illness? What about my parents' death? In an instant, tears uncontrollably flowed down her face. All the beliefs that had supported her seemed to collapse at this moment. The homeroom teacher gently patted Lin Shiyun's shoulder and said, "Don't cry. There's still a month until the college entrance exam. If you practice hard, you still have a chance. You can't fall now. What will happen to your family if you do? What will happen? What can I do with a skeleton soldier?" Lin Shiyun wiped her teary eyes and looked at the skeleton soldier. It hadn't even moved, standing there as if frozen, making it seem almost absurd. Then, Lin Shiyun thought of something, and without hesitation, she sent the skeleton soldier back to the abyss. "I can't stand looking at you for another minute." Soon, news of Lin Shiyun summoning a skeleton soldier spread like wildfire. She was quickly called to the principal's office. As expected, the only source of income for her family, her scholarship, was suddenly cut off. Fortunately, the kind homeroom teacher personally covered her sister's medical expenses and encouraged her to achieve good results in the entrance exam, so she could enter a guild and change her fate. Lin Shiyun's heart gained a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, back in the abyss world, you opened your system panel. Zhou, skeleton soldier. Race, undead. Level 1. Health, 80. Mana, 50. Attack, 9 to 12. Defense, 1. Entries, slash, swing combined. At this moment, many other skeleton soldiers like you were wandering around the abyss. You noticed they all had the same entries as you. You immediately bent down and picked up a rusty iron sword from the ground, aiming at a nearby skeleton soldier and slashing down. Ding! You killed a skeleton soldier, gaining 1 experience point. Ding! You killed another skeleton soldier and gained the entry. Slash. The system prompt echoed in your ears. You felt an inexplicable energy rushing into your body. You seemed to grow stronger, and your sword strikes became more powerful. You looked at the skeleton soldiers around you and felt a surge of excitement. You moved eagerly, charging towards another skeleton soldier. You hacked down at least 10 of them when suddenly a prompt in your mind changed. Ding! Your entry for close combat has been completed, gaining the entry, heavy slash. A thrill ran through you, and instinctively, you slashed forward. There was a sharp crack as 2 skeleton soldiers within 2 meters shattered into pieces. Your strength had increased so much, and your attack range had doubled. It seemed that you would level up soon. You took confident steps, continuing to eliminate the skeleton soldiers around you. At this moment, Lin Shuryun had returned to a modest house. When the door creaked open, her grandmother's face lit up with joy. How'd it go? Did you change your profession today? What profession is it? Looking at her grandmother's eager face, Lin Shuryun felt a sinking in her heart, but forced a smile. It's good, Grandma. I became a contract summoner. It's a hidden profession. That's great. Your parents' spirits can finally rest in peace. Grandma clasped her hands together, saying with great excitement, her eyes filled with tears. Seeing her grandmother like this, Lin Shuryun's heart ached even more. She then pushed open the bedroom door, and a heavy smell of medicine greeted her. In the dim room, a thin, frail figure lay on the bed. The girl's eyes were tightly shut, her lips twitching slightly. Seeing this, Lin Shuryun's face changed, and she hurried to the bed, taking the girl's hand gently. Mo, are you in pain again? The girl barely opened her eyes and forced a smile. Sister, you're back. It's okay, I'm not in pain. Lin Shuryun lifted the corner of the blanket, and there, around the girl's neck, were vicious, vine-like patterns that had spread further. The heavenly pearl death seal's corruption had become more severe. It had now spread to her neck, and only her head remained untouched. Once it reached her head, it would be the end for her sister. At this moment, Lin Shuryun could no longer hold back. Tears poured down her face. I'm sorry, Mo. I'm useless. It's all my fault. Don't cry, sister. Mo's not in pain. As she spoke, Lin Shuryun suddenly felt a wave of energy emanating from her body. In the next moment, she leveled up from level 1 to level 2. Sister, you're amazing. You leveled up so fast. Your profession must be really powerful. How could it upgrade so quickly? What on earth is going on? She looked herself up and down, doubting if something was wrong. However, moments later, her body trembled, and the feeling of upgrading hit her again. LV3 now. Lin Shuryun finally realized something was off. How long has it been? She actually upgraded again? And the feeling of attribute enhancement after this upgrade couldn't be a delusion. She glanced at her sister, not wanting to worry her, but forced a smile. Momo, Big Sister is now a very powerful contract summoner. Once Big Sister levels up, I will definitely find a way to solve the Heavenly Dead Seal for you. I believe in you, sister. You're the best, Lin Momo, who had always suffered, could only genuinely laugh when facing her sister and grandma. Then, you rest well. Big Sister will go out first. Lin Shuryun quickly left the bedroom, ran downstairs, and found a hidden open space. She had already thought of it. Since it wasn't a team-up, it had to do with her contract summoned creature. After all, the two could feedback to each other. So, she thought for a moment and decided to summon the skeleton soldier to see what changes would occur. She activated the summoning, and immediately a summoning formation appeared before her. Moments later, a somewhat dazed skeleton soldier materialized. Holding an iron sword, Zhou rotated his head and happened to see Lin Shuryun examining him. He immediately felt speechless and began to complain. I was having a good chop. Why summon me? Chapter 4, Team Leveling. Zhou was very angry. He was just about to reach LV10 when a beam of light engulfed him, causing him to disappear from the abyss, and then he reappeared to see a woman staring straight at him. How could he not feel upset? At this moment, Lin Shuryun was indeed a bit confused. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but the skeleton soldier in front of her felt different from her memories of skeleton soldiers. It seemed to have grown taller, and its frame was thicker. Especially the soul fire dancing in its eyes felt much more vibrant than before. What is he doing? Is he pointing at me? Is he talking to me? Lin Shuryun tilted her head, feeling as if her contracted skeleton soldier was cursing her, but she had no proof. Only LV3. Zhou was indeed cursing her, but after cursing, he suddenly realized he could actually check her information in reverse. In fact, he could block his own information from her view. Even more outrageous was that he could choose to terminate the summoning, returning to his original abyss. However, he was a bit surprised that he was already LV9 while she was only LV3. Wasn't the feedback supposed to be synchronized? It seemed there was quite a big difference. After thinking briefly, Zhou guessed it was because the two were not in the same space-time, which caused this feedback to be greatly reduced. The reverse was also true. Understanding this, Zhou warned Lin Shuryun with a glance and abruptly ended the summoning, disappearing from the world. Watching the skeleton soldier suddenly disappear, Lin Shuryun was instantly filled with questions. What situation is this? Am I not a contract summoner? How can the summoned creature end the summoning by itself? Why can't I see its personal information? What on earth is happening? A series of questions bombarded Lin Shuryun's mind, leaving her without answers. But the only thing she could be sure of was that the other party was indeed different from an ordinary skeleton soldier. Could it be that the skeleton soldier she contracted isn't an ordinary skeleton soldier? But no matter how strong, isn't it still a skeleton soldier? Thinking of her sister's pained expression, Lin Shiyun's heart ached. She couldn't wait any longer. She must go to the wilds to level up quickly. No matter how mysterious this skeleton soldier was, she had to give it a try. This is her only hope. Without delay, Lin Shiyun explained to her grandmother and left home, heading straight for the leveling area outside Han City. Due to the Abyss invasion, a large area outside the city walls has been shrouded by abyssal creatures, which over time has become a fixed leveling zone. The novice leveling area is within a few kilometers outside the south of the city, and because it's under the cold northeast weather, even though it's July, the southern region is mostly barren land, with occasional trees mixed in. The main wild monsters here are the prairie fox, prairie cat, and prairie mouse, with prairie wolves deeper inside, but generally, no one goes that far. When Lin Shiyun arrived here, she found that the southern prairie was filled with the figures of novice levelers. She looked for several teams, but found them all full. She arrived too late and had no chance to form a party, so she could only go to the edge of the task hall to post an announcement and see if any small teams were short on people to include her. As for why she wanted to form a team, the first reason is certainly safety. Even ordinary level 1 wild monsters can be dangerous for novices, especially for novice class changers leveling in the wild for the first time. If surrounded by several wild monsters, the consequences could be very serious. Every year, many professionals fall victim to their arrogance in the novice leveling area. The second benefit is that when in a full party, not only can they work together to kill monsters, they will also receive a slight experience bonus for being in a team. For example, in a 5-person team, the experience gained from killing 5 wild monsters is equivalent to the total experience of killing 6 monsters alone. After placing her information up, Lin Shiyun anxiously waited in the task hall. But after half a day of posting, no one contacted her to form a team, and just when she was getting anxious, someone suddenly shouted loudly in the hall. A newbie leveling team, for one, need a priest. Must have a strong player to carry us. Hearing this call, Lin Shiyun's eyes lit up, and she hurried over to ask, "Hello, I am a summoner. Can I join the team?" The young warrior who shouted just now was about to refuse upon hearing this. But when he turned and saw Lin Shiyun's icy but stunningly beautiful face, he was momentarily stunned. "You a summoner? What can you summon?" I'm level 3. Can you bring me along?" Lin Shiyun answered, avoiding the main point. "Level 3? Then your summons must be strong." Indeed, upon hearing she was level 3, the boy's eyes brightened, and he nodded. "Okay, let's go. I'll take you to meet my sister." Lin Shiyun nodded and followed the boy out of the task hall, where she saw 2 girls and 1 boy not far away. The one leading was tall and strikingly beautiful, especially her long legs wrapped in armor, making her unforgettable at first sight. Beside her was a female mage holding a wooden staff and a male archer holding a bow. The boy led Lin Shiyun to the front of the team, and everyone turned to look. "This is my sister, Su Mei, a level 15 warrior. She's the main damage dealer." "Sister, this is Lin Shiyun, a level 3 summoner I just brought in." "A summoner?" Hearing these 3 words, the female mage Wu Lina immediately frowned. "Are we looking for a priest? What use is a summoner?" "Yeah, Sujia. Usually summoners can only summon goblins. They are useless." The archer Zhuang Hutu nodded in agreement. "Sister, priests are popular classes. They're not easy to find. Besides, she's already level 3. Usually, a summoner can't level up that easily." The boy Su Xiaoqiang defended Lin Shiyun from the side. "We already came late. If we wait any longer, we won't even find a summoner. But even if we look, we need someone who is—" Wu Lina couldn't help but interrupt, but before she could finish, the tall, short-haired beauty interjected. "All right, let's take her. Time waits for no one. I'll pull you into the team." As soon as she heard that the leader had decided, the other 2 naturally did not dare to speak. "Thank you, Captain." Lin Shiyun quickly expressed her gratitude. "No need to be polite." Pulling Lin Shiyun into the team, Su Mei instructed, "I don't care if your summon creature is weak or strong. You must listen to my orders inside. Okay?" "Understood." Wu Lina glanced at the names in the team chat. A trace of confusion crossed her face. "Why do I feel like this name sounds a bit familiar?" Her voice was very small, and no one else noticed. "Let's go, everyone is here. We are setting off now." Su Mei gathered the team and walked in front. According to the formation, I and Xiao Chong will be at the front, Wu Lina in the center, Zhuang Hutu on the left, and Lin Shiyun on the right. "Understand?" "Understood." "Good, keep up." Soon, they entered the wasteland, maintaining their original formation, and as soon as wild monsters appeared, they were cut down by the leading Su Mei with a single sword strike. Hearing the experience prompts, everyone's faces showed joy. The feeling of being carried by a big shot was delightful. But gradually, they noticed that the surrounding wild monsters were becoming restless due to the large number of leveling players. Sister Sue, there's so few wild monsters here, all are below level 5, and it's not fun. Wulina couldn't help but suggest. How about we go deeper? Yeah, I heard the wolves in there are level 10. Killing one would give us more experience than killing 10 here. Beside her, Zhuang Hutu also chimed in eagerly. No, the strength of the wasteland wolves is too strong, and their speed is fast. If we're not careful, I won't be able to protect you. Sume shook her head. She came to level up with her brother, not to take risks, so she naturally wanted a safe approach. Sister, you've already advanced. It shouldn't be too hard to deal with the wasteland wolves, right? Su Xiaochang also started to get a bit restless. If we're careful, we can lure the monsters from a distance. It should be okay, right? No, it's still too dangerous. I'm just worried you'll waste too much time on me. How about we give it a try? If it doesn't work, we can just retreat. Seeing Su Xiaochang persuading, the other two also chimed in. Only Lin Shiyun dared not speak. Throughout the journey, she hadn't been much help at all. If they truly went, and her summoned skeleton soldier couldn't assist, she would feel quite embarrassed. Under the persuasion of the three, Sume pondered for a moment and eventually nodded. Remember, we are only luring monsters from a distance, and you mustn't go deep or attract unnecessary aggro. Understand? Got it. We will listen to the captain. Don't worry, Sister Sue. After everyone confidently assured her, Sume said nothing more and led them deeper into the wasteland. There were temporarily no wild monsters refreshing around, and everyone felt a bit excited. Wulina couldn't help but look at Lin Shiyun and ask, Lin Shiyun, we're going to place with wasteland wolves now. It's not like here, no need for your help. Since you're already at level 3, your summoned beast should be of some use, right? It would be best to summon it to help a bit. Zhuang Hutu beside her nodded in agreement. Exactly. Even though we are low level, we can't just rely on the captain. We should offer what help we can, don't you think? Lin Shiyun knew that at this point, she probably couldn't hide it anymore and could only honestly admit, I summoned a skeleton soldier. The battle capability it can provide may be limited. What? A skeleton soldier? Are you joking? Zhuang Hutu was taken aback, shocked at the revelation. Beside him, Wulina suddenly clapped her hands, realizing something. Oh, I remember now. You're that campus beauty from level 2 who contracted a skeleton soldier. What a joke. What? It's actually you? No wonder you're so pretty. I mean, no wonder you didn't say what summon creature you had. Turns out it's a skeleton soldier. Zhuang Hutu immediately became excited. How did you level up to LV3? Wulina scoffed. Isn't it obvious? You must have cheated your way up. No, I didn't cheat. Lin Shiyun's face turned red as she hurriedly protested. Didn't cheat? Then how did you level up? Wulina crossed her arms, mocking her, as she looked down on pretty girls, especially when they were prettier than her. Enough. Everyone be quiet. Sume's cold voice cut through the chatter, and instantly everyone fell silent. Since we come this far, we are all teammates now. She glanced at her younger brother beside her. Xiaoqiang moved back and watched Lin Shiyun's flank. Got it, sis. Su Xiaoqiang nodded, stepping back 2 paces to cover Lin Shiyun. Captain Su, I can actually summon skeleton soldiers, and my skeleton soldiers don't. Lin Shiyun tried to explain, but was cut off by Sume. No need. Facing LV-10 wild wolves, skeleton soldiers won't be much use. Just ensure your own safety. Lin Shiyun said nothing, merely nodding silently. After all, she was there to seek protection. Naturally, she would follow the captain's orders. Meanwhile, in the Abyss world, Zhou Yu was standing in front of a pile of shattered skeleton soldier bones. Surveying the area, he had cleared out nearly all the skeleton soldiers in a radius of hundreds of meters by himself. Zhou Yu / skeleton swordsman. Race undead. Level. LV12. 1015/1200. Health. 850. Magic 400. Attack. 98 to 110. Defense 12. Skills. Sword Chi / green. Rapid assembly light. Looking at the skills on his attribute panel, Zhou Yu slightly shook his head. The Sword Chi / skill had evolved from the chopping skill, which added a Sword Chi extension, making it more powerful while also causing small area damage. The Rapid Assembly was the upgraded version of the Assembly skill, allowing him to quickly find his body and reassemble it if any joint got knocked off. These 2 skills were exclusive to skeleton soldiers. Zhou Yu had been quite excited at first, but now it felt somewhat lacking. Pure skeleton soldiers no longer satisfied his craving, so Zhou Yu decided to expand his horizons. His gaze turned to the distance, where it had already left the skeleton soldiers' territory, and new undead beings would appear. Bang! Zhou Yu's foot fell heavily as he quickened his pace towards the edge of the territory, and just as he approached the border, he spotted a brand new undead creature. It looked like a skeleton, but unlike him, it had a cloak and a staff. Zhou Yu's mind raced, and he directly clicked the exclamation mark above its head. Skeleton Mage. Race undead. Level. LV9. Health. 600. Magic, 450. Attack, 49 to 57. Defense, 5. Skills, Skeleton Summon, white. Assembly, gray. Netherfire Strike, white. Skeleton Mage. Seeing the creature, Zhou Yu smiled. Finally encountered different skills. 2 white, 1 gray. He couldn't be that unlucky, could he? Thinking this, he charged toward the Skeleton Mage, who wasted no time in swinging its staff as Zhou Yu approached. In an instant, several skeleton soldiers crawled up from the ground, wobbling toward Zhou Yu. Seeing these skeleton soldiers, Zhou Yu's heart sneered, and he raised his steel long sword. Even without needing to chop, he bulldozed right through them. Crack, crack, crack. All the skeletons were shattered under his impact, and by the time Zhou Yu reached the Skeleton Mage, the latter didn't even have time to react before being sliced in half by a single strike. Ding! You have killed the Skeleton Mage. Experience plus 12. Ding! You have killed the Skeleton Mage. Randomly obtained skill, Skeleton Summon white. Zhou Yu grinned widely. Really, he was still lucky. Didn't he just get a white skill? At this moment, seeing the surrounding skeleton mages eyeing him hungrily, his excitement rose even higher. Crack, crack. Continuously ringing prompts echoed in his mind. Zhou Yu even forgot about experience, and instead focused all his attention on the entry. Finally, ding! Your entry has successfully leveled up, gaining Skeleton Swordsman Summon, green. This is more like it. Nodding in satisfaction, Zhou Yu was about to continue slaying other skeleton mages, but at that moment, a summoning array suddenly appeared above him. Chapter 6 Summoning begins. It sounds quite harsh. On the wasteland, Su Mei and her group successfully hooked a level 10 wasteland wolf, with Su Mei, a level 15 warrior, leading the front, allowing the other 3 to deal damage from behind. It didn't take much effort, and they successfully killed one. This moment gave the group tremendous confidence. Let's go continue. Su Mei also breathed a sigh of relief. The situation turned out to be simpler than she had expected. It was her first time bringing newbies to level up, and if it weren't for worrying about her brother progressing too slowly and losing at the starting line, she wouldn't have taken such a big risk. At least the result now looked pretty good. They are coming. I'll hold them off. Little Chong, you protect the formation. Everyone else maintain damage. Right, let's do it like that. All right. As the second and third wasteland wolves fell, the group shined with light, welcoming their level up. Ah, great, this feels good. Zhuang Huta grinned, recalling how they had struggled for ages to barely reach level 2, and now, how quickly they jumped straight to level 3. That's right, it's all thanks to Sister Su being so strong. Wu Lina also joined in the flattery, her eyes casually glancing at Lin Shiyun. Unlike some people, can't help it all, just a burden. Lin Shiyun was about to speak, but next to her, Su Xiaoqiang spoke in a deep voice. Enough, this is the wasteland. There are wild monsters everywhere. Save some energy for the monsters and stop this nagging. Wu Lina, momentarily silenced, felt a surge of dissatisfaction rise in her heart. Isn't it just because she has an older sister? What's it to show off? Once I complete my first transition, how many teams will be fighting to have me? What's so impressive about an ordinary warrior like you? With her frustration, Wu Lina rejoined the damage-dealing lineup, but this time, whether intentionally or not, the fireball spell she raised unexpectedly missed and flew directly over the wasteland wolf, landing far off into the wild grass. With a pop, a large area of wild grass was completely set ablaze by the fireball spell. Seeing this scene, Su Mei's expression changed instantly, and she shouted, "Not good, retreat quickly." Such a violent commotion would surely attract more wasteland wolves. Sure enough, as soon as her voice fell, 4 wasteland wolves appeared simultaneously, their fierce eyes locking onto Wu Lina, the one who cast the spell. Roar! A deep roar echoed, and almost simultaneously, they charged toward the group. Why? How could this happen? Wu Lina was completely panicked seeing so many wasteland wolves appear. She instinctively wanted to escape, but saw Su Mei already entangled with a previous wasteland wolf and unable to break free. What to do? Fight back and block them. Zhuang Hutu, panicked, instinctively drew his bow and directly targeted the distant wasteland wolves. Don't! Su Mei's warning echoed, but it was too late. An arrow shot out and struck one of the wasteland wolves. Originally, only 4 wasteland wolves were triggered into hostility, but now, with this arrow, it effectively gave them a target. Whoosh! All the wasteland wolves almost instantaneously locked onto the group, their feet accelerating in an unimaginable speed as they quickly pursued. It's over. Su Mei felt a heavy weight in her heart. At this speed, it was a dream for them to escape. Moreover, exposing their backs to the pursuing wasteland wolves was almost like committing suicide. Little Chong, stay with me and hold them off, fight while retreating, or else we will all be wiped out today. Yes, Su Mei positioned herself at the front, watching as 5 wild wolves gathered and charged toward her. She could only grit her teeth, raise her long sword, and strike forward with a heavy sweep. Thud! A series of damage prompts popped up from the wild beasts, barely pushing them back. But the sinking feeling in her heart grew as the attack from the wild wolves still dealt nearly 200 points of damage to Sume. This was with her passive skill blocking. Otherwise, this round of attack would have been enough to take away half of her health. Fireball, needle, arrow, slash. The 3 newbies unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously. But unfortunately, the damage inflicted on the wild wolves was minimal. After 2 rounds of blocking, Sume, once at full health, had dropped below half health, and her combat ability drastically decreased. Wulina, due to her nerves, accidentally let a fireball land in an empty space, igniting a large patch of dry grass. In an instant, 4 or 5 more wild wolves appeared in the distance, completely locking their gaze on the group. It's over. Wulina's vision darkened, nearly fainting from the shock of the scene. With 5 wild wolves not yet dealt with, and now 5 more coming, this was certain death, right? Under the threat of death, Wulina hardly noticed Su Mei and Su Xiaochong, who were struggling to hold their ground, but instead forcefully broke away from the group and turned to flee madly into the distance. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. She ran while crying out, having forgotten she was part of the team and even forgotten who had led the wild wolves here. Seeing the only mage in the group run away, Zhou Hu too also snapped out of his daze. He looked at Su Mei and Su Xiaochong, forcibly separating himself from the group and gritting his teeth to escape with Wulina. Don't blame me. If one doesn't care for oneself, one will perish. Staying here means waiting for death. Zhou Hu too clenched his teeth, saying, we are just temporary teammates. It's not worth risking our lives for others. As most of the aggro was drawn to Su Mei, the remaining 3 in the group became the main targets of the wild wolves. Seeing this, Su Mei knew she was doomed. There was no time for regret or sorrow, so she turned to look at her brother and Lin Shiyun. You two also go. I'll hold them off by myself. No way, sister. How can you hold off so many? Su Xiaochong shouted anxiously. Shut up. Can you hold them off if you stay? Su Mei scolded. Hurry and escape. Don't let me die for nothing. No, I'm not leaving. Lin Shiyun, if you want to go. Su Xiaochong stubbornly shouted, just preparing to send Lin Shiyun away. But as he turned his head, he found Lin Shiyun not only stayed, but began casting her summoning spell. Hurry and go. At a time like this, what's the use of summoning skeleton soldiers? Su Xiaochong didn't expect Lin Shiyun would stay behind, even planning to help. But faced with his urging, Lin Shiyun showed no intention of moving, steadfastly saying, Grandma told me, one must not forget kindness. At a time like this, even if we leave, we should leave together. Otherwise, I won't find peace even if I survive. Buzz! A summoning portal appeared, and from the pitch-black space, a skeleton soldier holding a long sword quickly took shape. The summoned Zhou Yu did not look ahead, but turned back to the school beauty Lin Shiyun, who had summoned him. His mouth moved, seemingly saying something, likely a strong curse. The suddenly appearing skeleton soldier successfully attracted the attention of a wild wolf, which charged at him without any hesitation. Seeing the distance between them shrink to less than 2 meters, the cursed Lin Shiyun could barely contain herself and screamed. Be careful! Zhou Yu finally turned his head and saw the wild wolf rapidly enlarging before him. He did not attempt to dodge at all. Just simply raised his arm, holding the long sword, and slashed down at the wild wolf in the wasteland. Chapter 7. Instant kill of the wild wolf. You call this a skeleton soldier? Seeing the appearance of the skeleton soldier, Su Mei's eyes did not show the slightest hope. The level 1 skeleton soldier had already been killed countless times during the instance. Even back then, she was only level 5, and she had no worries dealing with these skeleton soldiers. Now, conversely, the support of the skeleton soldier naturally would not create any waves in her heart. Even Su Xiaoqiang beside her gritted his teeth and charged towards the skeleton soldier. He was ready to deal some damage to the wild wolf while the wild wolf was tearing apart the skeleton soldier. However, just as he took a step, a strange scene unfolded. With a swish, Zhou Yu's iron sword cut cleanly through the wild wolf's skull, and a terrifying damage value shot up from the wild wolf's head. Then the wild wolf let out a tragic cry and collapsed to the ground. What? This? Hiss! Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed, and Su Mei, who caught this scene from the corner of her eye, gasped in shock. She thought the wild wolf would be killed, but never expected that the one being killed was the wild wolf instead. Is this a skeleton soldier? Su Xiaoqiang almost blurted out. He had read about the attributes of skeleton soldiers in books over 100 times, but he had never seen a skeleton soldier that could kill a level 10 wild wolf in a single blow. In contrast, Lin Shiyun's shock was slightly reduced, But even so, she looked at the seemingly calm skeleton soldier in front of her with confusion. Is this guy really just a skeleton soldier? Why does it seem to me that he looks taller and stronger than before? Ding. You have slain a wild wolf. Experience points plus 15. Ding. Randomly acquired trait. Clotaire White. Hearing the notifications, Zhou Yu's dissatisfaction waned slightly. Gaining experience and a trait is quite nice. He glanced back at Lin Shiyun, who stood there in a daze, and finally found her a bit more pleasing to the eye. Having successfully slain a wild wolf, Zhou Yu immediately attracted the wrath of other wild wolves. Aru! Several wild wolves roared simultaneously, actually abandoning Su Mei and charging towards the skeleton soldier. Quick, retreat! Su Mei shouted instinctively. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that the other party was just a skeleton soldier and probably couldn't understand her words. Sure enough, Zhou Yu ignored her warning. Facing several charging wild wolves, he advanced instead of retreating, gripping the evolved steel long sword tightly and suddenly sweeping it horizontally. Sword Chi Heavy Slash. Swish! A 2-meter-long sword Chi burst forth from the tip of the sword, sweeping across the leaping wild wolves in a fan shape. Puff, puff, puff! In an instant, steaming blood burst forth from the wild wolves, and terrifying bloody damage numbers rose above all the wild wolves' heads. Then they all collapsed to the ground, lifeless. All instant kill. Su Xiaoxiang was stunned, like a wooden man standing there in a daze. If it wasn't for Su Mei kicking him, he might have been pawed to death by a wild wolf. Even so, Su Xiaoxiang still couldn't snap back from the shock. It was truly shocking. A skeleton soldier could actually unleash sword chi. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such a skeleton soldier could exist in the abyss. Not just him, even Lin Shiyun was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She originally thought she was in a desperate situation, on the brink of death, summoning the skeleton soldier to exhaust her last bit of strength. But who would have thought? How long had it been since they last met? This guy not only sliced a wild wolf in half, but he could even use sword chi to instant kill a group of wild wolves. Compared to him, Lin Shiyun felt like a useless piece of trash. No, Su Mei felt like she was the useless one. At level 15, facing 4 wild wolves, she felt completely powerless. Already below half health, but when the skeleton soldier appeared, it instantly killed a group. Is this something a human could do? Yes, he is indeed not human. Not just her. Under such a huge commotion, even the distant Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu, who were frantically fleeing, noticed. When they saw the skeleton soldier appear, they merely sneered. A mere skeleton soldier couldn't even fill the gaps in the teeth of a wasteland wolf. What use could it have? But when the skeleton soldier's next actions occurred, it completely overturned their understanding. How is this possible? Wu Lina stopped, covering her mouth, and shouted. A skeleton soldier killed 5 wasteland wolves in one strike? This can't be an illusion, right? Weren't they saying she contracted a useless skeleton soldier? How could it be this powerful? Zhuang Hutu also felt it was unbelievable. Earlier he and Wu Lina had thought the other was a burden, but now the burden was showing its power? And it was a power that could kill in an instant. Can you believe that? It's impossible, it's just a broken skeleton soldier. How could it withstand so many wasteland wolves? Wu Lina gritted her teeth. She knew that leaving alongside Zhuang Hutu wasn't fair to the team. So in an instant, she instinctively said, "They are doomed, they are doomed." Yes, only if they all died would it prove how clear her decision to leave the team was. Right, they are doomed. On the other side, Zhuang Hutu nodded angrily. At this moment, Zhou Yu, who had just killed a few wasteland wolves, didn't need Lin Shiyun's control and locked onto a few wasteland wolves in front of Su Mei. Such a good opportunity shouldn't be wasted, right? So he simply stepped forward, his figure surged at a speed beyond anyone's understanding of the skeleton soldier, and almost in an instant arrived before the opponent, raising his steel sword and chopping down continuously. Puff, puff, puff. Blood and damage became glaring and eye-catching on the wasteland, accompanied by the wails of the wasteland wolves. In just a few seconds, they were completely cleared out. The crisis was averted. How is this possible? Wu Lina was shocked, standing still. She couldn't believe that the girl she looked down on could summon something so powerful. What do we do? Zhuang Hutu realized that with how fierce the skeleton soldier was, his earlier retreat, due to thinking the other side couldn't handle the wasteland wolves, was foolish. Now, they were handled. The danger of returning alone was naturally much greater than the risk of being in a team. He and Wu Lina exchanged glances and almost spontaneously rushed towards Su Mei's team. Compared to their lives, face mattered little. But just as they took 2 steps, a wasteland wolf was startled by them from a distance. In an instant, the wasteland wolf charged towards the two. Seeing this, Wu Lina screamed in fear and threw a fireball spell. But in the panic, she once again misfired, igniting another part of the wasteland, and at that moment, 3 more wasteland wolves were startled and directly charged towards them. At that moment, Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu's faces changed drastically. "Ah, Captain, save me, please." Chapter 8. What do you mean, Walk? Captain, help, save us. Zhuang Hutu shouted as well. One wasteland wolf was already hard for them to handle, and now for had appeared, how could they compete? We were wrong. We shouldn't have left the team. Captain, don't just stand by and watch. Wu Lina cried while running. We just want to survive. We want to survive. Lin Shiyun, hurry, let your skeleton soldier come save us. If you can save us, I can ask my dad to give you a lot of money. Yeah. And me, I can give you money too. Sister, what should we do? Su Xiaoqiang was experiencing this situation for the first time. I'm at a loss for what to do. He was previously very angry at these 2 ungrateful guys, who only knew to follow when there were good things, but turned to run when danger struck. He was previously very angry at these 2 ungrateful guys, who only knew to follow when there were good things, but turned to run when danger struck. Now he knew that the team could handle the crisis, yet they shamelessly came back. But the other party was his classmate, and it was their first encounter, so Su Xiaoqiang could only look to Su Mei for a decision. I'm in really bad shape right now. Su Mei shook her head. If it really comes to saving, it shouldn't be up to me. As she said this, she looked at Lin Shiyun beside her. You need to make the decision. Me? Lin Shiyun didn't expect that the one who was previously regarded as useless would now become the center of the entire team. She never imagined that her decision could determine the lives of others. As she watched the 2 runners getting closer, Lin Shiyun turned her head to look at Zhou Yu, who was standing there, but before she could speak, Zhou Yu suddenly moved. He walked steadily towards the 2, seeming to prepare to rescue them. This scene filled Wu Lina and Zhuang Hutu's eyes with hope for life. Thank you, Lin Shiyun. You are a truly good person. Great. I take back what I said about you before. Quickly let it. Before the 2 could finish their words, Zhou Yu suddenly swung his long sword. The sword's energy struck with such force that it cut through the air, directly slashing at the ground beneath the 2. The sword's energy struck with such force that it cut through the air, directly slashing at the ground beneath the 2. The sudden scene caused both to come to a hard stop, because if they took another step, they would be cut in half. This, you bastard, my dad will give. All the screams stopped in an instant, and across the wasteland, only the chewing sounds of the wild wolves spread continuously. Silence. Whether it was Su Mei or Su Xiaoqiang, everyone remained silent as they watched the scene. They had seen people die before, but watching the wild wolves feast on someone so plainly still left them shaken. Zhou Yu, however, just stood there, waiting for the 2 to breathe their last, and then rushed forward. When the wild wolf lifted its head, he struck with one sword, sending them straight to their death. Buzz! Except for Su Mei, everyone else suddenly had light emanating from above their heads, successfully completing their upgrades. Lin Shiyun, your skeleton is too powerful, isn't it? Su Xiaoqiang, snapping out of it, didn't want to dwell on the horrific scene in his mind, but instead praised Lin Shiyun. This is a wild wolf. We struggled to fight them together earlier, but it can kill one instantly by itself. What exactly is it? What is it? Lin Shiyun looked at Zhou Yu, who hadn't moved, and shook her head with some confusion. I don't know what it is either, but it feels different from an ordinary skeleton soldier. All right, since we've gotten through this crisis, let's leave right away. After what happened, Su Mei didn't dare continue deeper, so she directly suggested they leave. All right. Lin Shiyun nodded. Though she was mentally prepared, the situation still made her uncomfortable. She decided it was best to leave and go back for now. After all, she was already at level 5, and with this speed, it wasn't too slow. The 3 of them agreed and started to leave the area. But after taking just 2 steps, they realized something was wrong because Zhou Yu, who had been standing there, didn't seem to have any intention of moving. After all, he had just saved everyone's life, so the 3 of them looked at him with some awe. Hey, we're leaving. Su Xiaochang instinctively called out. But before he could finish speaking, Zhou Yu turned his head and glanced at them, then directly shook his head. Leave? What the hell? We finally found some monsters, and now you want to leave? Zhou Yu cursed under his breath before remembering that they couldn't hear him, so he just raised his hand and pointed toward the distance, deep into the wasteland. Then, without caring about the 3 of them, he headed straight towards the distant land. At this, the 3 of them froze in shock. Chapter 9, Leader of the Wild Wolves, Green Item Activation. Su Mei, a level 15 warrior, was now less than half health, wounded, and her combat power greatly reduced. Su Xiaochang was no better off. He was also only level 3, and even if fully healed, his combat strength was minimal. Lin Shiyun was in perfect condition, but her total combat power was still no match for Zhou Yu alone. So, even if the 3 of them want to go back, they would need Zhou Yu's protection. However, Zhou Yu not only refused to protect them, but instead wanted to go deeper, which instantly made them uneasy. Su Mei looked at Lin Shiyun beside her and thought, isn't this your summon? How come you don't have any say? But seeing Lin Shiyun's confused expression and remembering the more human-like actions of the skeleton soldier earlier, Su Mei felt that relying on her might not be helpful. So, she could only shout at Zhou Yu, this place is not simple. The wild wolves are pack animals. The deeper you go, the more monsters you'll attract. There is even a level 20 wild wolf leader, which you can't handle. What? A level 20 wild wolf? Su Xiaochang's face changed when he heard this. Isn't that like a second-class professional? Except for not having the promotion ritual, it's pretty much the same. Su Mei guessed that the skeleton soldier's combat strength was probably a few levels higher than hers, but easily dealing with a level 20 wild wolf leader was impossible. Not to mention, if they angered the leader, it wouldn't be just one wolf, but a whole group. But after she spoke, Zhou Yu didn't give any response at all. Even the distant act of walking showed no sign of stopping. This, Sayu. Su Mei wanted to say something, but finally sighed. Let's go, we'll follow. After I recover a bit, even without it, I can still bring you back. Su Xiaochang naturally had no objections, while Lin Shiyun thought for a moment and apologetically said to Su Mei, Captain, I'm sorry, my skeleton soldier doesn't listen very well. You don't have to say that. Su Mei smiled slightly at Lin Shiyun. If it weren't for you, we might have already died in the mouths of the wild wolves. If anyone should be thanked, it should be me thanking you. The 3 of them thus followed closely behind Zhou Yu. Soon, as Zhou Yu moved deeper, wild wolves began to appear from the wilderness, attacking him. Almost every wild wolf charging at Zhou Yu fell to his steel sword in one blow. After doing all this, Zhou Yu did not stop. Instead, he purposely made a louder noise to attract more wild wolves' attention. The 3 following behind could only watch as this pale, white skeleton soldier cut down a group of wild wolves with a single sword. This is too scary, right? Su Xiaochang said in shock. Sister, this guy must be over level 20, right? Level 20? Su Mei frowned. She didn't know the level of their opponent, but she was sure that even if he really reached level 20, unless it was a high-damage mage profession, it wouldn't be possible to instantly kill wild wolves. With surprise in her eyes, she asked, Lin Shiyun, how did you summon this skeleton? I just activated the summoning spell and summoned it. Anyone with clear eyes could see that this skeleton soldier was extraordinary. If it could be summoned so easily, I would want 100. While the 3 were talking, Zhou Yu had already ventured deep into the wilderness. Suddenly, an astonishing howl echoed from the lower part of a prominent hillside. A white-furred wild wolf, larger than a regular one by more than twice, howled from the hillside. Not good, that's the wild wolf leader, a level 20 being. Su Mei exclaimed, instinctively pulling the 2 to find a large rock for cover. Escaping in front of the wolf was the most foolish decision. Zhou Yu also noticed the roaring white wolf and opened the information about it. Wild wolf leader. Race, beast. Level, LV 20. Health, 2100. Magic, 800. Attack, 215 to 235. Defense, 15. Attributes. Rending claws, white. Wolf howl, white. Swift gallop, white. Pack domination, green. A green attribute. Zhou Yu grinned as he looked at the wild wolf leader. He hadn't encountered a monster with green attributes in the abyss before, but unexpectedly found one here. It seemed that this summoning was much more interesting than before. So, Zhou Yu simply gripped his sword tightly and suddenly launched himself forward. Swish! His figure actually sped toward the wild wolf leader. Ow! How'd he suddenly get so fast? Su Xiaoqiang said in shock. I don't know. Lin Shiyun looked confused. Why does it feel like his acceleration is so similar to that of the wild wolf? Sume was equally puzzled. At the same time, Zhou Yu's sudden acceleration triggered an instinctive warning in the wild wolf leader, so it did not rush to attack, but instead let out another long howl. Awoo! All together! Awoo! Kill him! Swish, swish, swish. Continuous wild wolves appeared from the surrounding wilderness. Following the leader's command, they began to charge at Zhou Yu. Unlike before, this time it was not just 3 or 5 wolves gathering, but over 20 wild wolves charging from all directions. The faces of Su Mei and the others changed instantly upon seeing this scene. My heavens, how can we kill so many? No way, your skeleton soldier can't hold them off. We need to prepare to retreat soon. Captain, are we really going to give up? Lin Shiyun was a bit anxious. A strong tiger cannot defeat a pack of wolves, let alone your summon is just a skeleton soldier. Su Mei quickly explained, did you see that the wilderness wolf leader hasn't made a move? It's just planning to exhaust its state using the wolf pack. Get ready. You are a summoner. Even if the summon dies, it can revive again in the summon space. Lin Shiyun grit her teeth, watching the encroaching pack of wilderness wolves. She wanted to help, but found herself utterly useless, unable to come up with even the slightest idea. Even though she knew her summon could be recalled after death, she still couldn't help but feel worried. Beside her, Su Mei had already drawn her long sword, ready to lead the two of them away as soon as the two sides clashed. However, just as the wolf pack was about to complete the encirclement, the rushing Zhou Yu suddenly stopped. Oh really? You think you have more people than me, huh? Zhou Yu mocked, then thrust his sword fiercely into the ground. Skeleton Swordsman Summon activated. Buzz. At the moment Zhou Yu's sword struck the ground, the earth within a 10-meter radius trembled, and immediately, to the shock of Su Mei and the others, skeleton swordsmen wielding steel-long swords crawled out of the ground one after another. Chapter 10, Skeleton Squad Tactics. What? It can summon too? Su Xiaoqiang almost popped his eyes out. Isn't this the job of a summoner? How did skeleton soldiers become so advanced? Su Mei was also shaken, her pupils shuddering, as great waves of emotion surged uncontrollably. Where does it come from? This is a skill only skeleton mages can use. How can it do that? I don't know. Lin Shiyun was stunned, her mouth agape, as if a cucumber could fit inside. She knew her skeleton soldier might not be an ordinary one, but she never imagined it could be this powerful. Is this a warrior or a mage? Moreover, it was obvious that the summoned skeleton soldiers were completely different from normal skeleton soldiers. They were taller, stronger, and moved faster. In just a moment, nearly 30 skeleton swordsmen completely held back the charging wilderness wolf pack. No, saying they held back is more like they were suppressing them. Skeleton swordsmen were entirely different from skeleton soldiers. Armed with steel-long swords, they were already level 10, nearly equal to the wilderness wolves. Coupled with their number advantage, several wilderness wolves soon showed explosive wounds, heavy damage appearing, and they would soon be completely cut down. At this moment, Zhou Yu stood among the skeletons, like a skeleton king commanding it all. He turned a glance at the wilderness wolf leader, which was equally shaken by this scene, then stamped his white foot and accelerated again. Whoosh! Zhou Yu's sword flashed, and a heavy sword energy slashed out directly. A fierce sword energy erupted, extending over 2 meters, heading straight for the wilderness wolf leader. The wilderness wolf exerted its limbs. Fur bristling, it let out a low growl, and the next moment, it vanished from its spot. Boom! The sword energy swept heavily across the place where it had stood, leaving a prominent gash. Can you outrun me? Zhou Yu sneered. Do you think I can't? In the next moment, his speed surged as he predicted where the wilderness wolf leader would land, striking down hard again with his sword. Puff! The long sword skimmed past the wilderness wolf's body, causing a spray of blood, and a string of bright red damage values appeared above its head. Minus 278. What? Such a high basic attack. Su Xiaoqiang was stunned by the value that popped up. It's worth noting that the skeleton swordsmen nearby were only dealing around 100 points of basic attack, and considering armor reduction, the impact was even less. But Zhou Yu's sword here. It's unbelievable that such high damage can be dealt. However, what he didn't know was that the reason Zhou Yu could unleash such strong normal attacks was not due to his own attack being high enough, but from the attribute of the wilderness wolf, Claw Tier. After integrating this attribute, Zhou Yu found that although he couldn't tear the enemy apart with claws, he could add a tearing effect to his attacks. With both effects combined, it could definitely bring significant damage increase. This was why he was so confident to face the wilderness wolf head-on. Both possessed the boost of speedy galloping. The wilderness wolf leader could not shake Zhou Yu off. At this rate, Even without using sword energy heavy cuts, he could completely slay the opponent. So, in the vast wilderness, such a scene appeared. A skeleton soldier holding a long sword chased the wilderness wolf leader around, and the chilling screams of the wilderness wolf leader could be heard from time to time. The three of them were already a bit numb from the shock of this scene. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a skeleton soldier could grow to such a degree. At this moment, seeing the wilderness wolf leader drop below half health, it let out a long howl. Skill, Wolf Howl, activated. Awoo. After this wolf howl, Zhou Yu only saw the wilderness wolf leader's eyes seem to turn red, and the aura on its body became even more fierce than before. Enhancement. Zhou Yu instantly understood that the enemy was using a burst skill similar to Frenzy. Aru. The enhanced wilderness wolf leader glared fiercely at Zhou Yu, growled lowly, and charged at him, its speed evidently faster than before. Not good. This is the enhancement skill of the wilderness wolf leader, Wolf Howl. Sumei's expression changed. Its level is probably going to reach LV23 now. What? It leveled up 3 times? Su Xiaochang's face also changed. How are we supposed to fight this? It's not a persistent state. This condition can only last for a very short time. As long as it can last through its burst, we can find an opportunity to counterattack. Before the two of them finished speaking, they heard Lin Shiyun scream beside them. Look! When Sumei looked back again, she realized that the wilderness wolf leader's first burst had actually hit Zhou Yu instantly, smashing his sword-holding arm into several pieces. No one expected that just moments ago, Zhou Yu had the upper hand against the wilderness wolf, but now he was dealt such a heavy blow in an instant. I'll go help. Su Xiaochang instinctively wanted to charge out, but just as he got up, he was grabbed by Sumei. What are you trying to do? I will go. She gritted her teeth, stood up from behind the rock, and ran wildly towards the wilderness wolf leader. She naturally understood that Zhou Yu could not fall. If he fell, death awaited her. At this moment, Sumei had only one thought in her mind. Even if she could delay for a few seconds to give the skeleton soldier a chance to stand up, they could turn the situation around. Aru, the wilderness wolf leader, after successfully landing a hit, let out an excited howl. After being slashed by Zhou Yu for so long, it finally reached its moment to counterattack. Its sharp claws swiped down and knocked Zhou Yu to the ground, breaking his thigh into several pieces. Zhou Yu still wanted to struggle, but the wilderness wolf leader seized the chance and pressed him down. Roar! The wilderness wolf opened its large mouth, sharp fangs glinting with bloodthirsty desire, ready to bite down on Zhou Yu's head. At that moment, Sumei was just approaching from a distance, raising her long sword. I'm coming to help you. Charge forward thrust. Thud! The long sword instantly pierced the wilderness wolf leader's head, but it only unleashed less than 50 points of damage. In fact, the wilderness wolf leader merely paused slightly and continued to bite down toward Zhou Yu. Su Xiaochang and Lin Shiyun's hearts sank at this scene. It looked like a mocking smile appeared. Immediately after, the scattered bones around quickly returned at an eerie speed and seamlessly reconnected, forming a perfectly intact skeleton. Rapid assembly. And as Zhou Yu fully recovered, he happened to be facing the softest part of the wild wolf leader's abdomen. Sword Chi heavy slash. Swoosh. A terrifying sword chi burst from the steel sword, and before the wild wolf could react, its abdomen was torn apart by the sword chi. Minus 572. Its body flew backward and crashed heavily onto the ground not far away, its health bar completely emptied. 1-hit kill. Ding. You have slain a wild wolf leader. Experience plus 169. Ding. You have randomly gained a perk. Wolf Pack Domination green. Wolf Pack Domination. Green, you can have absolute control over wild wolves, and it has a 30% suppression effect on other wolves of the same type. Upon hearing the notification, Zhou Yu smiled, feeling that his tactic of luring the enemy was not in vain. He had indeed randomly acquired a green perk. As if nothing had happened, Zhou Yu got up from the ground, turned his head, and saw Sumei standing there in a daze. Giving her a look that said, I need you to save me, Zhou Yu started walking away, leaving Sumei standing there, her mind in a mess. For a while, as she watched Zhou Yu's figure, an odd thought suddenly appeared in her mind. This skeleton can even strategize? Chapter 11. Both level up blue perks. Sis, wasn't he deliberately tricking the wild wolf leader to get closer? Seeing her sister return, Su Xiaoqiang was the first to voice his guess. That's exactly it. Sumei gave a wry smile. We were all tricked by him. She looked at Lin Shiyun, and the envy in her eyes was almost impossible to hide. Your skeleton soldier must have the ability to rapidly reassemble its body. He deliberately let himself take heavy damage, allowing the wild wolf leader to get closer, then quickly recovered to deliver a fatal blow. What's even more important is he actually attacked the wild wolf's most vulnerable abdomen. Sumei thought about it more and more in disbelief. It's one thing to find a fatal weakness, But a skeleton soldier finding a weakness, isn't that just like a human? Now, how'd he do it? Su Xiaoqiang came to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Lin Shiyun looked at Zhou Yu, who was slaughtering the battlefield not far away, murmuring, I really don't know. At first, she thought he was just an ordinary skeleton soldier, but then she inexplicably leveled up, and she felt something was wrong. But no matter how wrong it felt, she never imagined Zhou Yu could be this terrifying. After all, that was an LV-20 Wild Wolf leader. Even if you just stood there and let yourself be struck, it would take all day to defeat it, right? Yet he only needed a few hits? Lin Shiyun felt like she couldn't understand this summoned skeleton at all anymore. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu was testing out his newly obtained green perk, Wolf Pack Domination. As long as he was within a certain range of a wild wolf, he could make it run happily over to him and wait for him to slay it with one sword. The feeling of having wolves rush over to their deaths was very satisfying. Not only that, Zhou Yu was trying to upgrade his newly obtained perk. He opened his panel and found that the perks had already accumulated quite a bit. Zhou Yu / Skeleton Soldier. Race Undead. Level LV-19, 856/1900. Health 1800. Mana 900. Attack 185 to 200. Defense 15. Perks Sword Chi Heavy / green. Rapid Assembly white. Skeleton Swordsman Summon green. Claw Rip white. Wolfpack Domination green. Galloping Speed white. Zhou Yu quite liked the Wolf Howl buff skill, but unfortunately it was only available on the leader and he didn't get it. There was no new update on Wolfpack Domination. His current thought was to upgrade Claw Rip and Galloping Speed to blue perks. That's right, blue perks. He felt that upgrading green perks wasn't too difficult since the wild monsters kept respawning, so he wanted to see how much of a boost he could get after upgrading them to blue perks. When he returned to the Abyss later, he could really test it out. He could completely expand his territory. Before, it might have taken some time, but now, with the help of the Wolfpack Dominance title, efficiency has greatly improved. This is also one of the important reasons why Zhou Yu is confident about leveling up. Next, Zhou Yu wandered continuously on this wasteland, letting the wasteland wolves come over to die. Meanwhile, Su Mei and the other two followed far behind, watching Zhou Yu sweep across the entire wasteland as if it were a massacre. They actually had a kind of illusion in their minds. That is, this place is not a wasteland, but their own backyard. The experience of each wasteland wolf was like being thrown on the ground. As long as they walked over, they would just pick it up and it would be done. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a day had passed, seeing that Zhou Yu still hadn't stopped and was even waiting for the wild monsters to respawn. Su Xiaoqiang thought for a moment, but couldn't help but whisper to her sister. Sister, how long does he plan to keep killing? Su Xiaoqiang pointed to herself. The experience is already overflowing. Damn, after cutting for so long, even the warrior following him drinking soup has reached level 10. Reaching level 10 theoretically means he can go to the class transfer hall to complete the first class change. After the class transfer, he will level up to different extents according to his profession. At the same time, he will gain 2 unlocked skills specific to his profession. If he doesn't complete the class transfer, the same monster kills will cause experience overflow. The effect of experience overflow is that under the same experience conditions, it greatly reduces the value. Simply speaking, it has a very low cost-performance ratio. So now he even wants to go back to directly complete the class change and then come back. What a waste. Hearing this, Su Mei also looked at herself. She had already leveled up 3 levels too. She was the strong support, leading others to level up. Originally, her level's experience gained here was already discounted. Now, that's good. Not only has she not attacked, but she's tagged along and leveled up 3 levels. Who is the strong support now? She thought about it and couldn't help but look at Lin Shiyun, who was deep in thought next to her. Shiyun, do you know how long he will stay? I don't know. Hearing this, Lin Shiyun felt a surge of frustration in her heart. The summoner couldn't control the summoned beast. Where could she complain about that? She had already experienced overflow, but had been too afraid to say it. She was afraid that if she said it, she wouldn't be able to control that skeleton soldier, and it would just be more embarrassing. She indeed wanted to end the summon, but without Zhou Yu, she wasn't sure if she could survive this wasteland. She wanted to explain it to him, but was afraid of angering Zhou Yu, and that guy would just run away. So, Lin Shiyun had been worried, not knowing how to respond. Su Mei also noticed that Lin Shiyun probably couldn't control the will of that skeleton soldier and could only sigh. Then let's wait a bit longer. Finally, after a little while longer. Ding! Your title has completed the fusion, and you have acquired Claw Strike Green. Ding! Your title has completed the fusion, and you have acquired Claw Penetration Blue. Ding! Your title has completed the fusion, and you have acquired Swift Step Green. Ding! Your title has completed the fusion, and you have acquired Gale Wolf Step, blue. Hearing the prompts, Zhou Yu finally stopped his actions and revealed a satisfied smile. After putting in so much effort, he finally upgraded these 2 titles to blue. Claw Penetration obtains more powerful attack damage increase, with an 8% chance for a critical hit, causing 150% damage. Gale Wolf Step. After casting, it can greatly increase one's own movement speed and gain a temporary penetration effect, ignoring collision volume. After reading the explanations of the 2 titles, Zhou Yu grinned widely. As expected of blue titles, the boost is huge. Whether it's a critical hit or ignoring collision volume, it's godly skills for him. If he returns to the Abyss, he can definitely dominate one side. Thinking of this, he simply stopped and turned towards Lin Shiyun. Seeing Zhou Yu actually coming over, the 3 of them stood up straight, with a hint of nervousness in their expressions. This place is nice. Call me again if there's a similar place in the future. Zhou Yu pointed at the surrounding wasteland and the fallen corpses. Don't just drag me out here for no reason, wasting my time to level up. Be careful, or I'll beat you. He made a gesture as if to hit someone. Then the light beneath his feet flickered, and he just vanished? He just left like that. Su Xiaoqiang stared blankly at the disappearing Zhou Yu, saying this in shock. Then what do we do? You. Lin Shiyun couldn't hold back her tears. They streamed down her face uncontrollably. She felt so stifled, and in the end, he just left her behind. Filled with grief and anger, she found the courage to use the summoning spell. She decided to fight back. She couldn't let it end like this. She wanted to ask him directly what on earth he was trying to do. Who was the summoner, her or him? Chapter 12, LV-20, Heavily Armored Skeleton Swordsman. Buzz. The summoning gate opened, and Zhou Yu was summoned back again. This time, as soon as he stood still, he saw Lin Shiyun walking quickly toward him. What do you want? How did I offend you? You just leave whenever you want. Lin Shiyun spoke with a crying tone. Are you the summoner? Or am I? Do you know this is wasteland? How are we supposed to get back safely without you? Do you want me to die? If you want me dead, just kill me, okay? Woo-woo. Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang looked a bit dazed at Lin Shiyun arguing. They suddenly had a strange feeling. Why did it seem like a wife complaining to her husband? Zhou Yu was silent for a moment, and suddenly drew his longsword. This scared Lin Shiyun, causing her to step back instinctively. But she noticed he did not attack. Instead, he pointed the tip of the sword toward himself, and then nodded towards Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang. Then he swung down heavily at the ground beneath him, leaving a deep sword mark, and before Lin Shiyun could react, he vanished again. He was joking. With such tight timing, he had no time to escort them back. Besides, hadn't he already told them the reason? They couldn't possibly not understand, right? As Zhou Yu disappeared once more, only the chaotic wind blew across the wasteland. It actually warned me? Lin Shiyun felt it hard to accept. Cough, your skeleton is pretty powerful, just a bit unique. Su Xiaoqiang interjected. It seems that's not what it means. Su Mei's words made both of them look at her. It pointed at the 3 of us, which means we can get back on our own. Are you kidding me, sis? We're just beginners. How could we possibly? Wait, I'm LV-10 now. Su Xiaoqiang reflexively protested, but halfway through, he suddenly remembered he was already LV-10. Are you saying it told us that the 3 of us can quickly leave the wasteland with our current strength? Lin Shiyun realized too, all 3 of them were now at least LV-10. Their power was drastically different from when they entered. If they really try to go back, it seemed there wouldn't be too much of a problem. It's just that Zhou Yu had always been the one to act, and they had instinctively overlooked this point until now. But why did he strike the ground with his sword? Lin Shiyun was puzzled. That strike should be a warning. Su Mei pondered. It means not to bother him. Understanding the growth of their strength, the 3 of them did not linger. They quickly left the wasteland, preparing to head to the job transition temple and complete their first job change. That one in school was merely to awaken their initial profession. It couldn't really be considered a proper job change. This time, after the job change, they could enhance their strength. With the materials extracted from the various wasteland wolf corpses Zhou Yu had slain earlier, they could even buy some equipment and potions. After an eventful hour of travel, the 3 successfully returned to Han City. Feeling completely safe, Su Mei did not rush to take the 2 to the job change temple, but instead found a remote corner and said in a serious tone, Shiyun, although it's safe here, our crisis has not been fully resolved. Sister Su, are you talking about Wu Lina and Zhuang Hu too? Lin Shiyun was not a fool. Everyone had tacitly avoided bringing it up along the way, but the deaths of the 2 could not be easily forgotten. Yes, Su Mei nodded. Zhuang Hu too is not too bad. Although he's also a student from our school, his family is not outstanding, and he has many siblings, so dying in the wilderness is something that can happen. It won't cause too much of a problem. But Wu Lina is different. Her father, Wu Xingchong, is the head of the Cold City Defense Bureau. She has an older brother named Wu Xiong, who is 1 year older than her and has a rare class as a second job mage, a flame controller. Even if Wu Lina is gone, her father will not let this go easily. He will definitely investigate the matter thoroughly, and eventually will find out that she died after our team split up. You must be careful. But she didn't die in my hands. She was killed by the wilderness wolves. Should I still be blamed? Lin Shiyin said. Shiyin, you don't understand. People like them will not give you a chance to explain. Sume shook her head. I will ask my father to help, but I can only guarantee that they won't act openly. But secretly, you must be very careful. Your father is? My father is the head of the Cold City Finance Bureau. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyin's expression did not show much surprise. The first high school is the key school in the entire Cold City, and those who can study there either have a strong background or have spent enough money to get in. Moreover, her father was also a key figure in Cold City when he was alive, so she was not unfamiliar with this. Okay, I understand, Sister Sue. I will be careful. Lin Shiyin actually didn't know how to be careful, but since the other party reminded her, she could only agree. That's good, let's go. The three quickly walked towards the job change temple. In the Abyss world, Zhou Yu felt the familiar undead energy surging beneath him, and a wave of comfort washed over him. Home is still the best. Zhou Yu sighed and looked around, as the distant skeleton mage had not yet recovered from Zhou Yu's sudden appearance. Now nearing level 20, Zhou Yu naturally would not let go of this opportunity to level up. With a great wave of his hand, he directly plunged his steel sword into the ground. Skeleton Swordsman Summon. 30 skeleton swordsmen crawled out of the ground. This was the maximum number he could summon now, but it should be enough to slaughter the skeleton mages. With another wave of his hand, the 30 skeleton swordsmen marched forward toward the enemy. Seeing this, the distant skeleton mage also waved his staff, beginning to summon hordes of skeleton soldiers to battle. Hordes of skeleton soldiers rose from the ground, and Zhou Yu finally experienced what a sea of skeletons looked like. However, against overwhelming power, this kind of human wave tactic was indeed hard to bear. But now, easily crushed, under Zhou Yu's command, the 30 skeleton swordsmen formed a horizontally moving iron wall, crushing countless skeleton soldiers that stood in their path without mercy. Zhou Yu leisurely followed behind, watching the skeleton mage constantly casting underworld fire to bombard and softly muttered to himself. The underworld fire bombardment can only count as the mage's basic attack, but it's a pity the damage isn't high enough. He had tried this term before. The damage it could deal was very limited, unless he could merge enough terms to reach a higher intensity. Zhou Yu found merging green terms to be not difficult, but the blue terms were the hard part. He glanced at the seemingly endless territory of the skeleton mages, thinking if he could sweep through this area, it should be fine, right? Under the nearly brutal impact of the skeleton swordsman, Zhou Yu had so many prompts in his mind that he actively blocked them out. Only at critical moments would he give himself prompts. But unexpectedly, before long, without waiting for the prompt of a skill upgrade, Zhou Yu instead received the prompt of his own upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached LV20 and advanced to obtain Heavy Armor Skeleton Swordsman. Chapter 13 Goodbye Blue Prompt, Hellfire Explosion. Zhou Yu hadn't had time to react when he suddenly felt an inexplicable light bursting forth from within him. And the next moment, his original body began to evolve under this light's cleansing. First, his bones began to grow and strengthen. His original height of 1.8 meters soared to just over 2 meters under this power's enhancement. The thickness of his bones increased more than double, becoming tougher, and when struck, they echoed like metal. Zhou Yu suspected that if he could return to his previous life now, with such strength and explosiveness, he could definitely make it into the NBA All-Star game. But the changes didn't stop there. This time, Zhou Yu was no longer in a bare skeleton state, but a set of heavy armor that looked like steel began to appear, enveloping his entire body. Thick, fine iron with menacing spikes on his shoulders, elbows, and knees, and a Western-style helmet covering his head, with a shield blocking his face. The originally sharp and sturdy fine steel sword extended again, becoming wider on both sides, looking even heavier. Not only that, a half-human tall heavy shield appeared, with a patterned, grim skeleton head on the front, its eyes and mouth having horns protruding, making it clear that being charged would lead to a disastrous outcome. At this point, a complete set of heavy armor armed Zhou Yu to the teeth. Just the weight of this armor was enough to make ordinary fighters gasp in amazement. Even Zhou Yu felt the weight of it, but fortunately, he only needed a thought to store the armor in his system space and could equip it at will when needed. From a distance, Zhou Yu now no longer resembled a skeleton soldier at all, but instead exuded a cold and iron-blooded aura. After moving his arms and legs, Zhou Yu experienced it for a moment and then put the armor away again. Because it was a little heavy, wearing it for a long time would also be a drain on him. For this frail skeleton mage, Zhou had no intention of attempting an attack, but instead quietly waited for the skeleton swordsman to clear the area. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he received a prompt sound again. Ding! Your prompts have merged, obtaining Hellfire Explosion green. Ding! Your prompts have merged, obtaining Hellfire Blast blue. Hellfire Blast. Summon 3 powerful Hellfire fireballs in succession to attack the target, with explosion effects. Hellfire has the effect of burning souls, with a 15% chance to trigger dizziness, lasting 1 second. Not bad. Finally, I have a means of long-range attack. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the prompt and smiled. All the prompts on him had previously leaned more towards melee combat, but if he encountered long-range attacks, he wouldn't have had much confidence. However, now it was good. With this blue Hellfire Blast, the lack of long-range means could be compensated. But even before he could recover from the joy of merging, a sudden wave from afar caught his attention. Zhou gaze sharpened. He felt that some of his 30 summoned skeleton swordsmen had actually been destroyed. Can my skeleton swordsmen be destroyed? In this skeleton mage's territory, who can do that? Filled with curiosity, Zhou quickly walked in the direction the skeleton swordsman had pushed into, and soon he saw a silhouette of a skeleton mage that was evidently much stronger than the other skeleton mages, surrounded by many of them. In the opponent's hand, the magic staff was no longer an ordinary wooden staff, but it was pitch black, with a ghostly green gem shimmering on top. The figure opposite was taller, sporting a simple headdress, and the robe on its back was no longer tattered, but instead a flowing black cloak with bright scarlet stripes appearing at the edges. At this moment, the figure was not only waving its staff to summon more skeletal soldiers, but could also unleash fiery fireballs burning with underworld flames, hitting the skeletal swordsman. It was these fireballs that inflicted heavy damage on the skeletal swordsman, even leading to their demise. So, it's a leader monster? With experience from the Wild Wolves, Zhou instantly understood that this creature was likely the leader born from the skeletal mage. He clicked on the exclamation mark above, and suddenly, information appeared. Skeletal Mage Leader. Race, Undead. Level, LV20. Life, 1,200. Magic, 1,500. Attack, 150 to 175. Defense, 10. Attributes, Skeletal Summon. White, Stitching Gray. Underworld Fire Explosion Green. Skeletal Mage Domination Green. Seeing the attributes, Zhou suddenly smiled. No wonder it could evolve into a leader. It seemed the damage from the Underworld Fire Explosion was significant. If the Underworld Fire Explosion was so powerful, then my Underworld Flame Explosion must be even stronger. Thinking of this, Zhou simply waved his hand, and all the skeletal swordsmen stopped immediately, all retreating in unison to clear a path. Zhou walked forward, intending to battle this fellow with his Underworld Flame Explosion. Roar! Upon seeing Zhou, the skeletal mage leader was slightly taken aback, then let out a roar that surprised Zhou. The surprise came because he understood the meaning of the roar and was even more taken aback by the leader's intelligence, which was higher than he had imagined. Foolish skeletal swordsman, if you seek to annihilate my territory, then prepare to be buried here. Annihilate me? Zhou provocatively looked at it. That depends on whether you have the ability. Ha ha ha. Since you are so foolish, I will let you taste the pain of soul burning. The skeletal mage leader raised its staff and directly hurled an underworld fire explosion toward Zhou. But before its fireball could hit the ground, Zhou merely smiled faintly and pointed. Underworld Flame Explosion activated. A fireball 3 times larger than the opponent's appeared above Zhou's head, and the next moment, like a meteor, it rushed rapidly towards the opponent. How is this possible? As the fireball appeared, the once arrogant skeletal mage completely fell into panic. It couldn't understand why a melee skeletal swordsman could summon such a massive fireball. The flames within it made the skeletal mage feel as if it would be burned to nothing. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as a multitude of skeletal soldiers fell like harvested wheat, and if not for these skeletal soldiers blocking it, the skeletal mage leader might have perished beneath that fireball. But as it lifted its head, it saw the second and third fireballs slicing through the air, coming one after another. No, I surrender. I am willing to submit. Instinctively, it crawled on the ground, using all its strength to convey a mental wave, and at the moment this wave resonated, the 2 flying fireballs suddenly veered off, crashing into a distant valley. Boom! Boom! Incredible explosions echoed, resonating through the valley. At this moment, Zhou stood before the prostrating skeletal mage leader, looking down at it. Hand over the soul fire. The soul fire is a unique soul flame of the undead, equivalent to a point of soul power. Once surrendered and controlled by others, it signifies allegiance. Even in death, one cannot betray. Of course, some powerful undead may have the ability to sever their soul fire markings. However, this was not an issue for Zhou Yu. With the soul imprint recorded by the system, he only needed a thought. It could completely shatter the other person's soul. Just like a loyalist is a computer, and the system is a virus that records the opponent's source code. As long as it is allowed, through the virus, it can make the system crash completely. Now, it all depends on the choice of the skeletal mage leader. Chapter 14, Ghoul Lord, Frozen Earth Graveyard. Not long after Zhou Yu sent out his mental waves, the skeletal mage leader raised his head, and a faint ghostly green flame separated from his eyes, drifting towards Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu opened his mouth and swallowed it. The system automatically marked it completely, and soon, a feeling of complete control over the other's life and death arose. At the same time, the skeletal mage leader's eyes flickered with a strange light, seemingly developing a sense of submission to Zhou Yu from the bottom of his heart. Get up! Zhou Yu raised his hand, signaling the other to stand. Tell me, how much do you know about this abyss? Master, please follow me. The skeletal mage leader bowed to Zhou Yu, and then the nearby skeletal soldiers spread out to the sides, allowing Zhou Yu to see, at the end of the bone-paved ground in the valley, a throne completely made of icy white bones appeared. You really know how to enjoy. Glancing at the skeletal mage leader, Zhou Yu walked directly to the throne and sat down with his back turned. Do you have a name? Please give me a name, my lord. Looking at you, with such a noble appearance, I'll call you a Fanny from now on. Zhou Yu rubbed his chin and drew his conclusion. A fancy. Thank you for the name, my lord. All right, tell me how much do you know? Upon hearing this, a Fanty raised his head, and the ghost fire in his skeletal eye sockets flickered. This abyss has existed for countless ages. It is said that at the deepest part of the endless abyss, there are 7 deities controlling the entire world, and they are all plotting to break free from the abyss and conquer a brand new world. Is it the world that I was summoned to? Zhou Yu rubbed his chin, revealing his thoughts. It's nothing. Continue. Other servants don't know clearly, only that the place we are in is called the Valley of the Undead, where the gathered undead are primarily skeletal mages and skeletal soldiers. What about outside the valley? Have you never been there? To answer, my lord, I have been. A Fanty's ghost fire flickered with fear. That time, I almost died outside and couldn't return. Oh, Zhou Yu became interested upon hearing this. What is outside? What is there? Outside is a place called the Frozen Earth Graveyard, where many ghouls gather. Ghouls? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. Are they strong? A figure crawling on the ground flashed in his mind, yellowed teeth gnawing at a corpse in the frozen earth. A single ghoul has only LV-10-15 strength. Under the old servant's sea of skeletons, it is useless. As he spoke, a Fanty's ghost fire flickered. But among them, there's a ghoul lord who has already reached LV-30, his defense and magic resistance. Even I feel hopeless when I see it. At that time, he discovered me, and the ghoul army nearly tore me apart. If I hadn't deceived it with many skeletal mages, I probably wouldn't have returned. So strong. Zhou Yu's eyes flickered with ghost fire, revealing his interest. If I could kill it, I'm afraid there would be a lot to gain. No, my lord, your idea is too dangerous. Upon hearing this, a Fanty became frightened, and his ghost fire flickered uncertainly. He is an invincible existence, at least for my lord, whom I know. A Fanty's mind was not completely clear. When he spoke, he did not have any subtle expressions. He only saw that the skeletal swordsman summoned by Zhou Yu couldn't match the number of ghouls. Also, that the summoned hellfire explosion had a strong destructive power, but the ghoul lord was known for his physical toughness. Even if damage was dealt, it couldn't kill him. As long as the other side could devour enough corpses, it can still be restored to its original state, unless one can completely annihilate the other. But in his view, that is simply impossible. The ghoul lord is an unbeatable existence. Is that so? Zhou Yu propped himself up and stood from the throne. Then I must see it for myself. Lead the way, Afanti. No, master, you shouldn't. Are you going to defy my will? Zhou Yu's soul fire flickered violently, instantly giving a Fanty the feeling that death was near. No, I dare not, master. I will lead the way right now. He didn't expect that the first thing after pledging loyalty would be to escort him to death. With a large number of skeleton mages following, Zhou Yu stepped out of the Valley of the Undead for the first time. The journey was not long. While walking, Zhou Yu occasionally struck the skeleton mages next to him. He was not weakening his own power. He aimed to continue stealing some skill templates from the skeleton mages, especially that upgraded skeleton swordsman summoning template. If he could upgrade it again, its power would certainly be even greater. However, Zhou Yu discovered a problem. Since his level increased, he couldn't steal templates from every skeleton mage he annihilated with a 100% success rate. Moreover, the greater the level difference, the higher the probability of failure in stealing. Zhou had already noticed this early on during the time with the wild wolves. The results confirmed his thoughts when he returned and tried with the skeleton mages. It can be confirmed that simply killing lower-level monsters to continuously accumulate templates for upgrading is not as easy as one might imagine. But Zhou did not want to give up. After all, there were plenty of skeleton mages here, and he could take whatever he could get. Who knows, maybe he'd upgrade one day. Lost in thought, Zhou followed a Fanti and had already stepped out of the Valley of the Undead. Unlike the decayed ruins of the Valley of the Undead, what greeted him first was an open plain, where he could vaguely see a dark forest towering in the distance. On this vast plain, the biting cold wind swept across, and the ground beneath was black and icy, with scattered, severed limbs buried in the soil. Zhou took one glance and knew that under this frozen earth lay countless buried bodies. Not far away, numerous low tombstones stood, some already leaning, with inscriptions he couldn't understand and claw marks left behind. Caw-caw. The funeral cries of death birds echoed from the sky, mingling with the perpetually gloomy atmosphere and drifting frost fog, enough to prove the eerie and terrifying nature of this place. A Fanti raised a hand and pointed in a direction, indicating that it was the lair of the Ghoul Lord. Seeing this, Zhou stretched out his hand and drew the long sword hanging at his waist, thrusting it fiercely into the ground. Skeleton Swordsman Summoning activated. Crack, crack, crack. From beneath the frozen earth, skeleton swordsmen equipped with long swords began to rise. They lined up, moving forward in great strides towards the frozen earth graveyard, according to Zhou Yu's will. After not long, the fog suddenly thickened, and deep growls and roars echoed from within a mist. As the sounds grew closer, a group of creatures, resembling flayed humans, burst forth from the fog. Roar! They emitted hoarse roars, with slender front limbs on the ground, pale joints having degenerated into claw-like appendages, rushing forward rapidly on all fours. Upon seeing this scene, before Zhou could give orders, a Fanti raised his staff and emitted a deep roar. Chapter 15. Clash. A Fanti was stunned. In an instant, one skeleton soldier after another was summoned, and at the same time, the skeleton mages he brought along also began to summon. Crack, crack, crack. More skeleton soldiers appeared, surging like an ocean towards the front. Soon, over 100 ghouls would completely clash with this sea of skeletons. Ow. Just in this first contact, it was clearly evident that the huge gap between the two sides. On one side were skeleton soldiers below level 5. On the other side were ghouls ranging from level 10 to level 15. Almost instantly, Zhou saw the ghoul raise its arm and tear apart the skeleton soldier in front of it. Before the skeleton soldier could struggle to reassemble its body, its skull was crushed under the ghoul's foot. In just a few seconds, a single ghoul had completely wiped out 4 or 5 skeleton soldiers. However, the skeleton mage's summoning strategy was all about overwhelming numbers. Often, before the ghouls could take a few steps, more skeleton soldiers would surround them. And from behind, many skeleton mages continued to cast spells, with magic damage from underworld fire slowly depleting the ghoul's health. If this rhythm continued, it would be a long war of attrition between the skeleton mages and the ghouls. But the addition of the skeleton swordsman was enough to change the situation. Puff! A sharp steel longsword suddenly pierced the ghoul's throat, and while it struggled, a few nearby skeleton swordsmen expressionlessly pierced its body again. After a few exaggerated damage numbers, the first ghoul fell. And this was just the beginning. As more and more skeleton swordsmen joined in, even the ghouls couldn't withstand the explosive damage. Soon, the ghouls began to suffer casualties. Zhou nodded slightly, using the regular skeleton soldiers as a shield to absorb the ghouls' damage, while letting the skeleton swordsmen supply damage, was incredibly efficient. This tactic he could definitely keep for later use. After all, although he could now directly summon skeleton swordsmen, he could also summon skeleton soldiers. It was like a martial arts master who had perfected one style, but still maintained basic proficiency in others. Seeing Zhou controlling the skeleton swordsmen and working with the skeleton mages to continuously deal heavy damage to the ghouls, a Fanny's eyes, however, did not show any relaxation. On the contrary, he began to feel nervous, because he knew that before long, the Ghoul Lord would be alerted, and then the real danger would begin. Just as he thought, when the ghouls started to show signs of defeat, a shocking roar suddenly echoed through the mist. Whoa! Zhou instinctively looked up and saw a huge black shadow rapidly growing larger in the mist. Then, a bloody giant hand suddenly reached out from the mist and grabbed a skeleton swordsman who was about to attack. With a violent motion, it lifted the skeleton swordsman by the neck and hung it upside down in midair. At this point, the Ghoul Lord's figure fully emerged. Nearly 3 meters tall, with a massive body like a devourer, thick arms intertwined with blood vessels and rotting flesh. A tattered head with savage fangs occupying half of its face. With a single hand, it shoved the struggling skeleton swordsman's head into its mouth and then snapped it shut. Crack! The skeleton swordsman's hardest skull was crushed mercilessly. Nearby, another skeleton swordsman instinctively slashed with its sword, but it barely managed to stab less than half an inch into the Ghoul Lord's thigh before it was stopped. Above the Ghoul Lord's head, a ridiculous damage number popped up. -10. The skeleton swordsman, who could deal severe damage to a ghoul, only inflicted 10 points of damage? Zhou directly clicked on the exclamation mark above the Ghoul Lord's head. Ghoul Lord. Race, Undead. Level LV 30. Health, 4,200. Magic, 1,100. Attack, 330 to 355. Defense, 28/magic resistance 5%. Traits, Undead White, Resilience White, Great Strength Green, Evil Frenzy Blue. Blue trait. Zhou was completely excited when he saw this. He knew that the Ghoul Lord, which had made a Fanny too afraid to leave the valley, must have its own unique qualities. But he never expected that the opponent would be so unique, even having a blue attribute. Eating corpses, resilience, and even brute strength he had seen from other flesh-eating ghouls. Even that green attribute of brute strength was derived from the brutal force of the flesh-eating ghouls. Only this evil fervor he had never seen on any other flesh-eating ghoul. Kill for me. Without any hesitation, Zhou directly gave the skeleton swordsman the order to fight to the death. In an instant, all the skeleton swordsmen abandoned their targets and launched an all-out attack on the Ghoul Lord. Whether they were ordinary skeletons or skeleton mages, the damage they could inflict was very limited, and they also had to hold back other flesh-eating ghouls. Zhou didn't expect much from them. He only needed them to whittle down some of the Ghoul Lord's health. The rest he would handle himself. Soon, a fact beside him looked at the skeleton swordsmen who were about to be exhausted and transmitted a wave of fear telepathically. My lord, our strength is not enough to kill it. Hurry, escape. Slap. Zhou slapped a fact's head, sending it rolling to the ground and tumbling several times. Why are you running? You coward, hurry and attack. Attack, understand? Feeling Zhou's anger, a fact quickly jogged a few steps, picked up his rolling head, and reattached it. This time he dare not say any more nonsense, and directly raised his staff, casting a blast of soul fire. Boom! 2 fist-sized green fireballs tore through the air, crashing down on the Ghoul Lord's head, and the exploding flames made its body tremble slightly, as if it paused for a moment. -183. The damage value floating above its head ignited all of the ghoul's rage like a torch. Roar! It suddenly turned its head to look at Afak, instantly remembering that he was the intruder into its territory. Bang! The ghoul brutally pushed aside the skeleton swordsman attacking it and charged toward Afak with both hands supporting the ground. Last time I let you escape. This time, I won't let you leave so easily. Roar! The rushing Ghoul Lord moved as fast as a speeding car, destroying everything in its path. Seeing the Ghoul Lord charging at him, Afak was completely paralyzed with fear. Ha! His teeth chattered, and he had no plan to escape because he knew there was no way to run. He could only watch himself get crushed by the Ghoul Lord. Boom! 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 The ground of the graveyard trembled from the Ghoul Lord's rampage, but just as it was less than 5 meters away from Afak, Zhou, composed of pale bones, moved. He simply took big steps toward it, and at the same time, the armor hidden in the system's space disappeared. Chapter 16. Instant kill of the Lord, Evil Fervor Blue. Crack! 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 With every step Zhou took, he could feel the pieces of armor materializing on his body. The clanging metal sounds were like a high-tech battle suit coming to life. He never expected that the Iron Man suit he admired in his past life could happen to him as well. But the difference was that his combination seemed to be faster. After just 3 steps, the heavy armor was fully settled on Zhou's body, and at the same time, he instinctively reached out one hand to grasp the handle of the shield, then suddenly accelerated under his feet. Thud! Thud! Every step left a deep footprint in a rock-hard frozen ground, and Zhou's power exploded at that moment. Sprint, in full blast activated. His speed skyrocketed in an instant, and the tank-like armor collided with the Ghoul Lord with a thunderous crash, under Afak's horrified gaze. Puff! Bang! The muffled sound erupted, and Zhou's body suddenly came to a halt in the collision. The powerful recoil sent him sliding backward nearly 2 meters on the ground. But he did not fall into any disadvantage. On the contrary, the 3 shields' fierce horns almost tore through the Ghoul Lord's defense at the moment of impact, piercing right in. Just at this moment, the critical hit chance from the claw penetration, blue, entry actually triggered. Minus 1,266. A string of terrifying crimson numbers floated up from the Ghoul Lord, directly reducing its health to half. Roar! The Ghoul Lord let out a painful roar, its bloodshot eyes filled with shock. It could not understand how this little bug, that looked shorter than itself, could inflict such terrible damage on it. How is this possible? The soul fire of a Fanti trembled violently. The bone in its jaw successfully fell off out of shock, but it had no intention to pick it up. Instead, it tightly stared at Zhou Yu with its skeletal eye sockets. My lord, how is this so strong? Having dominated the Valley of the Undead for an unknown number of years, having killed countless skeleton soldiers, it had never seen skeletons capable of transforming like this. After resisting the impact from the Ghoul Lord, Zhou Yu did not retreat. Instead, he drew the thick broadsword from his back with one hand and raised it directly. Sword Chi Heavy / activated. Swoosh! A violent burst of sword energy erupted, and once again, a string of crimson numbers soared above its head. Minus 875. Even though a critical hit did not trigger, the attack was still substantial. After these two moves, the Ghoul Lord's health was left with 1/3. Bang! The Ghoul Lord could not afford to retaliate. Instead, it slammed both hands down powerfully on the shield and forcefully detached its body from the shield's horn. Then it kicked Zhou Yu, causing him to stumble back 3 steps. Seizing this moment, the Ghoul Lord raised its hands and let out a heartbreaking roar. Roar! As the roar ascended, its breath visibly began to surge. The bloody muscles swelled up, and its fangs and claws elongated further. Evil Frenzy? Zhou Yu paused slightly, a glimmer of surprise appearing in his eyes, because this Evil Frenzy was not just a single target skill, but a ranged one. The ghouls surrounding the Ghoul Lord seemed to be affected as well. Their strength began to swell dramatically. A rough estimate showed an increase of nearly 30%. The Ghoul Lord itself had an increase of almost 50%. Roar! The Ghoul Lord, its blood-red eyes wide, let out a shriek, foul-smelling slime oozing from its mouth. In the next moment, all 4 limbs exploded with power as its massive body charged toward Zhou Yu. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yu showed no sign of disturbance on his face. Normally, even a mere collision would be unbearable to him, but hud. The Ghoul Lord, like a mad bull, charged in front of Zhou Yu in mere seconds. It spread its arms wide, claws ready to slice him to pieces in a ferocious roar. However, at that moment, Zhou Yu, who had been charging his power, suddenly exploded forth. He did not chop or block, but simply charged straight at the Ghoul Lord. Wind Wolf Steps activated. Swish! Zhou Yu's body, in an instant, turned into an almost ethereal state. Even though it was only a moment, it allowed him to successfully dash past the Ghoul Lord. The Ghoul Lord, having lost its target, was caught off balance by its own massive inertia and fell heavily to the ground, rolling out a long trench in the frozen soil. When it groggily got up and turned to look back, it saw Zhou Yu simply raising his long sword. Demonic Flame Explosion. 3 ghostly green fireballs, each larger than a human head, materialized in the void, and the next moment, not waiting for the other to react. Then it plummeted down one after another. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying numbers rose above the head of the Ghoul Lord. Minus 1,109, minus 1,145, minus 1,672. In an instant, its health bar was cleared. 1-hit kill. Ding! You have successfully slain a Ghoul Lord. Experience plus 419. Ding! You randomly obtained a trait. Evil Frenzy, blue. Evil Frenzy temporarily increases your attack by 50%, attack speed by 30%, and targets within the area will receive a 30% increase in attack power and a 15% increase in attack speed. I knew my luck was extraordinary. Zhou Yu felt overjoyed upon hearing the prompt. It was truly like magic, directly giving him the blue trait he wanted most. Without knowing, Zhou Yu discovered that Evil Frenzy not only increased attack power, but also attack speed. For him, it was simply a divine skill. Not to mention skeleton soldiers. Even his current heavy-armored skeleton swordsman essentially belonged to the warrior category. The biggest characteristic of a warrior class is high attack power and relatively thick health, but the biggest shortcoming is insufficient attack speed. With the boost from this blue trait, at critical moments, he could instantly elevate all his abilities significantly. A 30% increase in attack speed meant that Zhou Yu, who could deliver 2 strikes in 1 second, could instantly achieve 3 strikes. With his current attack power boost, it was very likely that he could achieve a 1-hit kill. Such an increase could simply reverse life and death. Moreover, this trait had a group effect. Although he hadn't tried it, Zhou felt that it would easily cover 30 skeleton swordsmen. Boom! The massive body of the slain ghoul lord thudded onto the frozen earth, still burning with the scent of charred flesh from the dark flames. In the distance, the attacking ghoul horde collectively paused, seemingly unable to recover from the tremor. As for the distance, the one who had just put his chin back on, a fanny, lost his chin again at this scene, even losing 2 teeth. All that was left in its mind was one thought. A one-hit kill of a ghoul lord? How could there be such existence among skeleton soldiers? Zhou naturally didn't have the time to explain this to it. In fact, he didn't have time to explain because, apart from the blue trait from the ghoul lord, he could only plunder other traits from other ghouls. So, with a wave of his hand, Zhou uttered a word, kill. Chapter 17. 2 silver, 3 green traits. Ding. You killed a ghoul. Experience plus 25. Ding. You randomly obtained a trait. Brutality, white. Ding. You killed a ghoul. Experience plus 12. Ding. You randomly obtained a trait. Resilience, white. Ding. You killed a ghoul. Experience plus 7. Ding. You randomly obtained a trait. Cannibal, white. As more ghouls fell, Zhou continuously received prompts of experience points and trait plunders in his mind. He suddenly realized that as long as ghouls killed by his controlled undead were defeated, they could still grant him traits, although the experience points were relatively much less. Experience points were not the main thing for him. After all, every bit adds up, but the success of trait plundering gave Zhou more thoughts about leveling up. Relying on his swords, the speed of plundering traits naturally dropped significantly. He wanted to establish himself in the Abyss world, and relying solely on himself was definitely insufficient. He needed a group of subordinates. Originally, Zhou was most worried about the issue of not being able to obtain traits, but now, with the system support, these were no longer problems. This suddenly lifted his spirits, and his gaze began to scan the already dead bodies of the ghoul lords. What's that? Zhou suddenly noticed that within the body of the ghoul lord, it seemed something was flashing with light. Did it drop equipment? Zhou had originally thought that various materials and equipment would only drop in the summon worlds, but he never expected this would happen here as well. He instinctively picked it up and immediately received a notification. Ding! You have picked up a weapon. Ghoul gauntlets, silver. Note: equipment quality classification: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, starry, epic, legendary, mythical. Ding! You have picked up a weapon. Ghoul battle axe, silver. Zhou didn't expect to find 2 pieces of equipment here at once. He instinctively took them out. The gauntlets looked bone white, with sharp bone spikes at the ends, which seemed quite scary. Upon closer inspection, there was a rune on the back representing the word leader. The other ghoul battle axe was similar. Both of them had a rather fearsome appearance. Zhou swung them a couple of times and felt they weren't as good as his heavy sword after leveling up, so he decided to put them away in the system space, hoping to give them to suitable subordinates someday. To be honest, the prestigious ghoul lord only dropped these 2 pieces of equipment, neither of which was better than his own. Zhou felt a bit disappointed. After spending half a day, Zhou successfully cleared out all the ghouls. Although the corpses under the frozen ground would eventually turn into new ghouls due to the influence of the Abyss, it would take some time. Zhou didn't plan to wait here and left a group of skeleton mages to occupy the area, then returned to the Necromancer Valley with AFI. Summarizing his gains. Ding. Entry fusion completed. Obtained. Giant strength green. Ding. Entry fusion completed. Obtained. Intermediate resilience green. Ding. Entry fusion completed. Obtained. Intermediate devourer green. The first giant strength is easy to explain. It evolved from brute force, and the terrifying power of the ghoul lord speaks for itself. Zhou sensed his own strength and found that, with the boost from this entry, it had surged more than doubled. If he encountered a wild monster like the ghoul lord again, he was confident he could knock the opponent away in their first charge, rather than being pushed back. The benefit of intermediate resilience is that between his originally bone-white bones, some muscle-like fascia were born, significantly enhancing the toughness of his bones. Even withstanding the impact from the ghoul lord wouldn't risk any disintegration. Intermediate Devourer is an upgraded version of Devourer. It had greatly improved the speed and ability to recover health by consuming equivalent corpses. Putting aside the evil and frenzied blue entries, just these 3 green entries were already a significant gain. Zhou was quite satisfied and planned to take a brief rest, but he didn't expect that he hadn't rested long when a summoning array appeared above him once again. This dead girl, what trouble does she have now? Zhou looked at the summoning light enveloping him and said so. Shiryun, have you completed your job change? Sume had been waiting outside and spoke up when she saw Lin Shiryun appear. Yes, thank you, Sister Su. I've successfully changed jobs. This was the first time Lin Shiryun felt happy since she completed her job change. Now that she had successfully stepped into her new job, she hadn't gained new summoning slots, but she had unlocked 2 exclusive skills for summoners and had seen a significant increase in her attributes. She had truly crossed from a rookie to a veteran. That's great. Now your summoner is no longer just a decoration, but a summoner with exclusive skills. Sume sincerely congratulated her. Thank you, Sister Su. Lin Shuyun nodded. What are your plans next? Sume suddenly asked. Lin Shuyun thought for a moment. I plan to go back and check on my sister, then prepare to grind some monsters and continue leveling up. Yes, that's the right direction. But have you chosen a location for leveling up? Location? Outside of Cold City, there are only a few suitable places for first-job professionals, right? Lin Shuyun looked at Su Mei with confusion, feeling that she seemed to have more to say. Su Mei sighed. Since we've lived and died together before, I no longer treat you as an outsider, Shuyun. The summoning you possess is very powerful. The usual upgrade path is no longer suitable for you. If you have enough ambition, you can give the dungeon a try. Dungeon. Lin Shuyun's expression changed. You mean that kind of dungeon with extremely high danger? Exactly. Su Mei nodded. If you didn't have that skeleton warrior before, I probably wouldn't suggest this. After all, even ordinary dungeons have considerable danger. You could get injured, or worse, perish. But now, with what you have, we can take on ordinary level dungeons. If you're willing, I can cover the entry fee for the dungeon. The only condition is that you bring us with you in the team. There is no harm in teaming up. For high-output members, they can even gain experience bonuses and level up faster. Long before Lin Shuyun completed her job transfer, Su Mei had this plan in her mind. What she said was partly true. Lin Shuyun indeed qualified to run dungeons. And, on the other hand, it was also driven by her own selfish desire to cling to Lin Shuyun, or rather, to Zhou Yu. Her own talent was not outstanding. If she could follow Zhou Yu, maybe she could push toward a second job transfer. Then, she would stand on equal footing with those elite children of Hansheng. Her father could also secure her more resources. So when Lin Shuyun came out, Su Mei spoke frankly and shared all her plans with her. Is that so? Lin Shuyun had studied dungeon-related knowledge in school, and knew Su Mei was not lying. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly said, I have no objections, but Sister Su, you know that guy is very strange. I don't know if he'll agree. Should I summon him to ask? Chapter 18. Running Dungeons, Turmoil Reborn. When Zhou Yu appeared again, he realized he was not in some monster-infested area. Instead, he found himself in front of a towering Western-style building, similar to a church. You summoned me to this kind of place. Zhou Yu scanned the surroundings and noticed Lin Shuyun anxiously looking at him. Anger surged in his heart, and he raised his arm to give her a hard smack on the head. Lin Shuyun cried out and covered her head with both hands, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Why are you hitting me? Her voice carried a sob, feeling like the most useless summoner in history. Didn't I say not to bother me unless it's something important? Zhou Yu instinctively cursed before realizing he couldn't speak. He turned and pointed at the building, then pointed at Lin Shuyun, giving a warning before trying to leave. Seeing the teleportation rune about to appear, Lin Shuyun didn't care about her grievances and grabbed Zhou Yu's arm. Don't go. What do you want to do? Zhou Yu looked at her, almost ready to strike again. Sister Su told me that. She finally understood why. After completing her job change, she jumped directly from level 10 to level 12. The reason was that this skeletal lord upgraded again in her territory. Stop talking nonsense. Summon me when you get there. Don't bother me if nothing's wrong. Without any courtesy, Zhou Yu gave Lin Shuyun a fierce chestnut and disappeared without a backward glance. Why? Why are you hitting me again? Lin Shuyun's tears flowed down her face in grievance. Beside her, Su Mei patted Lin Shuyun's shoulder with a complex expression and said, For your future, just bear with it. Lin Shuyun. Since she was determined to grind dungeons, Lin Shuyun did not linger and quickly rushed back to her home. She wanted to see her sister and grandmother. But more importantly, the materials she collected from killing the wasteland wolves earned her quite a bit of money. With Su Mei's help, she didn't even need to handle it herself and could directly receive the money. With this money, Lin Shuyun immediately went to buy the best painkiller and headed home. As soon as she entered the door, she heard heart-wrenching cries coming from her sister's bedroom. In an instant, the joy of completing her job change vanished, replaced by anxiety and heartache. Momo. Lin Shuyun rushed into the room and saw her grandmother holding Momo, her face covered in tears, as runes from the heavenly death seal began to glow, seemingly spreading toward Momo's head. Meanwhile, Lin Momo's veins popped out, and the quilt wrapped around her was torn to shreds by her weak hands, even with traces of blood. Yet even so, she showed no signs of relief, letting out a beast-like, painful howl. However, when she saw Lin Shuyun, she bit her lip hard, opened her eyes, and looked at Lin Shuyun. I am fine, sis. I am not in pain, wow. She stuffed a corner of the quilt into her mouth, and though the sound of her biting was audible, she did not let out another sound of anguish. Momo. Woo-woo. Lin Shuryun knew that Momo did this to prevent her from worrying. She rushed in front of them, hugging her grandmother and sister, tears uncontrollably streaming down. Don't be afraid. Sister bought you the best painkillers and restorative potions. You'll get better for sure. In a flurry, Lin Shuryun took out the bag and pulled out the medicines, laying them out one by one in front of her sister. After an unknown period, under the effects of the medicine, Lin Momo's condition finally eased, and she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep in the bedroom. Shuryun, what is it, Grandma? In the living room, her silver-haired grandmother held Lin Shuryun's hand and asked with a pained expression, "Where did you get the money for those medicines?" "It's nothing, Grandma. I earned it myself. Don't worry." Lin Shuryun softly comforted her. "Stop lying to me. Tell me the truth." Grandma's expression turned serious. "That painkiller is a newly developed potion, and that blood supplement number 3 is also a new product. Each one cost 20,000, and you bought at least 5. That is not a small amount." Lin Shuryun was taken aback. She had overlooked that her grandmother was also from a scholarly family, with extraordinary thinking and vision. "Grandma, I completed my first job change. All of this is money we earned from grinding monsters outside." "What? You completed your job change?" Hearing this, Grandma's expression changed, her eyes filled with disbelief. "How is that possible? It's only been a day, and you're done?" "Yes, really. If you don't believe me, you can check my information." Lin Shuryun nodded. After Grandma checked Lin Shuryun's information and saw that she was already at level 12, she was finally convinced that her granddaughter really completed her job change so quickly. "Shuryun, did you take risks and go to high-level monster areas?" Grandma's face showed no joy. Instead, it was full of worry. "I know you care for MOMO, but you can't joke with your own life. If your parents were still alive, they would never allow you to take such risks." "Don't worry, Grandma. I met a very nice older sister who partnered with me. She is already level 15, much stronger than us." Lin Shuryun didn't want her grandma to worry about her, so she had to let Sister Su Mei bear it all. "Really? MHM. Of course it's true. She even said she would take me to level up tomorrow." "Really? You're not lying to me. With how clever you are, how could I dare?" "Great. Thank heaven. My Shuryun has also met a noble person." The old lady clasped her hands together, nearly bursting into tears of joy. "If your parents knew about this, they would be so happy." "No, I need to burn incense for them right now to tell them this good news." "Wait, I made soup for you. I'll bring it out now." "No need, Grandma. I can handle it myself." "That won't do. You're working so hard. Drink it up and rest early." "Are you not going to listen to Grandma?" "Okay, you go ahead." Only after seeing Lin Shuryun finish 2 bowls of winter melon and pork rib soup did the grandma nod in satisfaction and turn to the photo of her son and daughter-in-law, lighting a stick of incense and placing it on the stand. As the fragrant smoke rose, the grandma's eyes became a bit dazed. "Xiaonan, Luo Yao, do you know? This child, Shuryun, is doing well. In just one day, she completed her first turn. You both were so excellent and didn't do it, right?" The grandma smiled at the photo. "If this child really grows up, her future might be as impressive as yours." As she spoke, her expression suddenly changed slightly, revealing a hint of worry. "But if she really is better than you, what if she learns about your deaths?" Seemingly afraid Lin Shuryun would hear, the grandma had to swallow the words back down. Meanwhile, in the most central area of Han City, a luxurious, standalone mansion echoed with a furious shout. "What did you say?" "My na's dead." Wu Xingchong, with graying hair, smashed a precious teacup into pieces, his anger almost uncontrollable. "Master, we found out she was last in the area of the wild wolves, and before she died, she left the team." "A team? Who teamed up with her?" "The finance minister's daughter, Su Mei, and Su Xiaochong, along with a student from Second High. Su Yongha. Someone, I'll go find him and demand an explanation." Furious, Wu Xingchong stood up to leave, but at that moment, a tall young man, resembling him, walked in. "Father, there's no need to go." Wu Xingchong looked up and saw his son, Wu Xiong, holding a golden staff, stepping in from outside. "Xiong heir, weren't you preparing to tackle a new dungeon in the guild? Why are you back?" Speaking of his son, Wu Xingchong felt a sense of pride. At just 19 years old, he had been specially recruited by a 5th-tier guild and, within a year, had become a second-turn flame controller, considered an elite among the guild. Such an achievement, looking across the high-ranking children of Han City, very few could match. Without a doubt, his son was bound to surpass him in the future. "Father, I rushed back as soon as I heard about my sister's disappearance." Wu Xiong said in a low voice, "I've already spoken to the finance minister on the way. He told me the circumstances. Here is the recorded footage. please take a look. As he spoke, he played the video he had prepared, and Wu Xingchang saw the conversation between Su Yonghe and his son. Su Yonghe had already received Su Mei's instructions and introduced the whole situation, naturally unaware of the real reason why Wu Lina was ultimately killed by the wild wolves along with Zhuan Hetu. Bastard! What kind of strength do they have? How dare they take my daughter to such a dangerous place? After watching the situation, Su Yonghe felt no shame for his daughter's sudden retreat. Instead, he shouted angrily. I told her not to team up with that Su Mei from the beginning, but she wouldn't listen. Now look, that Su Mei is nothing but trouble. Damn it, how come she wasn't eaten by the wild wolves of the wasteland? Xiong'er, there's something wrong with what he's saying. Wu Xingchang suddenly raised his head. Su Mei brought along a useless brother, and that student from the second high school. There's no way they could easily escape the wasteland. Did she use your sister as bait? Otherwise, how can we explain this? That Su Yonghe is definitely lying, definitely. Father, don't be so agitated. Wu Xiong's lips curled into a cold smile. My sister is usually very well behaved and would never venture so deep into such places. Most likely, she was persuaded by them to enter, and when they faced danger, they kicked her out of the team, making her bait to give them a chance to escape. We will definitely settle this score. Upon hearing his son's words, Wu Xingchang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He gritted his teeth and asked, what are you planning to do? Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang. They rely on Su Yonghe being the finance minister, so they are fearless. Wu Xiong sneered. In less than 6 months, I will have someone pull him down from the position of finance minister. By then, these two little bastards will definitely pay with blood for what they've done. 6 months. Wu Xingchang gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, then we will wait for 6 months. But we can't let it go like this. That student from the second high school must first pay with my daughter's life. Don't worry, Father. I've already sent someone to find her address. We should have results by tomorrow at the latest. Wu Xiong's face revealed a vengeful smile. The interest will be collected from her first. I want her whole family to pay with their lives for my sister. At midnight, Lin Shiyun still couldn't sleep as she lay in bed. She thought about the pain her sister had suffered before, making it impossible to rest. The current situation is that the medicine she bought can indeed alleviate her sister's pain, but to delay the spread of the heavenly punishment mark, more advanced medicine is required. According to the store owner, the newly developed Life No. 1 potion could significantly boost her sister's vitality and bodily functions. It's very suitable for her sister's condition, but the price is very high. One vial costs as much as 500,000. No matter if it's for me to grow stronger or for my sister, I must complete this quest. Lin Shiyun silently strengthened her resolve, but just thinking about this unpredictable summon made her head ache. She quietly encouraged herself in her mind. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Lin Shiyun, you must keep going. After the second class change, you will get a second summon, and then you won't have to rely on it anymore. But the second summon is expensive too. Maybe I should just catch one a while, but I need it so annoying. Lin Shiyun didn't know how long she thought about it before finally falling into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, outside the east gate of the city, Lin Shiyun and Su Mei met again. The Demon Monk Temple, the Skinning Forest, the Corroded Spider Nest. These three are the newest beginner dungeons around Cold City. Shiyun, which one do you want to choose? Su Mei was already prepared and explained right away. The Demon Monk Temple has fewer monsters, but the boss is strong. I've seen online guides. It's a story-based dungeon. Trigger the boss, and you can clear it. The Skinning Forest has many monsters and complicated terrain. It's very dangerous for us. Even with your summon, it might not be able to protect us. The last one, the Corroded Spider Nest, has even more monsters, and the boss is the strongest. Many people only attempt it after the second class change. It's a great place for material farming, but I wouldn't recommend going. After hearing Su Mei's explanation, Lin Shiyun nodded slightly. She had also done her research, and the situation was pretty much as she had understood. The difficulty of the Corroded Spider Nest is too high. I don't want to take the risk. The Skinning Forest is weird and unpredictable. Sister Su, I still plan to go to the Demon Monk Temple. What do you think? Su Mei smiled slightly when she heard this. Okay, I'll listen to you. Both she and Su Xiaochang came to seek help, so they naturally had to follow Lin Shiyun's advice. The reason for doing so much preparation was that Su Mei wanted to make herself look somewhat valuable, not just a freeloader. The ticket price for the dungeon isn't cheap, right? Lin Shiyun also understood that for the lowest difficulty level of the first turn dungeon, it costs at least 20,000 per ticket, and entering as a team is even more expensive, starting at 20,000. Moreover, it involves difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the more expensive it becomes. Don't worry, I've arranged all of this. Let's go. Hop in. We're leaving now. Su Mei pointed to a luxury car parked beside them. Sister Su, is this your car? Lin Shuryun exclaimed as she looked at the modern black sports car. Since she learned about Su Mei's background, she knew the other party had a deep foundation. This highly praised model, the Shunxing number 3, starts at least at 500,000, and clearly, this was not a low configuration, but the top configuration. No, this is your car. Nu Mei handed the key to Lin Shuryun. You only have less than a month until the college entrance examination, and the most important thing you need is time. This car, consider it a loan from me. Just return it to me after your exams are over. In fact, last night, after communicating with Su Yonghee, he suggested she do this. In simple terms, Su Yonghee saw Lin Shuryun's potential and wanted to invest. But after learning a bit, he realized that Lin Shuryun was someone who appeared weak on the surface, but was strong inside. Such a person couldn't be given something directly, so this method was needed to build a closer relationship. That's why the scene before them unfolded. No, I can't take this, Sister Su, it's too precious. Lin Shuryun understood Su Mei's intention and immediately declined. But Su Mei didn't give her a chance to refuse. Instead, she took her hand and sat her in the car, tossing the key to the front driver, Su Xiaochang. Time is of the essence. Don't rush to refuse. Let's at least talk about it after the exam, okay? Without needing instruction, Su Xiaochang started the car and quickly headed toward the east of the city. Exiting the east side of the city, within 5 kilometers, they could see a tall tower building shimmering with light. Next to it, there was a door that looked like a crack, surrounded by heavily armed guards, keeping ordinary people at bay. The car quickly stopped in the open space in front of the building, and at the first glance Lin Shuryun got out of the car, she saw the words on the building door. Dungeon Hall of the Demon Monk Zen Temple. Chapter 20. Sequence number 38. When abyss cracks like these deep secret dungeons appear, a large number of personnel would be lost, and after being successfully conquered, the abyss cracks would be sealed, generating a corresponding dungeon hall associated with the dungeon. This hall would then be taken over by the governing official guild, thereby opening refreshing of dungeons repeatedly. The architectural style of the entire dungeon hall is basically randomly generated according to the style of the dungeon content. For example, this dungeon task hall in front of them leans towards Western style, but also incorporates monk elements. Stepping inside, one could even see some monk statues and hear the chant from time to time. When Lin Shuryun stepped into this hall, she was surprisingly taken aback. There were even more professionals gathered here than she had expected. So many people. Su Mei was not surprised by Lin Shuryun's reaction. She nodded slightly and explained as they walked. Compared to remote and dangerous unknown areas in the wild, dungeons provide a more stable leveling channel for professionals. Especially after other professionals clear them, just the sale of the strategies is enough to reduce their risks. In addition, many professionals tend to choose the lowest ordinary difficulty, so this place has become their best spot for leveling up. As she spoke, the 3 of them, including Su Xiaochang, reached the dungeon service desk. Not many can truly enter the dungeon, although many people wander around. 1 dungeon ticket, please, Su Mei said directly. How many people? 3 people. Difficulty, normal level, 60,000. Without saying a word, Su Mei paid the money. Soon, the other party handed 3 rune mark stamps to Su Mei and smiled while explaining. The dungeon ticket is not just your proof to enter, but also records all your progress in the dungeon. It helps to settle your completion degree and the clearing time at the end. Moreover, this ticket is limited to 3 people. If you exceed the number, you need to pay extra for additional tickets. I wish you smooth clearing. After handing the stamps to Lin Shuryun and Su Xiaoxiang, the 3 left the service desk and prepared to head towards the dungeon. But here, the tickets were already rare, and with Lin Shuryun and Su Mei's beauty, they quickly caught the crowd's attention. Look, someone is entering the monks' Zen temple again. They seem pretty young. Newbies? It's only been a day. Anyone who can come for a dungeon at this time must be a genius, right? No, wait, don't you recognize that tall beauty? That's Su Mei, the finance minister's daughter. What? The finance minister's daughter? No wonder. For such discussions, Su Mei was already used to it, and the 3 quickly walked out of the hall towards the entrance. But just then, outside the crowd, a voice suddenly rang out. Su Mei, do you dare to take my woman? Don't you want your father's minister position anymore? As the voice sounded, Lin Shuryun's expression changed instantly. She turned her head and saw 5 tall figures in full armor stepping out from the crowd. Among them was a frivolous young man with narrow eyes. Kong Ling, the person she disliked the most. Kong Ling, you better clarify your words. Where is your woman here? Su Mei frowned upon seeing the second son of the city lord. Kong Ling pointed at Lin Shuryun with one hand. It's her. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Shuryun with a smile, using a disgusting voice to call out, Shuryun, you little rascal. No wonder I couldn't find you in the newbie area. You ran off here. Come to me. I can take you through the dungeon later. I guarantee you'll clear it. Hmm. Seeing Kong Ling's demeanor, Su Mei turned to Lin Shiyun beside her and whispered, Shiyun, do you know him? I don't know him. Lin Shiyun shook her head. He has been bothering me ever since I became a summoner. It has only gotten worse. I see. Upon hearing Lin Shiyun's words, Su Mei understood Kong Ling's intentions. For this guy was notorious for being a playboy among the highborn of Han City. Kong Ling, Shiyun is my teammate. We're going to the dungeon together, so you don't need to bother. Su Mei voluntarily stepped forward at this moment. You? A level 15 ordinary warrior, and you dare to boast about taking Shiyun into the dungeon. Kong Ling scoffed. Shiyun, look at my teammates. Each one is level 20, just one step away from becoming a second-tier occupation. This monk's Zen temple is simply within our grasp. What future do you have following this useless woman? Kong Ling, I think you're mistaken. Su Mei snorted coldly, directly blocking Lin Shiyun. Shiyun has already completed her first-class change. She's the one who will lead us to level up. As soon as this was said, the bystanders' expressions suddenly changed. What? Didn't they just complete their class change yesterday? They can do it in one day. No way. At this speed, isn't this supposed to be from the second class? Shouldn't they be those geniuses or second generation from the first class? But even if she's fast enough, is it realistic to lead people through the dungeon? Ha ha. Su Mei, this is the funniest joke I've heard today. As the crowd debated, Kong Ling burst into laughter. Do you really think that skeleton soldier she summoned can clear the dungeon? Even if you lie, at least come up with a decent reason. I can't be bothered with you, Shiyun. Let's go. Su Mei didn't want to continue tangling with Kong Ling and pulled Lin Shiyun toward the entrance. Seeing that Lin Shiyun was really leaving, Kong Ling's expression turned cold. Lin Shiyun, if you dare to enter the dungeon with her, it will be a death sentence. This is no child's play. I'll give you one last chance. Become my woman, and I will take you into the dungeon and help you level up faster. Shut up, Kong Ling. Lin Shiyun suddenly stopped, her pretty face coldly staring at Kong Ling. Lin Shiyun, even if I die, will never become your woman. I'll remind you one last time. Don't bother me again, or don't blame me for being rude. Such boldness, daring to speak to the young master like this. Upon hearing this, the four henchmen shouted in anger and were about to attack Lin Shiyun. However, Su Mei and Su Xiaochang stepped forward, directly confronting the four men. Let's see who dares to make a move. Just then, Kong Ling suddenly sneered. Good, very good, Lin Shiyun. I want to see how long you can maintain that tough mouth. Seeing the four men not making a move, Su Mei shot Kong Ling a fierce glare and pulled Lin Shiyun to the dungeon entrance. As the badge emitted light, the three figures quickly disappeared. At this moment, a piece of information appeared directly on the screen in the dungeon hall of the Demon Monk Zen Temple. Sequence number 38, three-person team, Captain Lin Shiyun, team member Su Mei, Su Xiaochang, difficulty level, normal, dungeon progress, ongoing, timer starts. Chapter 21, Demonized Monks. Young Master, is that it? Seeing Lin Shiyun and the others disappear, one of the henchmen couldn't help but speak. That's it? Of course, it can't just end like this. Kong Ling smiled lightly. Although I don't know what tricks that girl used to level up so fast in the dungeon, she will quickly realize the difficulties of the Demon Monk Zen Temple. Even if it's just normal level, it's not something the three of them can clear. I will wait here for her, and when she escapes from the dungeon in embarrassment, she'll realize how much value I have. Young Master is brilliant. So all of this was already under the Young Master's control. Admirable, admirable. Haha. Meanwhile, in the Grand Commander's mansion of the City Defense Bureau, news about Lin Shiyun quickly reached Wu Xiong. You say she entered the dungeon with Su Mei. Yeah, she certainly has guts. Young Master, what should we do now? Xiong, in my opinion, it's not convenient to act while she's with Su Mei. Wu Xingchang pondered. It's best to separate her and deal with her individually. Don't worry, father, I know what to do. Wu Xiong smiled lightly. Keep an eye on her, send people to capture her family members to the outskirts of the city, and leave her a note. Then we can naturally split them up. Understood. The messenger nodded and was about to leave, but was called back by Wu Xiong. Wait, let the guild people go and clean up my father's connections. As you wish, young master. Once the person left, Wu Xingchang nodded appreciatively. Xiong, your growth truly comforts your father. It's still thanks to father's proper guidance. Ha! Buzz. Lin Shiyun felt a slight dizziness. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a dim, dark forest. In front of her stood a dilapidated Zen temple, with the sounds of night crows echoing in the air. The big door was open, but it was shrouded in mist inside, like a giant mouth waiting to devour prey. Is this the Demon Monk Zen Temple? It doesn't look strange. Su Xiaochang looked around at the woods and hills, and apart from that, there was a quiet emptiness, nothing at all. That's because the plot hasn't been triggered yet. Sume reminded. According to the guide, we need to act as worshippers who come to pray. There are 3 steps: bowing, lighting incense, and praying. In the first step, we will encounter low-level monsters, which are relatively easy to deal with. Once we kill the monsters, we can see the Buddha's statue. After 3 bows and 9 knocks, lighting incense will trigger. Here, it is important to note that the monk's inquiry is whether to pray today or tomorrow. You must answer tomorrow, so that at night, a second wave of wild monsters, the corrupted monks, will come. We need to kill the second wave. This is how to trigger the pre-task for prayer. The corrupted monk Xianju will come and pretend to thank us, leading us to the real prayer courtyard. Once we arrive, we can attack the corrupted monk, tearing off his disguise, exposing his true form, and defeating him to pass the level. After Su Mei finished speaking, she looked at Lin Shiyun and Su Xiaoqiang. Did you hear clearly? Okay, so complicated. Su Xiaoqiang scratched his head. Sister, just tell me when to start fighting. Shut up. This is a dungeon, not a place you can mess around casually. If you act recklessly, we have to end early. After being scolded, Su Xiaoqiang immediately became obedient. However, Lin Shiyun hesitated for a moment and said, Sister Su, let me summon him again and explain once more. Otherwise, I'm afraid. Before she finished, Su Mei nodded. It's fine, I know his special qualities. After all, she still had to rely on this strong ally to pass the level. Su Mei wouldn't mind this kind of thing. Great. Lin Shiyun nodded and directly cast her summoning spell. The summoning gate appeared, and then Zhou Yu's figure emerged from it. Is this the dungeon? Zhou Yu looked around and noticed the scenery was a bit different, then muttered to himself. Well, here's the thing. The dungeon we entered is called the Corrupted Monk Zen Court. It's a narrative-type dungeon and needs to be cleared according to certain rules. Lin Shiyun carefully explained, let Sister Su explain to you when to do what. We'll need your cooperation. Sorry for the trouble. After bowing, she then realized why she, a summoner, was bowing to her summoned beast. Beside them, Su Mei took the initiative to introduce Zhou Yu to the entire storyline process, and, at the end, she cautiously asked, So, can you understand? Zhou Yu did not answer, but began to think aloud. So complicated? He understood roughly, but there were things like lighting incense, bowing to Buddha, and finally needing to stay overnight to enter the final plot. If this were done, wouldn't they have to wait until tomorrow? He didn't have that kind of time. The final boss is that corrupted Ying, right? Zhou Yu turned and pointed to the deepest part of the temple. Should be right at the back, right? Huh? What did you say? Su Mei was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding Zhou Yu's gestures. Zhou Yu felt that before he could speak, it was indeed a bit troublesome to communicate. It was better to think of a method. He made a series of gestures on the ground, even drawing a picture, and only then did Su Mei understand. She nodded immediately. Yes, it really is at the back, but only by following the process can we clear these wild monsters in batches. Otherwise, hey, what are you doing? Su Mei wanted to remind Zhou Yu not to be too impulsive, or it would cause a lot of plot to trigger early, leading a horde of wild monsters to rush out that they couldn't handle. But before she finished speaking, Zhou Yu strode directly to the half-open entrance of the Zen court, his white bony foot raised, kicking out. Bang! The half-door of the Zen court was kicked away by him. The flying door slammed heavily on the ground of the Zen court, the loud noise startling a flock of crows. At that moment, a series of angry shouts rang out from within the Zen court. Who dares to be impudent in the Zen court? Who dares to be impudent? Who dares to be impudent? Those standing at the doorway could clearly see that in the mist, figures clad in monk robes gradually appeared, but they were not ordinary monks. They appeared monks, aside from their tattered robes. All over his body seemed to cling twisted magical patterns like thorny vines. These magical patterns, like living things, constantly jumped and grew on him, with some even directly piercing one of his eyeballs, making that eyeball turn jet black. Just these monks alone numbered over 100, and from behind, more and more figures were squeezing toward the front courtyard of the Zen temple. Zhou Yu instinctively clicked on the exclamation point above these monks' heads. Demonized monk. Race, demon. Level, LV15. Life, 2000. Magic, 400. Attack, 175 to 201. Defense, 20/magic resistance, 5%. Traits, basic martial body, white. Basic staff skill, white. Demon howl, white. Basic demonization, green. Zhou Yu scanned through quickly, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This was his first time entering a dungeon, and he didn't expect these monsters to be even better than he imagined. Just this one basic demonized monk actually had a full 4 traits, and even had a green trait. Among them, basic martial body improved the health limit, so a LV15 demonized monk had the same health as a wilderness wolf leader. The basic staff skill goes without saying. Each of them wielded a pitch-black wooden staff. Demon Howl allowed them to unleash a roar directly, with no special effect, just making others uncontrollably rush toward them, similar to taunting. The basic demonization green trait actually granted them 5% magic resistance. Among these, aside from basic staff skill being of little use to Zhou, the other three were truly his favorite traits. While he was lost in thought, looking at the surging wave of demonized monks, Su Mei and the others were almost scared enough to forcefully exit the dungeon. Sister Shiyun, can your skeleton soldiers really hold them off? Su Xiaoqiang, a bit frightened, hid behind his sister. How about we think about a way out? I don't know. Lin Shiyun's voice was tinged with a weeping tone. She knew Zhou might not play by the rules, but she never expected him to be this unpredictable. This was not a wilderness wolf, but a minimum LV 15 demonized monk, whose health and attack far exceeded that of the wilderness wolf. Just the visible ones alone were already over 100, not including the wild monsters behind. This kind of situation made it hard for her to believe that Zhou alone could withstand it. However, at that moment, they saw Zhou step forward, actively moving toward the front. His white teeth parting seemed to emit a joyful laugh. Hee hee, isn't this much more convenient? Chapter 22. Grudge Monk Soul, Cursing Followers, Instant Kill. Which rat is there? Which rat is there? The frenzied repetition echoed throughout the Zen temple, and those demonized monks already wrapped in magical patterns looked just like zombies infected with a virus. They rushed toward Zhou with long staffs in hand, as if running wildly. However, Zhou merely stood there casually, quietly casting his usual traits. Skeleton Swordsman Summon activated. Buzz. The ground shook as 30 skeleton swordsmen appeared before everyone. Whoosh. Swish. 15 skeleton swordsmen struck almost simultaneously, instantly piercing through the monk in front. A series of bloody damage numbers erupted from above their heads, and before the first round of attacks ended, the second round of attacks from the skeleton swordsman behind was already following. Whoosh. Swish. As the two rounds of damage erupted simultaneously, the demonized monk's long staffs finally came down for the first time. Crackle. Some skeleton swordsmen were hit by the long staffs and immediately broke apart. And taking advantage of the third round of attacks from the skeleton swordsmen, the splicing traits activated at this moment. Crack, crack, crack. They reconnected and launched a fourth round of attacks. If this attack continued, it wouldn't take long before the 15 demonized monks would surely be slain. Ow, how are they doing this? Seeing this scene, Su Xiaoqiang felt a shiver run down his spine. He had seen powerful beings and high attack power, but he had never seen a skeleton soldier with tactics. Because of him, Sume looked in shock at Zhou. She had already overestimated Zhou's intelligence, but she never expected to still underestimate him. The other side actually used a formation-like method to enhance the skeleton swordsman's defensive power. This kind of combat method, similar to the rotation of wheels, is not hard for ordinary people to imagine, but when it falls on a skeleton soldier, it seems unbelievable. Zhou quietly watched the skeleton swordsman defend and couldn't help but frown slightly. The skeleton swordsman's strength is still too low. With his current magic power, he could only summon so many skeleton swordsmen at once. As for those low-level skeleton soldiers, Zhou felt it was unnecessary. To further enhance the strength of the skeleton swordsman, Zhou came up with this method. This might work against wild wolves and ghouls, but it was clearly not enough against the monks in front of him. Zhou thought, either to enhance the strength of the skeleton swordsman or to continue improving the attributes. Crack, crack, crack. As the monks continued to fall, the consumption of the skeleton swordsman was also increasing. It was evident that, even with the stitching effect, they could not hold on forever. At the same time, other monks began to bypass the skeleton swordsman's blockade and headed toward Zhou. A hoarse, growling corrupted monk rushed in front of Zhou, raising a long staff to smash down heavily. Be careful, Lin Shiyun exclaimed, but unfortunately, it was too late. With a loud bang, the long staff came down heavy on Zhou's head, however, to the shock of the three. Such a powerful blow actually only sent a number floating above Zhou's head. Minus 50. 50 points of damage. Su Mei's pupils constricted. Shiyun, how high is your skeleton soldier's defense? Why is the damage so low this time? I don't know, Lin Shiyun said in frustration. Nobody would believe her when she said she couldn't see her summoned creature's information panel. At this moment, Zhou calmly looked at the corrupted monk, who was more than a head shorter than him, and then casually slapped out. Smack! The previously growling corrupted monk trembled, and its head was directly knocked off by Zhou's slap. And above its head, a terrifying number appeared. Critical hit minus 672. How is this possible? Sume and Su Xiaoqiang spoke almost simultaneously. What concept does it mean to deal nearly 700 damage in one hit? It meant the opponent's attack was nearly 300, or even higher, but the other side was just a skeleton soldier. This is too ridiculous. Zhou Yu looked at his damage with some surprise. He remembered his attack power was only around 260. Even if he had a critical hit of 150%, it shouldn't reach such a terrifying level. But after a little thought, he realized it should be the power boost from the green attribute, Giant Strength. Moreover, that slap just now was a lethal hit, meaning he could directly kill the opponent without waiting for their health to hit zero. So, Zhou Yu stepped forward and charged directly towards the many corrupted monks. He raised his arm and attacked with both hands. Smack, smack, smack. With each slap, he directly killed a corrupted monk. Ding! You killed a corrupted monk. Experience plus 37. Ding! Randomly obtained attribute. Basic warrior body, white. Ding! You killed a corrupted monk. Experience plus 42. Ding! Randomly obtained attribute. Magic howl, white. Ding! You killed a corrupted monk. Experience plus 35. Ding! Randomly obtained attribute. Basic corruption, green. Ding! Congratulations. Your level has increased. Current level LV24. From a distance, the three who watched Zhou Yu as if strolling in a garden were already stunned in shock. I thought he was just strolling in the wilderness, but I didn't expect that even in the dungeon, he's still strolling. Su Xiaoqiang sighed. I've been brushing for so long, and this is the first time I've seen someone take out a monk with a slap. Su Mei also looked amazed. Just now she thought that with so many monks, Zhou Yu probably wouldn't be able to deal with them, but now it seemed her worries were completely unnecessary. So, did you all notice that we've leveled up? Lin Shiyun suddenly reminded in a low voice from the side. The two instinctively looked over and suddenly exclaimed, leveled up. So fast. Sister, I'm almost 2 levels up. Swish. The two simultaneously looked at Lin Shiyun beside them. With their levels having risen to this extent as the captain and the main damage dealer, how high could her level be? Lin Shiyun smiled awkwardly and said weakly, I am only level 14. The two fell completely silent. Only level 14, can you believe that? Job change completed, and because of experience overflow, Lin Shiyun was already level 11. It hadn't been long since coming here, and yet she leveled up 3 times. It's not like she was a rocket. Just as they were thinking this, the two instinctively turned their heads to look, almost losing their balance and falling to the ground. The densely packed corrupted monks had actually been wiped out just like that. At this moment, in the passage leading to the depths of the Zen courtyard, a large number of flickering figures were coming again. Be careful. These are the second level's vengeful monk souls. They're in ghost form and immune to 70% of physical damage. Su Mei shouted, meaning simply to remind Zhou Yu that his slap attacks might not work right now. However, upon hearing this, Zhou Yu only slightly raised his head and looked into the distance at the surging vengeful souls approaching. Open the exclamation mark. Vengeful monk soul. Race Wraith. Level LV20. Health 1,500. Magic 1,800. Attack 200 to 215. Defense 70% physical resistance / 10% magic resistance. Features: Ghost form, white. Believer control, green. Vengeful howl, green. Upon seeing this information, Zhou Yu immediately laughed. Although he had one less feature than the corrupted monks, the double greens made up for it. Where could he find such rare monsters? He licked his lips, feeling excited though there was no real reason to be. Just as Zhou Yu was ready to engage in battle, the vengeful monks' souls in the distance suddenly stopped. They halted 100 meters away from Zhou Yu, clasped their hands together, and chanted something. Then, a change occurred. On both sides of the Zen courtyard, the originally dark and gloomy side rooms suddenly popped open with a bang. A thick gust of sinister wind rushed out from both side rooms, and the next moment, pairs of ghostly green eyes lit up from within the rooms. What is this? The three were astonished watching all this, and then they saw a line of guests who had originally come prey. They all drifted out in a spectral state. Their eyes were vacant, hands clasped, constantly chanting strange scriptures. At this moment, seemingly under the control of the vengeful monks, they began to revive. Cursed believers? Zhou Yu was surprised to see these exclamation marks. These guests had already died here, their souls completely stripped away, becoming puppets. Although their attack and health were much lower than the vengeful monks' souls, the sheer. She had to admit that her summoning was a bit overconfident. However, just as she was about to send Zhou Yu back and leave the copy, suddenly, a flicker of ghostly green light shone from the dark sky above. Sister Su, look. Lin Shiyun stopped her actions, raised her hand, and pointed into the air. Su Mei and the others instinctively looked up, only to see a ghostly green fireball, larger than a human head, forming out of thin air above Zhou Yu's head. In the next moment, it fell with a roar. Infernal flame explosion activated. Boom! The ghostly green fireball exploded in the midst of the souls, directly transforming into a terrifying wave of green flames that spread outwards. Wherever it passed, all the ghosts didn't even have time to scream before being completely vaporized. But then the second and third, equally giant fireballs fell again. This time, it completely enveloped the already narrow demon monk monastery. Amidst the howling wind within the monastery, only the sound of exploding fireballs echoed endlessly. Chapter 23. The boss appears, demonized Vajra. Inside the massive demon monk monastery, even the walls of the main hall were collapsed by this terrifying flame. Through the dim light, one could see a large-bellied Buddha statue with a smile at the corners of its mouth sitting in the center of the hall. And on both sides of the hall, the malevolent monk souls that had just exercised their control over the devotees had turned to ashes under this flame. It wasn't that the flames were too powerful, but rather that their own spirit state made them more vulnerable to magical damage, which instead became a burden. That's why the entry for ghostly form was only marked white. Encountering a counter would be truly miserable. Seeing this scene, Su Mei and the others didn't care about the upgrade glow rising from their bodies at all. They stared with wide eyes, fixated on Zhou Yu, who stood proudly at the center. He can still use magic? After a long while, Su Xiaoqiang murmured. What else can he not do? This was the first time Su Mei raised such a question. I don't know. Lin Shiyun kept repeating her usual words, realizing how foolish she felt in front of Zhou Yu. Whenever she thought he was done for, he would always have a trump card pop up. In a daze, she almost saw Zhou Yu not as a skeleton soldier anymore, but as a living person. Crash! Crash! The sudden sound of shattering interrupted the trio's shock. At this moment, Zhou Yu also forgot to check his own information and looked up. He saw a figure slowly revealing itself in the half-destroyed hall. The person's steps were slow, yet they strangely appeared before everyone quickly. This was an old monk, draped in a kasaya and holding a staff, whose face looked kind and gentle, with no sign of being a demon monk. In fact, upon seeing Zhou Yu, the figure displayed a grateful smile and slightly nodded to the crowd, greeting them with one hand. Amit Ba, thank you, benefactors, for removing the demonic scourge and restoring my monastery to its bright and peaceful state. You befriended Buddha. Feel free to come in and have a chat. The figure gestured invitingly. Seeing this, Su Xiaoqiang instinctively lifted her leg to walk forward, but was grabbed back by Su Mei. Sister, why are you pulling me? He said it's resolved. If you want to walk to your death, I won't stop you. Su Mei said irritably. Don't you think it's a bit strange that so many people have died, but this monk can still smile? You mean? He is that boss. Su Xiaoqiang felt a chill run down her spine as she looked at the harmless smile on the monk's face. At this moment, the monk had already stood before Zhou Yu, smiling at him. Benefactor, please come in for a chat. Zhou Yu said nothing. Instead, he looked at the monk and then raised his hand to slap the monk's face. Smack! The loud noise startled the three behind him, making their eyelids jump. Almost about to escape the dungeon. What the hell? Is this guy crazy? He actually dared to provoke the boss? Half of the monk's face was distorted from being hit, yet he still wore a smile, turning to look at Zhou Yu and continuing. May I come in and have a chat? Slap. Zhou Yu slapped down again, not waiting for the other to lift his head before striking again. Slap. You're pretending, right? Slap. You're just acting, right? Slap. The boss is the boss. Why are you wasting breath with me? Smack. 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 The continuous slaps began to erase the monk's smile. He just wanted to finish his lines and proceed with the story. But unfortunately, this guy didn't give him the chance. The three people behind were so scared they nearly dropped their eyeballs on the ground. They had seen bosses being fought, but they had never seen such a big boss. What the hell? Who is the real boss here? Just when the three thought the dungeon would clear in this bizarre way, suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the monk's mouth. The angry roar was accompanied by a surge of thick black smoke. Before everyone could react, they saw Zhou Yu being knocked over by a tremendous force, crashing several dozen meters away and hitting the ground hard. At this moment, amidst the black smoke, a massive figure over 15 feet tall rose up. This figure had 2 heads and 4 arms. One head showed compassion, while the other glared with rage. Black smoke swirled around the angry head, resembling a world-destroying demon. On the compassionate head, countless black, demonic patterns twisted around, looking strangely eerie. As the 4 arms waved, one held a Zen staff, and another held a demon-suppressing club. The fists were tightly clenched, muscles bulging, and wherever the skin was exposed, black magic patterns rolled like living creatures, exuding a chilling aura. The world only believes that cultivating Buddhism is good. Who can become a Buddha? The compassionate head suddenly opened its eyes wide, its expression twisted as it roared. Then let me ask you, can cultivating Buddhism grant you immortality? Boom! The entire Zen temple shook with this shout. Even the sound and smoke made Su Mei and the others tremble, continuously retreating. This is bad. This is the second form of the demon monk's leader. How could this happen on normal difficulty? Su Mei exclaimed in despair. Just the impact of that shout had caused them to lose over 200 health points. It was hard to imagine how high the damage would be up close. Captain Lin, why don't we just leave? Su Xiaoqiang braced against the wind and waves to protect Lin Shiyun behind him. I think your summoned beast might, Su Xiaoqiang was about to say something when he saw Zhou Yu, who had been knocked down, unexpectedly climb up from the ground. Demon Monk Leader, second form, Demonized Diamond Boss. Race, Demon. Level, LV 30. Health, 13,000. Magic, 4,500. Attack, 580 to 630. Defense, 25/magic resistance, 15%. Attributes, Intermediate Martial Body, green. Demon Howl, green. Advanced Staff Technique, blue. Intermediate Demonization, blue. Magic Pattern Grievance Prison, blue. Looking at the three dazzling blue attributes shimmering on the boss, Zhou Yu felt that his waiting had not been in vain. Now this is more like it. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 30 skeletal swordsmen reappeared. Go, my little skeletons. The 30 skeletal swordsmen charged forward almost simultaneously, their long swords held high, rushing toward the demonized diamond as if they were going to their deaths. At that moment, a shimmering light suddenly flashed around Zhou Yu, and the next second, it enveloped everyone like a halo. Evil Frenzy activated. Buzz. In an instant, the already charging skeletal swordsmen's speed surged, and before the enemy could react, they had reached the front. Swish, swish, swish. The sounds of swords chopping echoed, followed by damage numbers rising continuously above the demonized diamond's head. -37, -42, -38. Although each damage number wasn't high, the sheer number overwhelmed the opponent, as 30 figures struck all at once, causing the enemy to lose nearly 1,000 health points. What? How did these skeletal swordsmen suddenly become so powerful? Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed in disbelief. To leave such wounds on the boss. Was he taking medicine? Not medicine. It must be his skills. Su Mei was equally shaken. She thought these skeleton swordsmen had exhausted all their trump cards, yet they still had such an explosive attack. She turned her head and looked at Lin Shiyun, who was beside her and seemed a bit dazed. I don't know. Lin Shiyun couldn't even remember how many times she had said, I don't know, but I can help. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality and raised the wooden staff in her hand. Chapter 24. The Curse of the Magic Rune Prison. Buzz. Zhou Yu hadn't reacted yet when he suddenly felt a layer of light enveloping him. He turned around and saw Lin Shiyun chanting something with her staff. Blessing light? It increases his own health recovery speed and overall health. Standing there for so long, this girl has finally been of some use. With the blessing of this light, the skeleton swordsman should be able to launch another round of attacks. Sure enough, after 3 rounds of volleys, the skeleton swordsman welcomed a counterattack from the demonized titan like a storm. Whoosh! A 4-meter-long staff swept horizontally, utterly shattering the closest skeleton swordsman in front of him. This time, the enemy didn't even have a chance to reform. They were already declared dead. But even so, the other skeleton swordsmen kept launching attacks fearlessly. The demonized titan swung the staff like a windmill, and just a few swings completely crushed all the skeleton swordsmen. Looking at the opponent, with 13,000 health, there was still nearly 10,000 left. Bang! At this moment, the demonized titan stomped heavily on the ground and began to advance toward Zhou Yu. Those who believe in me, the demon lord, can attain immortality. He raised the staff in his hand, striking downward like a phantom descending from the void towards Zhou Yu. Lin Shiyun screamed. The terrifying power of the demonized titan made her lose confidence in winning. However, at that moment, Zhou Yu stepped forward to meet the titan's staff. Crack! Crack! Like machinery, heavy armor appeared one after another in the stunned gazes of the three. In an instant, it fully wrapped around him. Heavy and huge armor, an incredibly thick shield, and a sharp broadsword. As all of this appeared, Zhou Yu, who had initially seemed a bit flimsy, instantly became incredibly strong. It has armor? Su Xiaoqiang's mind completely short-circuited. No one answered because Zhou Yu, now fully equipped, had already raised a shield to meet the attack. Boom! The staff collided with the shield, producing a deep, muffled sound. -231. Seeing the damage value, Zhou Yu smiled faintly. The defense brought by heavy armor was indeed better than he had imagined. At this moment, the demonized titan raised its weapon again, preparing to launch a second attack. It's a turn-based game. Now it's my turn. In an instant, Zhou Yu exploded into action. Swift Wolf Step activated. Whoosh! His figure became a blur, instantly disappearing from the spot, taking advantage of the moment the demonized titan raised its weapon to directly appear in front of it. Sword Chi Heavy Slash activated. Swish! A fierce sword energy exploded, forcefully ripping apart the titan's blocked fists and striking against its abdomen. Minus 1,070. 1,000 damage? So high. Seeing the damage, the three gasped in shock. This was a boss. How could it unleash such terrifying damage? How high was Zhou Yu's current attack? Zhou Yu / Heavy Armored Skeleton Swordsman. Race Undead. Level LV24. 151/2400. Health 3,200. Magic 1,500. Attack 350 to 400. Defense 32 / Magic Resistance 15%. Attributes: Sword Chi Heavy / Green, Swift Splicing White, Skeleton Swordsman Summon Green, Claw Penetration Blue, Wolf Pack Domination Green, Swift Wolf Step Blue, Hellfire Explosion Blue, Evil Frenzy Blue, Titan Power Green, Intermediate Tenacity Green, Intermediate Devourer Green, Intermediate Martial Body Green, Magic Howl Green, Intermediate Staff Technique Green, Intermediate Demonization Blue, Believer Control Green, Phantom Body Green, Grudge Howl Green. Zhou Yu's previous attacks and health weren't this high. But this time in the dungeon, an entirely new entry was not only collected in such a short time, but some had even been upgraded to blue entries. Now, under the evil and frenzied enhancement, he was terrifyingly strong. Puff! With a 30% increase in attack speed, Zhou Yu wasted no time and struck out with two swords once again. Minus 985. Minus 1,429. Two more damage numbers appeared, one of which even triggered a critical hit. In less than a second, Zhou Yu alone had dealt over 3,000 points of damage, more than the total of all the skeleton swordsmen before. However, just as Zhou Yu swung his heavy sword for the fourth time, there was a clang. His heavy sword was blocked by the demon-subduing staff. Zhou Yu looked up and saw the staff descending upon him like a shadow. He moved his feet. Wind Wolf Step activated. Swish! Zhou Yu's figure instantly became illusory, dashing through his opponent and reappearing directly behind them. The furious, diamond-like head turned around, but before it could react, Zhou Yu had already struck out twice more. Sword Chi Heavy Slash. Once again, two terrifying attacks erupted, directly taking away over 2,000 of the foe's health. By now, the originally 13,000 health of the demonized diamond was down to about 5,000. This meant that with at most 5 more attacks, Zhou Yu could completely kill it. Damn it, I seek immortality, no one can stop me. Before the roar from his mouth had fallen, Zhou Yu suddenly opened his mouth wide, mimicking a roar. Grudge Roar activated. A howl from the depths of the soul reverberated, causing the furious, demonized diamond to slightly pause. The Grudge Roar had no other effect. It only caused a brief stun through the howl of the soul, which had little impact on the demonized being with decent magic resistance, merely making it dazed for a moment. In that moment, Zhou Yu struck down once more. Sword Chi Heavy Slash. Puff! With just 4 hits left, Zhou Yu could finish the kill. But the repeatedly harmed demonized diamond had already entered a state of rage. It suddenly brought its empty hands together and let out a roar toward Zhou Yu. Countless black magic patterns erupted like living things from its body, and before Zhou Yu could react, they formed a huge cage, completely enveloping him. Magic Pattern Grudge Cage. This was the demonized diamond's trump card, countless magic patterns turning into a cage of grievances, tying Zhou Yu tightly. Yet, for the demonized diamond itself, there was no hindrance at all. At this moment, Zhou Yu was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, completely exposed to continuous attacks from the opponent. What to do? Lin Shiyun did not expect such a sudden reversal. The 2 support skills she had were cast on Zhou Yu, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang rushed out almost at the same time. Xiaoqiang attacked from the sides. He only has a bit more than 4,000 health left. We can give it a try. Okay. Demon, see my sword. Su Xiaoqiang leaped up, raising his long sword, and slashed down at the demonized diamond. However, with a clang, his long sword was blocked by the demon-subduing staff. No matter how he exerted himself, he couldn't land a hit. Get back! Su Mei's shout came from behind. Su Xiaoqiang seemed to have anticipated this moment and suddenly retreated, rolling aside. Right behind him, Su Mei gripped her sword with both hands, unleashing a low yell. Charging Wild Sword Slash. Swish! A silver sword light slashed through the air, landing heavily on the demonized diamond's arm. Puff! Dark red blood sprayed out, but it only inflicted a pathetic damage of -112. What? Sume did not expect that the skill she exhausted all her strength to unleash would only produce such minimal damage. At that moment, she felt darkness overhead as a massive staff swept down with a terrifying sound. Clang! Her body was uncontrollably sent flying out, and with just this one strike, it actually brought her nearly half of her health. Of course, it also bought Zhou Yu a little bit of time. Above his head, a ghostly green fireball was forming. Chapter 25. Clear the level, break the record. Demonic fire explosion activated. Boom! A ghostly green fireball exploded above the opponent's head, dealing nearly 1,000 damage. Zhou Yu still couldn't use the infernal fire blast, so he could only rely on this demonic fire explosion to deal heavy damage to the opponent. Unexpectedly, this further provoked the opponent's ferocity. With a roar, the Zen staff swung towards Zhou Yu. Under the binding of the cursed prison, Zhou Yu could only brace himself to take this attack. Clang! But when the Zen staff struck down, the terrifying damage he expected did not appear. Instead, only a few dozen points of damage was dealt. How was that possible? The three of them exclaimed in unison. After all, that was a boss. Only 78 damage from single attack. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Seeing this damage, Zhou Yu smiled faintly. The soul form really works wonders when used correctly. With a 70% damage reduction, even the boss didn't expect that. Moreover, not only that, reaching the green attribute of the soul form didn't just mean a 70% damage reduction. The 10% magic damage amplification was also reduced to 0. This meant that he no longer had to worry about the opponent's magic attacks while in this state. Smack! Unbelieving, the demonic king repeatedly struck with the Zen staff. The total damage didn't even reach 300 points. At that moment, the cursed prison binding also declared its collapse after more than 10 seconds. Zhou Yu, now free, brandished his long sword once again. Sword energy heavy slash. Sword energy heavy slash. Sword energy heavy slash. With 3 consecutive slashes, one successfully landed a critical hit, and huge crimson numbers rose above the demonic king's head in an instant. At that moment, all of its health bars were completely emptied. Ding! You have successfully slain the demonic monk leader. Experience points plus 1,120. Ding! You randomly obtain the attribute. Cursed Prison Blue. Buzz! Before the three at the back could react, they felt a burst of light above their heads as they all leveled up simultaneously. Hint! Successfully clear the demonic monk Zen temple dungeon. Rewards are being calculated. Congratulations, you have obtained rewards. Experience points plus 1,000. Demonic monk staff, bronze. Exorcism staff, bronze. Demonic monk robe, bronze. Congratulations on breaking the dungeon normal difficulty clearance record. Extra reward. Experience points plus 1,000. Hearing the prompt, Lin Shiyun felt a bit dizzy. We cleared just like that? And we even set a record. Wow. Big sister, Captain, we hit the jackpot. I gained 500 more experience. Me too. The three displayed incredible excitement. They never imagined they would clear it so fast. And the instigator of all this was that skeleton soldier. At this moment, the three couldn't help but look at Zhou Yu, who stood before the fallen demonic king like a war god. A blue attribute? Zhou Yu looked at the obtained attribute with a hint of regret. No one would complain about having too many attributes. Furthermore, this guy had several blue attributes on him. If he could come back, he wouldn't mind farming a bit more. The dungeon shouldn't just be normal difficulty, right? Zhou Yu suddenly recalled Lin Shiyun's introduction from before, turned to the three of them, and gestured. You mean you want to continue farming this dungeon? Increase the difficulty. But isn't your consumption a bit much? Do you want to rest a bit? Okay, I'll listen to you. Do you have any other requests? Just say it. No problem. After Zhou Yu's gestures, Lin Shiyun completely understood his needs. He not only wanted to farm this dungeon again, but he also needed her to find books on the language and literature they would study, as well as historical introductions, etc. The little girl nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, noting down all his requests. However, this would take time. She needed to go back to collect them. Just at that moment, Zhou Yu also needed some time to recover his state. Although he was confident, he naturally would not be reckless about the copy with increased difficulty. As for Su Mei and her brother, they naturally agreed 1,000 times. Thus, after the countdown ended, the three and Zhou Yu disappeared together into the copy. Meanwhile, outside the copy hall, Kong Ling was sitting with his men beneath the announcement screen, having even ordered himself a drink. Lounging on a sofa, he didn't know where it came from. Young master, are you just waiting here like this? The four thugs beside him couldn't help but speak. I think they won't come out anytime soon. After all, this is a storyline copy. Even if they can't withstand the first wave of wild monsters, it's going to take at least 2 hours. Yeah, why don't we take the young master to the nearby wild area to farm a bit, so we don't waste time? Exactly, the young master has just completed his first transition. In this time, maybe he can directly reach level 11. Oomph, you really think highly of her. With a drink in his hand, Kong Ling suddenly snorted lightly. Do you think this is just any place? Even the vengeful monks in a magic monk temple are enough to give them a hard time. Plus, you see there are only 3 of them, not even a mage. How long can I hold on? Saying this, he looked at the time. It's half an hour now, at most another quarter of an hour, and they will be scared and end the copy in embarrassment. The 4 nodded in agreement. Indeed, the young master is wise. He even guessed this. Haha, when Lin Shiyun is scared out, she will definitely kneel before the young master, asking him to take her to level up. By then, the young master can do as he pleases. Ha. Just as everyone was laughing heartily, suddenly the screen showed that the recording time for Team 38, where Lin Shiyun was, ended. At the same time, a beam of light at the entrance of the copy lit up, marking that someone was coming out. With a slight association, they knew she was coming out. See? Didn't I tell you? Kong Ling lazily turned around to face the entrance, raising his head to take a big gulp of his drink. He wanted to see what a driven-out Lin Shiyun looked like, how miserable her expression would be. However, just as the light at the entrance of the copy flickered, a voice suddenly rang throughout the copy hall from the announcement above. Congratulations to Team 38 for breaking the normal difficulty record of the Magic Monk Temple with a time of 42 minutes and 16 seconds. Congratulations to Team 38 for breaking the normal difficulty record of the Magic Monk Temple with a time of 42 minutes and 16 seconds. Congratulations to Team 38 for breaking the normal difficulty record of the Magic Monk Temple with a time of 42 minutes and 16 seconds. The repeated announcement caused the previously arrogant Kong Ling's expression to change drastically, and the drink he hadn't yet swallowed sprayed out. He suddenly stood up, looking in disbelief at the big screen, and exclaimed, "What? Clear the level? This is impossible." Not just him. The 4 thugs who had just agreed with him were now exchanging bewildered glances, all looking at the announcement in the hall. They couldn't believe how the other side did it, and even cleared it. Meanwhile, everyone wandering in the entire copy hall was also completely shocked by the announcement. What? Over 40 minutes? They cleared it? Which team is this? Team 38? Could it be those 3 young people who just went in? No way. Didn't she have a conflict with the young master of the city lord? Just a rookie who changed jobs yesterday. The announcement won't lie. You have to believe it even if you don't want to. No way. Could she really be a hidden big shot? I don't know about being hidden, but she's definitely a big shot. Over 40 minutes to clear. Can you believe that? What was the previous record? I remember it was like 1 day and 7 hours. They led by so much. Just now, many onlookers who had looked down on Lin Shiyun and her friends changed their expressions. If clearing the dungeon can't prove anything, then breaking the dungeon record can prove something. Not to mention, Lin Shiyun and her friends did it in such a short time. Buzz. With the flickering of light, 3 figures solidified completely in front of the dungeon entrance. Feeling the surrounding environment, the 3 had a sense of relief, but as soon as they looked up, they found pairs of eyes all staring at them. Different from the previous sneers, ridicule, and even arrogant glances, this time, their eyes showed intense shock, even flattery. Such strong individuals who could clear the dungeon so quickly were worth leaving a good impression, even if only as a passerby. Su Xiaoqiang was a bit taken aback, but as soon as he spoke, Lin Shiyun next to him reminded him. Look at the announcement. Su Xiaoqiang looked up and saw the bold and enlarged announcement in the front row, which displayed the news of their team breaking the record. We broke the record. According to the rules, it has to be announced in the dungeon hall. Su Mei explained from the side. Sister Su, let's follow the previous plan, rest for 2 hours, and then gather here. Lin Shiyun said, please help me handle those few pieces of equipment. No problem, Shiyun. If you need some life number 1, I can provide it in advance. She didn't finish her sentence before being interrupted by Lin Shiyun. No need, Sister Su. You've already helped me a lot. I will find a way for the money. All right, see you in 2 hours. Su Mei knew when to stop and did not continue, but signaled everyone to get in the car. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Shiyun and the others directly got into the luxury car and quickly left. From start to finish, the 3 didn't even glance at Kong Ling once. Crack! Kong Ling slammed the wine glass in his hand heavily on the floor, his face changing constantly between blue and red. This was the first time he felt so humiliated. No words, no ridicule, not even communication. The other party simply ignored him, which became the greatest humiliation to him. He, Kong Ling, the second son of the city lord's mansion, who would dare to ignore him? Even the 4 bodyguards beside him were silenced, not daring to speak. After a long time, Kong Ling gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." "Young master, where are we going?" "Nonsense, of course. We're going into the dungeon." Kong Ling said with a dark expression, "Clearing a normal level is nothing. I want to clear a dangerous level. Then we'll see what she can act like in front of me." "Oomph, dangerous level?" The four bodyguards changed their expressions upon hearing this. The difficulty was rising, and so was the danger. "This, young master, the dangerous level is probably—" Someone just started to speak, but was glared at by Kong Ling. "What did my dad send you here for? Just to eat? Whoever dares to withdraw. Do you believe I won't make you unable to mix in Han City? And no, we won't dare." When he said this, the four could only lower their heads. They were just second transition professionals and didn't have the ability to make the city lord give them face. Knowing it was dangerous, they still had to go. Meanwhile, Lin Shiyun and the others, escorted by the luxury car, quickly returned home. She didn't expect Sister Sue's efficiency to be so high. The people were still in the car, and the 3 pieces of bronze equipment had already been turned into money, and, even after consulting her opinion, directly exchanged for 3 life number 1s. As soon as Lin Shiyun got out of the car, people from the business association were waiting at the door to deliver life number 1. "Sister Sue, why are there 5? Lin Shiyun looked surprised at the quantity in the briefcase. "Oh, the 2 extra are considered a loan to you. After you get more equipment later, just sell them to me." Sume waved her hand and quickly drove away. Watching the figure of the other person leaving, Lin Shiyun softly said thank you. She hugged the suitcase tightly, her footsteps light as she ran up the stairs. With these life number 1s, her sister's illness should ease for a while and not be so painful. She was even a bit eager to share this good news with the other party. Clap! Lin Shiyun bounced to the last step like a little rabbit. When she saw her door wide open, her body abruptly froze. Thud! The suitcase she held tightly fell to the ground with a heavy thud, but Lin Shiyun felt nothing. "Grandma Momo!" Lin Shiyun rushed into the room and shouted, but there was no response at all. In an instant, she panicked. For many years, Grandma had taken care of Momo, and it had never happened that the door was left unlocked, and her sister hadn't left that room for years. But now, both of them were gone. Grandma, Momo. Lin Shiyun frantically searched every room, but saw no trace of the 2. Just as she was about to break down, Lin Shiyun suddenly saw a note pressed under a cup on the coffee table in the living room. She grabbed it and found a line written on it. "Abandoned factory number 048 in the southern part of the city." The handwriting was fresh and was neither Grandma's nor Momo's, and there were no other markings on it. But this was Lin Shiyun's last straw of hope. Without thinking, she rushed out the door and headed straight for the location on the note. As she disappeared into the street, a shadow lurking in the corner lowered its voice. "Target has departed and separated from Sume." Lin Shiyun ran all the way, and in less than half an hour, she arrived in the southern part of the city where rows of once bustling factories had now been abandoned. Her mind was only on her sister and Grandma as she searched, and finally found the deeply hidden factory number 048. The factory's main gate was tightly closed, leaving only a small door for entry. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shiyun pushed open the small door and walked in. But as soon as she entered, she saw a scene that broke her heart. In the warehouse, Grandma was hanging high in the air with a rope, her hair disheveled, her face pale, in very bad condition. That wasn't the most heart-wrenching part. The most heart-wrenching part was that her sister was just thrown on the cold, damp floor, groaning in pain, struggling a few times, even drawing blood from her fingers, but could not move an inch. Nearby, 2 figures stood watching like it was a show, even occasionally laughing. The cheerful laughter sharply contrasted with her sister's piercing screams in the dark, cold factory. "What are you planning to do?" Lin Shiyun felt her heart being sliced like a knife, screaming as she rushed towards her sister. "Let go of my Grandma!" Lin Shiyun rushed to her sister's side, trembling in her voice. "Sister, are you okay?" Sister, I'm fine. It hurts." Seeing Lin Shiyun appear, the 2 figures showed no surprise. One bearded middle-aged man merely clapped his hands. Indeed, this method is effective. She fell for it right away. The other one-eyed man grinned. Such a beautiful face. What a pity to let it die like this. If only it could. "Hey." The bearded man shot him a glare, his tone serious. "Don't go off on A. What are you thinking about?" The bearded man let out a cold snort. "From the moment you set foot in this factory, your family was doomed." As he spoke, the 2 men moved closer towards Lin Shiyun. Their powerful aura as second-tier professionals made her heart skip a beat. But looking at her suffering sister in her arms and her nearly unconscious grandmother hanging in the air, she forced herself to calm down. "Kong Ling just separated from us. If they really wanted to do this, they wouldn't let me go." From the way the 2 were behaving, Lin Shiyun immediately thought of Kong Ling. But she quickly sensed something was wrong. Despite Kong Ling being a spoiled brat, he had always wanted her. The others were clearly here to take her life, not just hers but her whole family's. Without deep enmity, it was impossible to do such a thing. I usually tread carefully and never make enemies with anyone who would want to take my life. Speaking of death, Lin Shiyun suddenly remembered Wu Lina and Zhuang Hu too, who had died on the wasteland before. Are you here for revenge, for Wu Lina? Remembering Su Mei's warning, Lin Shiyun blurted it out. Looks like you're not stupid. It's really her. Wu Lina and the others left the team and were targeted by wolves. Why do you want to take revenge on me and my family? For the first time, Lin Shiyun felt such injustice. Why? Do you need a reason to kill you? The one-eyed man scoffed. How ridiculous. Sister Yu, hurry and go. Although Mo was in pain, she had been listening to the conversation throughout, and now she tightly grasped Lin Shiyun's arm, pleading. You alone can survive. No, Sister Sob, I won't leave you. The pain from the blood seeping from her lips kept Lin Shiyun's tears from overflowing, and without hesitation, she activated her summoning spell. A magic circle began to spread from beneath her feet, and a familiar summoning gate appeared out of thin air in an instant. The two men were momentarily stunned, and then they saw a towering 2-meter-tall white skeleton appear. Zhou thought the other party was finished preparing to enter the instance, but he looked around and discovered that this place was actually an old factory. Crack! Crack! Zhou swiftly turned his head 180 degrees, ready to scold Lin Shiyun. But when he saw Lin Shiyun and the little girl she was holding, his expression twitched slightly. Is this an instance? Or an accident? For some reason, the moment Lin Shiyun saw Zhou, it felt like she found a support, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. The Wu Lina who died in the wasteland, her family sent someone to kill me and my family. Please help me, I beg you. Crack! 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 Zhou said nothing, but turned his head to draw his sword and pointed it at the two men. A skeleton soldier? Seeing a skeleton soldier daring to draw a sword at them, the two were stunned for a moment before erupting with laughter. Ha ha ha! The one-eyed man clutched his stomach and walked forward, casually saying, Are you counting on a skeleton soldier to help you? Ha 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 ha! It's a bigger skeleton soldier. The bearded man also chimed in. Don't waste time. Deal with it and take her on the road. Ha ha! You don't need to do anything. I can take down this skeleton soldier with one hand. Thud! With a dull sound, the one-eyed man felt a chill at his neck, and all his words stopped instantly. He found himself floating up into the air, his vision spinning uncontrollably. He suddenly saw that his body seemed to still be standing below, and the skeleton he had just scoffed at was now swooping past him with a long sword in hand. Oh, I've died, or rather, I've been decapitated. The moment this thought formed, all of the one-eyed man's consciousness completely vanished. Thud! His out-of-control body fell heavily to the ground. The wound on the neck was exactly facing the man with the beard. What? The man with the beard widened his eyes, his shocked cry still unfinished, when he saw Zhou Yu's sword coming at him with incredible speed. He quickly rolled on the ground. With a loud thud, the sword struck the ground where he had been standing, leaving a deep gash in the earth. Sacred shield! The man with the beard sprang up with a low growl, and immediately, a layer of armor materialized on his body, while a heavy shield appeared in his hands. The man with the beard did not intend to fight. Instead, he used the shield for protection and quickly retreated towards the factory's exit. Even though Zhou had only attacked once, he knew clearly that he was no match for the other. So, the man with the beard made a run for it. As long as he could escape, he could send a message to Wu Xiong, and reinforcements would come. Damn it, didn't she just change jobs 2 days ago? How could she have such a terrifying summoned beast? While retreating, the man with the beard cursed inwardly. Fortunately, my sacred shield has powerful defense, able to block all attacks below level 30. As long as I can get out of here, I'll survive. But before he finished thinking, he saw Zhou walking quickly toward him. Hold it! The man with the beard shouted and slammed his shield into the ground. However, Zhou's speed did not slow down at all. On the contrary, it seemed to increase. Swish! The man with the beard only felt his body tremble, but the expected impact did not come. When he looked up, he was shocked to find that Zhou, who had been charging at him, had disappeared. Where did he go? Puff! The long sword ripped through the armor, and with it his head flew off, spinning a few times in midair before falling to the ground. The man with the beard died, without understanding how Zhou had appeared behind him. With an expressionless glance at the two corpses, Zhou didn't even bother to look at the system's notification. He turned his head, raised his sword, and then thrust it fiercely into the air. With a hiss, the ropes that bound the grandmother were severed in an instant. When the grandmother fell, a pair of bone-white arms appeared beneath her, catching her safely. She's still alive. Zhou checked for a pulse, and then handed her over to Lin Shiyun. Thank you, Grandma, are you all right? Lin Shiyun gave Zhou a grateful look, helping the grandmother up. Cough, cough. The grandmother coughed heavily, seeming about to wake up. Shiryun, where are we? Grandma. I'm here. Don't be afraid. We're going home now. Home. Hearing those words, Zhou Yu's soul seemed to stir for a moment. In the next instant, he twitched his sword and pointed it directly at Lin Shiryun. This sudden action startled Lin Shiryun. What? What are you going to do? Oof. Zhou Yu snorted coldly. What home? He pointed his sword at the two fallen bodies. I am not like you. I have never had the habit of placing danger in the cradle. Chapter 28. People fear power, but not virtue. Actually, Zhou Yu could understand Lin Shiryun's thoughts at this moment. She was inherently kind, and having encountered such things for the first time, she only wanted to take the grandmother and grandchild home as soon as possible. But he was not her. Lin Shiryun, though not unimportant, was the only way for him to obtain other entries in this world. Other matters could be ignored, but this kind of thing he had to handle. You want to find Wu Lina's family? After taking a moment to understand Zhou Yu's intentions, Lin Shiryun's eyes showed an expression of disbelief. She didn't fail to understand his actions, but she never expected this skeleton to be so clever, knowing how to seek revenge. Not me, us. Zhou Yu decided to give Lin Shiryun a proper lesson. Cutting the grass, but not removing the roots, the spring wind blows again. You can never rely on the mercy of your enemies. Zhou Yu tried his best to make her understand the meaning of this. Every act of mercy you show could lead to your loved ones being hurt again. The world fears power, but not virtue. Do you understand? Lin Shiryun, who understood Zhou Yu's meaning, fell silent for a moment. When she lifted her head again, a touch of coldness gradually expanded in her eyes. She stood up and bowed to Zhou Yu. I understand. My mercy is only for family and friends. When dealing with enemies, I must be cold enough to protect my loved ones. I know where a family lives. Please help me take Grandma and my sister back first. I can take you there. Compared to before, there was a hint of determination in Lin Shiryun's voice. Okay. Zhou Yu nodded, picked up Grandma and Lin Momo, and after taking a few steps, he noticed Lin Shiryun following behind. Get on. He gestured with his chin towards his shoulder. You want to carry me? Stop talking. Hurry up. Lin Shiryun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately saw Zhou Yu crouch down and carefully climbed on his back, hugging the cold, bony frame tightly. As soon as she lay there, a chilling touch from the skeleton's bones brushed over her. Then, she felt her body sway, quickly followed by a surge in speed as they bolted out of the factory. The scenery raced backward in her eyes, the speed so fast it exceeded her imagination. Fortunately, this was an era of professionals, and the streets were filled with all sorts of bizarre vehicles. Lin Shiryun rested her head on Zhou Yu's shoulder, and that coldness from the depths of the abyss made her feel a warmth she hadn't felt in a long time. Zhou Yu quickly returned to Lin Shiryun's residence, placing Lin Momo and Grandma on separate beds. Grandma slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Zhou Yu's tall and sturdy figure, showed no fear but instead revealed a satisfied smile. Nanner, Luo Yao, did you see? Your daughter is so outstanding. With Lin Shiryun's help, Lin Momo drank 3 bottles of Life No. 1, and only then did her body's pain seem to ease a little, and her complexion became better. Sister, is it your summoned creature? Momo looked at Zhou Yu standing there, enviously saying, so amazing. Zhou Yu glanced at Lin Momo lying on the bed. The symbols winding around her neck gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, almost like a trace of necromantic power. This is called Heavenly Punishment Death Seal, passed on to my sister when our parents fell. As if sensing Zhou Yu's confusion, Lin Shiryun instinctively explained. Because of this, my sister suffers countless tortures every day, and only Life No. 1 can alleviate her pain. She rarely found someone other than Grandma to confide in, and at that moment, she took Zhou Yu as someone to share with. I will definitely work hard, earn a lot of money, find the best priest, and cure my sister's illness. You short on money? Zhou Yu asked, using gestures to express his point. Yes. Lin Shiryun nodded. Life No. 1 is expensive, and my sister might develop a resistance at any time, possibly needing better medication. Zhou Yu thought for a moment, then suddenly waved his hand, tossing 2 pieces of silver equipment he obtained from the corpse lord onto the ground. For me, Lin Shiryun was shocked to see the 2 gleaming silver pieces of equipment, her eyes widening. Zhou Yu said nothing, but turned to look at Lin Shiryun's bookshelf. Books as a trade. Thank you so much. Lin Shiryun did not decline. She knew the value of those 2 pieces of silver gear was undoubtedly high, and Zhou Yu was her summoned beast, not treated as an outsider. Take any books you want. It was only then that Lin Shiryun remembered Zhou Yu probably couldn't read. She walked directly to the bookshelf. This is the basic writing of the Xia country. This is the general history of the Xia country. And here is the history of the Blue Star and the Great Abyss Chronicles. These should be useful to you. Zhou Yu looked at the time. It was still early, not suitable for killing and looting. So, he simply sat down in the living room and opened one of the basic texts. Several hours passed in a blink, and seeing that the sky was getting dark, Zhou Yu finally closed his book. Unlike he had expected, the characters of the Xia country were surprisingly similar to the characters from his past life. Even before the invasion by the Abyss of Blue Star, the world structure was remarkably similar to his previous life. Could it be that there's a reason for my presence here? Zhou Yu couldn't help but make a guess, but after a moment of thought, he came up with no clues. He simply stood up and stretched lazily. He had read enough, and with night falling, it was time to handle serious matters. The night was dark with no moon. Not far from the residence of the city defense chief was another villa. Xiong'er, are those two people from the guild you sent reliable? Chief Wu Xingchang rubbed his stubbled chin, his tone carrying impatience. Didn't you say that girl had already separated from Su Mei and the others? Why hasn't she been brought back yet? Hearing this, Wu Xiong smiled faintly. Father, rest assured, the Red Dragon Guild is a 5th-tier guild, and those who can join are all elites. One is an assassin adept at stealth, and the other is a guardian knight skilled in defense. Both are second transition. Dealing with a mere first transition girl is more than enough. If you say so, then I can rest easy. Wu Xingchang nodded. I may not be able to advance beyond the 4th transition in this lifetime. With Lena facing misfortune, Xiong'er, the future of the Wu family depends on you. Don't worry, father. Wu Xiong smiled confidently. It won't be long before I can break through to the 3rd transition, or even higher. His eyes sparkled with cold determination. Before that, I must make those who harm my sister pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure rushed in from outside. Report, young master. The person you sent has returned with the captured one. Good. Ha 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 ha. Wu Xiong laughed heartily and stood up to head outside. Quick, bring them in through the back door. Yes. Wu Xiong wasn't reckless. On the contrary, to leave no room for the Wu family to be implicated, he even set this execution ground in a rented vacant villa. Even if something went wrong, it wouldn't lead back to him. He had just walked into the garden of the villa when he saw a figure being brought in, clad in heavy armor, holding a shield and a longsword. In their grip was Lin Shiyun's neck, held like a chick being carried over. Is the equipment style of a guardian knight like this? Seeing the person, Wu Xiong furrowed his brow slightly. He remembered that the guardian knight was a symbol of holiness, and their gear shouldn't be so vicious and grim. Just then, Lin Shiyun, who was being held, suddenly raised her head, her face filled with unwillingness and anger. Why did you kill my? He raised his hand and grabbed, and in his hand, a scepter inlaid with jewels appeared. Just as he was about to kill Lin Shiyun for revenge, he suddenly saw the knight's helmet slightly lift, but what flickered inside was not pupils, but 2 pulsating green soul flames. Chapter 29, Flaming Blade Dance, Lava Hand, Battle of the 4th Transformation. Soul Fire? The knight's helmet doesn't have eyes. How can there be soul fire? A flash went through Wu Xiong's mind, and he suddenly reacted. Not good, you are not. His words were barely out when he saw above him a huge fireball glowing with green flame, crashing down heavily. Boom! There was no chance for Wu Xiong to escape. The fireball crashed down and then exploded violently. Hell Flame Explosion. The terrifying hell flame surged like unrestrained waves, constantly striking every inch of the villa. The originally luxurious villa exploded under the impact of this fireball. At the same time, Wu Xingchang, who was hurriedly raising his magic shield, rushed out of the villa with his people. What happened? Xiong'er. His call went unanswered because in midair, the 2nd hell flame fireball had already fallen, and the 3rd one was being generated. Boom boom. After 2 terrifying impacts, the entire villa was completely reduced to rubble. The green flame spread, and everywhere were the sounds of agonizing wails and cries. And in the center, facing the brunt of it, Wu Xiong, whose magic shield scroll had opened at some unknown time, let out a crisp sound under the shock. Crack! The 300,000 he spent on the defensive scroll shattered, just like that. By now, Wu Xiong was still a bit dazed. He didn't understand why the person in front of him, who looked like a spirit, could unleash such terrifying skills. Zhou Yu had no intention of giving him a chance to understand. While Wu Xiong was in a daze, Zhou Yu moved. The Gale Wolf step was unleashed, and though his bulky body, it suddenly burst with an incredibly powerful speed. In just a flash, he darted past the opponent. Puff! Before Wu Xiong could react, Zhou Yu cleaved his large head off. Blood sprayed into the air, splattering onto Zhou Yu's steel armor, making it look especially menacing under the night sky. Zhou Yu ignored the now lifeless body and continued to charge forward. Killing Wu Xiong was just a small appetizer. What he truly wanted to kill was the person standing behind him, Wu Xingchang, the head of the city defense bureau. Boom! Zhou Yu stomped heavily on the ground. and the next moment, the ruins trembled as 30 skeleton swordsmen crawled out from the wreckage. No, it wasn't 30, but 40. After Zhou Yu reached level 25, the number of skeleton swordsmen he could summon was finally increased. 40 skeleton swordsmen appeared, indiscriminately attacking all living beings around. At this moment, a powerful magic fluctuation rose from the front. Firewall. Whoosh, a wall made entirely of fire appeared in Zhou Yu's path. Zhou Yu had no choice but to stop his forward momentum and look towards the distance. Wu Xingqiang, completely enveloped in his magic shield, had an expression of anger that could only be described as grotesquely twisted. You damn pig, the lowest of the low, how dare you harm my son? Wu Xingqiang trembled all over, his anger and sorrow intertwining. I will use the most vicious methods to torture you, making you endure the harshest punishment this world has to offer. As the head of the City Defense Bureau, Wu Xingqiang was a fourth transformation professional, and his profession was fire mage. His son had become a rare flame control master, thanks to his genes. Now, with his most outstanding son dead, Wu Xingqiang had completely lost his sanity. He raised his staff and began to cast his strongest skill. Flames of extreme heat appeared out of thin air in front of him. The fiery blades turned into sharp edges like knives, spinning in mid-air, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into a fiery tornado. Fourth tier skill, Flame Blade Dance. Buzz. A flame blade whirlwind with a diameter of several meters swept toward Zhou Yu like a tornado. Crack, crack, crack. Where it passed, the struggling skeleton swordsmen had terrifying damage numbers floating above their heads one after another, before being completely burned into nothingness. Before Zhou Yu could react, he was completely engulfed. Be careful! Lin Shiyun wanted to warn him, but unfortunately, it was too late. Hiss! Zhou Yu only felt a scorching blade scraping over his armor repeatedly, a series of damage numbers constantly appearing. Before the flame blade whirlwind dissipated, Zhou Yu heard a loud crash, and all his armor, along with his bones, completely collapsed and disintegrated. Seeing this, Wu Xingqiang's anger was slightly alleviated, and he waved his staff to make the residual waves disappear. No! Lin Shiyun cried out, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Zhou Yu was her last support, and now, with that support gone, how could she resist? Regret it. Wu Xingqiang sneered in extreme anger, and the surviving people around them all fully armed, surrounding Lin Shiyun. Too late. The moment you kill my son, everything was already over. Wu Xingqiang leaned on his staff and slowly walked in front of Lin Shiyun, lifting her chin with the tip of his staff. I won't kill you like this. I'll have someone humiliate you first, then send you to the lowest, most despicable brothel to be toyed with. Only after tasting all the pain will you die. Wu Xingqiang turned around, looking at his son's severed head and body, grief filling his heart, and he cried out loudly. My son. However, he didn't notice that on the ground where the flame blade whirlwind had passed, the scattered bones had somehow started to piece themselves together, and the skull, with flickering soul fire, was now chewing on a burnt body. Intermediate cannibalism, green. Originally, Zhou Yu, with less than 1,000 health left, was now rapidly recovering his health due to the effect of the entry. He knew the power of a 4th-tier class holder and also knew that it wouldn't be easy to slay the opponent. But he had more entries. So, when the opponent's skill came, Zhou Yu had already voluntarily given up resistance, letting his bones scatter to create the illusion of death. Now, the opportunity had arrived. Crack, crack, crack. All the heavy armor quickly reassembled, and Zhou Yu grabbed a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, charging toward Wu Xingqiang at the fastest speed. Swift Wolf Step activated. Whoosh! His speed exploded to its peak, and in an instant, he reached Wu Xingqiang. Not good, it's not dead. The surviving class holders reacted and instantly attacked as well. Boom! Zhou Yu lifted his shield, sending a warrior flying, then swung his greatsword to sever the neck of a mage who was about to chant a spell. Next, he withstood an archer's shot with his body, then raised his greatsword and slashed heavily at Wu Xingqiang. Sword Chi Heavy, slash activated. Whoosh! A sword energy several meters long exploded and struck heavily on Wu Xingqiang. However, because of the interference from others, Wu Xingqiang had the opportunity to activate a magic shield, blocking all of Zhou Yu's sword energy. Deceptive skeleton, you'll never match human intelligence. Wu Xingqiang looked at Zhou Yu, ready to chant a spell. But just then, Zhou Yu, as if not hearing his taunt, had a flash of red light in his eyes. Evil Frenzy activated. Swish, swish, swish. 3 heavy sword strikes exploded at once. Puff, puff, puff. 3 terrifying slashes successfully wore down the magic shield in front of Wu Xingqiang. It was at this moment that the opponent's spell was completed. Magma Hand. The ground in front of Zhou Yu suddenly cracked open, and 2 hands wrapped in lava shot up from the ground. He firmly gripped the heavy sword he was about to swing. All attacks were completely suppressed in an instant. Oomph. You. Wu Xingchong, holding his staff, sneered and prepared for his next skill, but at that moment he suddenly trembled, and a sharp pain shot from his lower back, completely interrupting his chant. He suddenly turned around, only to see Lin Shiyun holding a dagger, deeply embedded in his lower back. You dare. For my family, I dare anything. Lin Shiyun's body was still trembling, but the hands gripping the dagger were exceptionally steady. I hit. Before Wu Xingchong could finish his word, a cold, white hand had already gripped his throat, and the next moment, it tightened with force. Crack! Wu Xingchong heard the crisp sound of his neck snapping. He had never imagined that, as a level 4 mage, he would die like this. Before he died, he saw light suddenly emanating from Zhou Yu's body. To exchange his death for someone else's upgrade. What an immense irony. Ding! You killed a level 4 mage. Experience plus 2,471. Ding! You have leveled up to LV26. Ding! You randomly obtained the entry, Flame Blade Dance Blue. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained enough entries. The entry editor function has been unlocked. Entry editor. Use any entry as the main, freely combine different entries, with a chance to upgrade or transform into a new entry. Note, once a subordinate entry is fused, it will permanently disappear, so use this function with caution. New function. Zhou Yu did not expect such a change in the system. However, he did not have time to study it right now, because he saw that Wu Xingchong, this level 4 profession, had completely fallen. The remaining survivors had naturally lost all will to fight and began fleeing in all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, just as they reached the back door, they found a figure standing there, with a serious and cold expression. Kill! Su Xiaoqiang's eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness, as if he had made up his mind. He raised his long sword and used his strongest skill to strike out. Whoosh! The long sword pierced the chest of the person in front, causing all the others behind to freeze in fear. They have someone guarding them, escaped through the front door. They turned and ran toward the other direction, only to suddenly see Su Mei, fully armored, standing at the front door, expressionless, watching everything unfold. Helping the tyrant, damn it. With those words, she also leapt into the battle. A few minutes later, the entire scene was completely cleared by Zhou Yu. The towering, bone-white skeleton frame was stained with blood. Looking around, the ground was covered with corpses. Not bad. Zhou Yu glanced at Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, secretly nodding. Originally, this plan would not have been so perfect. After all, it was just him alone, and if these people fled in a panic, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to kill them all. If even one escaped, today's events would be leaked, causing big trouble. But Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang's arrival was something he hadn't expected. The two had been wandering in the dungeon lobby for a long time, not seeing Lin Shiyun appear, and then personally sought him out. When they saw Zhou Yu, Lin Shiyun, Grandma, and Lin Momo's situation, Su Mei immediately understood what kind of ordeal they had encountered. Zhou Yu originally thought they would stop Lin Shiyun, but to his surprise, they agreed to the plan and even decided to join in. No matter what their purpose or thoughts were, at least they had played their part. Shiyun, the area has been cleared. Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang came together, looking at Zhou Yu with surprise on their faces. Well, thanks to your powerful summoner, I don't suppose it has a name? This. Lin Shiyun turned to look at Zhou Yu. She had never named it before. However, Zhou Yu heard it and just raised his hand and gestured, my last name is Zhou. Lin Shiyun and Su Mei, along with the other two, looked completely confused. My last name's Zhou. Pig. Which? Sudden? Pull. Ouch. Zhou. Finally, after Lin Shiyun received a slap on the head from Zhou Yu, she finally understood his last name. Next to her, Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang selectively ignored Lin Shiyun's grievance. Mr. Zhou, there's already a commotion here. I believe the security bureau's people will arrive soon. Su Mei said to Zhou Yu, I think you should leave quickly. I'll handle the aftermath here. Zhou Yu nodded. With the finance minister's daughter handling the aftermath, Lin Shiyun's safety should be guaranteed. Turning to Lin Shiyun, Zhou Yu nodded at her and directly ended the summoning. His figure quickly disappeared, returning to the abyss. Seeing Zhou Yu vanish, Su Mei quickly said to Su Xiaoqiang, Quick, set fire. The bigger the better. We need to burn all the bodies beyond recognition. She quickly collected the gear that had fallen from the bodies and handed it over to Lin Shiyun. Shiyun, these are from your Mr. Zhou. Naturally, they should belong to you. But in this situation, it's too dangerous to act right now. Even the black market is not safe. No need, Su Mei Jia. Lin Shiyun shook her head. Your connections are better than mine, so you keep them for now. We can act when the right opportunity comes. Saying this, she took out the 2 pieces of equipment from the ghoul lord that Zhou gave her. These 2 pieces of equipment are mine. Please help me sell them first. I need to exchange them for life number 1. Yours. Su Mei was surprised that Lin Shiyun actually pulled out 2 silver gray pieces of equipment, but quickly reacted and took them away. Okay, leave it to me. Boom. 3 of them left, and soon the entire villa was engulfed in a blazing fire. Not long after, vehicles from the security bureau arrived at high speed. What happened? Why is there such a big fire here? Quick, go in and check if there are any people inside. Report, it's bad. There are many bodies inside, and one of them seems to be the director of the City Defense Bureau, Wu Xingchang. What? Quickly notify the security bureau chief. After a series of urgent reports, a luxury car quickly arrived from a distance. A middle-aged man with graying hair and a square face, looking vigorous, got out, holding a cigar in his mouth, and walked toward the villa. This person was the chief of the security bureau, LV-49, Zheng Jigang. Zheng Jigang stepped in, first twitching his nose, and suddenly frowned. Necromantic power? Could it be those bastards from the Creation Society? In the Valley of the Undead, light flickered on the bone throne, and Zhou Yu's figure reappeared. I pay my respects, my lord. Afanti's soul fire flickered, bowing respectfully to Zhou Yu. Afanti, during my absence, has there been any abnormality? Zhou Yu nodded slightly, asking as usual about the situation here. My lord, during your absence, we successfully subdued the newly born ghouls from the frozen soil cemetery, and our strength has grown. Afanti's tone was filled with excitement. We're trying to expand our territory beyond the frozen soil cemetery. Not bad, Zhou Yu complimented. Any results? Stop stammering, speak quickly. Zhou Yu could tell something was wrong when he saw Fanny's hesitation. The skeleton soldiers and ghouls we send out for exploration were almost wiped out. Fanny said nervously. What? Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows. Anything that could wipe out the skeleton soldiers and ghoul army must be no simple entity. What is outside the frozen soil cemetery? Cavern demon. Cavern demon? Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows. He had just seen an introduction about abyss creatures. The cavern demon was a kind of undead creature formed after a giant spider's death, known for its piercing and web attacks. Although its power is considerable, it is not enough to wipe out the entire team. He immediately declared, impossible. Tell me, what else is there? Zhou Yu looked at Afanti, who appeared to be hesitant, and his tone became stern. Speak quickly. There's a dragon. What? Zhou Yu's face changed in an instant. Chapter 31 Frostbone Ghost Dragon, the Exiled One. A dragon? Zhou Yu believed Afanti would not dare to lie. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Dragons, no matter in which world, represent the pinnacle of combat power. Even though he was now stronger than before, he could never be the dragon's opponent. If a dragon really appeared here, then his territory was in danger. Can you identify what kind of dragon it is? Zhou Yu asked. No, I can't be sure. Afanti tried to explain. It came quickly, flapping its huge bone wings, but it left just as fast. We don't know where it is, or if it was just passing by. Zhou Yu suddenly stood up from his seat. The situation was urgent, and he couldn't wait any longer. Sitting and waiting for death was not his style, so Zhou Yu decided to investigate himself. My lord, where are you going? Afanti asked cautiously. You don't need to worry. Guard the territory. Zhou Yu quickly stepped out of the undead valley and arrived at the frozen earth cemetery. He walked to the edge of the area Afanti mentioned and saw a stretch of rolling hills and woods. At this moment, Zhou Yu immediately spotted the area damaged by the dragon's breath. In the hillside woodland area, within a radius of several dozen meters, everything had been completely frozen by the breath, mixed with an incredibly dense aura of the undead, fully destroying all souls. In the area devastated by the breath, Zhou Yu could still clearly see several spider-like undead creatures over a meter long, frozen into ice sculptures. Cave demons, Zhou Yu recognized. These undead beings could dig holes underground and even spit silk with a minimum level exceeding LV-15. Now, they had perished completely from a single breath from the opponent. Zhou Yu found a high point and looked into the rolling hills, but did not find any traces left by the giant dragon's breath. Perhaps it was just passing by? Zhou Yu thought with this doubt, quietly sneaking deeper into the forest. He did not intend to start a fight right now, so he moved cautiously. Since he was undead himself, he faced no real dangers along the way. After climbing over several small hills, Zhou Yu did not discover any sign of a dragon's lair. This relieved him. It seemed he didn't have to worry about having an evil dragon as his neighbor, threatening his life. So far, it must be over 100 kilometers away. Zhou Yu muttered to himself, preparing to return to the undead valley. However, just as he turned around, suddenly, from the tallest mountain in the distance, came a deep dragon's roar. Roar! Hiss! Zhou Yu gasped and quickly crawled down behind a rock. Then, he witnessed the most shocking scene since arriving in this world. A giant dragon, radiating an icy blue aura, spread its wings and dove from the mountaintop. Aside from the chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing everything, its eyes sparkled not with ghostly green, but with blood red. Swish! The dragon soared high like a gust of wind and, as it dove down, unleashed its breath just under 50 meters from Zhou Yu. Roar! After freezing a large area of trees and rocks, the dragon flew back to the mountaintop, roaring towards the sky, as if declaring its dominance. And while it flew past, Zhou Yu just happened to click on the exclamation mark hovering above its head. Frostbone Ghost Dragon, the Exiled One. Race, Undead. Level, LV 70. Life, 1.7 million. Magic, 850,000. Attack, 18,000 to 22,000. Defense, 500. Physical resistance, 67%, / magic resistance, 70%. Attributes, Frost Spread, red. Soul Resonance, red. Dragon's Body, purple. Frostbone Dragon Breath, red. Eternal Frozen Domain, purple. Dragon Language Deconstruction, blue. Hiss! Zhou Yu's body couldn't help but tremble. This was not fear, but excitement, triggered by seeing the information about this giant dragon. Is this a dragon? Not only is its level as high as 70, but so many attributes are floating above it. Even more terrifying is that it actually has purple attributes, and there are 2 of them. Gray, white, green, blue, red, purple, gold. Since Zhou Yu arrived in this world, the best he had ever seen was a blue attribute, yet even that felt worlds away from the purple attributes, not to mention the higher golden attributes. Now, he not only saw 1, but 2 at once. Moreover, among the remaining attributes, there were plenty of red attributes, not to mention the others. Each of these attributes, no matter which one he could obtain, would raise his combat power in ways that words could not describe. Desire, an overwhelming desire. But Zhou Yu was also very rational. He knew that he couldn't possibly be a match for the giant dragon right now. The other party probably only needed 1 normal attack, and he would be done for. Zhou Yu bravely and cautiously approached the mountain, wanting to see what the dragon's nest looked like and if there were other dragons around. If there was more than one, he only had one choice, to move, and he had to move as far away as possible. Affinity waited anxiously in the Valley of the Undead, not knowing how long it had been, when he suddenly saw a pale white figure enter the area. "Ah, my lord, you have finally returned." Affinity rushed over. "If you hadn't come back, I was afraid. Zhou Yu glanced at him. If this guy had blood and flesh, he would probably be holding a little golden figurine by now. "So worried about me? Why didn't you go look for me?" As Zhou Yu spoke, he sat down on the throne of bones. Affinity chuckled awkwardly. "Ahem, I firmly remember my lord's orders to guard here and wait for your return." "My lord, did you see that dragon?" "I did. It's a level 70 big guy, very difficult to deal with." "Level 70? My heavens!" Affinity exclaimed in shock. "Then what do we do?" "Stay cool." Zhou Yu looked at him. "Do not expand for now. Continue to hide and wait for the right moment." "The right moment? What right moment?" Affinity paused for a moment, instinctively asking. "You don't need to worry about that." Zhou Yu had already formulated a plan on the way back. It must be said, this scout was too rewarding, especially regarding the position close to the dragon's nest. He discovered that there was only one frost haunt dragon, and also found. However, no matter what, it was not something he could deal with right now. But Zhou Yu had his own plan. He was going to first test his attribute editing function and had to wait until the dungeon ended before figuring out the next steps. With this in mind, Zhou Yu stopped thinking about it, and with a flick of his mind, he opened his panel. Once opened, he realized that his system panel had actually changed. Other things remained the same, but the attribute section was no longer a single attribute, but now indicated a quantity. For example, the splicing attribute he obtained before now had a quantity of 5 marked after it. What does this mean? It means he could use these basic attributes to edit other attributes freely, without worrying that the important attributes would disappear permanently after being consumed. Understanding this, Zhou Yu immediately felt at ease and began to select attributes for editing and experimentation. Ding! Summoning Skeleton Swordsman as the base, fusion attribute completed. Obtained, Skeleton Swordsman summon. Ding! Sword Chi Heavy Slash as the base, fusion attribute completed. Obtained, Sword Chi Super Heavy / green. Ding! Grievance Roar as the base, fusion attribute completed. Obtained, Grievance Roar green. After many attempts, Zhou Yu concluded several characteristics about attribute editing. First, the probability of successful fusion evolution or enhancement is related to the quality of the fusion attributes. The higher the quality of the fusion entries, the greater the probability of evolution and enhancement. Secondly, low-quality entries need to accumulate in quantity to have a chance of completing fusion evolution. Thirdly, the direction of evolution is positively related to the main entry, so there is no need to worry about unusual entries appearing. Fourthly, once a new entry is created through fusion evolution, it does not affect the existence of the original main entry. It only simply consumes the fused entries. With these points in mind, Zhou Yu looked at the various entries in his system list and began to edit them continuously. In the end, after consuming all the entries he had obtained from the commander of the City Defense Bureau, he successfully created 3 brand new entries. Chapter 32. 3 Mutated Entries. Dungeon Difficulty. Nightmare Level. The 3 new entries were Dark Flame Sword Chi / Blue, Flame Wolf Pack Domination Blue, and Holy Flame Bladestorm Red. These 3 were the 3 new mutated entries Zhou Yu created after consuming 99% of his entries that he felt were temporarily useless. The entry Dark Flame Sword Chi / Blue was born from the fusion of the Heavy Sword Chi entry and most of the remaining Dark Fire Explosion entries. Zhou Yu tried it and found that its power was almost 3 times stronger than the previous Heavy Sword Chi, and it even carried a Dark Flame Burning effect, terrifyingly powerful. As for Flame Wolf Pack Domination Blue, this entry came from the unique Flame Spirit Summon skill of the Fire Controller Wu Xiong, which originally summoned 2 Fire Element Guardians to assist in battle. Zhou Yu initially tried several times without much progress, but ultimately made the tough decision to fuse the useless Wolf Pack Domination entry. Unexpectedly, he directly obtained the brand new Flame Wolf Pack Domination Blue entry, which allowed him to summon 7 Flame Giant Wolves for battle all at once, stronger than the previous fire elements, and he could even retain the previous Wolf Pack Domination effect at the same time. This made Zhou Yu feel as if fortune came from his fortune. The last entry, Holy Flame Bladestorm Red, was the only red entry Zhou Yu obtained, and also his first red entry. This main entry came from Wu Xingchang's Flame Blade Dance. After fusing almost all the mage entries he had slain, it successfully evolved into a terrifying entry with both sacred and flame attributes. It was precisely because of these 2 attributes that it successfully attained the red entry status. After consuming all his entries, Zhou Yu did not stop, but instead set his sights on the Skeleton Swordsman summoning entry. He thought that maybe he could continue to fuse it, perhaps creating the next level entry, Heavy Armored Skeleton Swordsman summoning. However, under these circumstances, there were many entries he wanted to fuse, and currently, the skeleton mages on his territory had already been killed off in waves. It seems unrealistic to reach this level in a short time. The remaining option Zhou Yu thought of was to go to the Demon Monk Temple to fuse those entries, and maybe he could create new mutated entries then. He kept both paths, waiting to see which one would be easier to realize. While Zhou Yu was busy, Lin Shiyun returned home, spending the entire night with her grandmother and sister. After this incident, her whole temperament underwent a considerable change. She became stronger, more reserved, and her aura felt even colder. Shiyun, it's time to eat. The bedroom door was pushed open, and her grandmother called out, "Coming, Grandma." Lin Shiyun revealed a sweet smile. Only in front of her loved ones did she show her innocence. Ding, ding, ding. During dinner, the phone rang, and Lin Shiyun felt a slight stir in her heart, finding a quiet place to answer. "Hello, Sister Sume." "Shiyun, have you seen the news?" "Yes, thank you, Sister Sume." Lin Shiyun had seen the news earlier in the day about a villa catching fire, in which the city defense commander and his family sadly lost their lives. Even saw the footage of an interview with Su Mei and Su Xiaochang. It was the 2 of them who actively reported the case that allowed the interview to happen, and due to their identities, they successfully covered up the entire event. "What are you thanking me for?" Su Mei smiled. "What I mean is, although the case hasn't been completely defined, we can't just wait like this. It only invites suspicion. It's better to upgrade if we need to." "Okay, I was planning to do that too, Sister Sume. Shall we meet at the copy in 2 hours?" "Sure. Also, let me tell you some good news." "Good news? What good news?" Lin Shiyun was taken aback, thinking what good news could there be at this time? "I sold the 2 pieces of equipment you gave me. The shop said they were extremely rare edition silver gear and paid 3 times the normal market price." 3 times as much. Lin Shiyun's voice suddenly became higher. As far as she knew, an ordinary bronze piece costs about 100,000, while silver gear starts at 500,000. If they said 3 times, that meant 1,500,000 each. Yes. Where did these gears come from? The shop owner said if he had more like this, he would be willing to buy them at a high price. Sumei's tone was filled with disbelief over the phone. She never expected the silver gear to be worth so much, especially when the shop owner saw the 2 runes of the Lord printed on it. The surprise on his face was like nothing she had ever seen. "Oh, really? Please thank the shop owner for me." Lin Shuryun didn't know where Zhou got the gear, so she could only choose to avoid answering. You can count on me. You should have around 3 million in total now. I want to know if you want to exchange everything for life number 1. I heard there's a newly developed life number 2 recently. Do you want to give it a try? Try it, Sister Su-mei. Please help me change all the money to life number 2. At these words, Lin Shuryun did not hesitate at all. Okay, I'll head over in a bit. More than an hour later, Su-mei and Su Xiaochang arrived together and also brought the newly developed life number 2. Lin Momo tried it and found that the effect was indeed stronger than number 1, which made the whole family exceptionally happy. With that, Lin Shuryun's determination to enter the instance grew stronger as she left home with Su-mei and the others. They smoothly arrived at the Mage Monk Zen Institute Instance Hall. Su-mei turned to Lin Shuryun and asked, Shuryun, should we choose the dangerous level this time? It should be. Lin Shuryun thought for a moment. How about I summon him and ask? Sounds good. Su-mei nodded. After all, he was the real driving force behind the instance. Although they cleared the ordinary level instance before, it was still quite challenging for Zhou Yu alone. If he requested to run the ordinary level again, they could absolutely accept it. All right. Nodding, Lin Shuryun directly activated her summoning technique in the corner. Buzz! As the summoning gate opened, Zhou Yu's figure reappeared. Seeing Zhou Yu, Lin Shuryun slightly bowed to greet him and cautiously asked, We're about to enter the instance. You mentioned last time wanting to change the difficulty. What difficulty should we change to? Difficulty? Zhou Yu thought for a moment and suddenly reached out to grab Lin Shuryun's small hand. This sudden scene caught Lin Shuryun off guard, causing her to exclaim. Zhou Yu rolled his eyes at her and began to write on her palm with his finger. It was Lin Shuryun's first time being held like this, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. But soon, she realized that Zhou Yu was actually writing words in her palm. How many difficulties are there? After a moment, Lin Shuryun understood what Zhou Yu meant. Ordinary, dangerous, nightmare, 3 types. Then what's there to choose from? It has to be nightmare. Zhou Yu directly wrote down the difficulty he was sure of. Chapter 33. Everyone, do you seek immortality? What? Nightmare level. Su-mei and the others heard this difficulty, and everyone couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Zhou, aren't we being a bit hasty? Su Xiaochang said cautiously. Should we consider again? Start with the danger level. Yes, Mr. Zhou. It is said that the nightmare level is the highest difficulty for new players, equivalent to a real abyss environment. Many even suspect it leads directly to a certain crack in the abyss. Even if this is a plot instance, we should be cautious. Su-mei also said solemnly. In her view, Zhou Yu's previous performance, entering the nightmare level instance, was no different from seeking death. It was just a more euphemistic way of saying it. Zhou Yu didn't speak and continued to write a few words in Lin Shuryun's palm. Lin Shuryun paused and looked at Su-mei and Su Xiaochang. He said that if you were worried, you can go by yourselves. Su-mei and Su Xiaochang were immediately taken aback. They had seen bold actions but never had someone spoken so boldly. No, we are just being kind. After all, if everyone encounters danger, it's a matter of life and death. Su Xiaochang felt a bit wronged and was about to explain, but was directly interrupted by Su-mei. We believe in Mr. Zhou. Sister Yu? Su Xiaochang opened her eyes wide, looking at her sister. We believe in Mr. Zhou's strength. Leave the ticket matter to us. After saying this, she didn't wait for Su Xiaochang's reaction and dragged her toward the instance hall. Sister, you really agreed to enter the nightmare level? That is the nightmare level. Su Xiaochang asked, following Su-mei. Xiaochang, you can't view it as a skeleton soldier. You should see him as a person like us, not a summoned creature. Su-mei said seriously. Since we have chosen to befriend Lin Shuryun, we cannot give up this opportunity. With our 2 talents and professions, to put it bluntly, our potential is average. If we want to move forward, we can only bet on him. Though I don't think he can clear the nightmare level, I'm willing to take a gamble. Gamble? Su Xiaochang found it unbelievable. Yes, but that he won't drag Lin Shuryun to her death. Su-mei said, since we are betting, don't say anything that might upset him, and definitely don't do anything he dislikes. Do you understand? Understand. Sister. Su Xiaochang nodded earnestly. You don't believe in me, either? Zhou Yu wrote in Lin Shuryun's palm. Seeing this, Lin Shuryun shook her head. I believe in you. Why? Because my life is saved by you. Regardless of the reason, even if it's death, I'm willing to accompany you. During their exchange, the news about Su-mei buying the ticket caused an uproar in the instance hall. What? Someone actually dares to buy the nightmare level for the Magic Monk Zen Institute. Are they crazy? The clearance rate for the danger level is still less than 20%. They dare to go for the nightmare level. This is probably because they are eyeing the first-time rewards for the nightmare level. Every year, there are a group of people going to their deaths. It's nothing surprising. While speaking, people had already followed Su Mei to find Lin Shiyun and the others. Seeing the three of them, someone suddenly reacted and exclaimed repeatedly, "No way. Isn't this the Team 38 that just broke the record? Is that for real?" I remember some surrounding Tier 3 guilds were alerted and came to find them. As everyone discussed, several figures appeared in front of Lin Shiyun and Su Mei. "Hello. I'm a member of the Tier 3 guild, Mist Guild. Are you three interested in joining us? We can directly offer elite member treatment," a middle-aged man said with a smile. "Hello. I'm a member of the Brave Guild, also a Tier 3 guild. Joining us will offer an even better treatment." An older lady next to him smiled. "What's wrong with the Brave Guild? How much better can the treatment be than our Mist Guild?" The middle-aged man immediately retorted, "Tell me about it." We Brave Guild not only provide elite member treatment, but can also equip the three of you directly with a complete set of bronze gear." "Bronze set? Hiss, this set alone must be over 1 million. The people beside were instantly shocked to hear this. Upon hearing this, Su Mei and Su Xiaochang's eyes brightened. Their talent was obvious. If they could reach the top in this third-tier guild, they could at least climb to their father's position. However, they both turned to Lin Shiyun, clearly deciding to wait for her to take the lead. "Sorry, we still need to enter the dungeon. We don't plan to join the guild for now." "Still need to enter the dungeon?" Hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback, feeling that Lin Shiyun was too arrogant. The aunt who spoke frowned. "Little girl, let me remind you, the success rate for nightmare-level dungeons is currently 0. Don't be foolish for the first clear reward. Yes, join the guild. We can take you to clear the danger level. It's guaranteed to clear, and leveling up is fast. Isn't that great?" Lin Shiyun shook her head. "No, I have my own plans. Please let me through." Seeing her so determined, the two guild members who tried to persuade them did not stop her, but they all shook their heads, clearly not optimistic about the two. Young people these days are still so impetuous, thinking too highly of themselves. Indeed, do they really think a mere skeleton can clear nightmare level? What a pity. Facing everyone's discussions, Lin Shiyun paid no attention and directly walked to the dungeon entrance. Buzz. As the three disappeared, the dungeon hall screen jumped directly to the first position. Sequence 01, Captain Lin Shiyun, Nightmare level difficulty, 3 people, timing starts. Buzz. Zhou Yu also felt a darkness in front of him, and when his vision returned, he found himself in a desolate and ruined monastery, completely different from the ordinary difficulty he experienced the first time. "How do we come in directly?" Zhou Yu looked around and discovered that the surroundings were actually much better than the ordinary difficulty. The surrounding walls towered high. The rooms were intact. The only central hall was somewhat mottled due to the passage of time. The sky was dim, as if it were evening. The tall trees swayed in the wind, like clawed tentacles waiting for prey. Before anyone could react, suddenly a chilling, hoarse voice resounded throughout the entire monastery. "The world thinks that practicing Buddhism is good, but who can become the Buddha? If one cannot become the Buddha, where can one find longevity? Do you want to seek longevity, my good sirs?" Within the extremely dark monastery, this voice suddenly echoed, as if 2 hands were placed on the neck, making one's scalp tingle. But Su Mei and the others looked around and still didn't see any trace of the voice's source. Just then, the originally closed main door of the Grand Hall and the 4 side doors all opened inward at the same time. Snap! In the black Grand Hall, the flickering candlelight illuminated countless shadowy figures kneeling on the ground. In the next moment, these figures all turned around, and countless pairs of eyes sparkled with red light, revealing many pale and hollow faces. They grinned and simultaneously asked, "Do you want to seek longevity, my good sirs?" Countless pairs of red glowing eyes looked at the crowd, their faces bearing an eerie smile, continuously inquiring. Just the scene alone made one's scalp tingle. My gosh, is this the real demon monk monastery? Why are there so many? No, which are so many ghosts? Before the voice finished, the previous echoes grew louder, as figures covered in demonic patterns suddenly stood up, storming out of the Grand Hall, their faces wearing eerie smiles as they rushed madly towards Zhou Yu and the others. Snap! The once-open monastery doors closed tightly at this moment. "Oh no, the doors have closed. We can't leave the battlefield now. There's no way to end the dungeon." Su Mei exclaimed at this sight. Meanwhile, countless demonic monks had already surrounded everyone. "Sister, why are there so many of them?" Su Xiaochang showed a look of terror on his face. "It's not just that, did you see? The lowest level exceeds level 18, and level 20 is everywhere." Su Mei furrowed her brows tightly. But beside her, Lin Shiyun suddenly looked at Zhou Yu, who was standing still. "Don't worry, just believe in him." Huh? Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang looked at Lin Shiyun in surprise, feeling that she seemed different from before. At this moment, Lin Shiyun took out a staff, preparing to cast a skill. Wait, Su Mei waved her hand, handing the staff controlled by Wu Xiong to her. This is a silver staff, much better than yours. There are no others here, just use it for now. Okay. Lin Shiyun did not refuse, took the staff, and immediately felt a wave of strong magical power feedback from it. Swish! She raised her hand, and a beam of light fell, directly hitting Zhou Yu and summoning the skill, Blessing Light. Then Lin Shiyun waved the staff again, and Zhou Yu felt a coolness sweep through his mind, which was quite comfortable. Mind Link. Temporarily increase your own mental attribute by 10%, enhancing the connection between the summoner and the summoned. This was the first time Zhou Yu felt the skill used by Lin Shiyun. He instinctively turned back to look at her, to discover for the first time that she was not just a useless decoration. Seeing familiar old friends getting closer, Zhou Yu did not hesitate and summoned his old friends as well. Skeleton Swordsman Summon. 40? That's more than before. Su Xiaoqiang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing those familiar figures. Not enough, completely not enough. Su Mei, fully armed in silver equipment, tightly grasped her long sword, ready for battle at any time. The number of nightmare-level wild monsters is more than 3 times that of ordinary ones. 10 more skeleton swordsmen are definitely not enough. What should we do? Su Xiaoqiang asked. We both need to join in. We can't just watch. Su Mei said solemnly. But at that moment, Zhou Yu's long sword swished, suddenly patting her. You too. Protect her well. Zhou Yu pointed at Lin Shiyun. Okay, Mr. Zhou. We will follow your arrangements. Upon hearing this, Su Mei seemed to find a leader, nodding heavily and standing beside Lin Shiyun to protect her. At the same time, in stark contrast to before, the 40 skeleton swordsmen summoned by Zhou Yu did not charge directly, but surrounded the 3 of them, forming a protective layer. At this point, he raised his long sword high. Buzz! Above his head, ghostly green flames began to condense in an instant, quickly transforming into a huge fireball that fell from the sky. Nether flame explosion activated. Boom! 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 To deal with such a dense distribution of wild monsters, the nether flame explosion was truly a divine skill. A large amount of bloody damage burst forth from all the corrupted monks, and the terrifying damage values, even reaching LV20, could not withstand the triple hit explosion. In just this short moment, the 3 of them, including Su Mei, were enveloped in upgrade lights. Su Mei LV19, Su Xiaoqiang LV15, Lin Shiyun LV17. As the team leader, Lin Shiyun became the biggest beneficiary of this harvest, skyrocketing 2 levels, already surpassing Su Xiaoqiang, with Su Mei not far behind. Despite the 3 leveling up together, their faces did not show much joy. On the contrary, they displayed unprecedented worry. Sister, using this move so early, what will we do later? Su Xiaoqiang said anxiously, his inner worries rising uncontrollably. There are still vengeful monk souls and cursed believers. Based on the situation, their numbers will definitely be even greater. What will we do without magical attacks? I hope Mr. Zhou has his own plans, right? Su Mei said as she looked at Lin Shiyun, who showed that familiar tension over the unknown on her face again. This I don't know. No, I believe in him. He can do it. Lin Shiyun unconsciously said, but suddenly recalling Zhou Yu's previous performances, she regained her determination. Be careful. There are fish that escape the net. Her reminder made Su Mei come to her senses. A long sword swept out in his hand. Puff! Hiss! Su Mei and her brother worked together, quickly eliminating the remaining enemies. A sense of achievement from the battle surged within them. At this moment, the Great Hall, hit by the explosion of dark flames, was directly destroyed halfway, and Zhou Yu finally saw that within it, a large, round Buddha statue sat smiling, with an old monk in robes sitting cross-legged beneath the Buddha. Even though Zhou Yu could only see the figure from behind, he instantly recognized that this was the final boss, the demon monk temple master. Zhou Yu did not move, but allowed the remaining demonized monks to be dealt with by the skeleton swordsman. Instead, he took the opportunity to open his system panel and began to edit using the entry editing function. After all, so many entries were enough for him to indulge. Perhaps he could create a brand new entry. Before the demonized monks were completely eliminated, Zhou Yu suddenly noticed countless vengeful monks floating out, and at the same time, the rooms on both sides all opened, with countless cursed believers' souls floating over as well. Those who believe in me, the demon ancestor, shall gain eternal life. What is mercy? What is salvation? Those who do not believe in the demon ancestor shall all die. Ha ha ha! All shall die. Buzz! With this strange laughter, all the vengeful monks suddenly roared, as if they had been suddenly empowered by evil madness, their battle strength soaring drastically. Why didn't I encounter such a skill before? Zhou Yu was slightly stunned. Could the nightmare-level dungeon have unexpected surprises? A brand new entry? He originally thought this was just a simple monster grind, but unexpectedly, new skills had appeared. Screech! Countless shrieks erupted from the vengeful monks' mouths simultaneously. In the next moment, Zhou Yu felt his soul shaken, causing a momentary dizziness. When he came to his senses from the dizziness, countless cursed believers had charged up to him, leaping onto Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu looked at the cursed believers clawing at him, revealing his surprise. I didn't expect this group actually knew how to cooperate. Fortunately, I prepared well. As he muttered to himself, Zhou Yu glanced at the souls that were clawing at him and had a thought. Magic Shield Green activated. Zhou Yu had lost count of how many he had killed in the villa. There must have been dozens, so he had accumulated quite a few entries. Other than the editing costs, he kept everything else he found useful. Just in time, it came in handy now, as a semi-transparent magical energy shield rose from within him, forming an oval shape that enveloped his body and expanded outward. The cursed believers that had been clawing at him were directly pushed away by this force. The cursed believers that were pushed away by the shield were unhurt. They just paused for a moment before rushing back like mad dogs. Fortunately, before the shield was fully depleted, Zhou Yu would not suffer any real damage. He slightly tilted his head to glance behind him. Not far away, Lin Shiyun was being protected by Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, enduring attacks from several cursed believers. In fact, due to the dizziness effect from the vengeful shrieks earlier, the three of them had already endured almost 2 seconds of attacks. In just 2 short seconds, a third of their health had vanished. This mini sis, I can't hold on much longer. Su Xiaoqiang, after realizing, found himself attacked consecutively, his health dropping to half. If you lose health, just use medicine. Su Mei swiftly slashed through a cursed believer with her sword and anxiously reminded him. What time is there? Su Xiaoqiang faced such a multitude of attacks for the first time. He was already losing control, especially as just the dizziness was enough to make them unable to bear it. As they saw multiple figures of the cursed followers rushing towards them, along with the 6 they were currently holding off, they had already reached a life-threatening moment. The cursed followers, entangled in magic runes, with dull expressions, charged forward like mad souls, screaming as they came. Su Mei felt a heavy heart. A wave of despair could not help but rise. But at that moment, a flame flashed suddenly before her eyes, and the next second, the cursed follower that was still charging forward let out a painful scream, followed by flames roaring to life all over its body. -289. -301. -216. After a rapid series of numbers jumped, the cursed follower that had made her feel despair completely vanished. What? Is this solved? Instant kill. Su Mei's mind flashed with disbelief. Where did this flame come from? She looked ahead and was shocked to see a nearly 2-meter-long giant wolf made entirely of flames, roaring as it plunged into the crowd of cursed followers. Flame giant wolf? Su Mei exclaimed. She remembered that Lin Shiyun had just completed her first promotion, and even as a summoner, one had to wait until the second promotion to open a second summoning slot. Since it wasn't Lin Shiyun, it could only be... As Su Mei instinctively turned back, she witnessed a scene that she would never forget. Right next to Zhou Yu, 6 more giant flame wolves, just like the one before, were roaring as they charged into the army of cursed followers, where they passed through as if in a no-man's land, leaving only screams behind. He actually summoned 7 flame giant wolves. Su Mei's shocked words made Su Xiaoqiang and Lin Shiyun react just the same, their expressions mirroring hers upon seeing the scene. How many skills does he actually have? Su Xiaoqiang was already numb. This looks like fire element summoning from a fire mage, but they're wolves? As Lin Shiyun spoke, her ample chest rose and fell violently. How could he have fire magic? Undead. That was the undead skeleton. Fire magic was its natural enemy, but now the opponent was using fire magic, and it was so powerful. This was simply outrageous, absolutely outrageous. The 3 of them wanted answers, but silence was the only response. While the 3 were silent, Zhou Yu looked at the 7 flame giant wolves rampaging without restraint among them. Their physical damage was astonishing and covered in flames. They were simply a perfect combination of magic and martial arts. Originally, the fire element summoning should only be a skill obtained by second promotion, but now, after mutation, it had directly transformed to a 3rd promotion level. Zhou Yu could even feel that with the increase in his strength, both the damage of the flame giant wolves and the number of summons would rise. Watching the endless ghosts being eliminated around him, Zhou Yu even entertained the thought of stopping and observing his surroundings. Inside that great hall, the boss, remained indifferent as he continued reciting. The strange chanting still echoed around. How strange! Zhou looked at the Great Hall, unable to contain his confusion. Why are there far more vengeful monks' souls than the corrupted monks? The corrupted monks he had eliminated earlier numbered only around 300 to 500, but the monk souls he saw now had already exceeded that number, and even more were continually flowing out from the Great Hall. If he added the cursed followers in the side room, the number was not just over 2,000. It was almost certain. Logically, with so many ghosts dead, the entire Zen temple should be strewn with corpses. Yet now, the whole temple was spotless, with no scene of piles of bones at all. Could it simply be a bug in the dungeon? Logic unable to close the loop? Shaking his head, Zhou decided not to think too much. Since the boss was right in front, this place could completely be left to the flame wolves to clear out to save time. He could completely take the initiative, directly taking down the boss. You stay here, don't move. Zhou turned to Lin Shiyun and made a hand gesture. Where are you going? Lin Shiyun's expression changed slightly, worry evident in her voice. The situation inside the main hall is a bit different from our first entry. If you rush in, I'm afraid. Hey, let me finish. Before she could finish, Zhou had already turned his head and walked boldly into the main hall. Bang! With each step he took, armor began to emerge around him, and in an instant, he transformed into a heavily armored skeleton swordsman. Roar! The surrounding vengeful monk spirits saw Zhou and involuntarily opened their mouths, about to unleash a vengeful howl. However, before they could speak, Zhou proactively opened his mouth. Vengeful howl activated. Roar! An invisible wave of vengeful energy spread out, forcefully interrupting the enemy's vengeful howl. Before they could react, Zhou swung his great sword. Underworld Flame, Sword, Chi, Slash activated. Sizzle. A nearly 10-meter-long, blazing sword light burst forth from his sword, scorching everything in its path with terrifying flames. The vengeful monk's spirits that hadn't moved in time were instantly evaporated and killed. At this moment, Zhou's footfalls suddenly accelerated, stepping forth with the speed of a wolf, like a phantom passing through the vengeful monk's spirits, heading straight to the magic monk's hall master. It's time to end this, he muttered indifferently, and with a sudden swing of his great sword, he cut down. Chapter 36. The Shock of the Flame Blade Dance. Is it really over? Underworld Flame, Sword, Chi, Slash. Swish. With fiery sword light, Zhou slashed down, tearing apart all the blocking vengeful monk spirits and directly landing on the magic monk's hall master, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Sizzle. In an instant, the magic monk's hall master was completely engulfed by flames, turning into a fiery figure. Unlike last time, this time the magic monk's hall master stood up slowly from the ground, burning, mumbling as if going insane. I have chanted a lifetime, yet I cannot compete with the evil of humanity. I have shown compassion for a lifetime, yet I cannot save a piece of land. Amidst the raging flames, a figure even larger than before slowly coalesced. When the flames extinguished, a body over 4 meters tall, with 2 heads and 4 arms appeared again. Achieving fruition, the voice from the humanoid head was filled with mockery. Humph, believe in me, the magic ancestor, to attain eternal life. Roar! With a roar, black thorn magic patterns sprang forth from his body, attacking Zhou like tentacles. Bang! Zhou's giant shield crashed heavily against 2 tentacles, but his eyes showed not a hint of ripple. Magic Monk's Hall Master, second form, Demonized Diamond Boss. Race, Demon. Level, LV 30. Health, 20,000. Magic, 7,800. Attack, 750 to 850. Defense, 35/magic resistance, 15%. Attributes, Intermediate Martial Body, green. Magic Howl, green. Group Demonization, blue. Advanced Staff Technique, blue. Intermediate Demonization, blue. Magic Pattern Vengeful Prison, blue. Magic Patterns Touch, blue. Good grief. After Zhou checked the information, he discovered that the original Demonized Diamond form had actually improved, with health skyrocketing to 20,000. Moreover, there were 2 more blue attributes added. He had seen the previous group demonization, and the black magic pattern tentacles extending before him should be new attributes. Sizzle. Zhou raised his hand and slashed with his sword, directly cutting off a flying magic pattern tentacle. However, before he could celebrate, the severed magic pattern wriggled like a worm and quickly healed back to normal. Snap! A magic pattern tentacle struck Zhou, directly revealing a damage value of -300 above his head. It's worth noting that Zhou now had over 32 points in defense. An attack that could deal such damage had to be incredibly fierce. These magic pattern tentacles came in relentless strikes like poisonous black shapes, constantly consuming Zhou from a distance. And if Zhou closed in, the enemy had both fists and a staff, ready to attack with the demon subduing staff. Overall, it can be said that neither long-range nor close combat is effective. In contrast, the resentful monk's spirits outside, which have been mostly cleared, seem to feel a lot less pressure, as both Su Mei and Su Xiaochang occasionally glance toward this direction. This boss is actually so strong, it has means for both long and short distances. Su Xiaochang exclaimed. This is a nightmare-level dungeon, likely close to the most real abyss seen. Of course it's fierce. Su Mei looked at Zhou Yu, who was being restricted. I wonder if he can hold on. Hurry up. Once we clear this area, those wolves can help continue clearing. Lin Shiyun saw the flaming giant wolves charging around. I'm afraid it won't be possible. Su Mei pointed. Look, they are about to run out of energy. Lin Shiyun looked closely and immediately noticed that the flames around those giant wolves seemed to be dimmer than before. They could go out at any moment. What do we do now? There's nothing we can do. Su Mei cut down an approaching cursed believer with his sword. Since we set foot in here, we have had no way back. In a nightmare-level dungeon, there's no chance to exit early. We either kill all the monsters here, or we get killed. Hearing this, Lin Shiyun's heart sank as she looked toward Zhou Yu. At this moment, Zhou Yu had already lost nearly half of his health from the tentacle attacks, and the underworld flame sword chi he wielded only brought the boss's health down to 16,000. Why is the dungeon so hard? The reason lies here. The boss in the dungeon has extra health boosts, so even in a pure health exchange situation, it's not something 1 or 2 practitioners can withstand. This means that even if Zhou Yu emptied his health, he could only take away a maximum of 1/3 of the opponent's health. If he had saved that big move for now, perhaps. Su Mei's words echoed beside her, implying that without the underworld flame explosion, Zhou Yu would find it hard to hold on. But just at that moment, Su Xiaochang suddenly exclaimed, You guys look. Both of them looked at the same time, only to see Zhou Yu, who had been resisting continuously, suddenly entangled by 2 tentacles from both sides, firmly immobilizing him. At this moment, Zhou Yu suddenly gave up struggling and stood still. I didn't expect the connection between your staff skills and tentacles to really give off a masterful vibe. It's just a pity. Zhou Yu suddenly lifted his head. The soul fire beneath his helmet seemed to glow brightly. This ends now. Boom! Boom! The ground of the entire hall suddenly shook, and the next moment, cracks appeared everywhere, followed by a pair of magma-flowing hands bursting out from beneath the ground, gripping the legs of the demonized giant. Lava hands? He can even do this. Seeing this familiar skill, Su Xiaochang almost popped his eyes out. That night in the villa, he clearly saw Wu Xingchang use it. However, before his gas could finish, an even more shocking scene occurred. In the void, fierce flames began to gather, swiftly transforming into blade-like shapes that spiraled upward. In an instant, a terrifying flame tornado was formed. Flame blade dance activated. Roar! The captured, demonized giant felt the danger, emitting anxious growls, wanting to struggle. But the lava hands were prepared for this moment. And finally, at the moment the lava hands shattered, the flame blade dance completely enveloped the demonized giant. Sizzle. Sizzle. Minus 2,105. Minus 1892. Minus 2,134. A series of terrifying numbers erupted from the opponent, and the health was constantly declining at a visible speed. Hee. Su Xiaochang trembled as he pointed at Zhou Yu, his mouth completely stuttering. He can absorb other skills? Su Mei proposed an incredible possibility, looking sideways at Lin Shiyun, wondering what kind of great fortune this girl had encountered to have such a summoned beast. A skeleton soldier that can absorb other skills. How far will it grow? Before she could come to her senses, the massive boss's health bar had already been completely drained. With a loud crash, its body collapsed, and the 2 heads on top were severed by a single sword strike from Zhou Yu, rolling to the ground. Great! We've cleared the level! Su Xiaochang was overtaken by an overwhelming joy, nearly ready to dance with excitement. But beside her, Lin Shiyun's delicate face showed no sign of joy. Instead, she looked around with an unusually serious expression. No, it doesn't seem so simple. As soon as her words fell, the entire Zen temple suddenly began to shake. Crack! 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 The remaining hall seemed unable to withstand it, making creaking sounds, with some parts even collapsing directly. The entire Zen temple seemed to come alive, trembling continuously. What's going on? Sis, could the whole Zen temple be filled with monsters? How would I know? This tremor definitely isn't from the entire temple, or else it would have killed us all from the start. Then, where is it coming from? Over there. Su Mei and Su Xiaochang both looked toward Lin Shiyun and saw that she was pointing in the direction of the main hall. When they turned to look, they saw an incredibly terrifying sight. The 10-meter-tall, seated Buddha statue, which had originally had a kind and gentle smile, started to tremble. With a loud crack, one of its eyes shattered, and a black tentacle suddenly shot out from it. And this seemed to be just the beginning. As the tentacle appeared, the other eye also shattered, followed by the forehead, neck, ears, mouth, chest, and belly. It was as if some terrifying demon had been parasitizing inside the Buddha statue. And at this moment, it finally revealed its claws. Swish, swish, swish. The black, demonic tendrils formed from magical runes shot out in succession, turning the originally gentle Buddha statue into something ferociously terrifying. At that exact moment, the tentacles suddenly flipped, revealing eyes covered in blood vessels, opening wide all over the tentacles. At the same time, broken mouths, ears, hands, toes, and even flesh suddenly flipped out from the magic runes. It looked like everything had been stitched together haphazardly with thread, and as the magic runes twisted, everything became visible. Believe in the demon ancestor and gain eternal life. Everyone screamed the same chant, and it was then that they realized where the voice echoing throughout the entire Zen temple had come from. Boom! Crash! As the tentacles danced, the Buddha statue seemed to reach its breaking point and collapse completely in an instant. Only then did everyone see that what had been attached to the countless tentacles was actually a massive, decayed lump of flesh, with more faces, flesh, and blood, all pieced together. This was no Buddha statue. It was clearly a monster made from the pieces of countless corpses. No wonder we've never seen any bodies around. They were all here. Su Xiaoqiang said with his scalp tingling, unable to stop the queasiness in his stomach as he thought of the sight of the corpses stitched together. Not good. At that moment, Lin Shiyun's cry interrupted his thoughts. He looked up and saw countless terrifying and bizarre tentacles shot out. Before Zhou Yu could react, they tightly wrapped around him. Zhou Yu instinctively tried to struggle, but no matter how strong his heavy armor was, it was utterly useless. He could only watch as more and more tentacles wrapped around him. On the tentacles, countless gruesome mouths opened, desperately gnawing at Zhou Yu's armor, and the screeching sound of grinding could even be heard. -8, -10, -7. Countless damage values began to rise from Zhou Yu's body, and his health bar was disappearing at a visibly rapid pace. Gulch! The head of the previously severed temple master was pressed back onto the lump of flesh, spinning with an eerie, maddened laughter and scream. Believe in the demon ancestor, and gain eternal life. Ha ha! To hell with merit and compassion. I want eternal life? Ha! Among the writhing tentacles, Zhou Yu peered through the helmet's gap at the indescribable mass of flesh. Demonic puppet, boss. Race, demon. Level, LV35. Life, 50,000. Magic, 15,000. Attack, 189-1890. Defense, 50/magic resistance, 30%. Attributes, Death Curse, Eye, blue. Grievance Devour, blue. Demon Mark Touch, blue. Flesh Repair, blue. Grievance Roar, blue. Demon Mark Grievance Prison, blue. Terrifying Health, Astonishing Defense, and Magic Resistance, along with countless blue attributes. Seeing this information, Zhou Yu immediately concluded that it was the embodiment of all monsters in the demon monk monastery. Or rather, those monks, monk spirits, and believers were merely its derivatives. If there are no other means, I'm really going to fall here, Zhou Yu said with a deep voice, but fortunately, the soul fire in his eyes flickered for a moment, and the next moment, Zhou Yu's body transformed into a state of nothingness. Ghostly body activated. With 70% physical immunity, his original damage instantly decreased. But this was just the beginning. Deep in his mind, a dormant red attribute began to tremble at that moment. Even so, Zhou Yu felt his spirit rapidly draining. Activating such an attribute placed a heavy burden on him. But he had no choice. Holy Flame Blade Storm, red, activated. Sizzle. A faint spark began to appear on the surface of the armor, rapidly extending and burning like a wildfire. Even though the pitch-black tentacles and facial features continued to gnaw at him, they could not stop it. This spark kept burning, growing stronger, turning from light yellow to crimson, deep red, and finally, pure white. The twisted white flames formed a blade at that moment, its winding blade appearing as if grasped by a pair of divine hands, swinging powerfully around him. Sizzle. The once terrifying tentacles screamed and vanished into dust as if they had encountered the world's most formidable nemesis. This is... The hearts of the three, which had sunk to the bottom, were deeply shocked, utterly astonished. This flame? How can it have a divine aura? Sume looked on in disbelief. How could a skeletal soldier of the undead give off a divine aura? How could this be possible? I don't know. Lin Shiyun gazed at the tall figure wrapped in pure, white, holy flames, feeling a bit dazed, as if the being was no longer undead, but a god of war wielding the divine. It is well known that any skill tainted with divine attributes would completely ignore all defenses and magic resistance, causing 100% damage. And against such demonic thoughts, the damage could even reach 200% or more. Sizzle. The sound of burning and screams echoed continuously as everyone watched the blazing white flames transform into a towering whirlwind, engulfing the massive demonic puppet completely in holiness and purity. Minus 5,132. Minus 7,828. Minus 4,663. The terrifying damage numbers kept jumping, causing the enormous body to visibly dissipate at a rapid pace. Finally, when all the screams disappeared and its health bar emptied, the holy flames extinguished. The original demonic puppet was left with only a charred lump of half-human flesh. Is it over? Su Xiaoqiang asked tentatively. Over. Lin Shiyun had just started to speak when the charred lump suddenly exploded, several shadows flickering out from inside, then frantically fleeing in all directions. From the looks of it, it seemed the creature wasn't completely dead and wanted to escape. However, before they could escape far, Zhou Yu raised his hand to grab. Demon Mark Grievance Prison activated. Sizzle. In the void, several magical marks appeared oddly out of thin air, interweaving with each other, sealing all space within a 10-meter radius in an instant. Bang bang. The fleeing shadows collided with the magic marks and halted. One of the heads looked exactly like the master of the demon monastery. No, let me go. I want them dead. I want immortality. Zhou Yu expressionlessly raised his hand and pointed. A pure white flame flew from his fingertip, drifting down onto it, igniting everything completely. Congratulations on completing the nightmare-level difficulty of the Demon Monk Zen Temple Dungeon. Reward settlement is in progress. The dungeon story has been unlocked. Do you want to view it? Chapter 38. You wouldn't want to see all this, Master Baiyun. This prompt echoed throughout the entire Demon Monk Zen Temple, and the one responsible for making choices was the team leader, Lin Shiyun. Story? Haven't we already seen the story? Lin Shiyun looked at Su Mei with a hint of confusion. It is said that in dungeons of nightmare level and above, once completed, there is a chance to watch the story of the dungeon's birth. I don't know if it's useful for professionals. You can choose to watch or not. Su Mei explained. Then let's watch. Lin Shiyun clicked to confirm. I also want to see how this Demon Monk Zen Temple was born. Buzz. With Lin Shiyun's confirmation, the surrounding temple began to disappear in an instant. In a flash, the surrounding darkness and ruin vanished, replaced by a clean courtyard with drifting white clouds and curling incense smoke. The Zen Temple was still that very temple, only now it was no longer dark and eerie. Instead, it was bustling with worshippers coming and going. Lin Shiyun and the others watched as countless worshippers passed right through them, then knelt down on the ground in devotion, continuously offering incense. Is this what the temple used to be? It looks so peaceful. As the three spoke, a sudden quiet call came from outside the courtyard. Master Baiyun, not good. Old Manly from down the mountain has broken his leg while chopping wood. The crowd turned their heads to see a middle-aged monk in a white robe and kasaya hastily walking out of the main hall. He was the head monk of the Demon Monk Temple. Where is he? He is being carried up. Quick, take me to see him. Soon, they arrived outside the courtyard and saw an old man being carried on a stretcher, his lower leg broken, with bone fragments visibly protruding from under his skin. Quick, cut some bamboo and boil medicine. Master Baiyun instructed, bending down to grasp the broken leg. Amid the old man's cries of pain, he straightened and set the leg, then quickly applied medicine and bandaged it in one smooth motion. After half a day, once the old man's complexion improved, he finally stopped. Thank you, Master. The old man's family expressed deep gratitude, bowing repeatedly. Ba, a monk must be compassionate. No need for such formalities. The scene shifted to another day, and figures appeared at the foot of the mountain. Master Baiyun, not good. The daughter-in-law of Nyoja village is in labor, and the midwife is at a loss. Quick, lead me there. Wah. Master Baiyun emerged from the bedroom holding a newborn baby, smiling. I have fulfilled my duty. Mother and child are safe. Thank you, Master. Master, the elderly couple in Lijia village has lost their son and are bedridden. I will take some grain down the mountain immediately. Thank you, Master. Due to Master Baiyun's superb medical skills and compassionate heart, the Baiyun Zen Temple became famous far and wide, becoming the most prosperous place for worship within 10 miles. How could such a prosperous temple end up in such a dire state? Su Xiaoqiang was puzzled. As time turned, several years passed, and the Baiyun Zen Temple remained as it was, with Master Baiyun still the same. But who would have thought? From that day with the scorching sun, the ground dried up, river water evaporated, and crops failed. That year was a great drought, leading to a severe famine. People resorted to cannibalism. Everyone was suffering. Grass and tree bark were nearly exhausted. The land where Baiyun Zen Temple stood was no exception. Hungry people came to the temple to beg for food, but Master Baiyun couldn't bear to turn them away, opening the doors wide, distributing rice and porridge. Those who received porridge were grateful, and word spread, leading more and more hungry villagers to come flocking. The master accepted them all one by one. Seeing this, the three displayed puzzled expressions. How could the benevolent and charitable Master Baiyun turn into a demon? Until one day, the monk responsible for cooking porridge discovered a problem. The food stored in the temple was running low. Master Baiyun learned of this and could only reduce the amount of rice used in the porridge, while searching the mountains for food to feed the villagers. As time passed, the villagers, suffering from hunger day in and day out, began to express discontent. Why is the porridge getting thinner every day? Yeah, has all the rice run out? How is that possible? We usually offer so much incense and supplies. How could they finish so quickly? Who are you fooling? I'll go take a look. Don't stop me, get out of the way. Ignoring the villagers' attempts to stop them, they rushed into the rice warehouse and, sure enough, found a lot of leftover rice. See, I told you they were hiding food. Why isn't it being eaten? Master, the great monk said, this is the food for everyone to survive the winter. How can you eat it all now and survive the cold winter? Get up. We can't even fill our stomachs, so what winter? The rice warehouse was plundered, and the villagers were happy, but only Master Baiyun sighed deeply, knowing he would have to go back into the mountains to find another solution. In just a few days, the food was completely gone. Master, we're starving. Please come up with a solution. Yes, Master. You're a great monk. You must have a way. Master, we ate everything. Please think of something. Sume and the others shook their heads as they watched this scene. The food was gone. The mountain had been dug up. What more could the master do? As expected, not long after, a villager who couldn't hold on any longer was actually starved to death. Master Baiyun was devastated when he saw this, and after performing a ritual, he buried the person on the slope behind the temple. Thinking this would be the end of it, he was stunned when, the very next day, a monk brought him shocking news. What? Master Baiyun went to the back mountain and was stunned to find that the freshly buried grave had been dug up and the body was missing. Master Baiyun seemed to realize something, tears streaming from his eyes. But he didn't question the matter further. Instead, he put all his energy into searching the mountains for more food to help the villagers. As time passed, more people died, and each new grave that was buried was almost always dug up during the night. In the end, there was no one left to fill the dug-up graves. Sister, why are they digging up graves? Su Xiaoqiang asked nervously. During great famines, people turn to cannibalism. Do you think it's a joke? Sume felt heavy in her heart, unsure if it was right or wrong, or even if it was good or bad, until the scene shifted. After many days without food or water, even Master Baiyun, despite his supreme skills, couldn't bear it. His body was frail, and his breath was weak. That night, while he sat in the temple chanting scriptures, there was a sudden knock at the door. Master Baiyun stood up to open the door, only to see several villagers standing outside. What can I do for you, my good people? Master Baiyun folded his hands together and asked. Master, we found a way to solve the food problem. One villager said excitedly, his eyes shining. Oh, that's great. Please come in quickly. Master Baiyun invited them in, and, after sitting down cross-legged, hurriedly asked, May I ask what your solution is? As soon as he finished speaking, what Lin Shiyun and the others witnessed was something they would never forget. They saw, out of nowhere, a villager sneaking up behind Master Baiyun and raising a wooden club, striking him hard on the head. At the same time, another villager wore a wicked smile on his face. The solution is you. After speaking, the villagers revealed steel knives that had been prepared in advance. They immediately tore open Master Baiyun's monk robe and drove the steel knife into his calf. With one swift cut, they sliced off a large chunk of fresh, bloody flesh from his leg. Each pair of eyes, starved for so long, fixed hungrily on the bloodied meat, uncontrollably swallowing their saliva. Ugh! Su Xiaoqiang couldn't bear it and started vomiting. Are they crazy? Are they really eating a living person? But what one villager said next made them shiver with fear. Don't kill him. The meat won't taste good if he's dead. Don't kill him. What if he wakes up and those monks find out? Won't they kill us? Hide him. As long as they don't find out, we'll be fine. Hide him where? Oh, I know where to hide him. The three watched helplessly as the villagers carried Master Baiyun deep into the temple, stuffed him inside a Buddha statue, tied him up, and then cut off all the meat from his legs. To make sure he didn't die, they even quickly wrapped his wounds. From then on, every night, someone would sneak in. He came into the Buddha statue, cutting off pieces of flesh and blood from Master Baiyun's body. The three of them watched this scene, their scalps tingling. They couldn't believe someone could be so twisted. Cannibalism was not enough. It was to ensure the freshness of the living, to make the other person watch their own flesh being sliced off piece by piece. This was pure madness. Zhou Yu silently watched all of this. He knew that when humanity reached its breaking point, the evil within would become the most terrifying demon in the world. Master Baiyun, relying on his will, stubbornly endured for 30 days. During these 30 days, he saw more and more people joining in the act of cutting flesh. The old man who set bones, the pregnant woman who helped deliver babies, the elderly who gave rice, the villagers who helped. Master, you claim to be a monk, full of compassion. Giving us some meat to eat isn't too much, right? Master, you've helped us so much. What's the harm in giving a bit more? Master, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. We will remember your kindness, hee. In what little remained of Master Baiyun's mind, he suddenly felt all his faith crumbling. Be kind to others, full of compassion, saving the suffering? In the final moment before death, he used his last strength to let out a hoarse question. Save? Then who will save me? If given another chance, he swore he would never save anyone again. Master Baiyun died, and it was the villagers who came to cut his flesh who discovered it. To avoid being caught, they did not give him a proper burial. Instead, they left him in the Buddha statue, unmoving. However, that night, Master Baiyun's eyes suddenly opened. From that night onward, villagers began to disappear without any warning. Some said the Buddha statue's eyes opened. Others said they had fled due to the famine. Regardless, those who stayed began to chant Buddha's name. Fewer and fewer people remained, but the chanting grew louder. The scene vanished, replaced by the silence of the crowd. Gulyalu, a crystal stone, burning and resembling an eyeball, rolled out and stopped at Zhou Yu's feet. Demon's Eye of Malice, an eyeball containing the resentment of the courtyard's master. It is the source of the entire demon monk monastery. Crushing it will make the monastery disappear forever. Crush it, Zhou Yu sneered, suddenly reaching down to pick it up, then flicking it with his finger, sending it into the ruins of the broken hall far away. Erase this place, and those ungrateful things will be freed. You don't want to see this, do you, Master Baiyun? Ding! You have killed the demon malice puppet. Experience plus 2,850. Ding! You randomly obtained the entry. Resentment devouring, blue. Ding! You triggered a hidden reward and obtained the gift entry. Death's Malice Demon Eye, blue. Ding! You have gained Master Baiyun's loyalty. System imprint has been made. Chapter 39. Resentment devouring, Death's Malice Demon Eye. Final meeting. Resentment devouring, blue devours all negative energy and accumulates it in the body. Once a certain amount is accumulated, it can unleash the resentment death ray, dealing high soul damage. The damage value is related to the amount of devoured resentment and the strength of the soul. For death-related beings, during the accumulation of resentment, it can permanently and slowly increase the user's mental strength. Death's Malice Demon Eye. Blue sees through resentment and illusion, piercing through everything. It is also the only link to the demon monk monastery. Once opened, the monastery's demon malice can project across space and descend in a short time. Zhou Yu only felt a slight tremor in the middle of his forehead, a little itch, as if something was growing. No, it was an eye growing there. Yes, an eye. He clearly felt an eyeball completely made from death-related resentment growing inside. With just a thought, it could open. But he couldn't let it open. Once opened, it would connect to the demon monk monastery, like opening the door to evil spirits. Ding! The dungeon rewards have been settled, and the first completion rewards are being issued. Countdown. 5 minutes to exit the dungeon. With the dungeon prompt sounding, Su Mei and the other two simultaneously flashed with golden light, signaling their upgrades. And Lin Shiyun herself continuously shone with several beams of golden light. Looking at the levels of the three, Su Mei LV20, Su Xiaochang LV16, Lin Shiyun LV19. This is the charm of the dungeon. Just from the experience, one can see the terrifying improvement. In just a few days, Lin Shiyun has already reached LV19, only one level away from LV20. With a little more effort, completing the second transfer would be an easy task. Besides the level, there are also equipment rewards. A silver quality Zen staff and a demon subduing staff, clearly much better than the previous bronze ones. There is also a defensive Kasaya as a first clear reward, which is of golden quality. It can be considered the top-tier item among the entire first transfer professions. Naturally, all the rewards go to Lin Shiyun, and Su Mei and Su Xiaochang had no objections to this. At this moment, they couldn't help but confirm how correct their father's decision was. Just as they felt emotional and settled things, the head of the Cold City Public Security Bureau, Zheng Jigang, was sitting in his office receiving document from his subordinate. Chief, Here are all the materials and evidence regarding the case. What have you found? 2 days ago, the city defense chief, Wu Xingchong, sent someone to rent this place. It seems he wants to use it for something. On that day, someone saw Wu Xingchong and Wu Xiong coming here, along with many of his private hired men and members of the Red Dragon Guild. Not long after, 3 members of the Red Dragon Guild left and then disappeared without a trace. After a pause, the subordinate continued. We found that 2 of them went to wait outside a civilian house in the northern part of the city, and soon after, they entered it and then vanished. I suspect they avoided being monitored. Where did they go? Zheng Jigang tapped the table without lifting his head and asked. To an abandoned factory at number 48 in the southern suburbs. But this is just my guess since there was no surveillance footage capturing them going there. Get to the point. A few hours later, the surveillance caught skeleton soldiers carrying an old lady, a little girl, and a young girl leaving from there, just as the entire abandoned factory caught fire. The old lady and the little girl lived in that building where they were waiting. What's your speculation? All the evidence of the crime scene was destroyed by the flames, but we found 3 figures appearing near the villa caught on camera just before and after the incident, one of which is this girl named Lin Shiyun, while the other 2 are Su Mei and Su Xiaochong, who reported the case. Continue. Chief, Wu Xingchong's daughter, Wu Lina, just happened to die unexpectedly 3 days ago in the novice leveling area of the Wasteland Wolves, and the team information she had left before dying is the same team as these 3. I suspect that they very likely. Enough, does the city lord know? He must know. All right, prepare the car for me. Where to? To find Su Yonghe. In the Finance Bureau chief's office, there was a noisy commotion outside, and with a bang, the office door was kicked open. Looking stern and angry, Zheng Jigang walked in and saw Su Yonghe teasing a bird. Su Yonghe, this is your doing. Chief, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop. The male secretary looked at Zheng Jigang with a face full of apology. You can leave. Su Yonghe did not look up, but continued to tease the bird as he spoke. The male secretary slightly bowed his head, exited the room, and stood at the door, preventing anyone from entering. I made tea for you, it's still hot. Sit down first. Su Yonghe continued to tease the bird, not turning his head. Su Yonghe, you better give me a reasonable explanation. At first, Zheng Jigang was speaking when he suddenly noticed the steaming teacup on the coffee table and the already damp teapot next to it, abruptly stopping his words. He walked over, sat down, gulped the tea down, and savored it. Is his favorite ripe pu'er tea. Do you know I was coming? Zheng Jigang leaned back in his chair, looking at Su Yonghe. With your explosive temper, how could you stop without asking something? Su Yonghe didn't answer, yet it was as if he did. Su Yonghe, when we graduated from the guild together, I always thought you were someone with ambitions to change the Xia country, a capable person. But I never expected that you, for your own selfish desires, would kill and silence people. Who have I killed? Who have I silenced? My dear Zheng, why don't you tell me? Su Yonghe suddenly laughed lightly, his hand still playing with the parrot toy without interruption. You silenced Wu Xingchong's daughter, Wu Lina, causing Wu Xingchong to develop a murderous heart, then used Lin Shiyun as bait to trap them. Then you secretly sent people to assassinate Wu Xingchong and others, using the aura of the undead to deceive the world, making them think it was the work of the Creation Society, wasn't it? As he spoke, Zheng Jigang slammed the coffee table, standing up angrily. Su, don't think just because you're an old acquaintance of mine, I will let this slide. You must come with me to investigate today, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Calm down. Su Yonghe's smile remained. What do you think of Lord Kong? He didn't answer, but instead asked Zheng Jigang. Kong Qingshan. Zheng Jigang raised an eyebrow. What does he have to do with this? Su Yonghe, stop beating around the bush. This is pointless. Su Yonghe laughed, filling his own pockets, bending the law for personal gain, bribery, autocratic rule, trampling on lives. Zheng Jigang, tell me, which of these doesn't apply to him? No, don't speak nonsense, Su Yonghe. There's no evidence. I can sue you for defamation. Why are you discussing Lord Kong? Crack. Su Yonghe's toy broke in his hand, yet his always smiling face grew indifferent in that moment. Because he is not a competent city lord. The world has suffered from the Creation Society for too long, but in Cold City, Kong Qingshan is even worse than the Creation Society. He is a tumor, a parasite. Su Yonghe's voice suddenly rose. He is the vampire of the entire Cold City. He deserves to die. Zheng Jigang fell silent. He had to admit that Su Yonghe was right. Although he had no evidence, Su Yonghe, as the finance minister, had always been the friend he thought was the most upright and would not speak recklessly. Every debt has a creditor. After a moment, Zheng Jigang spoke. You can go and settle scores with Kong Qingshan. Bring him down. Bring him down. Su Yonghe sneered. Wu Xingchang and Kong Qingshan were in cahoots. Killing him wasn't that cutting off Kong Qingshan's wings. Su Yonghe, you may cut him off, but why drag your own children and that ordinary child to die with him? Zhang Jigang shouted angrily. Do you think Kong Qingshan is blind? If he finds out, do you think he will let them go? Hey. Su Yonghe laughed decisively. To achieve great things, one must not be concerned with small details. The 9 major guilds have tormented the Xia country for too long. Since we're going to act, sacrifices must be made. Don't talk about my children, even I wouldn't hesitate. After a pause, he said something that made Zhang Jigang's face change. As for the girl you mentioned, you don't really think she's just an ordinary girl, do you? Chapter 40, Research and Supervision, the 4th seat, the Weaver of Butchers. Zhang Jigang frowned. What do you mean by that? An ordinary girl, who could rank first in a second school. An ordinary girl, who could have such outstanding spiritual power as a professional. An ordinary girl, who could awaken a hidden profession, a contract summoner. Su Yonghe's 3 statements made Zhang Jigang's expression change. Yeah, where could there be so many geniuses in the world? A real genius must have a reason. Who is she? At this point, you still can't guess. Su Yonghe sneered. Let me remind you again, her father's name is Lin Nan. Lin Nan? Lin Nan? Zhang Jigang chewed on the name twice. Suddenly his face changed, and he blurted out. 8 years ago, the Lin Nan who broke into the Creation Society's South State base and heavily injured the 7th cycle. And the Lin family who eradicated the Creation Society's South State base. Su Yonghe added, Impossible. The 13 members of the Lin family are all fallen, right? I've checked the files. They all died. Zhang Jigang shook his head, feeling somewhat incredulous. What you see is just what you can see. Su Yonghe said, You don't know. That lone elderly Qianjue came here 8 years ago with her 2 granddaughters. If I hadn't participated in that battle, I wouldn't know that she intentionally hid everything about herself. Then why did she go to this bitter and cold place under an assumed name? Zhang Jigang suddenly narrowed his pupils. To establish the Creation Society? Exactly, the Creation Society was heavily damaged back then, but it didn't cease to exist. She perhaps just wanted her granddaughters to live a peaceful life. Su Yonghe spoke calmly about his arrangements. From the moment I discovered her, I knew she was here, and her granddaughter enrolled in the ordinary second high to throw people off the scent, but she was too outstanding. Even in second high, she still shone brightly. Since then, I prepared a plan that could take down Kong Qingshan and even kill him. So, from the beginning, you deliberately had Su Mei and Wu Lina team up, and then go find Lin Shiyin to team up, all on purpose? Of course, otherwise how could it be that Lin Shiyin just arrived and someone wanted to team up with her, and it just happened to have one spot missing? Are you crazy? Do you know how terrifying the consequences of angering Li Qianjue are? Zhang Jigang shouted angrily. She personally killed several 7th transition and 8th transition powerhouses back then. The name, Qianjue Poison Master, isn't just a title. If she finds out you dare to use her daughter, she will kill you without hesitation. Faced with Zhang Jigang's questioning, Su Yonghe showed no signs of retreat, instead meeting his gaze and saying, If it can remove the tumor that is Kong Qingshan, then what's wrong with killing me? So your original plan was to involve your own children, secretly harm Wu Lina, and draw that elder in, leading to a furious outburst that could kill the city lord? Zhang Jigang trembled with anger. That was my original plan, but I was ready to protect that elder's granddaughter from harm. In the end, even if the other party demanded my life as compensation, I would be willing. Su Yonghe paused, but what? From the start, the plan deviated a bit from my original idea. Deviated? Yes. I initially planned to let the action take place in the wilderness, as it is an area rarely accessed by novices, which would facilitate future actions. It was just disrupted by a skeleton soldier. Skeleton soldier? You mean that child's contracted summon? Yes. It displayed unimaginable combat power and intelligence. In the end, I didn't even have to move. It used the hands of the Wasteland Wolf to kill Wu Lina and Zhang Hu too. How could this be? How could a skeleton soldier accomplish that? Zhang Jigang furrowed his brows. I didn't believe it at first either, but until my men saw the elder Qianjue and her granddaughter captured in the abandoned factory, I thought she would directly eliminate the opponent and then find a mastermind to eradicate them all. But she didn't act, which was beyond my expectations. Later, that child's summoned skeleton soldier instantly killed the 2nd transition professionals. From that moment, I knew that child was of the Lin family bloodline. And how could the Lin family produce mediocre individuals? Su Yonghe smiled bitterly. I was wrong from the beginning. I was wrong. All my plans had long been penetrated by her. The other party merely followed my lead and turned my intentions against me. What does she, the elder, plan to do? Zheng Jigang said she, but felt it was inappropriate, quickly changing it to the elder. Train soldiers, Su Yonghe said solemnly. The elder must be using my hands to train her granddaughter, even at the cost of Wu Xingchang. With the city defense commander, a fourth transition, along with many professionals as the price, just to train the younger generation. This truly resembles her methods. Zheng Jigang nodded. He had seen records of this elder more than once in the files. The Poison Master, known as the 1,000 Deadly Poison Master, had once used her poison skills to torment countless monsters in the abyss. She had single-handedly defeated the 3 major 7 turns of the Creation Society. Ruthless and cruel, she was known for her merciless ways. A mere 4-turn general in her eyes was nothing more than an ant. Both of them didn't believe that Zhou Yu was the one who killed the 4-turn, but rather that it was the work of the high-level 8-turn 1,000 Deadly Poison Master behind scenes. So what should we do now? Zheng Jigang asked. Things had already progressed beyond their original plans. The original plan no longer works. Since that person has the intention of training troops, we must cooperate. Now that Wu Xingchang is dead, Kong Qingshan will not give up easily. Meeting with the senior is only a matter of time. What we need to do is, under the premise of training troops, ensure that her granddaughter is not harmed. I hope that, when the time comes, that person will consider our efforts and not bring disaster to the people of Han City. Since you already understand, why are you telling me all this? Zheng Jigang looked at Su Yonghe. You are the general of law and order, and the case report is naturally your responsibility. I am telling you, so that you can help delay Kong Qingshan, at least preventing him from secretly harming that child. You want me to lie about the case? This is deceiving the higher-ups and covering up the truth. I can't do that. Zheng Jigang shook his head. Zheng Jigang. Su Yonghe slammed his hand on the table, his tone much harsher than before. Wake up. The Summer Kingdom is already gravely ill. Why are you still holding on to your professional ethics? That's foolish. He suddenly grabbed Zheng Jigang by the collar, glaring at him as he growled. If you want to fight against traitors, you have to be more treacherous than them. Zheng Jigang fell silent, not responding, but Su Yonghe knew that he had already answered. All right, you can go now. Just pretend like you were never here. Su Yonghe sat back down, waving his hand. Zheng Jigang turned to leave, but just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly stopped and turned back to look at him. By the way, 3 months ago, the Creation Society's hideout in Zhongzhou was discovered. Although many were killed, some scattered and escaped from Zhongzhou. Among them, some fled towards the northeast province and managed to evade pursuit. Hearing this, Su Yonghe's face changed drastically, even more so than from the recent events. Ooh, the 4th seat of the research supervisor, the Butcher Weaver. Chapter 41. The first connection shakes the hall. 2 generals arrive. How is that possible? The Creation Society's leader, 3 deputies, and 5 supervisors, a 7-turn Butcher Weaver. How could they be interested in such a cold place? Zheng Jigang left, leaving Su Yonghe muttering to himself. No one knew better than him what the madmen of the Creation Society would do to achieve their goals. Han City's climate had always been harsh, and even such madmen rarely targeted it. But unexpectedly, they had set their sights on it. A deep sense of unease surged in Su Yonghe's heart. Just at that moment, the closed door suddenly opened again. Su Yonghe looked up and saw Zheng Jigang returning. Why are you back again? Ask him. Zheng Jigang glanced at the male secretary beside him. Sir, an hour ago, a message came from the Demon Monk Temple dungeon hall. The young miss, young master, and Lin Shiyin have all entered the dungeon. Demon Monk Temple. Su Yonghe raised an eyebrow. Didn't they already go in? And they even broke the clearance record. Why are they going again? They didn't choose the normal difficulty. Dangerous difficulty? Based on the information, the skeleton might have a way to pass the dangerous difficulty, and with the life-saving items I gave to Su Mei, it should be fine. Sir, they chose nightmare difficulty. What? Su Yonghe's eyes widened suddenly, standing frozen for less than 3 seconds. Then he sprang forward, grabbing the male secretary by both shoulders. What did you say? Say it again. Kafahem, sir. The male secretary said painfully. An hour ago, they entered the nightmare difficulty dungeon of Demon Monk Temple. Damn it, why didn't you tell me this sooner? Su Yonghe really wanted to slap the other person. At that time, you were with Zheng Darren, so I didn't notify you. Ew. Sai, what's the situation now? The timer is still counting down. They haven't come out. Prepare the car, hurry. Su Yonghe pushed the secretary aside and rushed out of the office in a hurry. Zheng Jigang followed closely behind. What did you tell Su Mei? How could she choose the nightmare level? That's the Demon Monk Temple. No one has ever completed it in 1 turn all these years. How would I know? Su Yonghe shouted in anger. You'd better get that thing out. We need to go in now. Maybe there's still a chance to save them. If that kid really falls in the instance and Li Qianjue finds out, he will blame the entire Han City, and that will be trouble. This time, Zheng Jigang did not retort but quickened his pace instead. The breakthrough scroll is a kind of consumable scroll, expensive and with a simple function, forcefully breaking into a designated secret realm or instance, allowing one to enter temporarily. Once this is used, not only will the team that enters the instance declare failure, but the user will also suffer backlash. But at this point, there were no other options left. Lin Shiyun cannot die. Based on Zheng Jigang's understanding of her, even though her skeleton soldier is somewhat powerful, cannot withstand the attack from the nightmare-level demon monk temple. As for Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, together they probably wouldn't last 5 minutes. This time, it is indeed dangerous. If that kid falls, whether intentional or unintentional, it will make Li Qianjue extremely angry. By then, the poison master of Qianjue would strike back in fury, making it possible for the entire Han City to be buried with them. The poison master of Qianjue, with poison that travels 1,000 miles, is not just a saying. Soon, a black business vehicle rushed out from the Finance Bureau parking lot, heading straight for the entrance of the Demon Monk Temple instance. After the driver almost floored the gas pedal, it wasn't long before Su Yonghe and Zheng Jigang arrived outside the instance hall. Getting out of the car, the two saw a crowd outside the instance hall, and their expressions changed. Oh no, something must have happened. Su Yonghe whispered and hurried forward, pushing through the crowd towards the entrance of the instance. The entrance to the instance and the hall were in opposite directions, and at this moment, Su Yonghe was pushing against the flow of people. However, with his status as a 4-turn strongman, he still managed to clear a path even against the tide. But this drew the dissatisfaction of the crowd around him. Hey, what are you pushing for? In a hurry to reincarnate? Exactly, damn it, I want to see the first completion guy. Stop pushing and let me through. Damn, don't you know the direction is wrong? Stop talking. Maybe he wants to enter the nightmare-level instance to break a record. Cut out. At his age, his vitality is declining, and his level has probably dropped. How could he possibly clear it, while comparing with those 18-year-old girls? I think he's not even worthy of carrying shoes for them. First completion of the nightmare level. TSK, what an eye-opener. As Su Yonghe struggled to push forward, a hand suddenly grabbed him strongly, and he turned around angrily, discovering it was Zheng Jigang. What are you doing? Wait, didn't you hear the discussions around us? Zheng Jigang held him back, turning to grab hold of a nearby professional who was still trying to squeeze in. Tell me, what happened here? Zheng Jigang was a genuine 5-turn strongman, and just a single sentence from him instilled a tremor in the other person. Seeing his authority, the person instinctively replied, just now, 3 heroes entered the nightmare-level demon monk temple and completed the challenge. This is a first completion record, and everyone is busy wanting to see these 3 geniuses. First completion? 3 geniuses? Zheng Jigang's mind raced as he pressed on. What are their names? I don't know. I only know. That captain seems to be named Lin Shiyun. What? Crack. Zheng Jigang and Su Yonghe stood frozen in place, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. 3 people? Completing a nightmare-level dungeon? In such a short time? How is that possible? Their first reaction was disbelief. This was a nightmare-level dungeon, the Monk's Zen Institute, where no one had ever succeeded. How could those 3 possibly clear it? Moreover, from entering to exiting, it had only been a little over an hour. This record was absolutely impossible. As the 2 came back to their senses, they immediately turned around and continued to push toward the hall. This time, they received even more shouts of anger, but neither of them noticed, instead pushing straight to the front, and just one glance revealed the high announcement in the first row of the dungeon hall. Announcement: congratulations to Team 001, Captain Lin Shiyun, members Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, for successfully completing the first clear of the Nightmare-level Monk's Zen Institute dungeon in 1 hour and 16 minutes. Really cleared it? Zheng Jigang blinked, even doubting if he read it wrong. Beside him, Su Yonghe pushed Zheng Jigang aside and rushed to the front of the dungeon hall, shouting, Su Mei, Su Xiaoqiang. As soon as the words fell, 2 figures in the crowd turned back, their voices filled with joy. Dad, what are you doing here? Chapter 42. The Clown, Kong Ling's second breakdown. Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang squeezed over with Lin Shiyun, and before they could speak, they heard Su Yonghe ask, You cleared it? Even though he had confirmed it, hearing it from them made Su Yonghe feel as if all of this was a dream. Well, didn't you see it? Su Xiaoqiang smugly gestured towards the announcement, but thinking of his father's teachings, he quickly reined it in. Well, this is mostly thanks to Captain Lin. My sister and I were just there for support. Su Mei seemed to recall something and nervously explained to Su Yonghe in a low voice. Dad, we really didn't plan to choose the nightmare level. It was just... Hey, don't say anymore. Just coming back safe is good. Safe is good. Su Yongha patted his daughter's head and then looked at the beautiful and remarkable Lin Shiyun beside her. This is our captain, Lin Shiyun. Su Mei introduced her actively. Shiyun, this is my dad. Hearing this, Lin Shiyun suddenly recalled Su Mei's father's identity and immediately slightly bowed her head. Nice to meet you, mister. Hey, since you're Su Mei's friend, no need for that. Just call me uncle. Su Yongha looked Lin Shiyun up and down, faintly able to see Lin Nan's shadow in her. Not bad. Heroes come from youth. Truly extraordinary. He turned and glanced at Zheng Jigang beside him. Let me introduce you. This is the head of the Public Security Bureau, surname Zheng. You can call him Uncle Zheng. Hello, Uncle Zheng, X3. Hello to you all. Zheng Jigang nodded slightly and looked at Lin Shiyun. May I ask how you cleared it? Of course we relied on our teamwork. Su Xiaoqiang was halfway through speaking when his sister poked him, and he immediately reacted, laughing as he looked at Lin Shiyun. It's nothing special. It's just that my summon was a bit stronger. Lin Shiyun smiled gently, casually brushing it aside with one sentence. After these recent events, she was no longer that innocent little girl and wouldn't easily reveal all her secrets to someone she had just met. Although Zhou Yu didn't tell her not to speak, Lin Shiyun still didn't want to bring him unnecessary trouble. That's not just a bit stronger. Zheng Jigang laughed. Very good. With someone like you in Hancheng, the future will surely be brighter. Nonsense. This girl is clearly someone destined to join a level 9 guild. How could she be stuck here? Su Yongha said with a smile to Lin Shiyun, Child, your talent is excellent. If you work hard, who knows, maybe during the college entrance exam, you can aim for the top of the overall rankings, and then you can pick any level 9 guild you want. Overall rankings? Lin Shiyun was slightly taken aback. Hancheng was part of Northeast Province. The college entrance examination scores are generally counted within the state, and being the top student in the state is already considered the best. However, the overall ranking includes all the provincial capitals of the entire summer country, and for those aiming at the overall ranking, becoming the top student is not a simple task. She never expected to be evaluated so highly. For a moment, feeling a bit shy, she shook her head. I am still far from it. Everything is thanks to him. Him. Su Yongha was taken aback, and Su Mei beside him explained, It's the summoner for Shiyun. Oh, Su Yongha suddenly understood. Being a summoner is your profession, so naturally you control the summoned creature. Its achievements are your achievements. Really, Lin Shiyun couldn't help but recall that tall, white towering figure. She didn't really think she could take credit for him. Let's go. This is not a place for talking. Let's leave here first. Under the escort of Zheng Jigang and Su Yongha, the three of them finally got into the car and quickly left this place. As the three of them disappeared, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, with only the prominently displayed announcement telling a story of a miracle. Soon, the entrance had fluctuations again, and then two rather disheveled figures slowly formed from it. Announcement. Team number 005, Captain Kong Ling, members Zhu Qing, Li Hao, cleared the dangerous level dungeon Demon Monk Zen Courtyard in 1 day, 8 hours and 27 minutes. Any team that clears a dangerous level or above will receive a broadcast. Only those who break records or are the first to clear will receive 3 consecutive announcements and be pinned to the top for a day. Usually, announcements like this would cause a huge stir among the crowd, with many casting envious glances. However, when Kong Ling looked around, he found that everyone seemed to not have heard it, indifferent to the announcement. Damn, didn't you hear? Dangerous level. We cleared the dangerous level. Kong Ling, feeling angry, yelled at those around him, his heart pained as he thought of this clear-up. Not only had he used up almost all the life-saving equipment and items left to him by his father, but also among the 4 fighters he brought in, only one had come out alive. Now, being ignored by so many people, how could he, the second son of the city lord, bear it? Young master, let it go. Your injuries are serious. Let's go back to heal first. The only survivor, Zhu Qing, couldn't help but remind him. However, Kong Ling turned and slapped him with a backhand. Shut up. When did it become your turn to lecture me? If it weren't for you useless fools, if clearing the dangerous level was such a hassle, would it be like this? Zhu Qing said nothing, only clenched his fists secretly. Fortunately, you cleared it, otherwise when I get back, I won't let my dad skin you alive. Kong Ling sneered. Stop dawdling. The announcement board in the dungeon hall will definitely have a record of this news. Take it good. Kong Ling blinked hard, looking again. For the second time, third time, he suddenly grabbed Zhu Qing's collar and asked, What did you see? Warm congratulations to Team 001, Captain Lin. Nightmare level, cleared. Smack. Kong Ling slapped Zhu Qing's face. Stop talking. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, almost burying his head into the ground. At this moment, he finally realized he really was the clown. For a long time, he suddenly looked up, howling in pain at the sky. No. Chapter 43. Fusion and editing, terms madly promoted. At this moment, Kong Ling felt like the whole world was against him. A deep sense of defeat surged in his heart, making his vision black out, and he fainted. When Zhu Qing, the last remaining henchman, carried him back to the Lord's mansion, he had not yet awakened. Outside the study in the Lord's mansion, Zhu Qing brought Kong Ling here. He knew that his master, Kong Qing Shan, controlled the entire Cold City, but he was especially fond of this second son. So he did not directly take the young master to the bedroom, but instead came here to report to the Lord. Mostly, he would not seek justice for the 3 dead brothers, but would instead be punished for his negligence. The housekeeper had already gone in to report, and Zhu Qing knelt on the ground, feeling that punishment would soon come. With a creak, the door opened. Zhu Qing shrank his neck, his body reacting with instinctive fear. However, when he looked up, he did not see Kong Qingshan's furious face, but rather the housekeeper, standing there expressionlessly. The master has important matters to discuss with guests. He already knows. Let you take the young master back to the room. I will arrange for someone to treat him, and you can collect the compensation for the other 3 in your own injury money. You may leave now. Zhu Qing looked up, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. He could not understand why there was such a huge change in what should have been a harsh punishment. Could it be that he was to be buried along with them? Sensing Zhu Qing's gaze, the housekeeper frowned. What are you dazed about? Hurry up and get to work. Don't delay the guests. Yes. Thank you for granting mercy, my lord. Zhu Qing bowed deeply, quickly standing up to carry the unconscious Kong Ling on his back, turning to leave. Just as he turned, he happened to see a tall figure draped in a black cloak being escorted quickly from the living room towards the study. When the housekeeper saw this figure approaching, his expression also changed, and he hurriedly smiled and went forward, speaking in a low voice respectfully. Sir, my master has been waiting for a long time. I'm also looking forward to this meeting. Zhu Qing heard the voice and felt the person was exceedingly cultured, like a well-read scholar. But he did not stop his steps and quickly walked towards the stairs. Just as the two brushed past each other, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a pale, bloodless, slender hand exposing from the person's sleeve, playing endlessly with a dark red ball of yarn. A ball of yarn? Is there really someone who plays with this? That thought flashed through Zhu Qing's mind, and he carried Kong Ling upstairs. Sleep well. M.O., Grandma is here. Looking at her granddaughter, M.O., who had drunk life number 1 and fallen into a deep sleep, the old woman's face showed a hint of relief. She got up and slowly stepped out of the bedroom, only for her hand on the door to tremble slightly. Now that the weather in Cold City is warming up, it's the thriving season of the entire wilderness. Even the elderly are dressed lightly in the hot weather. Only Grandma still wore a gray long gown. She leaned against the wall and walked to the living room, stopping in front of her son's spirit tablet, lighting an incense stick, bowing, and then inserting it onto the tablet. However, while bowing, it could be seen that her exposed arm under her sleeve was covered in small green dots, big and small. Nanner, Luo Yao, this child Shurien has made something of herself. Life number 1 can help slow down Momo's illness, allowing this old woman to live a few more days. She smiled, saying, I really don't know how far that child can grow. Hee, don't worry. Old lady will work hard to live on and see the day Shurien shines. By then, perhaps Momo's fate can also be resolved. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by the familiar call of Lin Shurien from outside. Grandma, open the door. I'm back. Grandma's expression changed slightly, instinctively tugging at her sleeves. Then she put on a smile and hurried to the door. Zhou-Yu/Reinforced Skeleton Swordsman. Race Undead. Level LV 27, 851/2700. Life 5100. Magic 2350. Attack 452 to 496. Defense 35/magic resistance 15%. Attributes: Holy Flame Blade Storm, red; Flame Wolfpack Command, blue; Grievance Devour, blue; Cursed Eye of Death, blue. In the Abyss World, within the Valley of the Undead, Zhou-Yu sat on a throne of bones, looking at the numerous attributes he had brought back from the dungeon. He had now reached LV 27, and if he went back to the dungeon, he might reach LV 30. At that stage, he could continue to transform into a new profession. But even so, Zhou-Yu felt no relaxation in his heart, for the threat brought by the dragon was not something LV 30 could solve. Afanti. The old servant is here. Afanti knelt down with his skull head surrounded by soul fire. Zhou-Yu glanced at him, feeling that in the time he was away, Afanti seemed to have grown a bit stronger, his neck decorations looking wider than before. Is there any movement from that dragon? Back to my lord. That dragon has not encroached upon our territory. It seems to be asleep. As for the rest, the old servant dared not approach, hence I do not know. What about the cave demons? According to Zhou Yu's guess, if that dragon really stayed, the greatest threat would be them. Instinctively, they might choose to relocate, and when that happens, his territory would surely be affected. No movement. No movement. Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows. Indeed, no movement, my lord. A Fanti explained. In the frozen graveyard I supervise, there has been no trace of the cave demons. It seems they all burrowed into the ground. Burrowing, Zhou Yu rubbed his chin, revealing a sudden understanding. He had forgotten that while the cave demons looked like ugly big spiders, they excelled at burrowing underground. Under the threat of the dragon, hiding underground was indeed the safest option for them. After understanding the situation, Zhou Yu let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed for now they wouldn't threaten his territory. This gave him a chance to breathe. You can leave now. As you command. A Fanny left, and Zhou Yu began to focus on his system panel. After brushing through the mage monk's Zen temple a second time, due to the generally increased level of wild monsters, he obtained an impressive number of attributes. Whether it's merging similar types or editing mutated attributes, he had ample reserves. It was time to start consuming. Ding! You successfully merged attributes and obtained Advanced Martial Body Blue. Ding! You successfully merged attributes and obtained Advanced Staff Technique Blue. Ding! You successfully merged attributes and obtained Grievance Roar Blue. Ding! You successfully merged attributes and obtained Void Body Blue. Ding! You successfully merged attributes and obtained Believer Control Blue. Together with the Magic Pattern Touch Blue, he had previously plundered from the Mage Monk Chief. It was essentially all merged in. The Advanced Martial Body and Advanced Staff Technique. The latter needed no explanation. The former raised his health once more by a significant amount, as well as increased his attack power significantly. This was the further enhancement of Zhou Yu's strength following the Giant Strength attribute. The Wrath Roar was fused from the Wrath Howl, transforming into a blue entry. After the same roar, it brought a longer stun time, while simultaneously unleashing a range-type damage that could shake the soul. The Void Body came from the evolution of the Ghost Body. In this form, Zhou Yu could evade physical damage up to 80%, an increase of 10% from before, and was also unaffected by magical resistance reductions. Finally, the Believer Control transformed from green to blue. Although its name remained unchanged, the change meant he could easily control the vengeful monk's souls and their followers in the monk's Zen temple. The benefit of this was that he could control these armies without expending too much energy. Next, it was time for Zhou Yu to edit the mutated entries. Ding! Editing completed. Obtained a brand new entry. Chapter 44. Gale Phantom Wolf Step, Skeleton Monk, Skinning Forest. Ding! Editing completed. Obtained a brand new entry. Gale Phantom Wolf Step, Blue. Ding! Editing completed. Obtained a brand new entry. Skeleton Monk Summon, Blue. Indeed, Zhou Yu only had these two entries. It was not that he had consumed all entries, but after many attempts, only these two satisfied him. The rest he could keep for editing when suitable entries came along. Among them, the Gale Phantom Wolf Step was born from fusing Gale Wolf Step with Ghost Body. Besides being faster, it could reduce physical damage by 50% while moving, and his body became almost illusory, like being invisible. Although it had improved somewhat, it did not surpass the category of blue entries and remained unchanged. As for the Skeleton Monk Summon, it was created after Zhou Yu accumulated a large number of basic demonic and basic staff technique entries. If not for these two entries, it would have been uncertain whether he could stack them to the level of blue entries. Zhou Yu did not attempt it, but from the entry descriptions, it was clear that the Skeleton Monk was quite strong. After temporarily sorting through all the entries, Zhou Yu stood up and looked out at the dark and vast undead valley. Since Wrath Devour can gather trump cards, I wonder if there is wrath in this land of the undead. The two newly acquired entries, Wrath Devour and Death Wrath Demon Eye, he understood the latter, but needed to consume enough wrath to form Wrath Death Light for the former. If the gathering of wrath is concerned, Zhou Yu felt that there was no place richer in wrath than the abyss filled with undead. Thus, he stood at the edge of the throne, opened his mouth wide, and simultaneously activated Wrath Devour. Buzz! A dark aura of wrath rose from the undead valley, transforming into strands of wrath that Zhou Yu swallowed into his mouth. This wrath did not enter Zhou Yu's body. Instead, it was lodged in his mind. Wrath energy is not death energy, but where there is fallen death, there must be growing hatred, and naturally, wrath is abundant. Moreover, countless years have passed here, and the accumulated wrath was immensely vast. Zhou Yu only felt that after swallowing for a moment, a faint pain surged in his mind, as if countless painful screams echoed and roared within his head. He quickly stopped, knowing that this was the limit of what he could bear. Next, he only needed to stabilize this ever-present wrath energy to continuously refine his spirit, allowing his mental strength to rise. The direct reflection of the enhancement in mental strength would be an increase in blue energy. Trouble to report, my lord. The young master is just suffering from excessive mental strain and some surface injuries. After a few days of rest, he will recover. Zhu Qing returned to the door of the study and bowed to the butler. You may go. The butler replied calmly. Yes. Zhu Qing turned to leave, but suddenly thought of something else and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Butler, who did my lord meet? That's not something you should ask. Don't question it. The butler's eyes sharpened. A chilling aura rose, making him shiver all over. I'm sorry, I'll leave right now. Zhu Qing was drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly pleading for mercy and left without looking back. He was merely curious about who that person was, capable of making the master value them so much. He just didn't expect the butler's reaction to be so intense. You reckless guy. The butler looked at Zhu Qing as he walked away, just about to give an order, when suddenly a voice came from inside the door, causing him to quickly turn around and push the door open. Dr. Lin will be my personal medical advisor. Arrange a guest room for him, and make it a good one. The bald mayor, Kong Qingshan, instructed the butler. Understood, my lord. Hee. Also, please prepare a basement for me. I need a place to store some medical equipment and research materials. The voice of the other person was strange, hoarse, and uncoordinated, as if their throat were uncomfortable, making it difficult to speak. The butler glanced at the master, saw him nod, and smiled in response. Rest assured, I will arrange it right away. Thank you. As the door closed, the mayor Kong Qingshan, sitting in the main seat, had a cold glint in his eyes. Su Yonghe, I didn't expect you to hide for so long, yet dare to take action against Wu Xingchong, even involving that stubborn Zhengji gang. Kong Qingshan's voice did not reveal joy or sadness. You want me, Kong Qingshan, to yield? Then don't blame me. Not long after, in the basement of the mayor's residence, under dim blue lights, a pale figure in a cloak stood before the operating table, constantly waving something. After a moment, his gestures froze, followed by a hoarse and strange laughter echoing. Hee, go on, my treasures. Let this remote city become lively, hee. Amidst the laughter, gray-haired old mice suddenly squeaked from the operating table, leaping down, searching for the entrance to the sewer, stretching their bodies before the fence, and squeezing through the gaps. However, at the moment their bodies stretched, it was clear to see that their flesh was connected by threads of bright red yarn. Sister Shiyun, where are we going this time? Su Xiaoqiang and Su Mei actively approached Lin Shiyun when they saw her downstairs at her house. He said, we're going to Skinning Forest. Lin Shiyun got straight to the point, recalling how Zhou Yu had instructed her in the Fuban, waiting until they had rested before preparing to head to the next Fuban Skinning Forest. She looked back at her sister and grandmother at home, and after a few hours, contacted Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang. If Su Yonghe hadn't said anything, she might not have realized it. Now she could even aim for the chance to become the national champion. If she could seize it, she'd earn the favor of the 9th-tier guild, and then, surely, her sister's illness could be treated. So, as soon as she rested, she hurriedly gathered everyone. Skinning Forest? Su Mei paused for a moment. This place may not be a scripted Thuban like the monk's temple, but the wild monsters inside are numerous, and it's hard to clear. I'm not worried about the monsters, but I'm afraid that just the two of us can't protect you. Su Mei spoke from her heart. Although they had been lucky last time, they still lost a lot of health. If they were not fully prepared this time, and something happened to Lin Shiyun, she would blame herself and might even risk being wiped out along with her brother by that skeleton, Mr. Zhou. So, do you mean we should increase our numbers? Lin Shiyun caught on to what she meant. Yes, it would be best to find 2 strong tank classes like druids, paladins, or monks. If not, even retribution paladins would do. Su Mei emphasized defense, mainly to protect Lin Shiyun. Lin Shiyun pondered. She felt what the other said made some sense. All right, but when we arrive, I'll first ask for their opinion. Lin Shiyun would not make decisions on her own. So far, all her outputs relied on Zhou Yu. As her summon, she subconsciously regarded him as the most trustworthy person. She still needed him to make the decision. No problem. After discussing, everyone got in the car and headed toward the direction of the Barkskin Forest. This dungeon was a bit farther than the Zen temple of the demon monk, but after about half an hour, everyone stopped in front of a patch of woods where a huge, towering building, completely made up of twisted bark, stood. This was the dungeon hall of the Barkskin Forest. Chapter 45. Boredom. 5-person team concept. Tide sacrifice. Shiyun, did the teacher say anything about the difficulty level? Upon arrival, Su Mei took the initiative to ask. Nightmare level. Lin Shiyun's answer was very direct. However, this time, unlike the last time, Sumei and Su Xiaochang did not seem too surprised at this difficulty. In that case, the 5-person team is even more necessary. Sumei explained, generally, the number of players in a dungeon is divided into 3, 5, and more than 5. If it exceeds 5 people, the difficulty and number that multiplayer dungeons can take on will increase significantly, usually requiring 10 or even a maximum of 20 to enter, known as a raid dungeon. And a 5-person dungeon is slightly harder than a 3-person dungeon, but the experience points gained are higher. Even the drop rate of some treasures will also increase. So, most guilds prefer 5-person dungeons, as it forms a complete structure with both offense and defense. Moreover, the experience, equipment, treasures, and more divided among everyone won't be too little. In fact, what Sumei said was true. The current level of dungeon difficulty for the group was only limited to first-turn dungeons. However, if they reach second turn, third turn, or even higher dungeons, the formation of 3 players would obviously be insufficient, and at least 5 players would be needed. Some take damage, some draw monsters, some deal damage, some control, some heal, and so on. Okay, I'll ask him. Lin Shiyun also recognized that Su Mei's point made sense, but the choice of people must be careful. I don't want to worry about someone stabbing me in the back while fighting monsters. Lin Shiyun said very seriously. The last incident with Wu Li Na and Zhuang, who too had already taught her that not every teammate could be relied upon. She didn't hope to find teammates who could help. At the very least, they had to be trustworthy. Definitely. Su Mei nodded, knowing exactly what Lin Shiyun meant. After the 3 discussed, Lin Shiyun performed a summoning technique and directly summoned Zhouyu. After briefly introducing Su Mei's words, Zhouyu thought for a moment and nodded slightly. You can add people, but remember, if anyone dares to use underhanded tactics, I won't save you. If this girl couldn't even do this, Zhouyu felt it was unnecessary to form a contract with such a summoner, even if he could never come to this world. I will do it, please rest assured. Lin Shiyun bowed slightly and said very seriously, all right, if there's nothing else, just call me when you're ready to enter the dungeon. After Zhouyu finished speaking, he was about to end the summoning and return to the abyss. Wait! Lin Shiyun suddenly called to him. Is there something? Zhouyu looked at her, his soul fire flickering in his eyes. I have something to give you. Give me. Zhouyu was taken aback for a moment, then coldly waved his hand. No need. What could a dead spirit like him need? Even if it were equipment, this girl probably couldn't provide anything good. But Lin Shiyun didn't care, and instead took out a neatly folded black cloak. This is a black cloak I sewed myself. Although you're not afraid of the cold, having this cloak might make it a bit more convenient to move around in this world, right? Or, Zhouyu just said 2 words after hearing her, and was swallowed by the twisted black door. Seeing this scene, Lin Shiyun couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. But just as Zhouyu's last hand was about to be swallowed, he suddenly raised it and grabbed. The black cloak disappeared directly from Lin Shiyun's hand. A childlike smile blossomed on Lin Shiyun's face, leaving Su Xiaochang stunned. Ouch! He suddenly cried out in pain and turned to see Su Mei glaring at him. What are you looking at? Hurry up and post the announcement. Oh! Su Xiaochang quickly ran to the dungeon hall to post the announcement. Due to the time and difficulty, very few newly promoted players could be seen in the dungeon hall. Most were seasoned players over 20 years old. As the recruitment announcement was released, the prominent title of Recruiting Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon 5-Man Team instantly attracted attention. However, when they saw the team member and content, they almost all advised against it. What? A level 20 wants to lead a group to clear a nightmare level? Are you crazy? It's clear they're an inexperienced rookie. What was the level of the last team that cleared the nightmare level skinning forest? Level 30. Do we need to say more? Without a strong player, going to nightmare level is just asking for death. Really overestimating themselves. Overall, the situation was that there was a lot of observation, much discussion, and plenty of contact, but very few joined, even to the point of none at all. Sisters, why don't we just go in with the 3 of us? It's been over half an hour, it's dark now, and I doubt anyone's willing to join. Su Xiaoqiang felt a bit melancholic. With 2 beautiful ladies like you here, what are these people's brains thinking? Of course, that's a normal thought process. Have you ever seen an adventurer fighting hard for women? Sumei shot him a glare. They're probably scared by the nightmare difficulty. It is indeed a bit tough. Others hadn't seen Zhouyu's strength, so they naturally did not believe they could clear it. In such a deadly dungeon, any rational mind wouldn't dare to attempt it. So what do we do? Su Xiaoqiang threw up his hands. If we can form a suitable team, that would be good. Lin Shiyun pondered, but if there really is no way, we might just have to give up. Sumei thought for a moment and said, Shiyun, how about I call my dad and see if he can help think of a way? Is that so? Lin Shiyun considered it. Compared to looking for recruits here, Su Yonghe was clearly more reliable. Yes, please ask Sumei. Sume nodded and stepped aside to make a call. Hello, Dad. Aren't you going to enter the dungeon? Why haven't you gone? We're short 2 reliable teammates. Do you have any? What are the requirements? Tank-type professions, to take damage and protect Lin Shuryan. Most importantly, they must be trustworthy. There can be no mistakes. There are tanks available, but it's hard to say if they're reliable. What difficulty are you facing? Nightmare level. Good luck, then there's none. You keep saying you're so capable, but can't even find a reliable teammate. Daughter, you don't understand. The hardest thing in this world isn't finding teammates, it's reliability. Then we 3 will go in. Hanging up. Hey, wait, can other professions work? What professions? Rare professions. Title priest. Level 25, a strong player. Really? That works. Have her come over quickly. On the other end, after hanging up the call, Su Yongha turned to look at Zheng Jigang, who was on the phone. Are you really planning on letting your daughter get involved? Why? Your daughter and son are both in, so why can't I let my daughter in? Zheng Jigang retorted. No, that kid is only 19. She's much more talented than my daughter, plus she's with a Tier 6 guild. Isn't that a risk? When the Lin family fought to the death against the Creation Society, they did not hesitate. Why should I? Zheng Jigang said seriously. I never had the chance to fight alongside those seniors. Letting my daughter in, even if she dies, must keep the Lin family bloodline alive. Don't give me that. If she survives, do you know she'll reach greater heights? Su Yongha scoffed. I know, but I'm asking. Hello, what's up? I'm Daddy. There's something good here. Lin Shuryan and Su Xiaoqiang watched Su Mei talk excitedly for a long time before she rushed over, beaming. Found someone. Although it's not a tank, it's a rare profession, a title priest and a level 25 second transfer player. Second turn. Su Xiaoqiang was taken aback. Can a second turn clear a first turn dungeon? Dungeon rules allow 1 high turn job holder in a dungeon for 5 players or fewer, even if they are carried. Lin Shuryan recalled the dungeon knowledge from class. But the highest can only be 1 turn above. Now we have 1, but we still need 1 more? Su Xiaoqiang raised a new question. No worries. Even if we're 1 short, it's fine. If there are 4 of us going in, the experience share will increase as long as there are more than 3. If not, then it's not enough. Su Mei explained. It should be enough. Suddenly, Lin Shuryan interrupted her words. Enough. Su Mei was surprised. Where? As soon as she spoke, Lin Shuryan was seen walking towards the dungeon hall, where a crowd seemed to have gathered. Chapter 46. Bearer Master, Lu Ro, watch closely, this is a nightmare level. Seeing Lin Shuryan leave, Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang naturally followed. In the direction Lin Shuryan went, there were several figures gathered, among whom a man and a woman were tugging at each other, seemingly in a dispute. Zhonghao, give that to me. That's the ticket I saved up for a year. Ro, let me explain. I just want the stronger ones to go in first. Once we clear it and get the gear and materials, I will repay you and take you in later. The girl was not tall and wore a plain robe, looking utterly wronged as she clutched the man's collar. No, Zhonghao, didn't you promise to take me into the dungeon? Why are you backing out now? What backing out? You're only level 13. Bringing you in is useless. It's better to switch for a stronger one. Higher chance to clear. The man with a mustache pushed her away, his impatience growing. You're talking nonsense. Are you trying to let Wei Qianqian join? Are you with her now? Why her? Because I'm higher level than you. Suddenly, a stunning woman in a fiery red robe stepped out from the crowd, quickly walking to Zhonghao and linking her arm with his, pressing her exaggerated curves against his arm. Because my assets are big, my skills are great, and I'm sweet. I told you not to come out. Zhonghao clearly did not expect Wei Qianqian to appear, and his expression changed slightly. If I don't come out, can she get you into the dungeon? Wei Qianqian said dismissively. I really don't get it. What does she know? Why waste your breath on her? Zhonghao, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Wanting to have both. Dream on. You must settle this today, or I will make you pay. Hearing this, Zhonghao showed a look of struggle, then suddenly grabbed the weak girl's hand and forcefully pulled her away. Lu Ro, from today, we have nothing to do with each other. Once I clear it, I will return your ticket money. Return your ass. Wei Qianqian cackled loudly. You should see your own worth. You still want to clear a dungeon? What can a stinking barrier master do? Huh, shut your mouth. Lu Ro shouted, tears flowing uncontrollably from her eyes. Zhonghao, 2 years. I've been with you for 2 years. You said you'd take me into the dungeon. We would level up together and become strong job holders. Have you forgotten all this? For you, I cut back on everything to save money for the ticket, even going against my parents to be with you. Now you want to abandon me? Are you even human? Enough. Zhonghao shouted in irritation. For me? Why didn't you let me touch you for 2 years? For me? Aren't you also trying to level up in the dungeon? If you truly cared for me, why don't you take money out from your home to buy my ticket? Why not make your parents sell the house to help me? Do you know how long I've waited? A year. Zhong Hao pointed at Lu Ro and shouted, "You say it's for me? I see it's for yourself." "You!" Lu Ro cried like rain, her heart in agony as she slumped to the ground. She never expected that the Zhong Hao who once vowed to stay together forever would. It became so ugly. Maybe Mom was right. I should settle down and be a teacher like her, instead of wanting to be a powerful professional. Seeing Lu Ro like this, Zhong Hao knew he had won. He allowed Wei Qianqian to link her arm with his, wanting to leave the crowd, when suddenly a cold shout rang out. "Stop!" The crowd parted, and Lin Shiyun and Su Mei, along with Su Xiaoqiang, walked over. Lin Shiyun jogged to Lu Ro's side, helping her up. "Sister Roro, are you okay?" "Shiyun." Lu Ro looked up at Lin Shiyun, and her face filled with more grievance. She immediately leaned into Lin Shiyun's arms and cried loudly. "Woo, I was wrong. You're not wrong. Sister Roro." Lin Shiyun patted Lu Ro's back and looked up at Zhong Hao, her voice suddenly cold. "He is the one who is wrong. Beautiful lady, I advise you to mind your own business, otherwise." Zhong Hao was briefly stunned by Lin Shiyun's beauty, but seeing Wei Qianqian next to him, he snorted coldly, wanting to give a warning. But before he finished speaking, he noticed a flash in front of him. Su Mei had somehow come close. Slap! A loud slap struck his face, causing a sharp pain that made him yell out. Who are you? Dare to hit me? I'm hitting this ungrateful dog." Su Mei kicked out a leg, kicking hard between his legs, sending him kneeling down, covering himself, and making a goose-like honking sound. "If you can't control yourself, then I'll do it for you. Who are you? Dare to hit someone?" Wei Qianqian didn't expect this fierce beauty to dare to act, and she exclaimed, questioning Su Mei. But Su Mei retaliated with a slap to her face, causing Wei Qianqian to cry out in pain, blood flowing from her mouth. "Not ashamed, but proud. As a woman like you, I feel ashamed." Su Mei kicked Zhong Hao in the chest again, knocking him over, her boot on his chest as she coldly said, "Hand it over." What? "The ticket. Here you go." Zhong Hao struggled to raise his hand, a ticket with a stamped mark appearing in his palm. Su Mei took it and said again, "And more." "And no more. I mean yours." "Oh, okay." After receiving 2 stamped tickets, Su Mei kicked again, turning back to Lin Shiyun to hand them over. Lin Shiyun nodded slightly, taking the tickets and sending them to Lu Ro. "Sister Roro, look, your tickets are right here." Seeing her tickets returned, Lu Ro still felt heartbroken, but she stopped crying. "Zhong Hao, from now on, you and we are done." As she spoke, she handed the 2 tickets to Lin Shiyun. "Shiyun, thank you for helping me get them back. These tickets are for you. Why give them to me? You need them to enter the instance." Zhong Hao said something right. "I'm just a useless barrier master. No one wants to form a team, so I might as well give them to you." "Who says there's no one?" Lin Shiyun smiled. "I just need one more member in my team. Do you want to join?" Thus, with Lin Shiyun's help, Lu Ro collected herself and joined the team. Lin Shiyun pulled this girl, who looked younger but was actually 2 years older than her, and introduced her to Su Mei and the others. "This is Su Mei, Su Xiaoqiang, 2 warriors, and another teammate is on the way. This is Lu Ro, also from our school. Her mom is my class teacher." "Oh, that makes sense." Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang looked enlightened. Before, they had wondered why Lin Shiyun was so eager to bring her into the team and trusted her so much. But with that single statement, they understood. Lin Shiyun had known Lu Ro for a long time. Since she started school, her homeroom teacher often called her to help with homework and even shared meals together, so they had been acquaintances for a long time. Moreover, her homeroom teacher had given her a card even after her contract failed. This kindness Lin Shiyun would never forget, seeing that she had even lost her tickets. Zhong Haoduan suddenly felt that he had lost both money and fortune, and he exploded with anger. "Lu Ro, who do you think these people are? They are all scammers, tricking you for your ticket, just so they can enter the dungeon. Hand over the ticket to me, and I can guarantee you enough benefits when you come out. We are scammers." Su Xiaoqiang immediately got angry upon hearing this, pulling out the ticket emblem he had already bought and shaking it in front of Zhong Hao. "Open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is a nightmare-level ticket. Who cares about your ordinary ticket?" Chapter 47, Skinning Forest, the Skinless Master. Nightmare level. Su Xiaoqiang's words made everyone around widen their eyes suddenly, and after a moment, it sparked a commotion. "Are you crazy? Nightmare level Skinning Forest? Just these few people. What a beautiful woman. Each with her own charm. What a shame." "What a shame about what? You think you can enter a nightmare-level dungeon and come out alive? That's just asking for death." Amidst the discussions, Zhong Hao suddenly reacted, laughing loudly. "Haha, nightmare level. Lu Ro, I'm just scamming your money, and they're scamming your life, haha." His previous gloom cleared away as he patted his chest and looked at Lu Ro. "If you don't want to die, then leave the team and hand over the ticket to me. At least I can give you some benefits. No, to be precise, I am saving your life. Hearing this, the crowd nodded repeatedly, feeling that he made sense. Lin Shiyun and Su Mei also looked at Lu Ro. Jijiro Ro, you can withdraw from my team, but never believe his nonsense. Lin Shiyun held Lu Ro's hand and said, No. Lu Ro slightly shook her head. From the moment he showed his true colors, my life no longer matters. She placed the 2 tickets in Lin Shiyun's palm. Promise me, if I really die, give them to my mom. Tell her her daughter was wrong, leaving these 2 years of savings as compensation to my parents. Lu Ro had no hope of surviving in the nightmare-level dungeon. On the contrary, she believed that since Lin Shiyun dared to enter, she must have some way or means to ensure her safety, so she entrusted her tickets to her. To this, Lin Shiyun said nothing more, just nodded and accepted them. She knew that explaining now was useless. Everything would become clear after entering the dungeon. Seeing Lu Ro so stubborn, Zhong Hao sneered. Well, if you want to jump in the fire pit, then save it to buy yourself a coffin. Beside her, Wei Qianqian coldly laughed in agreement. Yeah, I'm right here watching. We'll see how long it takes for you to die. She had been slapped by Su Mei and had already held a grudge against her. But she wasn't stupid. In a gathering of professionals, anyone who dared to act directly wasn't simple. Yet, she couldn't swallow this anger and could only vent it on a Lu Ro. There's no point in talking. Let's go. Lin Shiyun supported Lu Ro and left, but the discussions among the crowd didn't stop. They just shifted from talking about Lu Ro to them. After all, the topic of nightmare-level dungeons had a much higher discussion rate than a third party intervening. When is that leg of the Tide Priestess arriving, sis? Su Xiaoqiang was still most concerned about his dungeon situation. It should be soon. Su Mei thought for a moment. Dad said she's an acquaintance. At most half an hour. An acquaintance? Do we know anyone reliable? Before Su Xiaoqiang finished, he was slapped by Su Mei. If you can't talk, just shut up. Nobody thinks. Could it be her? Su Mei had just said half when everyone suddenly heard the roar of a luxury car from a distance, and then saw a stretched luxury car suddenly stop. A driver and bodyguard got out, opening the car door, and instantly a long leg in a hollow blue high heel appeared from below the car door. Following that, a figure in a water blue long dress, with water blue hair and a water blue staff, resembling a cold princess like Athena, got out of the car. Zheng Buyu, Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed. Isn't she in the 6th-tier guild? How could she come back? Do you know her? Lin Shiyun looked at him. Yes, she's the daughter of the chief of security. We were neighbors when we were kids and often played together. She's the same age as me. Su Mei chimed in from the side. But her talent is much higher than mine. I've heard she's already level 25 and has a rare profession, being recruited by the 6th-tier guild early. I never expected it would be her. She looks a bit aloof. Not sure, but I remember she just didn't talk much as a child, would hide in the corner when people came. The luxury car with a beautiful woman easily attracted everyone's attention, but when they saw Zheng Buyu's icy demeanor, all the professionals present didn't even dare to look too much and automatically made way. She briefly scanned the crowd before gracefully striding over to Su Mei and the others. Although she was about the same height as Su Mei, standing in front of everyone gave a suffocating feeling akin to looking up at a mountain. Her gaze quickly swept over several people, finally looking to the side. Pull me into the team. Su Xiaoqiang, Su Mei, and even Lin Shiyun and Lu Ro exchanged glances, slightly dazed. Is this how a goddess speaks now? I'll pull you. In the end, it was Lin Shiyun who reacted quickly and pulled Zheng Buyu into the team. Zheng Buyu, let me introduce you to our teammates. As an old acquaintance, Su Mei stepped forward to introduce Zheng Buyu, but before she could finish, Zheng Buyu extended her hand. Ticket, let's go. Su Mei, Lin Shiyun, and others. Let's go in first. There's plenty of time to introduce. Lin Shiyun mediated. Su Mei nodded, handing out the tickets one by one. Zheng Buyu took the lead and walked straight toward the ticket entrance. Buzz. With the appearance of a ripple, the 5 figures disappeared. Team 001, Captain Lin Shiyun, member Zheng Buyu, has entered the nightmare-level skinning forest instance. Timer starts. A damp, sultry feeling wrapped around them. A strong smell of blood mixed with rot filled their nostrils. When everyone opened their eyes, they found themselves in a forest. Standing at the front of the team, Zheng Buyu's deep blue pupils flickered with disbelief. Nightmare level? What are they planning? Do they really expect me, a second transfer title priest, to clear this kind of instance? Dad, are you trying to kill me, or what? No. Should I question him now? Would that reveal that I'm unfriendly? This is a matter of life and death. How could I not be friendly? But I clearly agreed so decisively before. If I refuse now, wouldn't it seem like I'm going back on my word? As various thoughts surged in her mind, Zheng Buyu finally just raised her staff and slammed it down on the ground. Tidal shield. Buzz. Rich steam rose from beneath her feet, quickly expanding around them, wrapping the 5 of them completely in a spherical water shield. Entering the instance with a defensive strategy alone showed that Zheng Buyu had much more experience than these rookies. At the same time, a hoarse and chilling voice suddenly echoed in their minds. Clearance condition. Find the skinless master and eliminate it, or survive in the forest for 24 hours. Kiki. Clearly just a notification of clearance conditions. The eerie laughter at the end sent shivers down everyone's spine. Rustle. Before they could process it, sounds of friction came from the leaf-covered ground beneath their feet. In the next moment, several nearby trees suddenly came to life. Twisted vines surged up from the ground, whipping toward them. Crack! Crack! All the greenish vines struck against the tidal shield, creating ripples. Let no one be harmed. But when everyone looks around at the giant trees, their expressions change in an instant. Chapter 48. The Skinned Tree Spirit, Tidal Blade. In the forest where trees stand tall, each trunk is entwined with spiraling green vines. As these vines wave, one can clearly see a twisted human face of agony on the trunk. Sister, are all the faces in the entire forest like this? Su Xiaoqiang feels his teeth chattering. How many human faces are there in this forest? These are the Skinned Tree Spirits, starting at level 15. Their attack power isn't high, but their health is thick. Sume shields Lin Shuyun behind her, peering out through the shield. The strategy we bought says that the way to clear this area is to wait in place for 24 hours. As long as we can defend, it won't be a big problem. The shot from the nightmare-level dungeon temporarily makes Lu Ro forget her sadness. With this many, I fear the shield won't hold for long, right? Seeing that Zheng Buyu's level is 25, she thinks he is the only strong point in the team. It's fine once the captain. Before Su Xiaoqiang can finish, he sees Zheng Buyu suddenly stepping out of the shield, holding a staff. What are you doing? Come back quickly. Zheng Buyu does not respond. She knows that if this goes on, they won't last long, but what if she clears them out? As she swings her staff, a thin stream of water quickly gathers in the air, then transforms into 3 blade-like streams of water, spinning rapidly. Tidal blade, cut. Swish, swish. 3 blades fly out simultaneously, landing on the tree trunk, their serrated water edges unleashing amazing power. Sizzle. The tough bark is sliced open as if hit by a lumberjack's machine. The twisted human face on the trunk lets out a painful wail, causing the entwined vines to strike repeatedly. However, Zheng Buyu raises her staff again. Tidal binding activated. Several streams of water rise, entangling all the attacking vines and even knotting some of them. Such a smooth operation leaves the others gaping in astonishment. My goodness, is this person really valued by a level 6 guild? So amazing. With restrictions, output, and defense, Zheng Buyu has completely demonstrated the essence of offense and defense. While everyone is still in awe, 3 skinned tree spirits fall down with a crash. Yet Zheng Buyu doesn't stop. She continues with the same tactic, quickly clearing an area outside the shield. Now, the nearby vines are completely cleared, and the distant ones are out of reach. All threats vanish in an instant. At this point, Zheng Buyu relaxes slightly and turns back to the shield, only to see 4 pairs of eyes locked onto her, causing her heart to thump rapidly. After a 3-second silence, she breathes out a word. Wait, Sister Buyu, you are just too powerful. Su Xiaoqiang unconsciously changes his address. If we just stay here, won't we clear the dungeon easily? Su may also give the thumbs up. Tidal Priestess, as expected. If it were that simple, it wouldn't be a nightmare level. Lin Shuyun contemplates. I should call for help. Finishing her words, she places her staff on the ground and directly activates her summoning skill. A huge summoning array appears, followed by a large summoning gate emerging. When the summoning gate finishes, a tall figure draped in a wide black cloak appears. As the fierce wind blows, a skeletal face is revealed with a white skull, flames of souls dancing in the eye sockets, seeming to burn into one's heart. Shuyun, is this your summon creature? Lu Ro looks at the tall skeleton with a look of amazement. Yes. Lin Shuyun nods slightly. The gaze lingered on Zhou Yu's cloak, and a smile unconsciously rose at the corner of her mouth. He looks quite handsome. Skeletal soldier? Zheng Buyu saw a hint of surprise in Zhou Yu's eyes. She had never seen such a tall skeletal soldier before. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a bit anxious. Was it inappropriate to say that? Was it a bit impolite? What to do to fix the situation? While Zheng Buyu struggled internally to find a way to explain, she saw Zhou Yu's soul fire looking in her direction. She was startled and instinctively took a step back. Ice Mountain Beauty? And a fierce little girl? The soul fire in Zhou Yu's eyes flickered. He had to admit that the other's skill at finding teammates was not great, but their looks were top-notch. Especially the icy beauty in front of him. Zhou Yu could tell with a glance that she was just socially anxious. After just one look, Zhou Yu withdrew his gaze and surveyed the surrounding dungeon environment. Twisted vines, grotesque human faces, and an endless forest. This was indeed very much in line with the style of the skinning forest. It seemed like someone was making a move. To clear the dungeon, you need to find and eliminate the skinless lord or survive here for 24 hours. Lin Shiyun moved a bit closer to Zhou Yu and introduced. Not good. As soon as she spoke, Su Xiaoqiang suddenly pointed in the distance and exclaimed. Everyone turned to look and found that the previously cleared open space was now covered with countless twisting vines underground. And in an instant, the vines surged out of the earth, climbing up the fallen tree stumps with barbs appearing, piercing into the trunks, and forcibly pulling them up. In a short moment, the 3 severed skinning tree spirits were restored just like that. Ah! A terrifying wail echoed from the faces carved into the tree trunks. And in the next moment, all the vines shot out once more, charging toward the group. Damn it! Su Xiaoqiang shouted in anger, stepping forward, ready to strike. However, Zheng Biyu, standing in front, clearly moved faster and with more skill than he did. Leave it to me. She waved her staff, and once again, tidal blades coalesced, slicing through the attacking vines in several strokes, then counterattacked the opponent. Sizzle, puff, boom. Moments later, the 3 massive trees once again crashed to the ground, but at that moment, the familiar vines reappeared. At the same time, the previously motionless skinning tree spirit actually began to sway, roots pulling from the ground and dragging its body toward Zhou Yu and the others. It looked slow, but each step covered several meters. If they can actually move? Su Xiaoqiang grew anxious but was pulled back by Su Mei. Stand firm and do what you should do. Oh. Su Xiaoqiang realized and didn't rush anymore. Instead, he took off his longsword and stood not far from Lin Shiyun. He naturally knew he wasn't the main force to clear the dungeon. His only job was to protect Lin Shiyun. Su Xiaoqiang was not alone. Lu Rou also instinctively moved closer to Lin Shiyun, but she puzzled over why everyone didn't head toward Zheng Biyu, but rather clustered near Shiyun. Leave it to me. Only Zheng Biyu left a phrase and took the initiative to walk outside the shield. She waved her staff repeatedly, summoning 3 tidal blades again, wanting to replicate her earlier actions and clear these skinning tree spirits. However, she didn't expect that before she could cut down the 3 tree spirits, more vines came wrapping around her. If dragged back, what awaited her would be being torn apart by the vines, resulting in her skin being flayed off. Tidal blades. 3, 6, 9. 9 tidal blades were already Zheng Buyu's limit, but even as this batch of vines was severed, another wave surged in immediately. Finally, just in the gap of his casting chant, several vines broke through the blockade and rushed toward Zheng Biyu. Oh no! Zheng Buyu's heart sank, and even the chanting process was abruptly interrupted. She had never entered a nightmare-level instance before, and she didn't expect to face death on her first attempt. At this critical moment, as the vines approached, Zheng Biyu instinctively swung her staff to defend herself, but suddenly felt a shadow looming behind her. She instinctively turned her head to see Zhou Yu, draped in a black cloak, had appeared behind her without her noticing. A large hand rose and reached out to grab Zheng Biyu. In the next moment, Zheng Biyu felt a chill around her neck. Before she could react, Zhou Yu lifted her up like a chicken and then flung her backward with force. Whoosh! As she fell, she was caught by Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang in a combined effort. And when she looked up again, she was shocked to see Zhou Yu taking her place, completely entangled by the vines. Chapter 49. Wow. Summoning beast, this works? No. Zheng Biyu suddenly stood up, wanting to rush out of the shield instinctively. Hey, are you crazy? Su Mei grabbed her. At a time like this, if you rush out, it's like sending yourself to death. But still inside, Zheng Buyu's words suddenly became smoother. With so many vines, not to mention a second turn, even a third turn warrior would have a hard time breaking free. You said that warrior, not him. Su Mei showed no sign of letting go. At this moment, Su Xiaoqiang in the back said calmly, "Don't worry, the real show is just beginning." Show. Zheng Biyu wanted to say something else, but suddenly her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She saw spikes popping out of the green vines surrounding Zhou Yu, trying to pierce into his body, but unfortunately, they scrapped against the bones and made only raspy sounds, leaving not even a trace behind. At this time, Zhou Yu, standing still, simply pushed both hands out calmly. Crack, crack, crack. All the vines suddenly made a sound of being under unbearable strain, and, in Zheng Biyu's shock, they all broke apart. After doing all this, Zhou Yu simply stood there, lightly flicking off the debris stuck on his black cloak. You've dirted my clothes. When he looked up again, a fierce fire burst forth from his eyes. Boom! The black cloak vanished, and heavy black armor enveloped his entire body, and a heavily armored skeleton swordsman emerged in an instant. Is this a skeleton soldier? The words came from Lu Ro's mouth. She admitted her knowledge was limited, but this kind of transforming skeleton soldier was still a first for her. Zhang Biyu had already been released by Su Mei, but her sapphire-like eyes were fixed on Zhou Yu, as if his transformation had refreshed her understanding of summons. This is a skeleton soldier. Su Xiaoqiang seemed delighted to see such expressions, smiling, but it's not just a skeleton soldier. He held back, for there was even more exciting stuff to come. Beside him, Su Mei's lips curled slightly upward. She seemed to see her previous expression reflected, and to be honest, this feeling was quite refreshing. Just as the few of them were admiring the scene, Zhou Yu in armor had already charged forward, holding a large sword with both hands. He did not use any skills, merely swinging the sword horizontally at a tree trunk. Swish! The long sword tore through the bark, and crimson blood flowed out freely from within. A grotesque human face was almost about to emerge from the tree trunk, but Zhou Yu's hands did not stop, continuing to exert force steadily. Swish! Swish! A dozen or so peeled bark trees nearby were brutally cut down. This is too fierce, right? Lu Ro clutched her exaggerated chest and exclaimed. She had been following Zhong Hao's team to level up, and even when facing the strongest heavy-armored warriors, none were as powerful as Zhou Yu. In just a few seconds, he had slaughtered dozens of peeled bark tree spirits, each with more than 1,000 health points. Is this something a human can do? Oh right, he is not human. Rustle. Before everyone could regain their senses, the ground surged again in the distance, as dense vines twisted underground. And at the same time, the dead tree spirits actually revived. This feeling is as if they can never be killed. Moreover, more and more tree spirits were approaching, each face twisted in a grotesque roar. D. You deserve to die here. Zhou Yu sheathed his sword and stood still, watching the gathering figures and murmuring to himself. Staying in place should be the most foolish thing to do. These creatures are like pus on the skin. The more you irritate them, the worse it gets. Without waiting for the other tree spirits to approach, Zhou Yu turned and beckoned with his finger to the crowd. What does he want to do? Lu Ro asked. Let us follow him. Lin Shiyun explained. Follow? Doesn't that mean we have to exit the shield? Aren't we supposed to be guarding here? Clearly, that's no longer the case. But, before Lu Ro could finish her sentence, she saw Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang protecting Lin Shiyun as they took the initiative to step out of the shield, heading towards Zhou Yu. Lu Ro was stunned. She wasn't against this method, but it clearly seemed easier to stay in place. Why were they going the opposite way? At this moment, even Zheng Buyu followed along. Seeing this, she no longer hesitated and joined the others in approaching Zhou Yu. Stepping out of the shield seemed to alert the surrounding peeled bark tree spirits, and many spirits surged forward towards the group. Buyu, you and Shiyun stick together to protect the surroundings. Lu Ro, keep up. Xiaoqiang, watch the back. I'll lead the way. Su Mei's voice rang out. She felt she was fulfilling the role of the squad leader. In such a moment, no one questioned why. They instinctively followed her commands. Ahead, Zhou Yu violently chopped through each obstructing peeled bark tree spirit, but he couldn't manage the threats from both sides. Not long after they started, the group saw the vines attacking them. Tai Blade. Zheng Biyu once again unleashed the Tai Blade, but continuous battles had drained her mana quickly. At this moment, 3 Tide Blades were already her limit. An increasing number of vines clearly could not be held back by the Tide Blade, or even Su Mei's and others' attacks. Whoosh! A vine struck through a gap and aimed at Lu Ro at the edge. Seeing the imminent attack, Lu Ro showed a hint of panic and instinctively screamed as she closed her eyes. However, the anticipated attack did not come. When she opened her eyes, she was shocked to see a skeleton soldier holding a sword standing not far in front of her, having just severed the vine with its sword. This is... Skeleton swordsman, don't worry, it's one of us. Su Xiaoqiang cut through the vine in front of him with a sword, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. Lu Ro turned her head and was shocked to discover that 40 skeleton swordsmen had appeared out of nowhere around the group, defending against the vines. One of us, she repeated in confusion, suddenly turning to look at Zhou Yu, who was sweeping through the tree spirits. Is he the one who summoned them? I have only one summon, and I don't have the ability to summon a second one yet. Lin Shiyun explained awkwardly nearby. Gosh, summoned beasts can really be summoned? Lu Ro murmured absently. This is just the beginning. Just wait a moment. Su Xiaoqiang wanted to show off a bit, but suddenly, a Jindong sung resounded throughout the forest. In the next moment, a colossal figure suddenly appeared in the dense forest. Chapter 50. The skeletons practice martial arts. The flesh and blood giant bear cannot stop them. Thud, thud. The muffled sound of vibrations echoed like a beating drum. And when people looked up, they saw the trees in the distant forest swaying, a massive figure rapidly approaching from afar. As it got closer, it was revealed to be a bear-like creature completely skinned of its flesh. Skin giant bear. Race beast. Level LV20. Life 3,500. Magic 400. Attack 280 to 325. Defense 20. Attributes: Steel Claw Tear, green. Frenzied Roar, green. Flesh Armor, green. Wild Trample, green. Giant Strength, green. Even though it was only LV20, its over 3,000 health and exaggerated basic attack power already made it frightening to behold. Moreover, with a running height of nearly 2 meters and a terrifying weight, it was no less daunting than a speeding heavy tank. Is this what a nightmare-level dungeon is like? This is just too abnormal. Lu Ro looked incredulously at the massive figure, having no doubt that a single slap from it could wipe out her health entirely. In this situation, even a tank of the same level would probably need more than 2 people working together to withstand such an impact. As the giant bear charged towards them, before anyone could react, a figure in black armor rushed forward. It was Zhou Yu, who swiftly switched his huge sword for a shield adorned with 3 ferocious horns, and charged directly into the bear's path. Thud! Everyone felt a jolt, and to their astonishment, they saw Zhou Yu firmly block the colossal bear with the shield, causing the giant body to tumble up due to inertia before it landed on its back with a crash. Thud! The ground shook heavily. Roar! The injured giant bear was about to retaliate, but Zhou Yu quickly switched back to his sword. Holding it with both hands, without a moment's pause, he plunged the sword into the bear's neck, then forcefully twisted it. Crack! The giant bear's head was brutally severed. With several terrifying damage numbers exploding above it, its health bar vanished completely. Ding! You have slain the flesh and blood giant bear. Experience plus 87. You have looted the attribute, Giant Strength, green. Hearing the notifications, Zhou Yu paused slightly. He had initially thought that the Giant Strength attribute could only be found in other dungeons, but it seemed he could merge it again here. Is this really possible? Lu Ro felt as if her understanding of reality had been completely overturned. Beside her, Zhang Biyu's mouth was agape, her mind almost crashing. She had originally thought that her father had convinced her to join this team to be carried by a strong player. But now she understood. What was she? Others were the strong players. No, this was a giant leg. Before the 2 newcomers could recover from their shock, Lin Shiyun suddenly alerted them. Be careful, it's not just one, it's a group. Only then did everyone realize the distant forest was shaking continuously, and one terrifying flesh and blood giant bear after another appeared in sight. 1, 2, 3, 5. At least 5 had appeared in their view, and there were certainly more figures emerging from afar. So many? Su Xiaoqiang glanced over. Just Mr. Zhou alone. I'm afraid he can't hold them off. He was certain that the skeleton swordsman would not be able to hold them either. You forgot, he also has wolves. Sume said calmly. As soon as she spoke, the ground started trembling nearby, as if something was crawling out. Right, I totally forgot about that. Su Xiaoqiang slapped his head. But I remember, the wolves didn't appear like this last time, right? Just after he spoke, everyone saw pale, white hands suddenly reach out from the ground, followed by noticeably thicker, pale skeletons appearing. Each one wielding a uniform long staff. They were even taller, with the flickering soul fire in their eye sockets burning even more fiercely. My God, what is this? Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed in surprise, his face once again filled with shock. He had seen skeletal swordsmen and fiery giant wolves, but he had never seen such skeletons. Beside him, Sume looked at the skeletal figures, one holding a staff and the other with its hand raised in front of its chest like a monk, and guessed, slightly astonished. Skeletal monk? Swish! 2 skeletal monks dashed forward, their feet pounding the ground as they charged toward the nearest bloody-fleshed giant bear. The speed and burst of their run was simply several levels above that of the skeletal swordsman. They almost disappeared and reappeared before the bloody-fleshed giant bear, raising their staffs to strike down. Minus 182. Minus 167. How is this possible? Everyone's faces changed upon seeing the damage numbers. This was a bloody-fleshed giant bear with 20 defense. Yet these 2 skeletal monks could unleash such high damage? Roar! The injured bloody-flesh giant bear suddenly raised its forelimbs, and 5 scythe-like claws shot out, reaching for the nearby skeletal monk. However, the skeletal monk slightly blocked with its staff, using the force of the impact to jump up. Suspended in the air, it slammed down again, and when the other claw of the bloody-fleshed giant bear swiped at it, it used the staff to leap again, deftly dodging the attack and continuing to deal damage. Watching the two skeletal monks play with a bloody-fleshed giant bear like a toy, everyone was completely stunned. This is a skeleton? Su Xiaoqiang couldn't help but ask the words he had once said. This is a skeletal monk. Sumei's shocked face expressed a definite guess. She was right 9 out of 10, but she was still missing one word. Staff. Skeletal staff monks summon, blue, naturally possessed strength far beyond that of a skeletal swordsman. Not only was its single target attack more terrifying, but it also had more health. Additionally, with the advanced staff technique buffs, their evasion was surprisingly high. 30 skeletal staff monks paired up in twos easily restrained the charging giant bear, while also being capable of swiftly killing it. In such a short time, they had resolved everyone's crisis, merely from a single term exercised by Zhou Yu. Swish! Almost everyone turned their gaze to the tall figure shrouded in dark armor, momentarily lost in thought. Only when they saw the bloody flesh giant bears collapsing to the ground did they suddenly realize that the danger surrounding them had vanished, and even the distant bloody flesh giant bears had mysteriously disappeared. Where did they go? Su Xiaoqiang felt the calmness around him, and suddenly felt a bit uneasy. They haven't disappeared. They likely did this to confuse us. Lin Shiyun pondered. The forest is so vast. Without guidance, how can we find the skinless lord? So if we stay here, can't we also pass through? Lu Rou gradually adapted to the rhythm here and instinctively asked. This? Lin Shiyun also couldn't figure out exactly why. They must have seen his power, so they'd rather let us pass than let us find them. Zheng Buyu suddenly expressed her thoughts. At this remark, everyone changed their expressions, looking at Zhou Yu in surprise. In other words, did that mean the other side was frightened? They had grown up hearing that someone could make a dungeon boss scared. However, Zhou Yu merely snorted coldly. Don't worry, you cannot escape. What does it feel like to see this vast forest being swept away in such confidence? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yu pointed his sword. Flaming Wolves command activated. Chapter 51 Natural Pulse Blue, Don't Hide, Skinless Lord. Whoosh! 7 flaming giant wolves, completely made of fire, appeared around Zhou Yu, looking stunning. This once again astonished Zheng Buyu and Lu Rou. He can summon fire-type summons? Lu Rou pointed at the engulfing, flaming giant wolf, her face full of confusion. Calm down. This is all nothing for Mr. Zhou. Su Xiaoqiang proudly waved his hand. That feeling was like summoning the giant wolf by oneself. Mr. Zhou? How do you know his name? Lu Rou looked at him in surprise. She had heard the other party say it several times before. She had seen summoned beings with names, but this was the first time she had seen one with a surname. Mr. Zhou is different from ordinary skeletons. Su Mei explained with a smile. Before he learned to write, we had communicated. This surname is what he told us. She felt quite satisfied. Finally, someone else had joined the shocked crowd. The 7 flaming giant wolves let out deep roars, and the vines seemed to have encountered their nemesis, almost retracting with screams as soon as they wrapped around. Fire itself was the nemesis of evil creatures, especially in a forest. Once it ignited, it was terrifying. Roar! With a roar, the 7 flaming giant wolves charged ahead, clearing a path, while skeleton stick monks controlled the sides and skeleton swordsmen protected the formation from behind. What was originally a team of just 5 people now moved through the forest like a well-trained, powerful army, acting with reckless abandon. No, the faceless lord is hiding. It's hard to find. Zheng Buyu hesitated several times after advancing for nearly a quarter of an hour before finally speaking up as a reminder. Question mark. Everyone looked puzzled, seemingly not understanding what her fragmented words meant. You mean? The forest is too big, and if we keep going like this, it will still be hard to find the hidden, faceless lord. Su Mei, who somewhat understood her, pondered and explained. Zheng Buyu wanted to give a thumbs up, but merely nodded slightly in response. We just climbed trees and looked. The forest is boundless, and we can't find where the other is hiding. Su Xiaoqiang shrugged. Moving forward in one direction should have been Mr. Zhou's plan. But if this direction is wrong, won't it be a mistake that continues? Lu Rou had never thought that a nightmarish-level dungeon could have such an easy time. She glanced at the black armored skeleton who walked silently at the front and cautiously reminded him. Well, I've thought about this too, but there isn't a better solution right now. Lin Shiyun raised an eyebrow, hesitating for a moment. I'll talk to him. Maybe he has his own way. Lin Shiyun took a few steps toward Zhou Yu and loudly reported her thoughts. However, Zhou Yu didn't pay any attention from start to finish and didn't even pause his steps. Is he refusing to respond? Or is he ignoring us? Su Xiaoqiang began to guess. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want us to interfere. Lin Shiyun replied. Then let's move on. After all, we can't think of any solutions right now. If we really can't find it, we can just rely on time to clear the dungeon. After Su Mei spoke, she suddenly burst into laughter. In a nightmarish-level dungeon, we're not even worried about staying alive, but instead, we're choosing how to clear the level. Isn't that funny? The others fell silent, not out of worry, but in agreement. Indeed, if it were anyone else entering here, such a dungeon would be enough to make everyone fight desperately, and one careless mistake could lead to their downfall. But now, it was good. Everyone not only had no risk to their lives, but even had time to discuss here. Su Xiaoqiang, who loved filming, even took out his camera and began filming the scenes in the dungeon. This wasn't a unique action, as many dungeon strategies had people who professionally engaged in this kind of work, filming videos, editing them, and then selling them with commentary and images. Or they might post them on social media for distribution, attracting traffic for monetization. However, the footage those people filmed was mostly shaky due to the fighting. Su Xiaoqiang's clear visuals were simply unheard of. It created the illusion that they were touring here rather than trying to clear the dungeon. And all of this was, of course, thanks to Lin Shiyun's summoned creature, Zhou Yu. Hours passed in a flash, and even the flaming giant wolves have been summoned again twice due to exhaustion. Several people have completely confirmed that Zhou Yu is going to wait here until time runs out, rather than looking for the so-called Skinless Lord. They turned back to look at the long trail of flames they left behind, and felt not a shred of dissatisfaction in their hearts. Just the number of wild monsters they had defeated during this time had raised everyone's level significantly. Even if they stopped hunting monsters, they felt they had made a big profit. However, just at that moment, Zhou Yu, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Ding! Your word fusion is complete. You have obtained Natural Pulse Blue. Natural Pulse. You can effectively hide yourself in a lush natural environment while sensing the pulse of the forest and even communicate with the trees. Hearing the prompt, Zhou Yu smiled slightly. After walking for so long, he finally reached the fusion of the blue word. Like others had thought before, Zhou Yu initially felt that the forest was vast, and if the other party was really hiding, it would be hard for him to find them. But after he obtained the word Natural Breath, white, from a skin-tearing tree spirit, an idea was born. Since these trees are capable of reacting, it implies that someone is manipulating them from behind. How does the other party sense my presence? They must have a similar skill of perception. If I could master such a skill and perceive things in return, I would naturally be able to find where they are. Thus, the fusion from Natural Breath, white, into Natural Concealment, green, to finally Natural Pulse, blue, successfully allowed Zhou Yu to feel the pulse of the information being transmitted by the other party. Sensing the constantly emerging pulse perception within the trees, Zhou Yu revealed a chilling smile. Hide while I'm coming. He raised his hand and slapped it against the trunk of a severed tree spirit, causing a wave of pulsating transmission to emerge from afar. Swish! Zhou Yu looked up to the side and suddenly turned around. He actually turned around. The others following behind saw Zhou Yu's change and were equally astonished. Is it because One Direction is too boring? Do you think Sir is you? Oh, what is that? Can he really find the Skinless Lord? Su Xiaoqiang rubbed his waist in rebuttal, adding that he wasn't the only one taking it easy. Weren't they all relaxed too? But he didn't dare to say that, especially in front of a group of women. That can't be the reason you mentioned. Su Mei shot him a glare. Although others didn't say anything, they all thought it was impossible to find the Skinless Lord. The forest was too vast. After several hours, they hadn't found an end, and even if they changed directions, it was unlikely. Furthermore, they even began to doubt that the Skinless Lord himself had a very high ability to hide. Perhaps he had already passed them without being noticed. Next, everyone clearly felt Zhou Yu's speed begin to increase, and he occasionally changed directions. Moreover, almost every time he killed a skin-tearing tree spirit, he would touch the cut surface where the tree roots connected. After turning in who knows how many directions and walking for over 3 hours, Zhou Yu suddenly stopped. Humph! Su Xiaoqiang let out a breath. Finally, we could take a break. Moving this fast, I'm still a bit unaccustomed, Ugh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Zhou Yu suddenly raise his head, and above him, a terrifying ghostly green fireball began to gather. Stop hiding, Skinless Lord! Dark Flame Explosion activated. As the ghostly green fireball appeared above Zhou Yu's head, everyone's expressions changed, and they instinctively began to pull back. What is he doing? Lu Ro was stunned. Wasn't he supposed to summon a beast? What is this ghostly green fireball? He can cast magic? Zheng Buyu exclaimed, but as soon as she finished, she felt her words were unnecessary. He had already summoned a fire wolf. What was a fireball? She forced herself to calm down. After witnessing the power of the 3 blazing fireballs exploding ahead, she truly could not remain calm. Boom! Watching the area within a dozen meters being turned into ruins, her cool as ice face couldn't help but show shock. Is this the power that an ordinary fireball can cause? Those peeling tree spirits, burned into charcoal, didn't even have time to scream before they completely perished. Compared to the shock of Zheng Buyu and Lu Rou, the other three were obviously much calmer. Looking at the charred scene, Su Xiaoqiang suddenly thought of an unbelievable notion. Sister, do you think you really found it? Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard, and then Su Mei, standing next to them, spoke with difficulty. I'm afraid so. Buzz. At the spot where Zhou Yuming's fireball had fallen, the ground that had already been scorched began to shake. Layers of blackened bark started to peel away, revealing intricate patterns, as if being reborn. Before anyone could react, thick, terrifying tree roots suddenly surged up from the ground. These roots writhed like giant pythons, not attacking, but instead wrapping around the surrounding charred tree trunks, then yanking them violently. Snap! All the tree trunks were forcefully pulled from the ground and dragged to the center, then haphazardly combined, more and more roots rising up, starting to entangle around more trees to pull them in. Boom, crack, crack. Everyone stared in astonishment as a gigantic ancient tree, fused with countless peeling tree spirits, erupted from the soil. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Finally, a massive tree nearly 30 meters tall and 50 meters wide appeared before them. The entire trunk was covered with snarling faces, the branches moved like arms, and huge, snake-like vines wrapped around it. In the very center of the canopy, the figure of a man, completely stripped of skin, emerged. At the moment his eyes opened, all the faces on the trunk let out a simultaneous roar. Hello, why did you come? Why did you come? If you come, you will die. You will die. The overlapping echoes of countless faces sent chills down everyone's spines, making their scalps tingle. Seeing such a terrifying boss, everyone almost instantly confirmed his identity. The Lord of the Skinless. Lord of the Skinless boss. Race, Curse Tree. Level, LV 30. Life 50,000. Magic, 20,000. Attack, 1200 to 1385. Defense, 40. Attributes. Nature's Pulse, blue. Peeling Vines, blue. Roots of the Dead, blue. Peeling Poison, blue. Spore Control, blue. Only 50,000 health. Zhou Yu looked at the description above. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. And that male Lord of the Skinless, in the center of the canopy, suddenly howled again. Whoosh! All the twisted faces on the trunk opened their mouths simultaneously, and large clouds of mist, like dust, rose from their mouths, drifting towards everyone. Be careful, this is toxic spores. Once inhaled, they will absorb all life energy to grow and can even be controlled by the host. Su Mei exclaimed alarmingly upon seeing this. Although the teams that cleared the game had done so over time, there had also been unlucky teams that unexpectedly encountered the Lord of the Skinless. She had seen this kind of spore before. A small amount of these spores is not lethal, and even professionals can use their own energy to resist them. But once the quantity increases, the energy they maintain will be quickly devoured, leaving them as mere puppets parasitized by the spores. The best way to deal with them is through annihilating skills like flames and lightning, completely exterminating the spores before they come close. Tidal Shield. Zheng Biyu immediately activated the shield, completely enveloping everyone. Soon, everyone was shocked to find that the drifting spores began to attach themselves to the shield, even began to consume the energy within to reproduce. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed dramatically. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the spores would break through the shield. What should we do? Su Xiaoqiang looked at the skeleton swordsman wrapped in spores. Although it hadn't been consumed, its movements had become slow due to the massive parasitism of the spores. At this moment, both Zheng Biyu and Su Mei felt somewhat helpless. At such a time, they did not seek help from Zhou Yu because he had to face the Lord of the Skinless, with no time to spare for others. I might be able to try. Lu Rou's soft voice made everyone turn around at once. I am a barrier master. The only barrier I can set up is called 5 Elements Guardian, which requires 5 types of barrier objects to unleash energy and can be changed to any attribute of the 5 elements as needed. Perhaps it can solve the problem? Fire element? Su Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. But it takes a lot of time, and I can't move. No need. Set it up quickly, Lin Shiyun decisively said. At this time, they must first deal with the immediate crisis. Seeing the others nodding in agreement, Lu Rou also nodded, took out 5 uniquely shaped energy stones, and then released them in 5 directions one after another. She then formed complex hand signs with both hands and began to chant ceaselessly. Sizzle. The consumption of the spores continued, and their numbers were increasing exponentially. The energy shield was getting thinner and thinner, while Lu Rou's barrier had not yet been completed. We can't hold on much longer. We can't hold on. Su Xiaoqiang shouted. Shut up. Why don't you think of a way instead of just shouting? Su Mei scolded angrily. I'm a warrior. What way do I have? Su Xiaoqiang complained. Lu Ro was already sweating profusely, but her casting had not yet finished. And the tidal shield, which was originally more than a finger thick, was now less than 1/3 remaining. In the distance, Zhou Yu's figure had already been blocked by the spores and was completely out of sight. At this critical moment, Zhang Biyu, who had been quiet, suddenly twirled her staff, releasing a brilliant light. "See God, salt, erosion," she shouted softly, and her ice-blue hair flew up instantly. At the same time, everyone saw that the almost transparent tidal shield began to darken, not in thickness, but in color. The spores attached to the shield, as its color deepened, unexpectedly became uncontrollably detached and fell to the ground. "It worked," Su Xiaoqiang shouted, pointing. "What's going on?" Lin Shiyun anxiously asked, looking at the motionless Zhang Buyu. "Salt content. She must have controlled the concentration of salt in the seawater. In high concentrations, even the spores cannot survive." Su Mei came to a realization and said, "But this skill must consume a lot. Look at her." Everyone suddenly noticed that in just a few seconds, Zhang Biyu's face began to turn pale, and her body swayed unsteadily. Blessing light. Lin Shiyun's staff shone brightly, directly casting a boost skill on her. But she found that Zhang Biyu's complexion only slightly eased for a moment before turning pale again. Not good. These spores are adapting to the concentration. They're more and more. Su Xiaoqiang's exclamation made everyone feel a heavy heart. Lin Shiyun looked worried. Her skills were strongest for boosting her own summon, but placing it on a teammate was quite limited. As the reproducing spores increased, they even showed signs of breaking through the shield. Zhang Biyu, holding her staff, swayed for a few seconds, and finally could not bear it any longer and fell down. Su Mei caught her, but found that she was on the verge of fainting. At this moment, Lu Ro, who had been continuously chanting, suddenly opened her eyes wide, raised 2 fingers, and shouted, "Fire element, open!" Chapter 53, Thunderstrike, Sacred Flame, Killing Move, Baby Whales. Buzz. A blazing firelight surged up from 5 directions, transforming in an instant into a curtain that rose upwards, quickly closing into a semicircular barrier. Boom! The intense flames surged up from above the barrier, instantly evaporating the remaining tidal shield as countless spores prepared to invade but were quickly extinguished by the scorching flames. In less than a moment, the once unstoppable army of spores was completely wiped out. At this moment, everyone finally saw the terrifying scene that Zhou Yu faced. Countless spores drifted through the sky like a whirlpool, converging towards him, as Zhou Yu seemed unable to move. At the same time, thick vines, several times larger than peeling tree spirits, wrapped around him. If Zhou Yu had not attracted almost 90% of the spore attacks by himself, they would have struggled even with the 5 elements barrier. Now, it seemed that Zhou Yu was being consumed by the spores, falling into an absolute disadvantage. What is he going to do? Lu Ro watched Zhou Yu, surrounded and worried. If Zhou Yu failed, they would only be left to die here. However, Su Xiaoqiang beside her remained surprisingly calm. "Don't worry, he's just testing. Before Lu Ro's confusion faded, she witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. Clusters of fiery red flames began to flash from the spores, growing stronger, and finally, they transformed into a storm swirling outward. Flame Blade Dance activated. Zhou Yu, clad in armor, stepped out from the flames, like a god of destruction. He raised his longsword, coldly gazing at the massive Lord of Skinless, and gently uttered 5 words. "Sacred Flame Blade, Storm." Boom! Twisting pure, white flames leaped, transforming into spinning blades, creating a massive storm before everyone's eyes as it rushed towards the Lord of Skinless. Behind, Su Xiaoqiang seemed to have prepared his camera, aiming at Lu Ro and Zhang Buyu. How is this possible? Sacred Aura? Zhang Biyu's erratic words kept spilling from her mouth, completely unaware, her eyes glued to the shining white storm. Lu Ro, on her side, seemed to have forgotten how to speak, her mouth gaping open, simply watching the pure white flames spread. In her mind, there's only one thought. The other side is powerful, too powerful. How could someone be this strong? He's just a skeleton. Su Xiaoqiang recorded this scene, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction rising within him. Yes, keep that expression. Don't move, huh? Surely anyone seeing this for the first time will be stunned. Beside them, Su Mei and Lin Shiyun rolled their eyes together. Even though it was not their first time, the shock in their hearts still couldn't dissipate. The sacred flames blossomed in the hands of the undead, making it hard for anyone to accept. A shrill, wailing scream echoed from the mouth of the Lord of Skinless. His expression was twisted, filled with pain and even bitterness, countless emotions tangled within. He watched helplessly as his health bar rapidly dwindled. Zhou Yu looked on indifferently. The reason he unleashed his strongest AoE without reservation was that he sensed the crisis faced by Lin Shiyun and others behind him. If he didn't use this sacred flame to purify the spores, it wouldn't be long before they could no longer hold on. Moreover, his sudden burst of power caught the Lord of Skinless off guard. 50,000 health points, almost drained in a matter of moments. While the sacred flames had not yet dissipated, Zhou Yu acted. Boom! He stomped his foot hard, his figure suddenly charging up from the ground. Evil Frenzy Blue. Activated. Swift Wind Phantom Wolf Steps Blue. Activated. Even a 100-legged insect dies, but does not fall. Zhou Yu did not believe that the other side would allow him to kill it so easily. The distance of several dozen meters quickly closed within 3 seconds. Before the opponent could react, Zhou Yu's great sword suddenly slashed out, sending a dark green flame towards the enemy with a single strike. Infernal Flame, Sword Chi / Blue. Sizzle. The sword, energy, several meters long, swept across, directly splitting the tree trunk, thick enough for several people to embrace. Minus 1,450. A lucky critical hit caused exaggerated damage, turning into a blood-red number that flickered. Zhou Yu didn't pause, swinging 2 more strikes one after the other. Minus 989. Minus 1,031. Such an attack left the unskinned lord with barely a sliver of health. Boom! The tree trunk was forcibly split in half, and the unskinned lord at the top of the crown shattered in agony and wailing. Boom! The majority of the trees, now charred, collapsed with a loud crash in front of everyone's eyes. Did we win? Lu Ro's voice sounded incredulous. She didn't expect that this nightmare-level boss would be solved so easily. Haha, I didn't believe it before either, but once you know Mr. Zhou's power, you'll see that even nightmare level isn't that hard. Su Xiaoqiang proudly boasted. However, before he finished speaking, he noticed Zheng Biyu pointing at Zhou Yu, who was standing still in front, and asked, "Then why isn't he moving?" Everyone was momentarily stunned, and then realized that Zhou Yu was still standing there, gripping his great sword tightly, as if waiting for something. "I'm afraid it's not over so easily," Lin Shiyun suddenly said, recalling the previous changes in the Magic Monk Zen courtyard. "It's not over." Everyone showed puzzled expressions, but at this moment, Zhou Yu, who had been motionless, suddenly moved. They saw him crouch down, then leap up fiercely, but not forward, instead jumping backwards in a sudden leap. It looked as though he was avoiding something. At this moment, the ground trembled and stones rolled, shaking violently, as if there had been an earthquake. "Not good, retreat quickly!" Su Mei shouted, grabbing the weak Zheng Biyu and quickly fleeing to the distance. Su Xiaoqiang and Lin Shiyun followed closely behind, supporting Lu Ro. Such a huge commotion could not be explained by normal circumstances. As they were fleeing, the ground beneath them suddenly cracked with a sharp sound, and large, black, serpent-like tree roots emerged from ground. They intertwined, with some even emitting a piercing shriek, spreading out wildly like octopuses. Boom! 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 When the fleeing group turned around, they saw a massive tree root, as big as a hill, rising from the ground. Its size was no less than 100 meters. What was even more terrifying was that among these rising tree roots, human skins were mixed in. These skins had no flesh or blood, but they emitted sharp, screeching howls. Lin Shiyun, who had stopped, said with a trembling voice, This is the real, unskinned lord." Thud! Thud! The sound of a heartbeat echoed from within the tree roots. To everyone's eyes, these enormous tree roots intertwined, not like tree roots winding around, but more like a cocoon wrapped up. At this moment, it seemed like something was being nurtured within the cocoon. The heartbeat didn't last long, and suddenly, an ear-piercing cry of a baby echoed from within. Wah! Above the tree roots, where the trunk had been split open, a baby's head suddenly rose up, stopping only when half of its body emerged. Its tiny arms were already covered in twisted tree roots, connecting to the massive tree cocoon below. The unskinned lord is actually a baby? Su Xiaoqiang's jaw nearly dropped. He never expected that this terrifying boss was just a baby. No, look at its information. Lin Shiyun's expression changed as she reminded them. Unskinned Lord, second phase boss. Race, Curse Tree. Level, LV 30. Health, 80,000. Mana, 30,000. Attack, 1,200 to 1,385. Defense, 50. Attributes, Skinning Cocoon, red. Despairing Whale, blue, comma. Natural Pulse, blue. Skin Peeling Vines, blue. The Root of the Dead, blue. Skin Peeling Evil Poison, blue. Spore Control, blue. Others only saw the changes in the boss's name and health, but in Zhou Yu's eyes, there was suddenly a crimson entry. Skin Peeling Cocoon. 80,000 health? Can this be passed with a first-tier class? Su Xiaoqiang shouted in anger, feeling that this dungeon was unfair. How strong could a first-tier player be? Isn't this a death sentence? Puff! A sound like something breaking interrupted everyone's shock. They saw the previously closed eyes of the baby suddenly open wide, and the next moment, figures of skinless beings began to squeeze out from the huge tree cocoon. There were skinless people holding axes, skinless giant bears, skin-peeling tree ants, skinless wolves, dogs, deer, snakes, and all kinds of forest creatures, as well as many humanoid figures, all appeared with their skin peeled off. Countless, like a flood, surged toward Zhou Yu, too many to count. It's over. Su Xiaoqiang sat down on the ground, his camera falling from his hands. The worst thing he feared had happened. As everyone knew, Zhou Yu's strongest power was his solo combat, and what he feared the most was this kind of swarm tactic. If the fire giant wolf, the skeleton swordsman, and the skeleton monk were still here, perhaps they could still hold out. But now, everything had already been consumed in the previous battle. Only Zhou Yu was left, and even with a pile of bodies, they could still overwhelm him. This time, no one opposed Su Xiaoqiang's words. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they really couldn't find any reason to refute. At least I got to see the true face of the skinless lord before I die. It's not a regret. Su Mei forced a smile, trying to make herself appear more carefree. Is it over? What a pity, father. Zhang Biyu, for the first time, didn't feel so socially awkward, but she hadn't had the chance to tell her father that she loved him. My mom always said I had the life of an ordinary person. What ordinary person has ever seen these things? Lu Ro's pale face flashed with a smile. I wanted to slap that bastard, but there's no chance now. Sigh. The footage I shot is going to go viral for sure. Su Xiaoqiang picked up the camera and held it in his arms. Aren't you giving up a bit too early? Looking at the overwhelming skinless army surging towards them, Lin Shiyun suddenly spoke. Everyone instinctively looked at her, only to see Lin Shiyun pointing ahead at the tall black figure. Look, Zhou Yu was leaning on his long sword, calmly watching the approaching army. Phew, he unexpectedly let out a sigh of relief. If you had other tricks, I really might not have been able to handle them. But now, in the silence, Zhou Yu suddenly sheathed his great sword, took off his helmet, and revealed his skeletal head inside. At that moment, the soul flame flickered in the eye sockets, and a pulse began to beat in the middle of his forehead. The next moment, tendons resembling flesh appeared, and a tiny crack spread from his forehead, then suddenly opened. Gurgle, a blood-red eyeball, filled with eerie blood, appeared. Death Grudge Demon Eye Blue, activated. Boom. The world suddenly changed, a chilling wind rose, and countless cold mists appeared out of nowhere behind Zhou Yu. And within the mist, a grotesque gate, like the entrance to the underworld, suddenly opened. Creak. As the door opened, a somewhat ethereal scene emerged from within. A towering hall, familiar Buddhist statues, and the sound of chanting echoed, causing Su Mei, Su Xiaoqiang, and even Lin Shiyun to change their expressions, instinctively exclaiming, "The Demon Monk Temple! How is this possible? No way." It seemed like the temple inside sensed something, as the closed doors suddenly opened, and the temple's abbot, who controlled everything, suddenly raised his head, a strange smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Whispering softly, "Do you wish for eternal life?" The moment the words sounded, every face in the grand hall opened their eyes at the same time. "Do you wish for eternal life?" Clap, clap, clap. All the doors opened simultaneously, and the demonized monks, the resentful monk spirits, the cursed believers, and even the master of the Baiyun Temple all stood up together, crossing that illusory door, arriving. Boom! The earth shook, and the tide of demon monks formed another surge, pouring out from behind Zhou Yu, colliding instantly with the enemy ahead. In an instant, the once raging skinning army was fiercely blocked by the demon monk temple. Not only that, as time passed, even the demon puppet inside the demon monk temple was controlled by the master and charged directly into the enemy's army, rampaging and killing at will. The demon monk temple itself was on the same level as the skinning forest, and the reason it was not considered as terrifying as the skinning forest and the corrosive spider lair by many professionals was not due to its weakness, but rather its fewer numbers compared to the other two. If calculated seriously, the power of the demon monk temple was not inferior to the lord of the skinless forest, and it was even more troublesome than the opponent. One only needed to look at how the demon puppets were gaining strength in the midst of constant slaughter to know this. Behind, the 5 survivors watched these scenes, which had already exceeded their understanding. Are you saying he can actually summon the monsters from the demon monk temple to come help? Lu Ro felt as if she was constantly refreshing her worldview. Using another dungeon to fight this one was simply unheard of. The situation you see has no other explanation. Su Mei smiled bitterly. She didn't know how to describe it either. After all, Due to Zhou Yu's mysteriousness, they didn't know the real reason. She looked at Lin Shiyun, hoping to gain an answer from her lips. I don't know. The familiar tone returned. In fact, not just Lin Shiyun. Weren't the others thinking the same thing? Seeing the vast army being held back, Zhou Yu suddenly moved again. He activated Wind Wolf Step and Void Body, once more, crossing through the obstruction of the army, approaching the second stage of the Skinless Lord. Zhou Yu realized that to deal with the boss, the biggest problem was not fighting these armies, but being able to kill the boss's true body. Otherwise, based on his own abilities, even if he killed it, it could come back to life again. Endlessly, the one who would be worn out in the end would only be himself. Zhou Yu looked up at the prominent child's body at the top of the tree cocoon. His speed suddenly quickened. What is he going to do? Capture the thief first, capture the king. Sume said, the best way to deal with these armies is to kill the Skinless Lord. It's difficult, Zhang Biu suddenly said. The Skinless Lord has the ability to heal. If the true body is not killed, it may all be for nothing. Then isn't that child the true body? Su Xiaoqiang spoke unconsciously. Are you sure this cunning boss would put its true body in such a conspicuous place? Su Xiaoqiang was speechless at the question, looking at Zhang Biu before suddenly realizing. You suddenly made sense? Look, he stopped. Lu Rou's words turned everyone's heads. Zhou Yu had actually stopped just a few meters from the tree cocoon. As everyone was puzzled, a harsh white light suddenly shot out from the vertical eye in Zhou Yu's forehead. Resentful light of death launched. Sizzle. A stark white death light, as thick as an arm, burst forth from the dead resentment demon eye in Zhou Yu's forehead. In that moment, Zhou Yu realized that the dead resentment demon eye and the resentment devouring were a set combo. The resentful death light could only explode through the dead resentment demon eye. Buzz. The terrifying light instantly tore through the intertwining roots of the tree cocoon, shooting toward a certain direction inside. Wait, his direction? Why not the center? Su Xiaoqiang originally thought that this would deal a heavy blow to the boss. The light had to pierce through the tree cocoon to be considered accurate. However, to his surprise, the beam of light shot off at a downward angle toward one side of the tree cocoon. That area was close to the ground. Even if it was pierced, the tree cocoon wouldn't suffer too much damage, and the health of the Faceless Lord wouldn't drop significantly because of this. At this moment, others also shared the same thoughts, puzzled as to why Zhou Yu would make such a basic mistake at such a critical moment. However, just when everyone thought his shot had missed, a horrific scream suddenly erupted from within the tree cocoon, a scream so piercing that it exceeded the sum of all the tragic faces present. Look, that is... Everyone turned quickly and saw in the depths of the torn light a headless woman completely stripped of skin. At her abdomen, a grotesque, shriveled figure resembling the baby above appeared, and the light of resentment was attacking her. Minus 3,890. Minus 2,914. Minus 5,187. Terrifying damage kept erupting from above her head, making the Faceless Lord's health bar visibly disappear at an astonishing rate. Moreover, as the Faceless Lord suffered heavy damage, the various monsters under his control emitted chilling screams, even forgetting to attack. This broke the deadlock in an instant. The head of the Demon Monk Zen Institute led many figures, sweeping through everything like a slaughter. So that is the true body? Zhang Biyu murmured, slightly dazed. Next to him, Su Xiaoqiang nodded. But how did he find it? That's amazing. Shiyun, your summon is too strong. Lu Rou spoke with deep envy in her voice. Sister Ro, your barrier is remarkable too. Lin Shiyun said seriously. If it wasn't for you and the title priest, we might not have held on. Hearing this, Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang both nodded heavily. Indeed, if not for their efforts this time, everyone would have suffered terribly. Swish! As everyone conversed, the massive tree cocoon before them quickly diminished under the attack of the deathlight, withering away until it shrank to a dry, withered cocoon just a few meters wide. At that moment, a prompt appeared in everyone's minds. Ding! The Faceless Lord has died, clearing the level. Rewards are being calculated. You will be forcibly removed from the instance after a countdown of 5 minutes. The storyline of the instance has been opened. Do you want to browse? Recalling previous experiences, Lin Shiyun almost immediately chose yes. She also wanted to see what kind of change turned this place into its current state. Buzz. As Lin Shiyun confirmed, everyone around noticed that the scenery before them was rapidly retreating, as if time was flowing backward toward a certain point. Dryness vanished, the forest restored, and the original monsters disappeared, until the scene froze in a thriving forest full of lush branches and leaves. In the forest, a well-built 2-story wooden house stood tall, with the words logging house written in a foreign language above it. This is a lumberjack. Su Xiaoqiang looked at the tall figure swaying inside the wooden house's window, who seemed to be drinking from a Western-style bottle. Shit, so awesome. After a few intense sounds, a boy in shorts walked out of the wooden house, expressionless, wiping away blood flowing from his nose. He simply crouched on the grass, staring blankly at the lush forest before him. Behind him, the sounds of a woman screaming and crying, along with a man's shouts, echoed. The boy suddenly hugged his head in pain upon hearing those sounds until he saw an axe used by his father for logging lying not far away. He dragged the axe and struggled toward the forest. Is the faceless lord this boy? This question lingered in the air. The scene in front of him kept changing rapidly. With the little boy growing up in this forest, sometimes his shadow could be seen dragging a logging axe into the dense woods. When the scene finally stopped, the little boy had already grown into an adult, and his father was long gone. He had taken over his father's role and become the lumberjack of this place. One day, he came back and found that his mother seemed to have died in the house. It was the first time anyone had seen him cry, crying with deep sorrow. He held his mother's lifeless body, repeatedly speaking words that no one could understand. It made everyone feel a surge of sympathy. But what the man did next shocked everyone completely. It was unclear whether it was due to longing or something else, but the man did not bury his mother. Instead, he kept her in the same bedroom. As time passed, the corpse began to decay, and the unbearable stench filled the air. Eventually, the man removed all of his mother's internal organs, skinned her completely, and stuffed her with hay, turning her into a doll, which he placed back in the bedroom. Seeing the scene, everyone felt their scalp tingle. Ugh, even though I didn't smell it, I feel like throwing up. Su Xiaoqiang turned his head and found that Lu Rou couldn't hold back and had already thrown up. Why did he do this? Maybe from the time he was beaten by his father, his mind twisted. Is this the beginning of him becoming the master without skin? As they were talking, the scene in front of them shifted again, and after an unknown amount of time, a woman suddenly appeared in the lumberjack's house. It seemed she had a fondness for the man. The doll that had originally been in the bedroom was now placed in the warehouse. From that moment on, it seemed the man had found his spiritual home, a smile appearing on his face. The two of them, naturally, began living together. Originally, this peaceful life should have continued beautifully, until one day, a couple of tourists, lost, appeared outside the wooden house. The lumberjack couple took them in, and the woman was very kind, sharing food and wine. Under the night's campfire, the lumberjack man saw a device called a satellite phone for the first time. In this forest where people rarely went out, logging had become almost his only rhythm. It was his first time seeing the outside world here. What is this? It's amazing, the man said. This is a satellite phone. We also have a signal booster, so we don't need to worry about losing signal here. The woman smiled and explained, my smartphone connects to the whole world through it. Let me show you. She fiddled with a short video app on her phone and demonstrated it to him. The man's eyes lit up. He had lived this long without knowing how exciting the world could be. Is this very expensive? With the device and the phone, it costs around 2,000, maybe more? I'm not sure. That's definitely expensive. The man shrugged. It would take him several months of logging to earn enough for something like that. It's late. I think you should rest now. Okay. Thank you for your hospitality. The man and his wife rested in the master bedroom. And when the wife woke up the next morning to prepare breakfast for the couple, she found that they had disappeared. Dear, where are they? They left. Then what is this? To thank us, they gave this to me. What a good person. Chapter 56. Don't blame me. I just want to survive. They won't. Su Xiaoqiang thought of a possibility. Keep watching. Su Mei reminded him. Life seemed to return to normal. The man, aside from cutting trees every day, would scroll through short videos on his phone. The more he scrolled, the more he felt the outside world was exciting. Dear, what's wrong? Why do we have to live like this? What's wrong with you? Haven't we always lived like this? Nothing. The man stared at the women in the short videos, wearing revealing clothes, exaggerated proportions, and constantly twisting, without saying much. Hey, excuse me, 2 months ago. Have you seen them? Them. Yes, they also came here for sightseeing. I was wondering, could they have gotten lost? Sorry, I don't know, but you can rest at my place first. Maybe searching in the forest would be better. Thank you so much. Once again, 2 young figures appeared at the wooden house, and the next day. They should have left by now, right? The wife asked. They've left, but they left us something as a thank you. They are so kind. Months passed in a flash, and the vast forest welcomed 4 lost tourists at once. They were 2 couples. Hello, these 4 came here for sightseeing before. Have you seen them? The man looked at the photo. Aren't these 2 called Jack and Lucy? Yes. Have you seen them? I've seen them, but they went deeper into the forest to look for someone. Deeper? Yes. Why don't you stay at my place for the night, and then set off again? It's very deep in there, hard to find. Well, thank you. Sorry, my house is not very big. There are 2 rooms in the guest bedroom. The other 2 should stay on the first floor. No problem. Howard, you and Anna stay in the guest bedroom. We'll stay on the first floor. It's fine, we can stay on the first floor. No. Howard, did you forget? Anna's current condition. Her mountaineering suit is too loose. I almost forgot without you reminding me. You're really funny, my friend. At night, Howard was woken up from his deep sleep by Anna. What's wrong, dear? I'm thirsty. Can you pour me some water? Okay, I'll go downstairs right away. Howard went downstairs, but quickly returned upstairs with confusion. Dear, Stephen and them, where did they go? Gone. Yes, their coats are still here, but they are gone. The bathroom. Impossible. I just came out of the bathroom. No one was there. Then go ask the host. The door is open, but no one's there. You stay here, I'll go find them. No, I'm scared. Let's go together. All right. The 2 of them went outside the wooden house in the deep night, and soon heard faint sounds coming from the warehouse. They approached with confusion and found that the warehouse door was slightly open, and there was even light inside. Without much hesitation, the 2 of them came to the door and instinctively pushed it open. A shocking scene appeared. Inside the door, the couple they arrived with were laid out on a table, their clothes already stripped off. The lumberjack was holding an axe high, and the terrifying sound of bones being chopped off could clearly be heard. Beside him, his wife, like cooking, was collecting everything in a container: blood, organs, hair, etc. This scene made the 2 almost widen their eyes in an instant, almost fainting. Not far behind, on a shelf, several pieces of dried leather hung there, and on the faces of the leather, it was unmistakably the same as their missing friends. Uncontrollable screams echoed from Anna's mouth. At the same time, the lumberjack couple almost turned around simultaneously, their blood-splattered, grotesque faces looking horrifying in the deep night. The scream cut through the night sky, and Howard grabbed Anna, turning to flee. But seeing this scene, the lumberjack and his wife didn't show a trace of worry. Instead, they revealed sinister smiles. They exchanged a look, knowing the forest better than anyone else here. Moreover, there was a pregnant woman among them. The 2 walked out of the warehouse slowly, soon disappearing into the forest. Not long after, 2 dull sounds came from the warehouse, and Howard and Anna were thrown to the ground. Don't worry, soon, you'll be able to stay here with your friends. The man's wife smiled kindly, but at this moment, she looked like a witch. SSSS. The lumberjack, excited, dragged his axe over, and the sound of it scraping was like crushing their psychological defenses. Please no, don't kill me, don't kill us. Howard knelt down, constantly begging for the forgiveness of the 2. Howard, don't ask them. They are committing crimes. They have become demons. Anna angrily pointed at the 2. How could you do such devilish things? Aren't you afraid of receiving God's punishment? God, the lumberjack laughed eerily. You can go ask him yourself later, heh. He reached out suddenly and grabbed Howard's collar. Seeing this, Howard's face became even more terrified. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Don't want to die? The lumberjack's wife laughed. No one here wants to die. I can join you. I can stay here forever. Howard, thinking quickly, begged repeatedly. As long as you let us go. No. Howard, are you crazy? How can you become like them? Anna shouted. Hiv. The lumberjack suddenly laughed. He stopped his axe and looked at Howard. I came up with an interesting way. Maybe one of you, either you or her, can survive. What way? Tell me quickly. Howard seemed to see a glimmer of hope, urging him eagerly. Nearby, the lumberjack and his wife exchanged a smile. The wife threw a skinning knife onto the table. Only one of you 2 can survive, and the one who survives must skin the other person. The lumberjack's wife smiled innocently. Now you choose. Howard quickly turned to look at Anna. Anna's eyes were filled with tears, and she shook her head vigorously at him. No, Howard, I don't want to live like this. I don't want to become a demon. I don't want my child to become a demon. No, Howard. Howard turned his head, and the lumberjack's axe was already raised. The wife beside him was holding a bone-cutting steel knife, pointing it at them. Choose. Lay vorde. Hiv. Howard trembled, grabbing the hilt of the sharp knife. Under their wary gaze, he slowly turned around. No, don't. Anna looked at him through tears. Just as she thought Howard would sacrifice himself to save her, Howard suddenly stood up, muttered an apology, and stabbed the sharp knife into Anna's heart. Anna looked up at Howard in disbelief. Until her death, she never imagined that the person she loved most would think of sacrificing not himself, but herself, even along with the child in her womb. Don't blame me. I just want to live. Clap. The sound of applause came, as the lumberjack and his wife seemed to be watching a good play. Then, Howard was made to skin Anna with his own hands. The unborn child in her womb never even had the chance to see this world before being buried in the dense forest behind the cabin. After this, Howard seemed to feel that the brutal desire inside him had been released. Not only did he not feel any guilt, but he also became more eager. But what he didn't know was that, Shortly after burying the bodies, the unborn child in her womb actually cried out with a sharp, ear-piercing wail. He had not died, but before the last cry escaped, all that surrounded him was endless darkness and twisted tree roots. If the baby had consciousness, it would have questioned, why had it been buried here without even being given the chance to be born? And who was it that took away its right to live? Why? Why them? Finally, the next night, the dead child moved. The scene disappeared, and a message from the system prompt appeared. Ding! Reward settlement completed. Congratulations on receiving. Chapter 57. Spore Control, Creator's Gift, The Ending Shakes. The entire plot left everyone silent. They never imagined that in the end, the one who became the Lord without skin was not the lumberjack, nor his wife, nor the murdered Anna, but the child still unborn in her womb. And the man, whose body was disguised as the Lord without skin, was none other than Howard. Ding! Reward settlement complete. Congratulations on receiving. Experience points plus 2,000. Skinning less axe, silver. Skinning long knife, silver. Skinning long robe, silver. This is the settlement notification from Lin Shuyun, and everyone else has their own prompts as well. Compared to them, it's clear that the captain, her, has the most rewards. Ding! You have slain the skinless lord. Gained experience points plus 1827. Ding! You randomly plundered a perk. Spore Control Blue. Phew! Zhou saw this perk and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had seen that red perk, Skinning Cocoon, but just from its literal meaning and the displayed situation. To be honest, Zhou didn't want to turn into that huge form. Even if it could breed more monsters, he wasn't interested. Fortunately, his luck wasn't that bad this time. Instead of the red perk, he got this blue one, Spore Control. After a quick check, Zhou was very pleased with Spore Control. By creating spores and controlling their spread, he could influence the surroundings, and, as the spores multiplied, it would give Zhou the ability to control the target with spores. Of course, once controlled, the target would turn into a puppet, losing their self-awareness. Buzz! The scene before him became unreal, and finally, it returned to the forest ruins. At this moment, Zhou saw in the ruins, near a corpse that resembled a woman, only a nearly charred baby corpse slightly twitching. Slap! Zhou saw this and directly stepped forward, walking to the baby. Is this from the lingering resentment of the baby's spirit? Zhou thought of the special items obtained from the demon monk's Zen temple earlier. This should be similar. I sympathize with your encounter, and I understand your feelings. Zhou suddenly bent over and looked at the baby. But even if you keep repeating this, they won't suffer eternal torment. Whether it was Howard controlled by spores, or the many creatures like lumberjacks, they had only become puppets controlled by others. Without thoughts, how could they feel pain? On the contrary, the one suffering the most was that child. So, I still hope you can be free. With that, Zhou extended his pale white index finger, and a small white flame appeared, floating gently and landing on the baby's corpse. Whoosh! The holy flame, at that moment, successfully played the role of purification, allowing the baby to be completely freed. The sharp cry of the baby suddenly echoed as the flames engulfed it, causing the 5 others, who were still immersed in the joy of the rewards, to change their expressions. But soon, they realized that the crying was rapidly weakening. After a brilliant white light, the phantom image of a young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared. In her arms was the daughter she had never met before, Anna. The group recognized this image immediately, as it was the woman who had been killed by Howard. Anna had a smile on her lips. She looked at her child, then at Zhou, and bowed to him. At the moment of her bow, small white lights rose from her body and uncontrollably floated toward Zhou. Ding! You have received a gift from the dungeon creator. You gained the perk, Skinning Cocoon, red. Zhou's mouth opened wide, looking at her in shock. It was agreed that this thing should not be taken. Why, in the end, did it end up being given to him voluntarily? Compared to the relief of the woman, Zhou was feeling extremely uncomfortable right now. Hey, can you give me another gift? Hey, can you hear me? Zhou called out a few times, but helplessly watched as she dissipated like a spirit right before his eyes. Ding! Due to irresistible circumstances, the dungeon will permanently disappear. Forced teleportation countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. There was no time to mourn, and Zhou could only give Lin Shuyun an explanation of his next thoughts before choosing to return to the abyss. Outside the dungeon, in the Skinning Forest dungeon lobby, Zhong Hao and Wei Qianqian stood there, both fuming with anger. Dear, they've been inside for hours. How are they still alive? Wei Qianqian asked Zhong Hao closely, remembering clearly that she had been slapped by that strong beauty. This grudge, if not by witnessing their death, would be hard for her calm. What's the hurry? That's a nightmare-level dungeon. Entering it means surviving against all odds. Zhong Hao said dismissively, Unfortunately, I won't be able to watch the death of that shameless woman with my own eyes, which is a bit regrettable. In their eyes, Lu Ro entering the nightmare-level dungeon with these people was like seeking death. Even if she didn't die, she would at least lose half her life. Oomph! What thing dares to go against my will? You'll cry and come back begging me when you understand how terrifying the nightmare level is. At that time, do you think 2 tickets will make me let you go? Dream on. I want 3 tickets, no, 5 tickets. If your family does not go bankrupt, my name is not Zhong. The more Zhong Hao spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already see the scene of Lu Ro being severely injured by his hands. Announcement. Congratulations to Squad 001, Captain Lin Shuyun, for clearing the nightmare-level skinning woodland dungeon, breaking the record with a time of 5 hours, 42 minutes, and 13 seconds. Announcement. Congratulations to Squad 001, Captain Lin Shuyun, for clearing the nightmare-level skinning woodland dungeon, breaking the record with a time of 5 hours, 42 minutes, and 13 seconds. Announcement. Congratulations to Squad 001, Captain Lin Shuyun, for clearing the nightmare-level skinning woodland dungeon, breaking the record with a time of 5 hours, 42 minutes, and 13 seconds. Announcement. Due to irresistible forces, the skinning woodland dungeon will be permanently closed, and the players inside the dungeon will be forcibly teleported out. What? Zhong Hao didn't hear the following announcements. When the first announcement rang, he jumped up sharply, staring at the screen in the hall. How is this possible? They cleared it. Nightmare level cleared. This is impossible. Beside him, Wei Qianqian could not help but widen her eyes, staring fixedly at the screen. She had always earned her chances to enter dungeons by sacrificing her own body. Those were all ordinary-level dungeons. Even so, each time was extremely dangerous, and she almost never came out fully intact. But now, that shameless woman not only entered a nightmare-level dungeon, but also cleared it, which made it hard for her to accept. It wasn't just them. Others were also in an uproar upon hearing such an announcement. My God, cleared in 5 hours? Is this skinning woodland? Impossible. All previous clear records took at least 24 hours. How could it be this short? Squad 001. Isn't that the beautiful team that entered just a few hours ago? Wait a minute. What does permanent closure mean? As the discussions rose, waves began to emerge from the portal at the entrance. Then, one by one, shadows of teams started to appear, all looking confused and seemingly not understanding what had happened. What's going on? I was just fighting monsters. Why am I out? Me too. Me as well. Among the crowd's puzzlement, they saw 2 announcements constantly flashing on the main screen of the dungeon hall. Only then did everyone realize that someone had cleared the nightmare-level dungeon, and the announcement of its permanent closure undoubtedly related to them. Buzz. With the waves arriving, Lin Shuyun and others appeared next to the entrance. Seeing the few of them, the previously present players instantly recognized their identities and were engulfed in uproar. Look, it's them, the team that cleared the nightmare-level dungeon. Wow, they're so beautiful. Should we go chat them up? Are you looking to die? The powerhouse who cleared the nightmare level can squash you with one finger. As the crowd surged, Zhong Hao squeezed his way over, and when he saw Lu Ro without a single scratch on her, he completely broke down. How is this possible? How could you clear it? Zhong Hao murmured in disbelief, suddenly pointing at Lu Ro and shouting, "You cheated." His voice was loud, but it instantly earned him a circle of scornful glances from those around. Are you crazy? Can you cheat in this instance? Exactly, if we could do that, why would we suffer from the abyss? We would have attacked long ago. Don't mind him, he's just a scumbag who wants to trick money after abandoning us. What? He dares to deceive the one who cleared the level. Beat him. Go. Slap. Bang. Before Zhong Hao could react, a group of people rushed at him, pushing him to the ground and beating him wildly. From a distance, Lu Ro watched this scene with surprising calmness. Even the initial sadness vanished completely. Sister Ro, you look much better, Lin Shuyun said happily, looking at Lu Ro. Thank you, Shuyun. Lu Ro nodded earnestly. After this experience, I realize how ridiculous my past sentimental feelings are compared to the nightmare-level instance. Suddenly, a gleam of determination surged in her eyes. From now on, I will work hard to change my destiny and become a powerful barrier master. Don't worry, as long as you follow the captain, there's a chance for your dream. Su Xiaoqiang said cheerfully. I'm already LV-18. One nightmare-level instance allowed him to level up twice. This feeling was simply indescribable. It's not that nightmare-level instances give little experience, but most of the experience was gained by Zhou Yu and Lin Shuyun, while they only received a small part of it. Even so, leveling up twice shows how terrifying it is. Lu Ro looked at herself and saw that she also jumped from LV-13 to LV-16. The speed was terrifying. As for the others, Su-mei was still LV20, but she must have overflowed a large portion of her experience. Zheng Biu was originally LV25 and only leveled up one level to LV26. This is a first transition instance, and such an increase is quite good for her. More importantly, after this instance, she deeply realized that her reputation as a genius is just a joke. As for Lin Shiyun, she naturally also reached LV20, with overflowing experience that far exceeded others. If she could complete her second transition, she might even level up on the spot. The instance is over, and our levels have increased quite a bit. What should we plan next? Su-mei actively looked at Lin Shiyun. Although the other usually didn't talk much, such a decision still needed the captain's confirmation. More importantly, they needed to ask about Zhou Yu's instructions. He said we can accept the transfer tasks first, but we shouldn't complete the transfer. He wants to enter the corrupted Spider Denver. The last first transition instance. Surrounding Han City, the only existing ones are these 3 first transition instances. If not transitioned, they can continue to enter at this first transition level. But aren't we all close to it? Su Xiaoqiang was a bit puzzled. Why do we still have to grind first transition instances? Normally, after training outside for a while, we should be close enough. I don't know. Lin Shiyun didn't understand either. Zhou Yu hadn't told her. Zhou Yu certainly wouldn't tell her that the reason for paying attention to the third instance was not for experience, but to loot more attributes. All right. Su-mei nodded. Then we will continue to rest for a few hours. In the evening, let's gather downstairs at Shiryan's house and go to the corrupted Spider Denver. She looked at the others. What about you? I'm fine. Lu Ro was the first to speak. After witnessing Lin Shiyun's powerful summoning ability, she knew this was the most important opportunity in her life, and she must seize it. Don't look at me, big sister. I feel the same. Su Xiaoqiang turned to Zheng Biu, only to see her face change, suddenly taking her staff and turning to leave. Su Xiaoqiang had just said one word when he heard Zheng Biu's voice coming from not far away. See you in the evening. Su Xiaoqiang watched her walk away and suddenly shouted, Hey! Zheng Biu stopped and turned to look at him with curiosity. Wrong direction. Your luxury car is over there. Zheng Biu's face turned red, and she changed direction with her staff, quickly disappearing. The laughter of a few people made her run even faster. When the laughter faded, the crowd scattered, revealing the bruised and battered Zhong Hao and Wei Qianqian, who was pale with fear. I was wrong. Zhong Hao mumbled, You forgive me, Ba. Lu Ro saw this and suddenly walked toward Zhong Hao. Seeing this, Zhong Hao's eyes flashed with a hopeful light. He thought his injuries had made Lu Ro feel sorry for him, and that she would change her mind. But Lu Ro walked up to him, raised her hand, and slapped him hard on his deformed face in front of everyone. Ouch! Zhong Hao screamed as he lay on the ground. Lu Ro didn't care at all, and instead, she turned around with a satisfied expression and walked away. Zhong Hao, dear, are you okay? Wei Qianqian quickly climbed over. How are you? Can you still take me to level up? Mentioning leveling up made a burst of anger rise in Zhong Hao's chest. He suddenly got up, turned around, and slapped Wei Qianqian hard in the face, causing her to scream. Damn it, it's all your fault, you bitch seducing me. Otherwise, how could I be like this? I'll fucking kill you. Wei Qianqian, covering her face, climbed up. The previous affection was completely turned into rage. You dare hit me? I'll fight you to the end. Meanwhile, back in the abyss, Zhou Yu was sitting on the bone throne with a bit of melancholy. Sigh, what should I do about this entry? Zhou Yu tilted his head, staring at the prominent red entry in his panel. Peel skin cocoon. If he used it, he would be too embarrassed, but if he didn't, it would be a waste to leave it there. Naturally, he thought about editing the entry, but this was a red entry. What entry could he use to edit it? Or which entry should he make the main one? Endless questions made Zhou Yu feel torn. He thought for a while, and instead of dwelling on it, he decided to take action. After all, he had accumulated enough entries, so why not try and see if he could edit it? With a decision made, Zhou Yu immediately opened the editing interface and started editing various entries. He had gathered quite a few entries in this dungeon, such as the tremendous strength entry from the Flesh and Blood Giant Bear, the Rage entry, and the Stomp entry. There was also the Skinning Vine entry from the Skinning Tree Spirit and Natural Breathing, etc. After trying for a while, Zhou Yu finally turned his attention to the red entry, the Peel Skin Cocoon. Should I edit it or not? Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and decided to do it. The bolder the person, the greater the rewards. If the red entry disappeared, so be it. At worst, he would just pretend it never existed. So, Zhou Yu directly opened the editor, took out the highly favored Spore Control entry, and following the principle that similar series of entries have a higher chance of enhancing, he made Spore Control blue, the main entry, and Peel Skin Cocoon red, the subordinate entry to edit. As soon as his mind moved, the two entries instantly merged into one. With a nervous heart, Zhou Yu waited for the system notification. Ding. Editing complete. Obtained. Spore Cocoon Dominion Blue. Spore Cocoon Dominion. Cultivate a large spore mother body inside your own body, capable of giving birth to numerous spores, which will erode and influence the target, eventually controlling them. No. When Zhou Yu saw the description, his mind immediately imagined a scene of him pregnant and clutching his stomach. He didn't even want to think about the purpose of this entry and just wanted to completely block it. In a panic, Zhou Yu didn't consider anything else. He just crazily shoved his entries into this one. His only goal was to avoid turning into someone with a big belly. Ding. Editing complete. Obtained. Spore Pregnancy Shadow Blue. Ding. Editing complete. Obtained. Spore Cocoon Fetus Devour Blue. Ding. Editing complete. Obtained. Spore Soul Binding Red. Red? It's actually red. Zhou Yu didn't know how many entries he had lost, but suddenly he heard a prompt from the system, instantly awakening from his numbness. Spore Soul Binding. Red, using one's own soul as nourishment to give birth to a spore mother stock. The resulting soul-binding spores can infiltrate the target's soul, continuously reproducing by absorbing the soul's power until completely controlling the opponent. Note 1. The number of spores needed to control the target depends on the strength of the target's own soul. Note 2. Once control is successfully established, there are two choices. One is puppet mode, erasing the opponent's intelligence, and the other is soul-binding mode, merely binding the soul without erasing intelligence. Note 3. The way to eliminate this control is, first, the mother stock must completely die. Second, the controller of the mother stock must actively withdraw the soul-binding spores. Note 4. There is only one mother stock, and the reproductive speed of soul-binding spores within the target depends on the strength of the target soul. After reading such a detailed introduction, Zhou Yu couldn't help but start smiling foolishly. So thrilling. Finally, he didn't have to become big-bellied. As for the effect of this entry itself, it was beyond his expectations, simply unprecedentedly strong. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Yu directly activated this entry. Buzz. Zhou Yu felt a tremor in his mind, and a soul-binding spore mother spore actually appeared deep inside his soul. Immediately, he clearly sensed his soul power slowly weakening, while the spore rapidly elevated at a terrifying speed, quickly forming a small tree resembling tentacles. On the tentacles, buds were forming in a shape, and inside the buds, numerous soul-binding spores were being nurtured. These spores could be released with Zhou Yu's control, floating in the surrounding space. Zhou Yu tried it out. Although the spores were incredibly powerful, the range within which the soul-binding spores could float in space was indeed limited. Beyond 2 meters, they surprisingly started to lose power and completely die. Afanti. Old servant is here. Hearing his name, Afanti quickly appeared in front of Zhou Yu with a cheeky grin. Stand still. Okay. Zhou Yu concentrated, and several soul-binding spores floated toward Afanti's head. The white bones offered no resistance, easily letting the spores fall in. Soon, he felt the soul-binding spores madly reproducing within Afanti's soul fire. Why do I feel a bit tired? How strange, can the undead feel tired? No, I can't show such a state in front of my master. That's very rude. Swish. Suddenly, he dropped his staff and raised both arms, started a tango in front of Zhou Yu. What is wrong with me? Master, help me. Afanti didn't mean to offend you. Help. I can't control my body. Seeing Afanti like this, Zhou Yu stroked his chin. The effect was even better than he imagined. In that case, can I try it out? Zhou Yu lifted his head, looking toward the valleys outside, where the frost-grave ghost dragon, the exiled of buried bones, resided. The dragon had always been like a thorn in Zhou Yu's throat, as they were neighbors. If this hidden danger was not resolved, he would be restless. Initially, Zhou Yu thought he would have to wait until he was at least level 70 to compete with it. But now, with the appearance of spore soul binding, he saw hope. However, before that, I need to experiment first. If I provoke it, it could cause big trouble. Zhou Yu suddenly stood up and strode toward the outside of the valley. The target he wanted to try was none other than the Cave Lord. Passing through the frozen soil graveyard, he could see the mountain where the dragon dwelled, and around a few small mountains below the range was the domain of the Cave Lord. In order to escape the threat of the dragon, the Dungeon Lord had long hidden himself in his underground cave. If it were before, Zhou Yu would indeed be afraid that his fighting would create a great noise and attract the dragon's attention. But now, he had a better way. Before this, it is better to promote myself first. Actually, even in the dungeon, Zhou Yu had felt that his experience points were overflowing. He just didn't know why he couldn't complete the promotion while in the dungeon. Zhou Yu guessed that he probably needed to return to the Abyss to complete the promotion in terms of major levels, similar to the human job change. So Zhou Yu had been suppressing himself until now. Just before preparing to deal with the Dungeon Lord, he finally released the suppression. Buzz! In an instant, a wave of promotional energy rose from the frozen graveyard, causing all the ghouls to instinctively raise their heads and look at Zhou Yu with fear on their faces. Ding! Promotion complete. Congratulations on becoming Abyss Black Warrior. Chapter 60. The Dungeon Lord. Zhou Yu was tempted. The armor no longer felt heavy, but was even more resilient, and his height rose again, now exceeding 2 meters. In addition, there was a black robe draped over him, its head completely covering Zhou Yu's face, only revealing the flickering of ghostly green flames. Surrounding his originally stark white bones, not only had the muscles grown, but it seemed some flesh had also increased. The flesh was not much, but at least it meant that Zhou Yu's palm would not be completely visible as just stark white bones when he held the sword. Of course, it wasn't just the appearance that changed. All attributes and even skills were affected. Zhou Yu / Abyss Black Warrior. Race, Shadow, Undead. Level, LV32, 2514/6000. Health, 5600. Magic, 3200. Attack, 500 to 620. Defense, 40/magic resistance, 15%. Skills, Wailing Grievance green, Flame Dance blue, Lava Hand green. Spore Spirit Bind red. Shadow Form blue, Abyssal Fire blue. Both health and magic skyrocketed, and the original undead race surprisingly added the term shadow. It was the change of these two words that gave Zhou Yu 2 brand new skills. After checking the introduction, he found that these 2 skills were similar to talents. Shadow Form blue allows the body to merge into the shadows, meaning wherever there is darkness, he can move quickly. This fits the Shadow Clan's natural ability. However, Zhou Yu's shadow form should be even stronger, hence the term shadow. The other, Abyssal Fire, Zhou Yu speculated might be related to the fire skill he had stolen. Abyssal Fire comes from a special and powerful flame in the abyss, carrying the properties of corrosion, not high in temperature, but capable of burning souls. For example, the spores created by his Spore Spirit Bind, if they encountered this flame, would be burned away with just a tiny bit. It was rumored that the deities controlling the abyss could all manipulate Abyssal Fire. Whether this was true or not was unknown. Of course, Zhou Yu was not yet at the point of offending them, so he naturally didn't need to consider this. Swish! Zhou Yu swung the transformed great sword a couple of times and felt its power was several levels stronger than before. Meanwhile, the shield he had originally used for defense had vanished. As the saying goes, with gains come losses. Promotion could not retain all the advantages. However, he had tested it, and his physical strength now was indeed not inferior to the shield. After getting somewhat familiarized, Zhou Yu no longer hesitated and directly headed toward the Wulong Mountain Range. That's right, he named it Wulong Mountain Range himself, because if Fanny didn't know what the mountains outside were called, including the frozen graveyard. It was just a name given by a Fanty based on the description of the situation. Swish! Zhou Yu moved silently like a shadow within the Wulong Mountain Range. Based on a Fanny's reports, the Dungeon Lord was likely hiding underground in the belly of the farthest peak from Wulong Mountain. He just needed to find the entrance, and in the dim underground cave. With the assistance of the shadowy form, Zhou Yu was feeling incredibly satisfied, hardly exerting any effort before he found the entrance to the underground lair. He slipped inside, doing his best to conceal his presence. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, everything in front of him suddenly opened up. In the dimly lit underground cavern was a massive underground cave, with unknown stones emitting faint glows, illuminating the area with some outline. What Zhou Yu saw before his eyes were the countless underground demons, curled up with their claws sunk into the rocks in a dormant state. A rough estimate showed that there were no less than 10,000 of them here. Not far away, in the center of the cave, in a giant pit, a gigantic figure resembling a beetle, nearly 5 meters long, was lying there. Beneath its body, beetles the size of palms were continuously emerging from it. These beetles, as if freshly born, revealed their savage mandibles after appearing and immediately burrowed into the rock wall, gnawing away at everything around them. Their bodies grew in this constant gnawing, slowly transforming into underground demons. Is this the Underground Lord? Why is it so different from the underground demons? Zhou Yu, filled with doubt, clicked on a huge exclamation mark above the creature's head. Underground Lord. Race, Demon Beetle. Level, LV30. Health, 8,000. Mana, 2,000. Attack, 345 to 380. Defense, 32/magic resistance, 8%. Light system, -16%. Traits, Earth Needle, blue. Spike Carapace, blue. Corrosive Spray, blue. Corrosive Swarm, blue. Rockquake, blue. Gravity Field, blue. Rock Core Resistance, blue. Underground Lord's mark, blue, beetle breeding green, burrow green. Upon seeing these traits, Zhou Yu almost lost his composure and exposed himself. He was incredibly tempted. So incredibly tempted. Zhou Yu had expected the Underground Lord to be tough, but he didn't expect it to have so many traits. These traits alone were almost equivalent to a dungeon boss. Phew, Zhou Yu secretly exhaled, relieved that he hadn't acted rashly. If he had rushed in, not only would he have not known whether he could win, but he would definitely have alerted the giant dragon. He looked around at the situation, then turned into a shadow and began moving towards the Underground Lord. Now that he was here, if he didn't take down the opponent, Zhou Yu felt like he couldn't justify leaving. In his shadowy form, as long as Zhou Yu didn't use too obvious a skill, he wouldn't attract attention. On the other hand, if he had been in the shadow form of the Shadow Clan, as soon as he activated skill, he would become visible, and even moving too fast could reveal his trace. Zhou Yu quickly passed by one underground demon after another, appearing in the large pit where the Underground Lord was sleeping. Just as he was about to get closer, suddenly, the previously dormant Underground Lord opened its eyes wide and looked in Zhou Yu's direction. In that direction, it was all dark and no trace could be seen. SSS. A sound of something crawling, like insects moving, filled the air as the Underground Lord closed its eyes again. Zhou Yu relaxed slightly. He had been extremely careful just now, but to his surprise, the Underground Lord had sensed something was wrong. This could only mean that the opponent's perception was astonishing. But still, Zhou Yu's shadow form was superior, successfully avoiding detection without raising any suspicion. If I get any closer, the chances of being discovered are high. Zhou Yu muttered to himself, but if I don't get close, my spores haven't reached yet, and I'll be in trouble. What should I do? Just as he was thinking, a rustling sound suddenly came from the edge of the pit below. Zhou Yu looked over and saw a newly born beetle gnawing not far from him. I got it. Zhou Yu's mind stirred, and the soul-binding spores drifted out of the soul bud, rushing toward the beetle at his feet. Swish! Without any resistance, the soul-binding spores completely melted into the little beetle, which trembled slightly, and its soul became covered with spores. The spores absorbed the power of the soul and quickly multiplied. In just a few seconds, Zhou Yu felt a connection established between himself and the little beetle. As long as he had a thought, he could directly cause the other to die or control everything about it. Go! Return to your mother's side. Zhou Yu flicked his finger, and several soul-binding spores drifted from the main body into the little beetle, hiding on its soul and becoming still. The little beetle then turned and crawled deep into the pit. Chapter 61. The Power of Soul-Binding Spores, Slaying the Abyss Lord. Rustle. The little beetle, controlled by Zhou Yu, was unaffected at all and soon appeared at the bottom of the pit. Other little beetles seemed to be gnawing at the surrounding rock and soil, but this one swam against the current. It crawled over the belly of the Abyss Lord, its legs, and even up its heavy shell, finally reaching its head. The little beetle stopped, and the soul-binding spores attached to it quietly drifted out. 5 spores, only 5. The tiny, nearly invisible soul-binding spores floated into the Abyss Lord's head, and the thick shell was as nothing before them. From a distance, Zhou Yu could clearly sense through the mother tree that the soul-binding spores entered a vast space within the Abyss Lord's mind, where a powerful wave of energy beckoned to him. That was the Abyss Lord's soul. Zhou Yu swiftly guided the soul-binding spores toward it, beginning to continuously absorb this soul power for reproduction and expansion. However, as he just started to control it, an uncomfortable sensation seemed to surge from within the soul, rolling like a tide. Resistance. Zhou Yu was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the soul-binding spores entering the soul to encounter resistance. In just the first wave of impact, more than half of the soul-binding spores he had just produced were completely eradicated. After a moment, Zhou Yu seemed to understand a bit. His ability was not invincible. When the chosen soul was strong enough, its own soul power could launch a kind of autonomous counterattack, just like the immune system in the human body that defends against viruses. To withstand this kind of defense, it was necessary to reproduce continuously to achieve mutation and iteration, ultimately presenting the ability to resist the soul defense. It seems that soul-binding spores are not a means to quickly control an opponent. Zhou Yu concluded, but he still had time. He wanted to see how long the Abyss Lord could hold on. Meanwhile, as Zhou Yu was busy, Lin Shiyun and the others returned home to rest. The news about their passing of the second nightmare-level dungeon spread rapidly. Principal, Lin Shiyun is our school's most outstanding student. Why can't we give her extra help? Lin Shiyun's homeroom teacher suggested in the principal's office. You know, her grades at that time were good enough to get into number 1 high school. Otherwise, how could we at number 2 high school have the chance to keep her? Alas, Teacher Zhang, this is a different time. Her talent was indeed remarkable back then. The principal waved his hand. But her chosen profession and that special skill are indeed hard for me to accept. You know her family situation. How much funding does it take to raise a summoner? Have you seen any guild above 3rd tier come to the school to inquire about her so far? But she works so hard. Could it be hard work? Look at every student here. Which one isn't working hard? The principal softened his tone. Teacher Zhang, I know you sympathize with her, but it's impossible. In this world, talent means everything. Sigh. Teacher Zhang sighed lightly, preparing to leave the office, but just as she turned her head, she heard her phone ringing. She took it out and instantly showed an expression of surprise and delight. Ever since the fallout with her daughter, Lu Ro had rarely taken the initiative to call her. In her excitement, Teacher Zhang instinctively answered the call. Hello, Xiao Ro, is that you? It's me, Mom. I was wrong. I was young and foolish, mistaking Zhong Hao for someone who treated me well. Lu Ro's words came with a quiver, causing Teacher Zhang to immediately lose control, tears streaming down her face. It's okay. Just knowing this is enough. If you have any troubles, come home. Mom will return right away. Everything will be fine with Mom around. Do you understand? It's nothing, Mom. I just went on a dungeon run with Shi Yun, and my level has gone up a lot. Lu Ro's tone suddenly became firm. I've decided that from now on, I will learn from Sister Shi Yun and become a powerful professional. Huh? What did you say? You and Lin Shi Yun went on a dungeon run. Teacher Zhang was stunned for a moment. What nonsense! How high is her level? She dares to go on a dungeon run. She remembered clearly that the other party had only summoned a skeleton soldier, and it had only been a few days. How strong could they be? What do you mean, dare? We went on a nightmare-level dungeon run in the Skinning Forest, and now, because of us, the Skinning Forest has been permanently closed. Lu Ro's tone held a hint of pride, and this wasn't even Sister Shi Yun's first dungeon. They also broke the record in the previous Magic Monk Zen Temple. What? Teacher Zhang exclaimed, and even the principal jumped in surprise. What's wrong, Teacher Zhang? Teacher Zhang covered the phone and looked at the principal. Principal, Lin Shi Yun just cleared 2 nightmare-level dungeons, the Magic Monk Zen Temple and the Skinning Forest. Impossible. The principal immediately shot back decisively. Absolutely impossible. Teacher Zhang, I understand your feelings, but you can't just make up such things. No. Principal, you can check the official website of the Professional Guild. There are real-time updates on dungeon records. It will be clear then. Teacher Zhang spoke honestly, skeptical herself. That's why she suggested this method. Fine, then I'll make you give up. The principal, who believed even less than Teacher Zhang, finally seemed to take her seriously and half-heartedly opened the website, searching for the Professional Guild's official site to check the dungeon records. Generally, such dungeon records and the changes of various dungeons nationwide could be queried here. However, as soon as he opened it, he saw 2 pinned messages in the dungeon records. At that moment, the principal felt like he had been struck by lightning. The Skinning Forest, the Magic Monk Zen Temple? How is that possible? He rubbed his eyes hard and clicked on the message details, where it clearly stated that the team leader was Lin Shi Yun. Crash! The thermos cup on the table was knocked over and fell to the ground. The glass shards mixed with water and goji berries scattered everywhere, but he felt nothing. How is this possible? How could her skeleton soldier do that? It's true. It's really true. Teacher Zhang looked at the information above, revealing an ecstatic expression. Haha, Principal, I told you this child has talent. I was right. In such a short time, to clear 2 nightmare-level dungeons, a genius. No, an unparalleled genius, haha. The principal sat dumbfounded in his chair. How could he have dismissed a genius like that and revoked their scholarship? Dingling. The phone on the desk rang loudly, jolting the principal back to reality as he quickly answered it. Hello. We're from the Tier 5 Guild, the Fury Guild, and we want to ask if Lin Shi Yun is available. What's her contact information? Hello. We are from the Tier 6 Guild, the Rampage Guild, and we want to ask for Lin Shi Yun's home address. Hello. The Tier 7 Guild is looking for Lin Shi Yun. One call after another came from high-tier guilds looking for Lin Shi Yun, catching the principal completely off guard. He looked at Teacher Zhang, ultimately deciding to seek Lin Shi Yun's opinion before disclosing anyone's information. After several phone calls, the last call made the principal's face change, filled with despair. Hello, is this principal's son? The higher-ups just issued an order to remove you from your position as the principal of No. 2 Middle School. A new principal will take over, so prepare yourself for the handover. It's over. The principal sat dumbfounded in his chair, murmuring to himself. He did not notice a blood-red rat staring at everything from a corner not far behind him. Ding! You successfully killed the Dungeon Lord. Experience plus 435. Ding! You randomly looted a trait. Digging green. Chapter 62. Crazy Wool Harvesting Full Traits. In the deep pit where the dungeon lord resided, after a violent tremor, everything returned to calm. It was as if the dungeon lord was having a nightmare, only to be slain by the soul-binding spores. But unexpectedly, the health bar above the opponent's head was still full. It was only the soul level that had been killed. Understanding this, Zhou Yu approached the opponent again, this time, not having to worry about the dungeon lord waking up. Looking at the dungeon lord's full health bar, Zhou Yu fell into deep thought. As a unique demon creature of the abyss, does it have the ability to fall into a deep slumber and then revive? Zhou Yu quietly spoke to himself as he looked at the corpse. If he weakened the effect of the soul-binding spores and let it consume the endless abyssal magic energy here, perhaps he could awaken the dungeon lord again. This situation was not an isolated case. For example, the skeleton soldiers in his Necromancer Valley were born from the continuous overflow of undead energy. Undead are already dead. What is there to talk about death? The reason he thought so much was that he suddenly considered a possibility. If the opponent could truly revive, could he use the soul-binding spores to kill the opponent multiple times, thus looting traits? Isn't this exploiting a bug? Even though this bug might only occur in certain specific creatures like abyssal demon undead, as long as it can be exploited, it must be done. With this in mind, Zhou Yu focused his thoughts and directly controlled the mother tree to extract the soul-binding spores from the opponent's soul. Soon, Zhou Yu felt that the small beetles that were originally born seemed to have been stimulated and began to drill back into the dungeon lord's body. With each beetle that burrowed in, a wave of abyssal magic energy gathered into it. This process lasted for several minutes, with countless beetles sacrificing themselves to nurture the dungeon lord. Suddenly, the soul-binding spores sensed fluctuations in the dungeon lord's soul. It was about to revive. However, this revival was very slow. It had only just awakened a trace. To fully revive, it would likely take several days or even months. But Zhou Yu didn't need much. As long as the opponent revived even a little, it wouldn't count as dead. And he could completely manipulate the soul-binding spores to kill that little trace again. Repeating this, it wouldn't take long to harvest all the wool. Understanding this, Zhou Yu no longer hesitated and began to crazily harvest wool. Ding! You successfully killed the dungeon lord. Experience plus 315. Ding! You randomly looted a trait. Corrosive Spit, blue. Ding! You successfully killed the dungeon lord. Experience plus 255. Ding! You randomly looted a trait. Rockweight Collapse, blue. Ding! You successfully killed the dungeon lord. Experience plus 198. Ding! You randomly looted a trait. Nurturing Beetles, green. Ding! You successfully killed the dungeon lord. Experience plus 89. Ding! You randomly looted a trait. Dungeon Lord's Mark, blue. Zhou Yu soon discovered that as his experience points continued to decrease, the probability of obtaining traits was dropping. In the end, even the experience points added were just 1 point at a time, and it took 10 attempts to not get a single trait. So, Zhou Yu had no choice but to temporarily give up his plan to continue harvesting wool. But the results were very pleasing. Almost all traits have been harvested by him. Even some entries have surplus. With a thought, Zhou Yu commanded the system to completely mark the other party, thus loosening the influence of the soul-binding spores. Buzz! As the dungeon lord absorbed, a strange abyssal magic energy fluctuation was continually absorbed beneath him. Magic energy was just Zhou Yu's term. It was not a real gas, but rather a mixed, chaotic, and violent energy. This energy, when it fell on humans, could make them instantly fall into madness, unable to bear it at all. However, as an undead being, Zhou Yu naturally would not be affected in the slightest. Moreover, as he pulled more entries, this magic energy could actually enhance his power. This was not experience. It had no effect on levels, but could invisibly increase his strength. Boom! Suddenly, a rumble echoed from the giant pit, and the once sleeping dungeon lord abruptly opened his eyes, lined with red eyeballs on both sides, shaking the hearts of onlookers. Yet, the dungeon lord emitted a wave of submission toward Zhou Yu. "I serve you, my lord." Zhou Yu nodded slightly, no longer concealing his form. "How much do you know about that dragon?" "Dragon." The dungeon lord's 2 rows of eyeballs flickered with a fearful light and then solemnly said, "It is not a native creature here, and its strength is so great, it mostly comes from the Blood Abyss." Blood Abyss? This was the first time Zhou Yu heard a specific name from the Abyss. What place is that? That is a world of the Abyss, ruled by deities, and it is the closest divine abyss to us. The dungeon lord said, "I do not know where that dragon came from. If possible, it probably is from there, because only within the Blood Abyss exists a burial ground for giants." Zhou Yu nodded slightly. Although he did not have a more detailed understanding of the entire Abyss world, the The fact that this dragon likely appeared from the divine world was enough to prove its strength. This further ignited Zhou Yu's desire for conquest. Once he controlled it, his power in the abyss world would soar. Do you think it's possible for me to control that dragon with the soul-binding spores? Zhou Yu asked the dungeon lord. Is it that kind of power that lurks in the soul? The dungeon lord pondered and said, My lord, the dragon's soul is very powerful. With the current strength of the soul-binding spores, I am afraid it cannot influence its soul fire. The best way is for you to undergo another transformation. Another transformation? Zhou Yu's heart stirred. Are you saying a promotion? Oh, that should be it, the dungeon lord said. Do I need to reach level 40 or above? Zhou Yu nodded slightly. Then you guard this place well and observe its movements at all times. Also, send your dungeon demons to explore the surroundings to see if there are any other powerful beings outside this mountain range. I obey your command, my lord. Zhou Yu left the Wulong Mountains and returned to the Undead Valley. As for not being able to take down that dragon this time, Zhou Yu felt no regret. Everything was within his expectations. Even the dungeon lord took him quite some time. How could it be that easy with a giant dragon? If it were that easy to invade other beings, he would have long used this to dominate the abyss. Now Zhou Yu actually hoped to return quickly to Lin Shiyun's human world, to hunt more monsters and raise his level above 40. Grandma, the school just called me and said that a 6th-tier guild is looking for me and wants to recruit me early. In Lin Shiyun's home, she excitedly reported to her grandmother and sister after hanging up the phone. Oh, my Shiyun is really amazing, being approached by a 6th-tier guild for early recruitment. Li Qianjue's face broke into a smile. Do you want to join? I'm not sure. Lin Shiyun hesitated and said, the homeroom teacher told me that not only 6th-tier guilds but also 7th-tier and even 8th-tier guilds are looking for me. I don't know whether to meet them. Oh ho ho. You cleared the nightmare-level dungeon twice. This kind of genius, it's normal that they would be alarmed by them. Li Qianjue chuckled lightly. But Shiyun, what is your dream? Me? Lin Shiyun immediately blurted out without thinking. I want to become a powerful professional, protect my grandmother and my sister, and then cure my sister's illness. Li Qianjue showed a satisfied expression upon hearing this, but his face slightly darkened when the illness of his granddaughter was mentioned. Then work hard. The Level 9 Guild is the place where you should go. Chapter 63. Various Developments. Advancing Corrupt Spider Nest. Upon hearing her grandmother's reply, Lin Shiyun immediately became determined. Then I will tell them. Good. Li Qianjue nodded with a smile. There are just over 20 days left until the college entrance examination. Maybe you can create a miracle. As long as you are excellent enough, perhaps the 4 major Level 9 guilds will come together for you. Joining a Level 9 guild will give you access to various resources. Only then will you have a chance to remove the Heavenly Punishment Death Seal. Don't worry, Grandma. I will work hard. Lin Shiyun nodded repeatedly. Good. Li Qianjue extended her slightly aged hand and gently stroked her granddaughter's cheek. I wonder if Grandma can live to see that day. What nonsense are you saying? Spit, spit, spit. Lin Shiyun's eyes widened instantly as she hurriedly spoke. Grandma, you will definitely see Momo recover. Then our family of 3 will always be together. Good, spit, spit, spit. Li Qianjue smiled and nodded. Our family of 3, always together. Oh, Grandma, it's getting late. I have to go. We need to run the last dungeon. Take care. Bang. The door closed, and Li Qianjue opened the door again, watching her granddaughter disappear quickly at the stairway. Her expression of satisfaction slowly faded. She stretched her hand and opened the sleeve of her tightly wrapped clothes, revealing a portion of her wrist. The originally densely packed, dark blue needle holes seemed to have increased. Cough, cough, cough. Li Qianjue covered her mouth and coughed, afraid the sound would be too loud and wake Momo. After the coughing stopped, there were several drops of black blood on her palm. Looking at her palm, she suddenly whispered, Hold on. Even if I can't hold on, I must hold on. I can't fall, at least not before that girl joins the Level 9 Guild. As soon as her words fell, Li Qianjue suddenly turned her head to look toward the corner of the kitchen. There, a black rat only showed a corner through the gap, but it was immediately captured by her. Seeing the rat, Li Qianjue's normally calm face suddenly turned filled with extreme anger and hatred. This change in expression was not something she displayed, even when pretending to be caught. With a flick of her finger, a needle like a black shadow shot out from her fingertip. In an instant, it pierced directly into the rat's head. The rat didn't even make a sound before it fell to the ground. Immediately after, an astonishing scene unfolded. The rat melted from head to tail into a puddle of thick liquid, and in the thick liquid, a piece of yarn floated. Cough, 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 cough. Just one needle made Li Qianjue cough violently. More blood spilled from her mouth, but she didn't feel anything. Her gaze was fixed on the yarn in the thick liquid, gritting her teeth as she said 3 words. Creation. Society. Daughter. Now you know Dad wasn't lying to you, right? Slow down. Don't be reckless. That's a nightmare-level dungeon. Bang. The door closed, and Zheng Jigang quickly dialed a number. Has your side set off too? A voice came from the other side. It was Su Yonghe. They said it's the last corroded spider nest dungeon. Any news from a city lord's side? Very strange. The death of the finance minister doesn't seem to have made him furious. Zheng Jigang frowned. He just went through the motions and acted like nothing happened. He even started recommending the next finance minister's nomination. It's always calm before the storm. Su Yonghe said in a deep voice. How about I visit seniorly? No, Zheng Jigang denied. She must know that our family is with Lin Shiyun. Since she didn't come to us Dudong, it means she doesn't want to be disturbed now. Other matters, it's best not to bother him. But what if that Kong Qingshan secretly? Don't worry, I've already reported the matter to the 9th level guild, and they promised to send someone to investigate. Really? Are we going to catch him soon? It's not time yet. But at least now we have a reason, and it doesn't make the city lord's people suspicious. What reason? A genius who has completed the nightmare-level dungeon twice. Isn't that worth the 9th level guild coming to take a look? On the other side, Lin Shiyun just came downstairs and saw 2 luxury cars parked there, with many discussions around, and even some people stopping to take pictures. Especially Zheng Biyu's stretched luxury car, plus her standing there like a cool goddess. It was even more eye-catching. Wow, when did such luxury cars and beautiful women come here? Could it be that some commoner kid has hooked up with a rich girl? Oh my god, why don't I have the chance to change my fate? You'd better get your buck teeth fixed first. Among the crowd's chatter, they saw Lin Shiyun appear from the building, and not long after, several beautiful women got into the car and quickly disappeared. Could it be Ugg? I said I had no chance. Turns out she isn't into this. In the car, after a brief greeting, the conversation naturally shifted to their target this time, the corrosion spider nest. I've checked the corrosion spider nest. There aren't many plot requirements. You just have to withstand wave after wave of monster attacks. Sume handed several strategy documents to everyone. Although it's simple, the difficulty is at its peak. So far, no one has completed it at the nightmare level. So hard? Is it harder than the skinning forest? Lu Ro felt much more mature than before. Though she still had a baby face and lowly voice, her eyes became much more determined. Yes, Su Mei summarized in one word. The corrosion spider nest is a nest made up of spiders. Our starting point is in a valley, which is essentially the center of the nest. We just need to walk out of the nest, and that's considered completing it. But that's exactly where the difficulty lies, because outside are all the wild monsters of the corrosion spider nest. They weave webs, spit silk, and are in great numbers. Many teams, before even seeing the boss, have already been overwhelmed by countless spiders. It's fine. Mr. Zhou can summon help from the mage monk temple. I don't believe we can't deal with them. Su Xiaoqiang was very confident. Mentioning the mage monk temple, others nodded. With such a trump card, rushing out should be no problem, right? I'm afraid you guys still don't know the horror of the corrosion spider nest. Sume opened a video file in her hand. This is a strategy video I bought online. Although this team didn't clear it, you could see just the danger level. Everyone clicked on the video and started checking. What? Is this even possible? No way. One must admit, every existence that can purely become a dungeon is probably not that easy to clear. After watching the video, everyone's confidence in the dungeon was unexpectedly shaken. Sigh, why is his strategy so expensive, and mine didn't get any support for free? Only Su Xiaoqiang sighed. Did you post yours too? The others tactfully changed the topic. I posted it. It's all about Mr. Zhou showing his power. That shouldn't be. Isn't this much better than his? Yeah, but a bunch of people below are cursing me, saying I'm faking it. They even say I'm shameless, just for views. Then make another one and let them see. Right, that's what I think too. Saying this, the vehicle stopped, and everyone looked through the window. They had arrived at the corrosion spider nest dungeon hall. The dungeon hall of the corrosion spider nest looked like a giant spider lying on the ground, with its abdomen hollowed out, and inside was the hall. Compared to the first 2 dungeons, the flow of people gathered here isn't that many. The reason is simple. The 5 of them wanted to pass through this dungeon, but the difficulty is very high. There are too many monsters. Hello, I want to buy 5 dungeon tickets. A few of them smoothly arrived at the dungeon hall and directly spoke to the staff. Okay, what level do you want to buy? Nightmare level. Okay, the total is... What? Nightmare level. The staff abruptly looked up at Su Xiaoqiang and said, Sir, are you sure you want to enter the nightmare level? The corrupted spider den nightmare dungeon has never been cleared. Are you sure? The staff looked at Su Xiaoqiang and the other 5 with a face full of astonishment. In her opinion, for these young professionals to enter, it was like courting death. So, she kindly reminded them. But obviously, their stubbornness was beyond imagination. I'm sure how much? Just pay. Su Xiaoqiang waved his hand nonchalantly. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. This okay. The staff still wanted to say something, but saw her leader behind her, shaking her head. She had no choice but to comply, directly handing over 5 emblems to them. After they left, the leader walked over. Manager, why didn't you try to persuade them earlier? They're so young and beautiful. Isn't this just going to kill them? You think too much. The manager interrupted her with a smile. Do you know who they are? Who? The monster team that has cleared 2 nightmare dungeons in a row. That's them. What? Monster team? That's them. The staff suddenly exclaimed. She had seen this news already and was amazed. Are the young people now so powerful? When she was young, she didn't even have the courage to enter a dungeon. Yet these people now clear nightmare dungeons. Even if it's just a first-turn dungeon, it's jaw-dropping. But she never expected that the figure she admired and envied would appear right before her eyes. Ah, I should have asked them for a photo earlier, so I could take it home to inspire my son. Su Xiaoqiang and the others didn't attract too much attention, smoothly arriving at the entrance. Around them, occasional gazes fell on them, but they just whispered, not daring to approach. Of course, as their popularity grew, so did their intimidation. How could ordinary professionals dare to casually engage with those who can clear nightmare dungeons? The few of them put on their emblems, exchanged glances, and activated them at the same time. Buzz. The familiar sensation of teleportation emerged, and soon, when everyone opened their eyes, they indeed found themselves in a vast valley full of rugged terrain. Looking around, every side was like a cliff, and on the cliffs, there were various scratches and holes densely packed. These holes varied in size, scattered in a web-like pattern across the cliffs of the valley. Even though everyone was mentally prepared, seeing all this made their hearts shiver. Each cliff was at least 100 meters high. Let alone the monsters, just climbing would probably require a lot of effort. Follow the original plan. Lin Shiyun's words suddenly interrupted everyone's thoughts. In that instant, Zheng Biyu waved his staff, and a shield like flowing water appeared right in front of him. Tidal shield. The moment the tidal shield enveloped everyone, Lu Rou began to chant, throwing down 5 barrier stones, and the same 5-element barriers started to be laid out. First land defense. This was a decision a few of them had agreed upon before entering the dungeon. After all, they were not the main force. They needed to rely on Zhou Yu, while they could ensure defense to avoid situations like the last crisis. Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang, the 2 warriors, directly took on a defensive posture, while Lin Shiyun was responsible for controlling the overall situation. Watching the surrounding shield and the chanting Lu Rou, Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang exchanged glances. Sis, it feels like we too. Is it the most useless one? Su Xiaoqiang said quietly. Xiaoqiang, after this is over, I want to choose a perfect job change. What? Perfect job change? Su Xiaoqiang's pupils shrank. After the second job change, the job change tasks in the hall are classified according to different difficulties, generally divided into 4 levels: normal, elite, perfect, and supreme. Most professionals choose normal difficulty, and even that is not easy to complete. A few professionals with rich backgrounds will choose elite. As the name suggests, elite job change will allow professionals to complete an elite-level job task in their profession, and once successful, the rewards are huge. However, some professionals do not have ideal job choices and lack talent and potential, yet they have the chance to change their fate dramatically. Choosing a difficulty level above perfect means that once successful, not only will their growth be higher than lower-level difficulties, but also there is a chance their profession will mutate, meaning they can turn into other rare professions, even hidden professions. Of course, this opportunity is only once, and the fewer job changes you have, the lower the difficulty will be. Such a chance to change one's fate naturally comes with more difficult and even dangerous job change tasks. If things go wrong, it could lead directly to death in the job change task. Statistics show that the death rate for normal job change tasks still reaches 13%, not to mention perfect level. That is why Su Xiaoqiang was so surprised when he heard Su Mei say this. Sister, are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Su Mei shook her head. You also saw that Shiyun's progress exceeds our imagination. If we still want a chance to be with her in the future, a normal warrior won't do. Su Xiaoqiang fell silent. He admitted his sister was right. So, I've decided to take a gamble. Okay, sister. Su Xiaoqiang nodded heavily. Since you want to, I will accompany you. I don't believe Su Xiaoqiang, can't change my fate. Buzz. The moment they were speaking, the barrier's light brightened. Lu Rou successfully set up the 5 elements barrier. Just as her barrier took shape, the entire valley suddenly echoed with dense vibration sounds. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone instinctively looked up, and a spine-chilling scene appeared. They saw countless small spiders appearing on the 4 cliffs, with sharp mouthparts, fierce spider legs, and devil-like patterns, making them feel afraid to look. More importantly, they were numerous, dense as a tide, pouring down from the cliffs and surging into the valley. Though surprised, everyone remained calm. Lin Shiyun chanted spells and directly opened her summoning gate. Buzz! Inside the swirling vortex, a skeletal figure cloaked in black and standing with a sword in hand appeared. Chapter 65. What I need is support, not uselessness. Huh? Where's the shield? Upon seeing Zhou Yu appear, everyone was first shocked, then looked on in surprise. How long has it been, and why does it feel like he's gotten stronger again? Exactly, and look how cool he is. Wow, if it weren't for the fearsome skeleton figure under Zhou Yu's cloak, they might have suspected they would turn into fangirls. Even Su Xiaoqiang nearby became a bit lost, imagining if he had the same height and outfit, how many girls he would mesmerize. Splash! Countless spider monsters flowed down from the rock wall like a tide, surging in from all directions. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yu showed no expression. His long sword only paused slightly as he leaned on it. Crack! 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 As the ground around him churned, skeletal hands began to rise from it, and soon many skeletal swordsmen crawled out. 5, 10, 20, 100? Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed in shock. Previously, I could only summon 40, and now it's 100. This guy's speed of progress is terrifying, right? The other 4 girls showed the same shocked expression after hearing this number. You must know, even a summoner would find it impossible to summon such a large amount of skeletons in a short period of time. Yet, the other side has only been a few hours and has grown again. Shiyun, you haven't contracted with some prince from the abyss, have you? Yeah, if not for an absolutely noble bloodline, how could it rise so quickly? Lin Shiyun looked at Zhou Yu in a daze upon hearing this. He's a prince, then what am I? As soon as the 100 skeleton swordsmen appeared, they raised their long swords and charged toward the wave of spiders. Zhou Yu didn't expect them to wipe out all the wild monsters. He just wanted to test the waters first. Whoosh! The long sword sliced through the air, heavily cleaving several small spiders in half. Dark green blood sprayed out, splattering onto the skeleton swordsmen's swords and bones. Hiss! An odd scene occurred. These seemingly frail little spiders actually unleashed a terrible corrosive effect. Although they didn't cause any substantial damage, they weakened the skeleton swordsmen significantly. Soon, Zhou Yu noticed a large group of spiders crawling on the skeleton swordsmen, using their sharp mouthparts to gnaw at their bones. Just clicking on the enemy's exclamation mark. Corrosive young spider. Race beetle. Level LV5. Health 320. Magic 21. Attack 17 to 25. Defense 0. Attributes: corrosive liquid, white, tear, and gnaw, green. With low health, almost no magic, and quite average attack, Zhou Yu understood the young spider's abilities when he saw the 2 attributes. Corrosive liquid reduces armor, then physical attacks cause damage. Added to their terrifying numbers, they were enough to overwhelm any creature. Sure enough, as time passed, even with 100 skeleton swordsmen standing strong, they continued to fall one after another under the assault of the corrosive young spiders. It's no use. We can only eliminate them with magic. Sume couldn't help but remind everyone, looking at the sheer number of young spiders. Tsunami Blade. Zheng Biu said nothing but directly summoned the Tsunami Blade with his staff, spinning and exploding among the young spider army. Almost every sweep brought forth large splatters of dark green blood. Yet even so, there was no trace of joy on anyone's face, but rather an immense seriousness. Compared to the number of young spiders, the damage from the Tsunami Blade was hardly significant. If they didn't know that Zhou Yu still had many tricks up his sleeve, they would probably be panicking by now. However, as they watched the numerous young spiders continue to engulf the skeleton swordsman, Zhou Yu just stood there, seemingly not planning to act. More and more skeleton swordsmen fell, and the expressions of the group went from calm to increasingly grim. They couldn't understand what Zhou Yu was thinking. What if he didn't follow the script? What would they do? No one dared to speak, but they all looked to Lin Shiyun. At this moment, she needed to communicate with Zhou Yu. Lin Shiyun hesitated to speak, but before she could finish, she saw that in the air behind Zhou Yu, white mist was actually gathering, and these misty clouds combined to form characters from Xia country. What I need is support, not waste. This line of words was understood by Lin Shiyun and the others beside her. Everyone was slightly stunned, even blinking hard, doubting whether they had seen it wrong. When they saw the line of words that hovered there, solid and unmoving, they finally confirmed that this was said by Zhou Yu. In an instant, everyone felt a little embarrassed. It wasn't because she felt embarrassed for being useless, but because they had never thought that they would be spoken to like this by a summoned creature. The reason why Zhou Yu didn't intervene was indeed because he intended to train them. By now, he had naturally gained a certain understanding of the human world. This dungeon should be the last first-turn dungeon before Lin Shiyun's second turn. Compared to the dungeons after the second turn, the difficulty here was obviously much lower. If he wanted to frequently travel back and forth between the human world to seize more titles, he needed to ensure Lin Shiyun's safety. And the experience from the last dungeon made him temporarily believe that these few people could become Lin Shiyun's teammates. Since they were going to be teammates, they needed to have the awareness and capability of teammates, and their first priority was to protect Lin Shiyun. Talent and profession were important, but accumulating experience in actual combat and even training ones were even more important. Therefore, this dungeon was a perfect opportunity for their training. What should we do? Seeing Zhou Yu standing still, everyone felt a little helpless and turned to look at Lin Shiyun. He probably wants us to fend for ourselves. Otherwise, he would have intervened. So many wild monsters. How can we fend them off? Su Xiaoqiang exclaimed in surprise. We must find a way, even if it seems impossible. At least, we need to show him our value. Su Mei understood Zhou Yu's intention more easily. Shiyun, in the future, you might have to play the role of a commander, and will be your extension. She said to Lin Shiyun. Next, how to resolve this is up to you. Me? Lin Shiyun looked at everyone and found that they all nodded at her. All right. Lin Shiyun nodded heavily, suddenly raising her staff and chanting. Buzz. The light of blessing poured out, enhancing everyone's state. Ruo Jia, can you control the entry and exit of the 5 elements barrier? Lin Shiyun asked. I need you to open a few gaps in it. Gaps? Lu Ruo froze for a moment, then exclaimed. You won't let them in? That's right. Lin Shiyun said, boldly. Simply relying on the barrier can only delay them for a short time. It's better to have an opening. If we give them a gap, the spiders can find an outlet, and we can resist them at the outlet. This way, we can greatly avoid being surrounded on all sides, and we can delay for much longer. After hearing her words, everyone couldn't help but feel that this action was very risky. But seeing Zhou Yu still unmoved, they gritted their teeth and nodded. All right. Chapter 66. Which level is Zhou Yu on? Spore Control Counterattack. Lu Ruo immediately focused and began manipulating the 5 elements barrier. She suddenly controlled a corner of the barrier and opened a gap less than half a meter wide. In an instant, all the young spiders seemed to have found a target and surged toward the gap in a tidal wave. Meijia, Xiaoqiang, you two will be the first line of defense. Kill as many as you can. If you can't handle it, retreat to the shield. Lin Shiyun quickly arranged. The rest will be handled by Buyu Jia and her tidal blade to kill the other stray ones. All right. Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang nodded simultaneously, stepping out of the shield. All their equipment activated at this moment. The two of them stood on opposite sides, sword energy rising, continuously slashing the incoming young spiders. With every strike, large amounts of corrosive blood splattered, but neither of them seemed to care. While continuously slashing, they took out health potions and mana potions to replenish themselves. Beside them, Zhang Biyu focused her eyes, occasionally summoning the tidal blade to kill any other spiders that slipped through. At this moment, Lu Ruo, inside, was manipulating the 5 elements barrier and transforming it entirely into a fire element barrier. The burning flames were still the nemesis of these young spiders. Large groups of young spiders screamed as they were burned alive, greatly alleviating the pressure of the oncoming swarm. Inside, through the joint efforts of everyone, they indeed managed to block the young spiders. However, as time passed, the physical and mental exhaustion quickly began to make it difficult for everyone to hold on. But Zhou Yu stood there, still unmoved, as if he had no intention of making a move at all. Tick-tock. A bead of sweat trickled down from Su Mei's forehead. She felt her body heavy, almost unable to lift her sword, but she dared not stop. It had been nearly 15 minutes. The young spiders outside showed no sign of diminishing, but instead multiplied to the point where they could no longer see the outside view, and the entire 5 elements barrier was crawling with tiny spiders. If the barrier collapsed, all the young spiders would instantly bury them. At that moment, they would only be left to die. Su Xiaoqiang's state was not much better. He gasped heavily, and his armor showed signs of corrosion, yet he still dared not stop, gritting his teeth to endure. Lin Shiyun had no idea how many times she had cast the blessing light. The drain on her mental power was making her feel dizzy. Zhang Biyu was in a similar situation, his face pale. This was the result of casting the tide blade too many times. Limits seemed to be approaching fast. However, Zhou Yu continued to stand there, seemingly indifferent, as though he wanted to watch them die here. Gradually, everyone was left with only the instinct to survive, even forgetting Zhou Yu's existence. The will that remained urged them to hold on. Minutes later, this limit arrived, and the soul fire of Zhou Yu, who had been standing there all along, suddenly trembled a few times. The next moment, 5 soul binding spores quietly floated out. Did you think Zhou Yu was only training their wills? That would be a big mistake. Training their will is indeed important, but what could be more vital than loyalty and control? The reason for this test was not only to strengthen them, but also to drain their spirit, lowering the defense of their souls. Zhou Yu could control the Cavern Lord with the soul binding spores, but this was his first attempt with humans. He did not intend to turn them into puppets. He simply wanted to leave a trump card by using the soul binding spores on a few of them. Once the 4 of them planned to do something treacherous, Zhou Yu's trump card would become their death warrant. As for Lin Shiyun, the soul binding spores were not meant for control. They were to help her turn things around when she was about to make a foolish decision. Although Zhou Yu was Lin Shiyun's summoned being, he did not like the feeling of losing control. Before, there was no choice. Now there was so naturally he had to go all out. Swish, swish, swish. More smoothly than Zhou Yu expected, the 5 spores quietly entered the bodies of the 5 people, effortlessly attaching themselves to their souls, slowly absorbing their soul power, and starting to reproduce and divide. Zhou Yu deliberately controlled the reproduction speed of the soul-binding spores, avoiding making the 5 unable to bear it too quickly. When the number was sufficient, they would directly lie dormant within their souls, becoming their trump card. As the soul-binding spores continued to split and reproduce, the already exhausted 5 could bear it even less. Crack, crack, crack. The once fiery and intense fire barrier suddenly emitted a sound of collapse. On the other side, seeing this scene, Zhang Buyu forced himself to wield the little magic power he had left, raising the tide shield. Get in. This was what she shouted to Su Mei and Su Xiaoqiang. Hearing this, the 2 of them used their last bit of strength to chop through the fierce young spiders in front of them and return to the shield. Just at that moment, with a painful cry from Lu Ro, the 5 elements barrier finally collapsed completely due to energy depletion. Countless tiny spiders fell like dumplings from the sky, instantly covering the entire shield. The flowing tide shield, under Zhang Biyu's difficult support, swayed and was on the verge of collapse. Everyone supported each other, watching helplessly as the spiders kept gnawing away. We can't hold on any longer. Su Xiaoqiang barely had the strength to bring the potion to his lips. Hold on, Su Mei wanted to encourage a bit. Suddenly, everything went black in front of her, her body went limp, and she almost fell into unconsciousness. Only Lin Shiyun quickly supported her, her voice filled with urgency. She turned her head to look at Zhou Yu, who was still standing there, leaning on his long sword, showing no intention of taking action. Is he going to abandon us? Lin Shiyun felt a little sad in her heart. She didn't expect that after giving everything, she still hadn't gained Zhou Yu's approval. Without the approval of a summoned creature, she felt like a total failure. Sorry, Graham Momo, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to see you again. Su Mei, Su Xiaoqiang, Zhang Buyu, Lu Ro, each of their faces was filled with despair. Finally, when Zhang Buyu fell, the shield above their heads completely drained, collapsing completely. Splash! All the young spiders fell like a tide, completely engulfing them. No, goodbye, Mom, Dad, this. Just when the 5 of them thought they were going to be completely buried in the instance, a strange scene appeared. The young spiders surrounding them had eyes glowing with a blood-red light, but they did not attack. They stopped. What was going on? The 5 people who had survived the catastrophe were stunned. They looked at the motionless young spiders on their bodies, full of confusion. Weren't they supposed to die? Why did they suddenly stop? While they were puzzled, Zhou Yu, with soul fire flickering under his cloak, finally moved. He raised his arm, casually pointed his index finger forward, and with a mocking voice, it echoed from his soul. Spore control, counterattack, buzz. As Zhou Yu's words fell, the once stagnant young spiders suddenly turned around, scattering like a tide from their bodies. Even more bizarrely, they began attacking other young spiders around them. More and more young spiders seemed to be affected, starting to turn and launch deadly attacks on their own kind nearby. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Lin Shiyun and the others stared in shock as more and more young spiders, like a tide, betrayed their own kind and charged in all directions. This was an overwhelming shock. What was happening? What happened to the dead end? Why is it suddenly reversing? While the others were still stunned, Lin Shiyun reacted first and looked at the motionless Zhou Yu. How could the instance be so kind? The only possibility was Zhou Yu. Is it Mr. Zhou? How is this possible? Isn't he skilled in fire magic? How did he do this? As a necromancer, he can even control fire magic. What else can't he do? Others also reacted and looked at Zhou Yu, their shock not fading but intensifying. They had considered many ways that Zhou Yu might act, fire magic, even summoning fire wolves, But this strange solution caught them completely off guard. Ow, how'd he do it? Did you all notice? This feeling, it's like the spores from the peeling forest earlier. Lu Ro's reminder made everyone's eyes light up, followed by a strong sense of shock. Previously, they had guessed in their hearts whether Zhou Yu's endless tricks could be absorbing skills from other wild monsters. Now it seemed like they were close to the truth. If this continues to grow, the future potential was unimaginable. As everyone pondered, the once destructive flood of young spiders was not only forcibly stopped but was even being pushed back. Zhou Yu stood there, constantly controlling the spread of the spores in his mind. Gradually, he realized that while spores could spread, his control had limits. For young spiders with only level 5, he could control at most tens of thousands of them. This was only possible with the help of the mother tree in his soul. He suddenly understood why the spore control from the skinless master before hadn't been able to control such an exaggerated number. Otherwise, relying on the countless trees within the forest, they would crush themselves to death with sheer quantity. Yet, even so, tens of thousands of juvenile spiders not only successfully held back the surging tide of spiders, but also established a base within a radius of several hundred meters around Lin Shiyun and others, keeping all the spiders at bay. It seemed that for the time being, there was no need to worry about the spider tide breaking through here. At that moment, a low rustling sound emerged continuously from the cliff, and soon everyone saw a figure much larger than the juvenile spiders appearing from within. Cliff Weaver. Race, Beetle. Level, LV-15. Life, 1,200. Magic, 400. Attack, 138 to 150. Defense, 7. Entry, Climb Green, Silk Spitting Green, Super Weaving Green. Apart from the entries of the juvenile spiders, these cliff weavers, over 1.5 meters long and with huge abdomens, as soon as they appeared, drove 4 sharp, hooked claws into the cliff, propelling their heavy abdomens high. At the same time, as their abdomens wriggled, they began to produce a large quantity of milky white silk. The remaining 4 spider legs danced like phantoms, maneuvering the silk into their mouthparts. The corrosive liquid inside the mouthparts quickly dissolved the silk, turning it into liquid, and then with all their strength they sprayed it out. Whoosh! The slender silk liquid rapidly hardened in mid-air, forming sharp spikes, and under the calculations of the spider's compound eyes, it shot straight across the defending spider tide toward Lin Shiyun and the others. Archers! Upon seeing this scene, everyone gasped, not expecting that these spiders were not only numerous, but also knew how to coordinate ranged and close combat. The juvenile spider tide acted as frontline cannon fodder to block the way. If they could not break through, they would send out long-range attacks for suppression. Watching the dense rain of silk attacking from the air, the 5 felt a chill run down their spines. We have nothing left. How do we block it now? Su Xiaoqiang looked at the countless arrows raining down and shouted. This time, Zhou Yu did not intend to sit back and watch. The moment the rain of arrows appeared, he directly focused his thoughts. Infernal Ignition Explosion activated. Having reached level 30, the infernal flames he had gathered were now much larger than before. 3 fireballs, each over a meter in diameter, emerged successively and charged upwards, smashing toward one side. With 3 loud explosions, the rain of silk in front and the threads on the cliff were completely obliterated, and the flames spread across the cliff, causing vast numbers of spiders to scream in agony. However, Zhou Yu had only blocked one side. At least there were still 3 sides where threads were falling. Facing the crisis from these 3 sides, Zhou Yu focused his thoughts again, activating 2 entries simultaneously. Flame Wolf Legion Command, blue. Flame Blade Whirl, blue, activated. A giant wolf enveloped in flames appeared out of nowhere. This time it was not 7, but as many as 10. As soon as they appeared, the 10 fire wolves charged to one side, leaping to block the silk with their bodies. The swirling flame blades rose, turning into a whirlwind sweeping toward the other side. Everything in its path melted from the intense heat. Only one side left. Su Xiaoqiang pointed to the last direction, where the dense threads were now very close to the ground. Just as everyone thought Zhou Yu wouldn't make it in time to help. Suddenly, the ground in front shook, and boiling lava surged up as 2 exaggerated hands rose instantly from beneath the ground. The hands opened wide, curving inward like shields, protecting Lin Shiyun and the others inside. Lava hands green. Puff, puff, puff. Once all the threads fell, the back of the lava hands was surprisingly filled with countless strands of silk. Crash! The lava hands scattered the silk onto the ground, the high temperature completely melting the threads. Phew! Su Xiaoqiang patted his chest. That was close. This society is run by Zhou Gu. Tough talk is pointless. What the hell? He just wanted to praise a few words, but upon seeing the scene on the cliff, but suddenly began to curse loudly. One could see that the once heavily damaged cliff was now once again filled with densely packed cliff weavers emerging from the cave. Adding to the previously surviving weavers, they were already preparing to launch a second round of attacks. Like skills, Zhou Yu's attributes were not unlimited. After this second round, no one knew how to defend against it. Swish, swish, swish. Terrifying strands of spider silk came raining down from above once again, and this time, everyone was completely panicked. All the skills that could be used had already been used. How could they block this? However, what surprised everyone was that Zhou Yu directly shook his long sword, and pure white flames began to appear out of thin air. Holy Flame Blade Storm, red, activated. A terrifying white flame storm swept everything away. Compared to the Flame Blade Dance, this was an upgraded version, with not only greater power, but also a wider range, and its holy attribute was almost unreasonable. Wherever it passed, no matter whether they were spore-controlled or hostile young spiders, all were purified and completely annihilated. As for the spider silk in mid-air, it was utterly useless in the face of such terrifying destruction. Everyone watched this white storm sweep everything, and even though they had seen it before, they were still filled with shock. Fortunately, we are in the eye of the storm. Otherwise, Lu Rou said this with a slight tremble. We be doomed. Su Xiaoqiang interrupted instinctively. Don't you all feel that this time it's a bit too fast? After the shock, Su Mei's face actually showed worry. No matter how strong this skill is, it can't sweep the entire cliff. Look, many cliff weavers up there are still alive. Everyone looked up and saw that indeed, most of the cliff weavers were still alive, and only a large number of young spiders have been controlled. What if a third round of attacks comes at this time? Lin Shiyun voiced the concern that everyone was worried about. It's coming. Zheng Biyu's words changed everyone's expression. Sure enough, the cliff weavers on the cliff had already begun the third round of weaving, and when the third round of barrage appeared, no one could think of how Zhou Yu would respond. Swish, swish, swish. The third round of barrage came, and this time it was even more exaggerated than the previous two times. It seemed that Zhou Yu's consecutive actions had completely angered the hidden boss. Sister, is it too late for Mr. Zhou to summon the Zen Temple now? Su Xiaoxiang said with a pale face. It's not too late. Su Mei's answer gave him a glimmer of hope. Really, it's not too late to help us collect our corpses. Now, amidst the entire scene, only 10 fiery giant wolves were still holding on, but even their strength couldn't withstand this rain of spider silk. Skeleton Staff Monk activated. The ground cracked open, and the Skeleton Staff Monk appeared with a stick. Upon seeing these figures, everyone's faces didn't improve much, as they knew that no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't fend off all the spider silk rain. However, to their surprise, the appearance of these Skeleton Staff Monks did not intend to help. They stood still on the spot. What's going on? Do we summon them just to watch us die? This gentleman's personality is too changeable, isn't it? Could it be he thinks we're useless and plans to give up? I believe in him. He definitely has his own way. It might be too late. As everyone's thoughts churned, they helplessly watched the rain of spider silk fall from the sky, but just when everyone thought Zhou Yu had given up, he suddenly thrust his long sword into the ground. A trump card? My greatest asset is a trump card. Rock Core Rebirth, blue, activated. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Shiyun and others were shocked to discover that the ground beneath their feet suddenly rose with a loud noise, and a high wall made entirely of rock rose up, continuously bending in their sight, and eventually fusing with another high wall behind them. Boom! After the two rock walls fused, they directly enveloped the few of them into a hemisphere, pinning them to the ground. At this moment, the spider silk rain happened to fall. Puff, puff, puff. The sharp and hard spider silk only made a crisp sound on the surface of the rocks before falling to the ground. Even those that could penetrate could only advance less than 2 inches before completely stopping. This depth is not even half compared to the thickness of the rock core, let alone considering any damage. Puff! Su Xiaoqiang turned on the lighting tool he carried with him, just right to illuminate the shocked faces of everyone. Earth magic. At least 4th tier. They fell silent. Previously doubting Zhou Yu could use the monster devouring skill in the instance. Now the additional earth magic made them think wildly. Was it obtained from the abyss? Or was it another way? Even if it was devouring, could it be without limits? As various thoughts jumbled together, the sounds from outside seemed to vanish. Crack! The rock core, even kindly cracked open a few, seems to prevent them from staying inside for too long and causing oxygen deficiency, and it just happened to allow a little light to seep through, revealing the outside scene. The 5 of them almost simultaneously looked through the cracks, only to see that the third round of barrage outside had already ended. The Cliff Weaver seemed to be in a longer vacuum period after 3 rounds of barges. But the subsequent Cliff Weaver had already begun preparing for the 4th round of attack. At this moment, the originally motionless skeletal staff monk suddenly moved. Whoosh! Its figure suddenly lifted, charging towards one side of the cliff with unbelievable agility and speed. Meanwhile, the 10 fire wolves that existed earlier also moved. Awoo! The fire wolves carved a path, their claws piercing into the cliff as they started to run wildly. Wherever they went, all the young spiders were swept away, burned, and even annihilated. Occasionally, a few that slipped through the cracks were constantly killed under the coordination of the skeletal staff monks. Can we really climb the cliff with these? Su Xiaoqiang's tone was filled with disbelief. The skeletal staff monks were indeed agile, but climbing this 100-meter cliff was not very realistic, right? However, just as his words fell, he was astonished to see the skeletal staff monk using its long staff, leaping on the cliff like a monkey, and could even attack the nearby cliff weaver as it passed. At this moment, they seemed not to be undead, but dancers dancing on the rock wall. This operation left everyone in awe. Just then, Zhou Yu, who had been motionless, also moved. Bang! He stepped heavily, his figure disappearing like an afterimage, and when he reappeared, he had already crossed dozens of meters, charging towards the base of the cliff. He's going to charge the cliff too? Everyone showed different colors. Zhou Yu didn't have a long staff. How could he stay on the cliff? This question lasted for just a moment before turning into shock in their eyes. Zhou Yu actually didn't use any tools. With just one step, he charged straight up the cliff, as if defying the laws of physics, starting to run wildly on it. 2 legs, running wildly on a vertical cliff? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe what they were seeing was real. Ding! Entry fusion complete. Gained. While running blue. The evolved entry just fused from the climbing green. Entry had the same function as its name, allowing free movement without obstacles on any cliff, of course, including sprinting. If one looked closely at this moment, under Zhou Yu's skeletal feet, there was an extra layer of constantly vibrating fine spikes, which easily grasped any hard objects like tentacles. If he wanted, he could completely climb like Spider-Man, but Zhou Yu didn't want to, because this way was cooler. With the advanced entry, his speed was even far superior to this group of ugly spiders. Many cliff weavers, seeing this scene, immediately turned their direction, preparing to launch an attack against Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu just took a glance. A long sword in hand suddenly slashed out. Infernal sword chi/blue. Sizzle. A terrifying sword chi stretching over 10 meters, carrying fierce flames, violently slashed out, weaving through the cliff. Before the cliff's weaver could even react, they were directly killed in an instant. At this moment, Zhou Yu's figure had already rushed halfway up the cliff, and it wouldn't be long before he could charge up the precipice. But just then, an unexpected change occurred.